Detected that the host is about to start school. Rewarding the wealthy system. Click on the right to follow and like to receive. System binding successful. The system is now issuing beginner rewards. Congratulations to the host. You have received a Ferrari F9. Congratulations to the host. You have received a standalone villa in Yulon Holy Court number 1. Would you like to claim the system rewards now? What is this? You were startled by the sudden system notification sound. But as a young person in the 21st century, you are quite familiar with systems. Is it finally my time to turn my life around? You're incredibly excited at this moment. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up and give me my rewards. Congratulations to the host. Ferrari F90 claimed successfully. A staff member is on the way to your location. Please wait patiently, host. Congratulations to the host. Standalone villa in Yulon Holy Court number 1 claimed successfully. The rewards issued by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. Please use them with confidence. You jump up in excitement. This sudden wealth has truly come upon you. With the unique roar of the Ferrari supercar, you drive away amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. You follow the navigation to the entrance of Shuzhou University. Since it's the first day for new students, the road is almost completely blocked. As soon as you drive in, you can't help but smile. All the cars around you keep their distance, afraid to get too close to yours. Even the car in front of you, upon noticing a Ferrari supercar behind, immediately moves aside without hesitation. Am I really that intimidating? You're a bit puzzled. As your car drives through the campus gates, many students can't help but be drawn to it. You stop in front of the security checkpoint and ask, "Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive my car in? There's no parking outside." You roll down the window, revealing your handsome face. What freshman? A freshman driving a Ferrari? That's so unique. The noble Ferrari in the car makes everyone around you burst into envy. You can go in, but after the freshman registration period is over, you'll have to park your car back in the parking lot. Although the security guard doesn't know how much this car costs, he can tell from the astonished and envious looks around that it isn't cheap. Thus, his attitude is very friendly, and you drive the Ferrari into the campus. Classmate, can I ask you for a favor? At this moment, you're dragging your suitcase towards your dorm building. But you're stopped by a voice, and you take a look at the girl in front of you. She has a delicate face and long, flowing black hair, and you're taken aback by her beauty. Why don't you tell me what you need help with? At this moment, Jiang Shuawei also has her own troubles. Her good friend, Tang Wanner, wants to start a Hanfu club, but they can't even gather 10 people to sign up. With just the two of them, they only have 18 people, but the school requires at least 20 to start a club. The school wants to disband their club, so she's begging him to help recruit a few new students. When the club is recruiting, they can directly sign up for the Hanfu club. They just left the dorm building not long ago. Tang Wanner has gone to the entrance while she is recruiting people around the campus. Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Shuawei blinks her eyes, looking at you with hope. You look at this beautiful girl in front of you and feel a flutter in your heart. The system detects the host's desires. The system is now issuing a phased task. As a qualified host, how can you not have a girlfriend? Task 1 is now open. Successfully acquire the school beauty Jiang Shuawei. Failure incurs no penalties. Successful completion grants you 100% shares of the Dihao Hotel. The sudden system notification momentarily distracts you, and you look at the school beauty named Jiang Shuawei in front of you. No wonder the school beauty is so stunning. She's the school beauty, so it's all good. Classmate, are you even listening? Jiang Shuawei seems a bit deflated, noticing that this junior doesn't seem very interested. Shueijie, the Hanfu club, right? Alright, I'll join. You snap back to reality and a faint smile appears on your lips. If you don't want to, that's fine. But you agreed, making Jiang Shuawei smile happily. Then junior, let's exchange contact info. When the club recruits new members, I'll contact you to sign up. Jiang Shuawei opens her contact card and gestures for you to scan the QR code. Is this task really that easy? You're feeling pleased and plan to add her on contact before searching for more info. What do you think? Shuawei, what are you doing here? Just as you open the contact, a very handsome man walks towards you. Upon seeing this man, Jiang Shuawei's expression turns slightly unfriendly. What are you doing here? She says coldly. I'm also part of the student council, so I came to school early. I just happened to see you, so I came over to check. After saying this, the man looks at you, his eyes filled with curiosity. This is my friend. You were just about to respond to him. Jiang Shuawei suddenly takes your arm, wearing a happy smile. Yu Yang, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei intended to say your name but realized she forgot to ask. Upon hearing Jiang Shuawei's words, Yu Yang's smile visibly stiffens. You widen your eyes at Jiang Shuawei, who looks at you with pleading eyes. Your heart softens. Pretending to be the school beauty's boyfriend isn't a loss after all. I'm Shuowei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Feng. You extend your hand confidently, but Yu Yang ignores you. He just stares at Zhang Shuowei. Shuowei, are you serious? What do you mean serious? My boyfriend is right here. What do you think? And don't call me Shui, we aren't that close yet. Zhang Shuowei's tone turns cold, speaking bluntly. Alright, fine. You like this poor guy, huh? Zhang Shuowei, you'll regret this. Yu Yang sizes up your outfit and his anger nearly boils over. He says one last thing before turning to leave. You watch Yu Yang walk away, feeling a chill in your gaze. How arrogant. He can't even get a girl and yet mocks me. Ding. The system issues a task. Task, make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Reward, 2% shares of Penguin Computer Systems. The system has issued another task. It seems Yu Yang must be dealt with. The shares in Penguin are just too tempting. But why make Yu Yang bark like a dog? Is the system's taste so unique? Zhang Shuowei breathed a sigh of relief when Yu Yang left, then realized she was still holding onto your arm, her face turning slightly red as she withdrew her hand. I'm sorry for using you as a shield today. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal another day as an apology. Sure, no problem. But before that, shouldn't we add the copied message? Oh right. Congratulations, host, on completing the phase task. Reward, 100% shares of the Dihao Grand Hotel. The system has already signed the contract for you. Please feel free to use it, host. Now releasing phase task 2. Dine alone with Zhang Shuowei. Reward, Lamborghini poison. Wow. A Lamborghini poison as a reward? This is the car you've always dreamed of, even more valued in your eyes than many cars worth over 100 million. It ranks even higher. Mainly, the poison's looks are simply stunning. You never expected a Lamborghini poison worth 70 million would be rewarded to you just like that. I said, system, you can't be a strategy system, can you? You wondered in your mind. Ding. This system is just an ordinary task system. If you see the system doesn't admit it, there's nothing you can do. My name is Zhang Shuowei. You can just call me Sister Zhang Shui from now on. Zhang Shuowei looked at you with her beautiful eyes and said, Can I call you Shuowei? You smiled slightly. Zhang Shuowei's face flushed slightly and she felt a bit hot. Call me Sister Zhang Shui. By the way, are you looking for a dorm? I'll take you there. Which building do you live in? I'll lead the way. As you watched Zhang Shuowei walking ahead, urging you to hurry up, a strong feeling surged in your heart. Sister Shui, which department are you in? I'm in the computer science department. Me too. What a coincidence that we're in the same department. It really is a coincidence. If you have any questions in the future, please call me Shuejiu. Here we are. I'll leave you to it. If you need anything, just message me. Okay, Sister Zhang Shui? Goodbye. Remember, you owe me a meal forever. You watched Zhang Shuowei's beautiful figure gradually disappear before entering the dorm building. Room 515 is right here. You opened the door to see the dorm environment, 4 people per room, with bunk beds and desks, and the setup wasn't bad. At this time, all 4 people in the dorm had arrived and were organizing their personal items. One was tall and skinny, wearing glasses and looking very refined. Another was extremely handsome, almost comparable to you. One clearly looked like a rich kid, and another appeared quite sturdy, likely a fitness enthusiast. He would probably be the muscle of the dorm. You brought fewer items, similar to the others, but that handsome guy had brought a whole lot of stuff. He brought a computer tower, monitor, keyboard, and the most impressive thing was that he even brought an esports setup, which made you envious. After everyone finished tidying up, they chatted for a bit and got to know each other. The tall, skinny guy with glasses is named Chen Xiao from Minzhou. His family is reasonably well off. His family is in the aquatic products business. The sturdier one is named Xiao Wei from Yunnan province, and he's from a rural area, as he puts it. His muscles are all built from working in the fields. The last handsome guy is named Xiao Fei from Beijing, but he doesn't talk about his family's situation. However, you can tell he must be quite impressive. Finally, the 4 ranked themselves by age. You were the eldest, Chen Xiao was second, and Xiao Wei was third. Xiao Fei is the youngest. Since it's our first time meeting today, shouldn't we go out for something nice to eat? Chen Xiao's stomach was already growling, so he suggested. I have no problem with that, Xiao Fei casually said. He had initially planned to go to a nightclub in Tianfu City today but thought it was important to join the first gathering with his roommates. He decided to stick with his roommates after all. I have no objections either. It was finally down to Xiao Wei, and everyone's gaze focused on him, making him feel very uneasy. Come on, you guys pick a place. I have no idea where to eat. Aren't you from Tiandu? Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree to pick since his family was relatively poor, as you just found out. Xiao Fei and Chen Zhao's families should be relatively wealthy, similar to his. So, the dining place they recommend shouldn't be too expensive. Okay, I'll find a place. The system just rewarded me with the Dihao Hotel, so let's eat there today without spending any money. We can also go check it out. Your phone suddenly rang. Hello? Yes, this is Lin Chen. Sure, I'll bring my friends over for dinner. I'll let you know when we arrive. It was just the manager of the Dihao Hotel calling. After all, they had a new owner, and he wanted to avoid leaving a bad impression. The group left the dorm together, and just as they were about to exit the school, two girls came running towards them. They were wearing skirts, showing off their long, fair legs, and looked extremely pure and cute. Can we add you two on Super Chat? The two pretty girls shyly asked Yu and Xiaofei. You looked at the girl in front of you. She was very pretty, easily at the class flower level, with a cute round face that didn't appear fat and a pair of straight, well-proportioned calves under her white skirt. Isn't the quality at Suzhou University so high? Of course, you smiled slightly and opened your phone's QR code. Xiaofei did the same beside you. Thank you. The girl smiled brightly upon seeing the successful addition on her phone. Her face lit up with a youthful smile. Goodbye, guys. The two girls successfully got your contact information and left contentedly. Me and the third wheeler just big fools, Chen Xiao said with a resentful look at you. Yeah, being handsome is such a big deal, Xia Wei added indignantly. Feeling sorry for himself, having been single for 18 years without ever dating, Xia Wei became even more depressed. I say this to make up for your broken hearts today. The eldest will treat us to dinner. The boss is generous, the boss is mighty. Xia Wei and Chen Xiao beamed at the prospect of your treat. But how are we getting there? Chen Xiao, who was starving, just wanted to eat as soon as possible. I can drive one person, you thought for a moment, hesitating as you considered whether to take the Ferrari. Wouldn't that be a bit too showy? The three could only guess it might be an electric scooter. It's fine, boss, let's just take a taxi. 4 people fit perfectly in one taxi, so you stopped insisting and hailed a cab to the Dihao Hotel. Boss, why does this guy look so much like you? As the 4 sat in the car, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone to show a photo someone posted on the campus forum. He showed it to the others. The photo featured a student driving a Ferrari, claiming that freshmen who arrived in a Ferrari would get priority in dating for 4 years. Hey, that really does look a bit like the boss. Xia Wei examined the photo several times, looking at you in confusion. Is it you? You touched your nose and nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, you're so wealthy. So when you said your car only fits 2 people, you were talking about this Ferrari? Chen Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. Under the gaze of the 3, you broke into a slight sweat. That's right, I really am in deep trouble. I've never even been in a Ferrari in my life. Had I known, I would have taken the boss's car. Chen Xiao immediately regretted upon realizing this. After more than 10 minutes, the ride-hailing car stopped by the roadside, and everyone hurriedly got out. The Dihao Hotel, which features a European classical style. Boss, please don't tell me you're treating us to dinner here, Xia Wei said, looking at the imposing hotel before him. Boss, we can just find a small restaurant to eat at. There's no need to come here, it looks pretty expensive, Chen Xiao chimed in. Don't worry about anything, just enjoy your meal, you said, leading the group to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen has arrived, you said casually to the hotel receptionist. Hello, Director Lin. Not long ago, Dongfang mentioned that the new owner of the company would be bringing friends for dinner. Director Lin, the manager instructed to take you directly to the Tianzi 1 private room, the receptionist said respectfully. You nodded slightly. Let's go, you said, turning to Chen Xiao and the others. Boss, what did he call you? This hotel belongs to you? Chen Zhao's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Xia Wei was equally stunned, unable to believe that such a grand hotel belonged to his roommate. The two found it hard to accept, while Xiaofei remained composed, increasingly curious about who you really were. Yes, this entire hotel belongs to Director Lin, the receptionist explained with a smile. When he learned this news, he was completely shocked. Hey, stop being dazed. Chen Xiao, aren't you starving? You couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling exhilarated inside, while the receptionist also appeared impressed. She immediately walked ahead to lead the way for everyone. Did you not see the boss has already left? Xiaofei patted the still-dazed Chen Xiao and Xia Wei on the shoulders. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xia Wei hurriedly followed. As you walked, you surveyed the hotel's interior layout. The entire lobby felt incredibly grand to you. In the past, you had never eaten in such a hotel, but now you could not only treat your roommates here, but the entire hotel belonged to you. Thank you, system. You couldn't help but express your gratitude in your heart. No need to be polite, host. This system exists for you. This is what I should do. Detected the host's heartfelt gratitude towards the system, sending a small surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving 50 million renminbi. The amount has been credited to your bank account and your card has been upgraded to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. You halted in your tracks and quickly took out your phone. Sure enough, you received a text. 50 million renminbi has been transferred to your bank account ending in 520 on August 31st at 1818. Wait, system, are you serious? Does every heartfelt thanks I give you earn rewards? Your heart raced even more. This benefit was a one-time deal, and you felt a bit disappointed. Boss, why are you in a daze? Chen Xiao waved his hand in front of you. Snap out of it, let's go. You didn't explain and signaled for the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as you were about to move forward, a woman's voice called out from behind Lin Chen. Hearing someone call out, Lin Chen turned around, and upon seeing Zhao Jia, your brow furrowed. You didn't want to see this woman. Zhao Jia was a girlfriend from high school at first. Everything was sweet, but later you discovered her flirty chat history with other guys. You broke up with Zhao Jia, who cried and begged for another chance. You softened and agreed that was the first time. The second time was after your college entrance exams when you were working part-time. Just after finishing work, a classmate messaged you asking if you had broken up with Zhao Jia. They said they saw Zhao Jia buying bubble tea with a guy whose hand was resting on her shoulder and even sent you a photo. When you saw the photo, it was indeed her, but when you asked her, she denied it until you showed her the picture, at which point she explained he was her cousin. She said she only said that to avoid misunderstandings, but you didn't believe her nonsense and broke up with her. As a result, Zhao Jia begged you again, and you softened once more and gave in. The last time was about a month before school started when you saw her playing a game with another guy. When you asked Zhao Jia about it, she admitted it outright and broke up with you. She said she wanted to be with you simply because she thought you were handsome and wanted to experience more. What does it feel like to have a handsome boyfriend? You looked at the chat history on your phone. With a bitter smile, you deleted her from your friends list. You felt like a complete clown, recalling how you actually forgave her multiple times, making you feel embarrassed. You couldn't even tell your close high school friends about it. It was your biggest shameful secret. Lin Chen, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you here again, Zhao Jia said. Zhao Jia was linked arm in arm with an ordinary-looking yet arrogant man, smiling as she approached and said, I didn't expect it either. At that moment, all you wanted was to leave quickly. You didn't want the others to know about your embarrassing past. The arrogant-looking man glanced at you and the others, then asked Zhao Jia. This was my ex-boyfriend, the one I told you about, Zhao Jia said, giving the man a flirtatious look. Then she pulled his arm closer to herself. Oh, I remember you now. You're that good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend who was only good-looking, the man said as realization dawned on him. He also shot you a provocative glance. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the receptionist quickly took out her phone and stepped aside to discreetly call Dong Feng. Director Dong, this is Lu Jing from the front desk. Director Lin has arrived, but it seems like young Master Li has some conflicts with him. The atmosphere felt a bit off. He's the son of the former company shareholder, Li Shangyu. Yeah, he's over here in the lobby, Lu Jing sighed in relief after hanging up. She returned to your group. Who do you think you are? Chen Xiao, wearing the boss's worn-out shoes, valued loyalty above all. Upon hearing the man mock the boss, he immediately retorted. Who do you think you are? As a member of the Southwest F4, Xiao Wei certainly wouldn't back down. Xiao Fei's gaze also turned cold as he looked at the man. It's fine, I'll handle this, you sighed internally, not wanting to have anything to do with this woman again. However, with her boyfriend mocking you, you had no choice. They now knew that this hotel belonged to you. Lin Chen, you're still as shameless as ever, even your friends lack basic decency, Zhao Jia said, her face turning pale upon hearing Chen Xiao. The man remained unfazed and retorted, do you know who I am? Believe me, I can make sure you can't even get out of this hotel. He's clearly a thug. In this day and age, anyone who talks like that must be brainless. Zhao Jia, your boyfriend can't be that foolish, you laughed at the man's words. The man clenched his fists tightly, suddenly noticing Lu Jing. I remember you, you're the receptionist. Tell them who I am. This is Li Ming, young Master Li, the son of former company shareholder Li Shangyu. The receptionist paled as he looked at her, forcing herself to say it. Neither of these two was someone she could afford to offend. Why are you dragging me into your fight? I'm just an employee here. Lu Jing felt extremely distressed inside. Did you hear that? My dad is a shareholder here, Li Ming boasted, not noticing the concern in Lu Jing's tone. He was still very pleased with himself. You're amazing, darling, Zhao Jia praised with a flirtatious smile, tracing her finger on the man's chest. The man felt a rush of excitement and couldn't help but squeeze Zhao Jia's perky figure tightly. Look at you two. If there wasn't anyone around, you'd probably be all over each other. Chen Xiao laughed openly at their blatant behavior. Lu Jing blushed and turned her head away, thinking, you really won't learn until you're in deep trouble. I'm going to call the manager and get you all thrown out. Li Ming was almost thrown off by the ridicule and could only think that Chen Zhao's combativeness was too strong. Is everyone from Minzhou this tough? Chen Xiao knew you were the sole director of the Dihao Hotel, so he wasn't intimidated by Li Ming at all. However, he took out his phone and called Dong Feng. Zhao Jia sneered at the group. Boss, he's the son of your hotel's shareholder. Xiao Wei leaned closer and asked. You didn't hear the receptionist say he's a former shareholder, did you? but don't mention it, I still want to have some fun with him. A smirk appeared at the corner of your mouth. Boss, you really know how to play the game, Xiao Wei said, giving you a thumbs up. Xiao Fei had thought your background was impressive since you seemed so confident, but now it was just this. Since the boss can handle it, let's not trouble Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei relaxed his grip on his phone in his pocket and quietly watched Li Ming. Young master, you don't need to call me, I'm already here. Dong Feng had just stepped out of the elevator when he heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. Several customers were already watching the commotion. Dong Feng, you're just in time. Hurry and get these guys thrown out, I'll tell my dad about this. Dong Feng ignored him, simply glancing at Li Ming before bypassing him and respectfully addressing you. Director Lin, I'm Dong Feng, you can call me Xiao Dong. Lu Jing would always feel a bit uneasy whenever she saw Dong Feng, afraid that she might have done something wrong. At this moment, seeing Dong Feng's attitude so low in front of this boy who seemed to be a few years younger than herself, she felt even more respect in her gaze towards Lin Feng. She didn't even have the thought of harboring any other ideas. She considered herself somewhat attractive, but someone of his status must have seen countless beauties far more beautiful than herself. Yes, they are my friends. I brought them here to eat, Lin Feng said, nodding lightly. Dong Feng wore a friendly smile and nodded at Chen Xiao and the others, as a form of greeting. Dong Feng, are you out of your mind? I never heard my dad mention that there was such a young shareholder at the hotel. And Lin Dong, you wouldn't know him and are deliberately trying to embarrass me, would you? Do you believe I'll call my dad right now and have you pack your things and leave? Li Ming said with a harsh tone. His father, Li Shangyu, was the second largest shareholder of the Dihao Hotel. Such a big matter could not possibly be kept from him. Li Ming has quite the background, huh? He's threatening to kick me out just like that. Dong Feng understood Lin Feng's meaning in an instant upon hearing his words. To climb to the position of general manager of a top hotel in a first-tier city, one must not only have capability but also be adept at reading the room. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. This Mr. Lin Feng has acquired all the shares from the shareholders, so you have no right to dismiss me, no right to demand that I kick out the hotel's guests, let alone that you are the sole shareholder of our hotel. Moreover, you have already disrupted the normal operations of the hotel, so I kindly ask you and the lady beside you to leave. Dong Feng turned his head and said sternly to the disbelieving Li Ming. Li Ming's face turned ugly as he took out his phone, preparing to call his father. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Feng was the sole shareholder of the Dihao Hotel. She had been talking to Lin Feng for almost 2 years and knew his family situation very well. Don't worry, dear. He can't possibly be a shareholder of the Dihao Hotel. His parents are just ordinary factory workers, how could they afford to buy all the shares of Dihao? Zhao Jie said confidently, looking at Li Ming. Seeing Zhao Jie so certain, Li Ming felt a bit relieved. The looks exchanged among the group became increasingly mocking. Hello? What's going on, son? A cheerful voice came through when the call connected. Dad, what's making you so happy? Today, a big shot spent a huge amount of money to buy all the shares of our Dihao shareholders. I was planning to retire early, and I just happened to take this opportunity to sell all my shares to this big shot. Li Ming's expression changed drastically upon hearing Li Shangyu's words. Looking at Lin Feng and the others' mocking smiles, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Dad, the big shot you mentioned wouldn't be named Lin Feng, would he? Li Ming asked cautiously, silently praying. It must not be him. Seeing Li Ming's face change, Zhao Jie immediately sensed that something was off and felt anxious. How do you know? Li Shangyu asked in surprise. I think I offended him, Li Ming said in a low voice, his tone trembling. A person who could acquire all the shares of Dihao was definitely not someone he could afford to offend, especially at such a young age. His background must be significant. He looked at Zhao Jie with a hostile gaze. What? You offended that Lin Feng? Hurry up and go apologize to him. If you don't get his forgiveness, our family is finished. How could I have given birth to such a useless thing like you? Li Shangyu said angrily before hanging up the phone. Li Ming stared blankly at the phone he had just hung up, unsure of what to do. The air conditioning was on in the hotel, yet beads of sweat were forming on Li Ming's forehead. What's wrong, young Master Li? Did you finish your call? Lin Feng's mocking voice brought Li Ming back to his senses. Honey, what's wrong with you? Zhao Jie tightly clung to Li Ming's arm and asked. Get away. Li Ming forcefully shook off his hand, causing Zhao Jie to stumble and fall to the ground. He walked over to Lin Feng under Zhao Jie's incredulous gaze. Mr. Lin, it's my fault for not recognizing a great man like you, and for looking down on others. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed in apology, his attitude extremely humble. Zhao Jie felt immense regret in her heart. If she had known Lin Feng was this wealthy, she would never have broken up with him. Everything she had just done was probably just a clown's performance in Lin Feng's eyes. She now felt a burning shame on her face, as if she had been slapped hard. Standing up, she didn't know what to do. At that moment, all she wanted was to escape this place, but she didn't want to give up on Li Ming, her ATM. Lin Feng looked at the now humble Li Ming and suddenly found it very uninteresting, a fool being played around by a woman, just like he had been in the past. Alright, get lost. If I see you again, it won't just be an apology. Thank you. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Ming walked towards the door, looking relieved and joyful. Wait for me, honey. Zhao Jia hurriedly chased after him, linking her arm with his. Get lost, you damn pest. Don't bother me again. Scram! Li Ming shook off her arm, looking at Zhao Jia with disgust before stepping out the door. He was now filled with hatred for this woman. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have clashed with Lin Feng. He wouldn't have lost face, and now he might even have to face his father's wrath. Zhao Jia stared blankly at Li Ming's departing figure. Boss, are we just letting him go like that? Chen Xiao felt a bit unwilling. Li Ming's earlier arrogance had annoyed him. It's fine, just a clown. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Ah Chen, is there still a chance for us? I have always loved you. Can we give our 2 years of relationship another chance? Zhao Jia suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng, looking at him with deep affection. Do you think that's possible? 2 years of relationship? I feel disgusted just seeing you now. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Jia with disdain, suddenly feeling a bit grateful to Li Ming. Otherwise, he might still be dating this woman, which made him feel uneasy just thinking about it. Lin Feng, you still love me, right? These are just angry words you said. It's okay, I can prove my feelings for you with my actions. Are you deaf or just stupid? The boss told you to get lost. Chen Xiao and the others really didn't expect this woman to have such thick skin. I don't want to say anything more. Hurry up and leave, or I'll have security throw you out, Lin Feng said to Zhao Jia in a calm tone. Zhao Jia looked at Lin Feng's cold eyes and felt a chill in her heart. If you're still willing to accept me, just agree to my friend request. I'll leave first. After saying this, Zhao Jia didn't give Lin Feng a chance to respond and turned on her high heels to leave the Imperial Hotel. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is really something else, Chen Xiao couldn't help but comment after Zhao Jia left. It was the first time he had seen such a bizarre and shameless woman. What can I say? I had poor judgment back then, Lin Feng said with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go eat. Xiao Fei hinted to Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei to drop the subject. Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Lu Qian, you can go back to work now. Okay, director. Lu Qian glanced at Lin Feng reluctantly before heading back. Upon arriving in the private room No. 1, the dishes were already served. Director Lin, I won't disturb you and your friends for dinner then. If you need anything, just press that button and I'll come over. Dong Feng said, pointing to a button on the wall. Alright, you go ahead and be busy. Dong Feng nodded and left the private room. Boss, I'm really benefiting from you today. I've never eaten in such a luxurious private room in my life. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao looked around the opulently decorated room and at the various delicacies on the table. What are you being polite for? Hurry up and eat, I'm already hungry. Lin Feng smiled. The four of them ate, drank, and chatted, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown much closer. Boss, you will always be my boss for life. Before Xiao Wei could finish his sentence, his eyes closed, and his head drooped as he fell asleep. Young people are great, they can just fall asleep. Xiao Wei, being from Yunnan, certainly had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, almost drinking enough for all three of them. Exactly. Boss, I'll be clinging to your thigh for life, so please take care of me in the future. Chen Xiao also clasped his fists, striking a pose like a martial arts master. After saying that, he too slumped over the table. Chen Xiao was purely done in by the food. Lin Feng hardly saw him drink, and yet, while chatting, the guy got drunk. Lin Feng and Xiao Fei had also drunk quite a bit, but thanks to their ability to control variables, they weren't drunk. Boss, what should we do with these two drunks? Xiao Fei looked at the inebriated Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao with a bit of a headache. The Dihao has accommodations, we won't be going back to the dorm tonight. Anyway, they won't check the dorms in these first few days of new student registration. Lin Feng said helplessly. Alright, it can only be this way. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Feng pressed the button on the wall, and soon after, Dong Feng pushed the door open. Director Lin, is there anything you need? Get a few people to take care of my friends, we'll be resting at the Dihao tonight. Understood. Dong Feng said, signaling for two female attendants outside to come in. The two female attendants were quite attractive, dressed in professional attire that complemented their good looks, making them very pleasing to the eye. Help these two esteemed guests to the presidential suite. Dong Feng instructed. Director Lin, do you need me to arrange for a few? After the two female attendants helped Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei out, Dong Feng quietly asked. He had noticed Lin Feng's gaze linger on the two female attendants for a moment. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Fei with a questioning expression. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. Just add me on Super Chat for future contact. Lin Feng declined as well. Alright. Dong Feng was a bit surprised. Adding a top-tier rich kid on Super Chat wasn't something one could do casually. Director Lin, do you need me to have the attendants bring breakfast to you tomorrow morning? Dong Feng asked after escorting Lin Feng and Xiao Fei to the presidential suite. No need, I'll message you when I wake up, and you can have the attendants bring breakfast to the same private room as yesterday. Okay, Director Lin, I won't disturb your rest any longer. After Dong Feng left, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei checked on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei before returning to their own rooms to rest. After washing up, Lin Feng lay on the comfortable mattress provided in the presidential suite. As a 5-star hotel, the amenities were among the best in the industry. Lin Feng felt the benefits brought by power and money, and his ambitions grew stronger. 2% of Penguin's shares. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Feng poured himself a glass of red wine, wrapped in a bath towel, standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. Lin Feng took out his phone and transferred 1 million to his parents. Then he sent a message. Mom, I transferred 1 million to your card. Don't worry, the source is clean, and there's nothing illegal about it. Not long after sending the message, his mother's call came through. Lin Feng had anticipated this. Hello? Son, where did you get 1 million? You mustn't lie to your mother. Although our family is poor, we absolutely cannot engage in illegal activities. As soon as the call connected, Lin's mother's anxious voice came through. Mom, don't worry. I bought a few thousand virtual coins when I was bored, and recently the price of virtual coins skyrocketed. It's already risen to 10 or 20,000 each, so I sold 200. Lin Feng helplessly fabricated an explanation. Is what you're saying true? Lin's mother still sounded a bit skeptical. It's true, Mom. Have you ever seen anything illegal that could earn 1 million in just a few days? Alright, we'll hold off on touching that money for now. If the virtual coins drop again, at least we can still make a few million, Lin's mother sighed in relief. No need, Mom. I still have money here. The virtual coins are definitely going to rise more, and by then, I'll earn way more than just a few million. You and Dad can spend this million however you like, don't hold back. You should quit that job at the electronics factory too, it's tiring and doesn't pay well. Lin Feng hurriedly said. Don't worry about your dad and me, just take care of yourself. By the way, how are things with that girl named Zhao? Lin Feng chatted with his mother for a long time before hanging up. The next morning, there was a knock on Lin Feng's room door. Boss, get up. The sun's already shining on your backside. Chen Zhao's voice came from outside. Lin Feng picked up his phone to message Dong Feng, asking him to notify the waiter to bring breakfast, then got dressed and opened the door. Boss, where are we going for breakfast? I threw up everything from last night, and now I'm so hungry I could turn green, Chen Xiao said with a grimace. Second, I have to say your drinking capacity is really poor. You should sit at the kids' table from now on and just drink some pineapple beer, Xiao Fei couldn't help but tease. Exactly, second, you're really low. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chen Zhao's face turned red. He had never been good at drinking and usually avoided alcohol when out with friends, fearing embarrassment. But last night, the bottle of wine was expensive, tens of thousands for one, and he couldn't resist having a little. At first, he felt fine, but then the alcohol hit him, and he started to feel dizzy. Chen Xiao held back for a long time without managing to say a word in rebuttal. Alright, enough of the banter. It's still the same private room as yesterday. I had the waiter bring breakfast over. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Boss is so thoughtful, these two just know how to make fun of me. Chen Xiao chuckled. After the four of them had breakfast, they had Dong Feng arrange a car to take them to school. Back at the dorm, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei immediately lay down on their beds and fell into a deep sleep, claiming they hadn't slept well the night before. Junior, do you have time at noon? I want to make up for that meal I owe you, came a message from Jiang Shuawei. Sure, but do you have time in the morning to help me with something? Lin Feng had been planning to buy some clothes and shoes, and Jiang Shuawei's message came at just the right time. Having a campus beauty accompany him shopping was certainly better. At that moment, in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Yuwei looked at the message on her phone, feeling conflicted. Should she go? Although she had some feelings for this handsome junior, would it be inappropriate to go out alone with him after just meeting the day before? Would the junior think she was too frivolous? But she also didn't want to reject him. What to do? What to do? Shuawei, you said you were taking me to have lunch with a junior at noon. Who is it? I thought you didn't have many male friends? Tang Wanner asked while exercising on a yoga mat in the dormitory. After waiting a few seconds and seeing Jiang Shuawei still lost in thought, sitting in a chair staring at her phone, Tang Wanner quietly crept behind Jiang Yuwei and saw her chat history with Lin Feng. Wow! Shuawei, someone is asking you to go shopping with him, Tang Wanner exclaimed. Jiang Shuawei was startled and covered her phone with her hands. She looked at Tang Wanner, who had suddenly appeared behind her, complaining. Wanner, what are you doing? Why are you sneaking a peek at my chat history? It's because you ignored me, Tang Wanner pouted, then her face lit up with excitement. Shuawei, who is this junior? Lin Feng. Why have I never heard you mention him before? And he even asked you to go shopping with him. Do you know why he wants you to go with him? Because he has a crush on you. Does Lin Jr. have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei murmured to herself. Wanner, your series of questions is making my head spin. Which one should I answer first? This junior just added me yesterday to help with your Hanfu Club's recruitment. At that time, Yu Yang saw it, and I said Lin Feng was my boyfriend, then Yu Yang left. I invited him to dinner to return the favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You used that junior as a shield? Aren't you afraid Yu Yang will take revenge on him? After learning the details, Tang Wanner said with a serious expression. No way? He shouldn't be that petty. Jiang Shuawei felt nervous after Tang Wanner's reminder. I heard that Yu Yang is someone who always pays back grudges. What should we do? Oh no, does that mean I've put the junior in danger? Jiang Shuawei suddenly stood up in a panic, pacing back and forth in the dorm room. Shuawei, you don't have feelings for that junior, do you? Tang Wanner, seeing Jiang Shuawei's flustered state, asked suspiciously. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback by Tang Wanner's question and quickly shook her head. How could that be? How could I have feelings for a junior I've only met once after knowing him for just a day? It's because I feel guilty for putting the junior in danger that I'm so anxious. Jiang Shuawei's words seemed more like a self-convincing statement than an answer to Tang Wanner. Well, you're right. So, are you going to agree to go shopping with the junior? I don't know. I think you should go. It's a good chance to remind the junior to be cautious of Yu Yang's sneaky moves. Even though we live in a society governed by law, Yu Yang is still wealthy and powerful, making it easy for him to deal with an ordinary person. Tang Wanner advised. To the junior Lin Feng, whom she had never met, I can only help you this far. Well, okay. Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment, her face flushed, and finally agreed. You don't need to call me for lunch, I have things to do. How come I didn't know you had plans for lunch? Oh, I just found out. Lin Feng, seeing that Jiang Shuawei had not replied to his message for a long time, thought there was no hope. But the next second, a message popped up. Okay. Wait for me for half an hour. Sure. Which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs. Ha? You don't have to, right? It's fine. Okay, I'm in the girls' dormitory, building 3. Jiang Shuawei put down her phone, feeling inexplicably pleased. Tang Wanner watched Jiang Shuawei change clothes in front of the mirror, stifling her laughter. Look at her. She even lied to me about not being interested in that junior. Wanner, I'm heading out. Go on, just don't let Lin Feng Jr. run away with you. Shut up. Lin Feng was wearing a loose white t-shirt, deep blue jeans, and clean white canvas shoes. With his extraordinary looks, he attracted the attention of many girls. Hey, can I add you on Super Chat? 2 girls approached, blushing as they asked. This scene happened to be seen by Jiang Shuawei, who had just stepped out of the dormitory building. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Shuawei's face as she hurried over. Lin, Jr., over here. Jiang Shuawei waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, completely dazzled by Jiang Shuawei's appearance. She was wearing a white dress, her face adorned with delicate makeup, and the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her joy at seeing him. Sorry, classmates, Lin Feng said apologetically to the 2 girls, then smiled as he walked towards Jiang Shuawei. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Shuawei? Hey, that handsome guy definitely doesn't stand a chance. Do you even need to say that? This guy is definitely school hunk material. Isn't it normal for the school hunk to be with the school beauty? Woo-woo, didn't Jiang Shuawei reject so many guys? Why can't she just leave this handsome guy, who perfectly fits my ideal boyfriend image, alone? The 2 girls watched Lin Feng walk towards Jiang Shuawei with disappointment. Sigh. She's taken. Senior Jiang, you look beautiful today, Lin Feng sincerely praised. Thank you. For some reason, when others stared at her, she felt quite annoyed. But when Lin, the junior, looked at her, she felt a strange little joy. Could it be true, as Wanner said, that she had feelings for this junior? Let's go, senior. Lin Feng's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Shuawei's thoughts. Oh, okay. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei asked, puzzled, noticing that Lin Feng was not heading towards the school gate. Driving? You have a car? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. It seemed the junior came from a wealthy family to have a car bought for him in his freshman year. Yeah, come on, let's take a ride, Lin Feng said with a smile, then walked towards his Ferrari. No way? The junior is driving a Ferrari in his freshman year? Jiang Shuawei found it hard to believe. Lin Feng's attire didn't seem like someone from a particularly rich family. Jiang Shuawei mechanically followed Lin Feng into the car. As Lin Feng started the engine, the intoxicating roar of the Ferrari filled the air. V-room. Jiang Shuawei snapped back to reality. Lin, Jr., I didn't expect you to be this wealthy. Sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, she marveled at the futuristic interior. It's okay, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. He leaned slightly towards Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was startled. Was the junior going to kiss her? She wasn't that easy. Just as she was about to stop Lin Feng, she realized he was adjusting her seat, helping her find the most comfortable position. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed with a light pink hue. Thank you. Jiang Shuawei murmured, her voice barely audible. You're welcome, senior. Why are you blushing? It's nothing. Let's hurry up. We still need to buy clothes, right? Jiang Shuawei quickly changed the subject. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. The way the senior was shy was really cute. He liked her even more. V-room. The roar of the Ferrari echoed through the campus. Hey, look, isn't that Jiang, the school beauty, in the passenger seat? Oh wow, it really is. Driving a Ferrari is great. Even the school beauty is on board. Isn't that the guy waiting for Jiang in the girls' dorm? I didn't expect him to be so rich. If I had known, I would have tried to get his contact information. One could only say that where you can't go, a Ferrari can take you. This is the charm that money brings. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus amidst the astonished gasps and envious gazes of the students. Senior, are there any large shopping malls near the school? After leaving the school, Lin Feng asked Jiang Shuawei. There's a large shopping center called Edu City. It's quite nice. I usually shop there with my girlfriends, Jiang Shuawei said, biting her finger as she thought. Then let's go there, Lin Feng nodded. I have to say, the feeling of driving a Ferrari with one hand is truly extraordinary. Lin's one-handed driving of the Ferrari looks so cool. Jiang Shuawei gazed at Lin Feng's perfect profile, unable to look away. Lin Feng noticed Jiang Yue's gaze fixed on him. Is there something on my face? Senior, why are you staring at me? Lin Feng tilted his head slightly and teased Jiang Shuawei. I'm not staring at you, don't get the wrong idea. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed, and she quickly turned her head to look ahead. The benefits of driving a supercar were fully evident. All the cars on the road kept their distance, and they smoothly arrived at Edu City. We're here. Jiang Shuawei reminded him. Lin Feng saw a car leaving nearby, freeing up a parking space, and he parked there. The crowd around them turned to watch as a Ferrari supercar pulled up. Once Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, they instantly became the center of attention. Let's hurry inside, Jiang Shuawei said, not liking the feeling of being watched, like monkeys in a zoo. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and followed Jiang Shuawei into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Yue took Lin Feng up to the second floor. Lin Feng looked around and saw many luxury brands, many of which he had never even heard of. Jiang Shuawei had originally planned to take Lin Feng to the first floor, but after seeing that he drove a Ferrari, she realized he was wealthy and might not even be interested in these mid-range brands. Junior, do you want to buy casual wear or a suit? Jiang Shuawei asked, blinking her beautiful eyes at Lin Feng. I need to buy a suit, and then a few sets of casual clothes, Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied. After all, he was now the owner of a 5-star hotel, and he couldn't just show up at high-end gatherings in casual wear, right? That would be too disrespectful. Then let's go check out Givenchy first. Givenchy is quite famous among high-end luxury brands. Although Jiang Shuawei's family was well off, they weren't at the level of wearing high-end luxury items. Therefore, she seemed a bit excited at that moment, pulling Lin Feng's arm as they walked towards the Givenchy store. As Lin Feng entered the Givenchy store and glanced around, he couldn't help but be impressed. There were many styles of clothing that he found quite appealing. Welcome! A female staff member greeted them with a professional smile. This couple is so good-looking, the staff member thought to herself. Although she had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, it was rare to see a couple with such high attractiveness. However, when she noticed that they didn't seem like they could afford Givenchy, she felt a bit deflated. But since working at such a high-end brand required specialized training, she wouldn't let that affect her professionalism, even if they were just browsing. Are you looking for men's or women's items? Buying for a man, helping him pick out some clothes, a suit, and some casual wear, Jiang Shuawei said. Sure, let me recommend a new arrival. If your boyfriend wears this, he will definitely look handsome. The staff member was delighted, realizing she had misjudged. The girl said she was buying a suit, which meant they at least had the ability to shop. The staff member's smile brightened a bit more. She then led them to a suit display. No, he isn't. Jiang Shuowei blushed and was about to explain, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Can I try this on? I think this one looks good. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Jiang Shuowei was taken aback but didn't explain further, her heart increasingly convinced of her friend's guess. The junior must like me. Then Jiang Shuowei glanced at the price tag on the clothing. Goodness, 88,888. Jiang Shuowei couldn't help but click her tongue in her heart. Sure, sir, the female clerk said as she took the clothes down and handed them to Lin Feng. Sir, the fitting room is over there, the clerk pointed to one side. Thank you, Lin Feng politely replied, then looked at Jiang Shuowei. I'll go change now. Oh, okay. When Lin Feng came out after changing, both Lin Feng and the female clerk were instantly stunned. Lin Feng's well-tailored suit perfectly fit his figure, every detail exuding unparalleled taste and style. Jiang Shuowei's eyes widened, seeing Lin Feng in a suit made her heart race, and a blush crept onto her face. The way the junior looked in a suit was just too handsome. Little stars sparkled in Jiang Shuowei's eyes. The female clerk was also taken aback by Lin Feng's aura in the suit. She looked at Jiang Shuowei with a hint of envy. Your boyfriend looks really handsome in that suit. The clerk didn't hold back her praise. She assured herself that what she said this time was absolutely the truth. Lin Feng smiled slightly at the surprised expressions of the two. He walked to the mirror to take a look. Senior, does it look good? It looks great. Simply stunning. Jiang Shuowei exclaimed excitedly. She felt that since meeting Lin Feng, her aloof school beauty persona was about to collapse. I say, you better not ruin it, just try it on and that's enough. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it. At that moment, a young couple walked in from outside. Yu Yang? What are you doing here? Jiang Shuowei frowned and looked at Yu Yang, who had spoken. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the school beauty, does it? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuowei. Although he no longer had feelings for her, he had to admit that Jiang Shuowei was indeed one of the most beautiful he had ever seen. Darling, who is this? The woman beside him, also very attractive and dressed in fishnet, asked affectionately while hugging his arm. Jiang Shuowei secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, she hadn't agreed to his pursuit. All she saw was the side of Yu Yang he was willing to show her. Nothing much, just our school's beauty, Yu Yang said, pinching the girl's nose and smiling. Whether I can afford this piece of clothing seems to have nothing to do with you, senior, Lin Feng said, pulling Jiang Shuowei behind him and speaking to Yu Yang in a calm tone. Hey, senior, I'm just looking out for you. If you ruin this outfit, how long will it take your parents to earn that money? Yu Yang feigned a heartbroken expression, which made Jiang Shuowei, standing behind Lin Feng, furious. When you were chasing me, you were all sweet and nice. Now that you know I have a boyfriend, you've changed your tune? Jiang Shuowei mocked back. I didn't expect you to have this side, senior? Lin Feng teased. It's just to help you vent, Jiang Shuowei pouted, hearing Lin Feng still teasing her. Jiang Shuowei, you only have a bit of looks, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can make your little boyfriend here suffer? Yu Yang said with a mocking smile, not angry at all. The woman beside him didn't care about what Jiang Shuowei said. She knew her place well, merely a plaything for Yu Yang. There were plenty of women willing to replace her at any time. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Feng with concern and stopped talking. She knew Li Ming's family was very powerful, and he had hinted at that when he was pursuing her. Although she knew Lin Feng's family was also not simple, she didn't want to bring trouble to him. Lin Feng's expression remained calm, but upon hearing those words, his face instantly turned cold. Didn't senior you say I couldn't afford this suit? How about we bet on whether I can afford it or not? Yu Yang hesitated a bit. Although Lin Feng's attire that day was very simple and didn't seem like that of a wealthy person, the suit was only worth a few tens of thousands. He dared to say that he probably had just enough money on him. As long as you can buy a few more items in this store, spending around 500,000, I'll bet with you. Yu Yang was certain that Lin Feng had at most a little over 100,000. Sure, but since it's a bet, there has to be some stakes, right? Seeing Lin Feng agree so readily, Yu Yang felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But at that moment, for the sake of face, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Alright, you name the stakes. How about this? If I can afford it, you bark like a dog 3 times. Conversely, if I can't afford it, you bark like a dog 3 times. How does that sound? Lin Feng said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei knew that Lin Feng was quite wealthy, and she relaxed, quietly preparing to watch the show. Yu Yang was very conflicted. He couldn't afford the consequences of losing. If he really had to bark like a dog, How would he face people at school afterward? Baby, why don't we just forget it? The woman beside Yu Yang said. She was afraid that if Yu Yang lost, he would take it out on her. Hearing the woman's words, Yu Yang instead decided to take the gamble. Fine. I accept. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said, Senior, you really has guts. Just wait a moment, I'll go gather the 500,000 with my girlfriend, Lin Feng said with a smile, clapping his hands. At that moment, the female shop assistant felt like she had struck gold. 500,000. She could get a commission of 1,000. Soon, Jiang Shuowei and Lin Feng picked out several more outfits. The female sales assistant quickly calculated the total price. Sir, the total is 645,000. Lin Feng walked aside and picked up a bag. Add this bag to the total as well. Jiang Shuowei was taken aback. Why was the junior buying a women's bag? And it just happened to be the one she liked earlier. Could it be that the junior was going to give it to her? Jiang Shuowei's heart raced. She wanted to say she didn't want it, but she was also afraid that if Lin Feng was buying it for someone else, she would be overthinking it. Alright, sir, that totals 680,000. Yu Yang saw Lin Feng so calm and knew he was probably done for. His face turned ashen as he pondered his next move. The woman beside him looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. He was not only good-looking but also wealthy, if she could get close to him. As she thought of this, the woman couldn't help but tighten her legs. Lin Feng nodded, took out his bank card, and placed it on the card reader. Yu Yang stared at the card reader intently. It must not succeed in processing. But the outcome disappointed him. Alright, sir, welcome to visit our store again. The attendant smiled brightly upon seeing the payment succeed and then took out a card. This is our store's VIP card. You can enjoy a 10% discount here in the future. Thank you, Lin Feng said, then turned to the despairing Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Feng reminded him with a smile. Yu Yang forced a smile on his face and said, feeling a bit pained, Lin, how about this? I'll give you 700,000, and we'll just forget about this, okay? 700,000 was all the money he had at the moment. The woman beside him was shocked. 700,000 just like that? It would be better to give it to herself, at least it would make her more comfortable at night. Jiang Shuowei looked at Yu Yang with a mix of disdain and some happiness. This way, it was equivalent to buying a bunch of luxury items and still making a profit of 20,000. She had initially felt guilty about letting Lin spend nearly 700,000, but now she felt no psychological pressure. Why not just agree? Jiang Shuowei asked Lin Feng tentatively. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I'm not short on money, I still want to hear you bark like a dog. Lin Feng teased Yu Yang with a grin. Yu Yang's smile froze, and his expression darkened. Are you sure you want to go to the death with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, just take the money, it's better for everyone, the woman advised. Jiang Shuowei remained silent. She believed Lin Feng had his own judgment. 700,000? Can 700,000 compare to 2% of Penguin's shares? Even if you offered me $1 billion, I wouldn't want it. No need, Senior Yu, hurry up and bark like a dog. Don't try to play tricks, I have it recorded, Lin Feng said, shaking the phone in his hand. Of course, Lin Feng hadn't recorded a video, he just wanted to scare Yu Yang to prevent him from being dishonest. If he really tried to cheat, the immense fortune within reach would slip away. Yu Yang's face shifted between green and white. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, woof, woof, woof. Lin Feng, you wait for me. Yu Yang left with a harsh remark, and the woman twitched her expression, taking a few deep breaths before chasing after him. Ding! Task, make Yu Yang bark like a dog, complete. Ding! 2% of Penguin shares have been successfully issued. Lin Feng was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement and directly picked up Jiang Shuowei. This is Penguin, a company worth trillions of RMB. Once Lin Feng calmed down, he realized what he had just done and quickly set Jiang Shuowei down. Sorry, Senior, I just remembered something and got too excited. I couldn't help myself, Lin Feng apologized to Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei's face turned bright red, as if it could drip water. It's fine, what should we do next? Jiang Shuowei said softly, covering her burning cheeks with her hands. Shall we go eat? I'll treat you, Lin Feng quickly suggested. Okay, welcome to visit again. Back in the car, Lin Feng handed the bag he had just received to Jiang Shuowei. This bag is a gift for you, Senior, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Jiang Shuowei waved her hands repeatedly. Could this junior be trying to support me? It's fine, just accept it as a thank you for helping me scold Yu Yang earlier. You were the reason I got on Yu Yang's bad side in the first place. Before Jiang Shuowei could finish her sentence, she noticed Lin Feng's expression darkening. Then Then I'll accept it? Jiang Shuowei said weakly as she took the Givenchy bag. That's more like it. Lin Feng's expression brightened, and a smile returned to his face. What should I do since this junior is so nice to me? How should I repay him? I'm waiting online. Urgent. Jiang Shuowei looked at the bag in her arms, feeling as if she were being supported by a handsome junior. The scene of the junior picking her up flashed in her mind again. It didn't seem so bad. Lin Feng drove towards the emperor. While driving his Ferrari, Lin Feng received a phone call. He took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuowei. Senior, please answer this for me. Oh, okay. Jiang Shuowei replied, taking the phone, activating the speaker, and holding it to Lin Feng's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lu Shu, the board secretary of Tencent. I understand you have just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd., and have signed the transfer agreement. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. The respectful voice on the other end confirmed. Oh, okay, I got it. Mr. Lin, there will be a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning to announce your official status as a shareholder. Do you have time to attend? I don't have time to go. Please convey my apologies to the other shareholders. All right, Mr. Lin, is this phone number registered with Super Message? Can I add you there? I will notify you in case of any urgent matters. Yes, go ahead and add me. All right, Director Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you a pleasant life. Beep beep beep. After the call ended, a clear look of joy appeared on Lin Feng's face. The scale of the Dihao Hotel was completely on a different level compared to that of Penguin. Even the entire Dihao couldn't compare to even 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Feng turned to look at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei's hand holding the phone was still frozen in midair, her eyes filled with lingering shock. She stared at Lin Feng, unable to speak. What did she just hear? A shareholder of Penguin? What does that even mean? Penguin was worth nearly 30 trillion RMB, the top company in China, and among the top 10 supersized international companies in the world. This junior in front of her was actually a shareholder of Penguin? The most unbelievable part? He had just entered his freshman year? Jiang Shuowei felt her mind go blank. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Shuowei with a half-smile. And no, nothing. Junior, you really are low-key. Jiang Shuowei managed to squeeze out a sentence. No, it seemed she had to take the initiative. After all, she was somewhat interesting herself. She couldn't let such a high-quality, no, such a top-tier junior slip away. Besides, she and the junior had mutual feelings. Jiang Shuowei made up her mind, and her gaze towards Lin Feng grew softer. We're here. Lin Feng parked the Ferrari in front of the Dihao parking lot. Oh, Jiang Shuowei was still recovering from her shock, following Lin Feng inside with a dazed expression. Such large hotels have private chefs. We'll be having lunch here today. Lin Feng explained, mainly because he was afraid Jiang Shuowei might misunderstand that he was here to book a room. It was only then that Jiang Shuowei realized Lin Feng had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk noticed Lin Feng walking in with a very beautiful girl. She cast an envious glance at Jiang Shuowei. Director Lin, you're here. Lin Feng nodded. Brought a friend for lunch. Do you need to notify Director Dong? No need, I'm just here for a meal. You see which private room is still available, and we'll go to that one. Lu Jing checked. Director Lin, the Tianzi private room is available. Then let's go to the room we used yesterday. Alright, Director Lin. After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei headed towards the Tianzi No. 1 private room, Lu Jing spoke into the intercom. Director Lin is on his way to Tianzi No. 1 private room, prepare the reception service. Junior, is this hotel yours too? Yes. Jiang Shuowei wasn't too surprised. After all, what was so strange about a shareholder of Penguin owning a super 5-star hotel? When Lin Feng brought Jiang Shuowei to the entrance of the Tianzi No. 1 private room. Welcome, Director Lin. Several waiters bowed and greeted. No need for such a grand show, just leave one waiter to take the order, and the rest can go. Lin Feng looked at the few people helplessly. They must have been informed by Lu Jing. Jiang Shuowei covered her mouth and chuckled. The two entered the private room, and Lin Feng handed her the menu. Order whatever you want. Jiang Shuowei obediently nodded and took the menu. Upon seeing the menu, she found it hard to make a choice. It was too expensive. She looked at the prices on the menu, which easily reached hundreds or even thousands, and felt dizzy. Even the cucumber salad cost over 300, and a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork was over 1,000. Seeing Jiang Shuowei struggling to decide, Lin Feng smiled slightly and gestured for her to hand the menu over. Lin Feng took the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, some desserts for after the meal, and finally selected a bottle of red wine. See if there's anything else you want to eat. Lin Feng smiled as he handed the menu back to Zhang Shuiwei. Zhang Shuiwei took the menu and glanced at what Lin Feng had ordered. Chaozhou-style marinated lion head goose, New Zealand lobster paired with bluefin tuna belly, white sturgeon caviar, ancient method dried tangerine peel and ginger steamed sea bass, and a bottle of red wine, a 2009 vintage from Lihua Winery's Richburg Grand Cru. Just looking at the price, 188,888. Plus those dishes, a meal costs at least over 200,000? A meal's worth could buy a car? Is this the life of the rich? The corruption of capitalism, Jiang Shuiwei sighed. That's enough, it's too much to finish. If we can't finish it, we can leave it. Who says we have to finish our meals? Alright, just these. Lin Feng helplessly handed the menu to the waiter. Okay, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment. The waiter respectfully said, then turned and left the room. While waiting for the dishes, the two chatted about the amusing incident of Yu Yang barking like a dog earlier. After a while, the waiter pushed the cart and brought all the dishes to the table. The waiter was very perceptive. After opening the red wine, he left the room. This made Lin Feng very satisfied. Mainly because he still had to complete the task given by the system, which required him to have a meal alone with Zhang Shuiwei. If there was an extra waiter in the private room, it would be troublesome if the system didn't recognize it. I've never eaten anything this expensive, Zhang Shuiwei remarked, looking at the table full of delicacies. Then eat more, we can come here often in the future. Lin Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Zhang Shuiwei with a smile. Zhang Shuiwei enjoyed the meal, trying a bit of everything. Finally, she leaned back in her chair, satisfied, and rubbed her belly. How many months has it been, senior sister? Lin Feng joked as he wiped his mouth. 2 months, Zhang Shuiwei blushed but retorted. What about the child's father? Zhang Shuiwei fell silent. Senior sister, do you want me to take you out to play this afternoon? Forget it, I have things to do at school. I'm in the student council, and the school leaders asked us to go to the conference room. Zhang Shuiwei really wanted to spend more time with Lin Feng, but unfortunately, she couldn't get away. Alright, then next time I'll take you out to play. Lin Feng wasn't disappointed. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. Ding! Task, have a meal alone with the campus beauty. Zhang Shuiwei completed. The Lamborghini Veneno is parked in the system's reward villa garage at Yulan Shengting No. 1. Starting the final stage task. Successfully confess to the campus beauty Zhang Shuiwei. Reward, 3% shares of Penguin Computer System Company, Ltd. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He often saw supercars while browsing videos, and his favorite was the Lamborghini Veneno. The futuristic design and the exhilarating roar made Lin Feng fall in love with the car instantly. Unfortunately, back then, he could only dream, but now it was different, it was his. There were only 13 in the world, and now one was parked in his garage. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, even overlooking the 3% shares of Penguin as a reward for the final stage task. Senior sister, can you accompany me home first? I want to change my car. Isn't your Ferrari good enough? Why do you want to change it? Zhang Shuiwei asked, puzzled. I bought a car earlier, and it just arrived home. I want to go take a look, Lin Feng explained. Alright, but it can't take too long. I have to be in the office by 2:30. Zhang Shuiwei checked the time. It was 1 o'clock, and there was still an hour and a half, so they should make it. Okay, I'll change the car and go straight to school. Lin Feng nodded. Then he stood up and took Zhang Shuiwei out of the hotel. Chairman Lin, take care. Lin Feng drove the Ferrari to the outside of Yulan Shengting. I am the owner of Yulan No. 1. Lin Feng stopped outside the railing, rolled down the car window, and said to the security guard, Yulan No. 1. The security guard was taken aback. He had learned yesterday that a new resident had moved into Yulan No. 1. People like them, working in top luxury apartments, whether cleaners, property management, or security, earned high salaries, but the risks were equally significant. If they inadvertently offended a resident, it could spell disaster. Therefore, they generally remembered each resident's appearance, name, and what car they drove. Since this was Lin Feng's first visit and the guard had never seen him before, he did not immediately raise the barrier. The guard was sweating nervously, but the fact that Lin Feng was driving a Ferrari made him cautious, ensuring he spoke without offending. The guard looked at Lin Feng's appearance and recognized him. Sorry, Mr. Lin, this is the first time I've seen your car. I'll raise the barrier for you right away, the guard said as he lifted the barrier. It's fine, being responsible is a good thing, Lin Feng smiled, not taking offense. He had also come from humble beginnings, and besides, it was part of the guard's job. There was no need to make things difficult for him. Lin Feng started the car and drove towards Yulan No. 1. Junior Lin, is this your home? Zhang Shuawei said, her mouth slightly agape as she looked at the villa that resembled a small estate. The environment is quite nice, right? This was Lin Feng's first visit, and although he had mentally prepared himself, he was still very excited. This was one of the top villa areas in Chengdu. He had previously thought too simply, assuming that the system had casually gifted him a villa worth a few $100 million. It was only later that he learned that even the least expensive villa in Yulan Shengtian was worth tens of millions. Not to mention the building king of Yulan No. 1. At least worth 1 or 200 million. Lin Feng used the password provided by the system to unlock the door and then registered his face and fingerprint. Senior sister, do you want to register yours? Me? This is your home, why would I register my face? Although Zhang Shuawei said this, Lin Feng's request for her to register her face revealed his feelings for her. This was already a blatant hint. After Lin Feng registered his face, he drove the car into the garage. As the garage door opened, a sports car filled with a sense of technology and power came into view. Junior, this car is so cool. Is this your new car? It's just too awesome. It looks like the best car in racing games. Lin Feng stroked the front of the car. It is indeed very cool, I bought it because it's cool. Zhang Shuawei felt that she had never been so shocked in her life as she was today. This mysterious junior beside her sparked her intense curiosity. Junior, how much did this car cost? It must be expensive. Zhang Shuawei was somewhat curious. She felt that even that Ferrari couldn't compare to this car's coolness. It's not particularly expensive, around 80 to 90 million, but there are very few of them, only a dozen or so in the world. It took a lot of effort for me to get it. Over 100 million? Only a dozen in the world? Impressive. Zhang Shuawei felt somewhat numb. At this moment, she thought that even if Lin Feng said he was an alien, she wouldn't doubt it. Get in the car, senior sister. I'll take you back to school. Lin Feng suppressed his inner excitement, wearing a gentle smile as he spoke to Zhang Shuawei. Sure, a nearly billion-dollar supercar. Perfect for an experience. Zhang Shuawei was thrilled to be able to ride in such a divine car. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the interior, dominated by black with bright-colored lines, created a strong visual impact. After Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei got in and closed the door, they immediately felt the powerful aura brought by the top supercar. Vroom vroom. Lin Feng started the engine, and the roar of the car ignited their blood. After Lin Feng drove out of the garage door slowly closed. As Lin Feng reached the exit, the security guard saw a supercar approaching and quickly raised the barrier. As the car passed through the main gate, the security guard noticed it was Lin Feng. Wow, no wonder he's the owner of the building king, he's changed to another supercar. How much must this car cost? The guard watched the tail of the Lamborghini Veneno gradually fade into the distance, marveling. What? A Lamborghini Veneno? I actually saw a Lamborghini Veneno at Yulan Shengtian? This is a top-tier divine car, produced in limited quantities worldwide, with only a few dozen made. You can't even buy it with money. Lin Feng brushed past a Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche owner stared wide-eyed at the supercar. What kind of big shot has moved into Yulan Shengtian? On the road, a sleek black supercar roared by. The sound attracted the attention of many people. Wow! Mom, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. A little boy pointed at the supercar. I've never seen such a beautiful car. A young woman also looked at the car and exclaimed, when I grow up, I want to buy one too, and then buy one for mom. The little boy gazed at the supercar as it disappeared into the distance, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Littlin is so good. Then mom will be counting on you in the future, okay? The young woman smiled and patted the little boy's head. The little boy nodded firmly. That's a Lamborghini Veneno. I can't believe I got to see such a divine car. An automotive enthusiast exclaimed. Senior, how does it feel? Zhang Shuawei, sitting in the top-tier divine car, had an excited flush on her face but sat very upright. It feels amazing. No wonder everyone loves supercars. This feeling really makes you feel inflated. Senior, relax a bit. Why are you sitting so stiffly? Lin Feng said with a laugh. I'm afraid I'll damage it. This car is worth 100 million, and I can't afford to pay for any scratches. Zhang Shuawei said, almost in tears. It feels great, but the risk is high. Although she knew that even if she did scratch it, her junior wouldn't make her pay, she just couldn't get over that mental hurdle. You can afford it. I don't even have 50,000 in total, I can't afford it. Zhang Shuawei quickly shook her head. Then just give yourself to me, and that would be fine? Lin Feng said with a half smile. Ah, That could work. But Junior, do you really want that? Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could her Junior be like this? She wasn't even mentally prepared yet. But it didn't seem too bad to give herself to her Junior. Jiang Shuawei began to stir, her eyes scanning for something to break. Lin Feng didn't expect Jiang Shuawei to say such a thing. Of course I want it, why wouldn't I? After hearing this, Jiang Shuawei felt as if she had made an important decision. She felt comfortable around Lin Feng. Even though he was a top-tier rich man, he didn't overstep his bounds in conversation. He respected her. Plus, with her Junior being young and wealthy, what girl wouldn't like that? Since she had feelings for her Junior, why not pursue him? Did she really have to wait until school started, when other girls noticed this young, wealthy, and handsome boy, to express her feelings and compete with those girls? With that thought, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng seriously. Junior, can you give me a chance to pursue you? She had never been in a relationship before. She only knew that her grandmother had told her as a child that as a girl, if you like a boy, you must bravely pursue him. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Even if you're rejected, it's okay, at least you tried. Lin Feng was taken aback by Jiang Shuawei's words. He quickly found a spot to pull over. Senior, are you serious? Lin Feng had originally thought that after spending some time together, he would find an opportunity to prepare to confess to his senior. He didn't expect her to be so direct, revealing her feelings for him on just the second day. Is this the charm of money? Even someone like Jiang Shuawei, who has been pursued by many wealthy young masters, cannot resist. That's right, Junior. How could I let someone as rich and handsome as you slip away? Should I just give you to someone else? Jiang Shuawei said half jokingly, half seriously. But fearing that Lin Feng might think she was only interested in his money, she added, I had a bit of a crush on you even before I knew you were so wealthy. Now that I see how rich you are, I definitely can't let you go. Lin Feng believed what Jiang Shuawei said. After all, he had indeed dressed very simply yesterday, and the senior had been very warm towards him. He didn't mind if other women approached him for money, but it would affect their standing in his heart. Senior, I really like you too, but confessing is something boys should do. How could I let you do it? Lin Feng said, looking at Jiang Shuawei with tenderness. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Shuawei felt enveloped by a wave of immense joy. Senior, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng said, holding the Ferrari car key, gazing at Jiang Shuawei tenderly. Yes, I would love to be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth, nodding repeatedly, her eyes brimming with affection. But let's forget about the Ferrari key for now. What? Are you going to reject my confession, senior? The meaning of this key is like a bouquet of flowers. If you don't accept it, it's like rejecting me. Well, okay. Considering Lin Feng's wealth, Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment and accepted it, taking the Ferrari key. That's more like it, senior. Lin Feng smiled. Still calling me senior? Jiang Shuawei pouted, displeased. I misspoke, it should be Shuawei. Lin Feng said, looking at the cute Jiang Shuawei with her pouting lips. An impulse surged within him. He leaned in towards Jiang Shuawei. Ah Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Shuawei felt a warm pressure coming towards her. Lin Feng's tongue slipped in, pushing against her teeth, entangling with her tongue. It was Jiang Shuawei's first time, a bit clumsy at first, but gradually she began to respond. Lin Feng savored the taste of Jiang Shuawei. Strawberry flavor. After several minutes, Jiang Shuawei patted Lin Feng's back. Only then did Lin Feng let her go. The two locked eyes, Jiang Shuawei's face flushed, breathing heavily. She felt like she was almost suffocating. Lin Feng was nose to nose with Jiang Shuawei, their eyes locked, their saliva still connecting. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face was red, yet she insisted on looking into Lin Feng's eyes. After a few more seconds, Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Sure enough, when couples look at each other like this for more than 10 seconds, someone is bound to give in. Again? Jiang Shuawei pleaded repeatedly. Ah Chen, take me back to school first, we have plenty of time later. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for today. After saying that, Lin Feng kissed Jiang Shuawei's lips again and playfully scratched her nose. Jiang Shuawei lay weakly in the passenger seat, feeling utterly soft. The school beauty, who had never been in a relationship, was left dazed by Lin Feng's teasing. Ding! System task confessed to the school beauty exceeded. Congratulations, host. You have received an 8% share in Penguin. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. There's such a thing? 3% directly turned into 8%? That means he now holds 10% of Penguin Holdings? He had directly become the second largest shareholder of Tencent Holdings after South African Media? Lin Feng now held 10%, which was below South African Media's 29.3% but above Ma Teng's 8. 5%. He didn't know the specifics, this was just information he had learned temporarily. He also didn't know whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can I ask whose shares you acquired? Ding. Acquired shares from stockholders. Lin Feng suddenly realized that this meant the stockholders held 50% of the shares, while the major shareholders, including Lin Feng, also accounted for 50%. Now Lin Feng had become the second largest shareholder, and he held the shares personally. His decisions would significantly impact Penguin Company. Old Ma should be getting anxious, Lin Feng thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the entrance of Suzhou University. Due to the new students registering these past 2 days, many freshmen and parents were gathered at the school gate, making it quite congested. However, as Lin Feng's car approached the gate, everyone around unconsciously made way for the two of them. Wow, what kind of car is that? I've never seen one like it. It's so cool. It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? There are only a few dozen in the world. It can't be a modified version, right? Someone said in disbelief. Impossible, a modified Veneno is something that experts can tell right away. Is this really a Veneno? Even though it's not one of the 3 hardtop models, how could it appear at Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo murmured as he watched the Veneno preparing to enter the school behind him. He was a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast who had loved Lamborghini supercars since childhood. His name was Wang Shijie, the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Suzhou Langzhou Group. He had studied hard during his senior year to buy this Lamborghini Gallardo worth over 4 million, which his grandfather had bought for him after he got into Suzhou University. This scene was also wildly photographed by classmates and posted on the campus forum. Meeting of Lamborghini supercars. Shocking. Suzhou University unveils the top supercar from the 2013 Geneva Motor Show. Top-tier wealthy student at Suzhou University. Instantly, the forum was flooded with over 99 notifications. Many people rushed out of their dorms just to catch a glimpse of this top supercar. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, all other luxury cars from the Lamborghini family had to take a back seat. Of course, except for the 6th element. Classmate, are you going in or not? Don't block the people behind. Wang Shijie was still admiring the Veneno and didn't even realize it was his turn to go. Oh, right. Wang Shijie finally reacted, stepped on the gas, and drove into the campus with a roar. Hey, that car in front is pretty nice too, a Gallardo. Looks like there are quite a few wealthy people in the school, Lin Feng said with interest. Zhang Shuawei glanced at the car in front and curiously asked, what kind of car is that? How much is it? Lamborghini Gallardo, over 4 million, Lin Feng replied casually. Over 4 million? How much is your Ferrari then? It's not my Ferrari, it's your Ferrari. Over 7 million, Lin Feng corrected her with a smile. Over 7 million? You just gave it to me like that? Aren't you going to feel bad? Zhang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng started the car and followed the car in front into the campus, appearing indifferent. Why would I feel bad about giving my woman something? Besides, I'm not short on money. Zhang Shuawei looked at the calm Lin Feng and then remembered he was a shareholder at Penguin, instantly silencing herself. Lin Feng found a parking spot, conveniently right next to the Gallardo. After Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car, Wang Shijie excitedly approached them. Bro, is this car yours? It's so cool, Wang Shijie said, his eyes constantly glancing at the Veneno beside him. Your car is pretty cool too, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. My car can't compare to yours. Your car is worth enough to buy dozens of mine. I have loved Lamborghini supercars since I was young, and today I finally got to see the real deal, not a replica. Lin Feng looked at Wang Shijie, who was excited and chattering away, feeling a bit of a headache. He still had to take Zhang Shuawei to a meeting. Classmate, I have some things to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Alright, bro, can we add each other on Super Chat? There's a supercar club meeting in Tianfu City in a few days. Let's go check it out. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Broadening his horizons would be good, otherwise, he would just be a suddenly wealthy tycoon. But this tycoon was not just any tycoon. Shuawei, do you want to go take a look? Lin Feng turned to Zhang Shuawei. You decide, I'll go with whatever you choose, Zhang Shuawei said obediently, holding Lin Feng's hand. Okay then. Lin Feng opened Super Chat and showed his business card's QR code to Wang Shijie. Great, bro. Wang Shijie beamed when he saw Lin Feng agreed. In fact, his reason for adding Lin Feng on Super Chat wasn't solely for the Lamborghini. It was also to expand his network. Someone like Lin Feng, who drives a Lamborghini, must have a very powerful family back home. He would definitely inherit his grandfather's position in the future, although his father was still in the way. Alright, I won't disturb you and your sister-in-law any longer, Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding Lin Feng on Super Chat. Jiang Shuawei felt a sweet sensation in her heart upon hearing the term sister-in-law, and her impression of Wang Shijie improved a bit. Okay, let's keep in touch on Super Chat, we'll take our leave now. Lin Feng was also quite pleased with Wang Shijie's address. Wang Shijie watched the two of them walk away and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he's a Lamborghini driver, his girlfriend is so beautiful. He then took out his phone to message Lin Feng. Bro, I'm Wang Shijie, a freshman in the computer science department. Lin Feng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, took it out, and saw it was from Wang Shijie. Lin Feng, also a freshman, in the computer science department. After replying, he put his phone back in his pocket. Lin Feng held Jiang Shuawei's hand as they walked under the shade of the campus trees. The sound of cicadas buzzed sharply from the branches, and the layers of leaves shimmered with a green light under the sunlight, casting mottled shadows on the ground. They soon arrived at the conference room in the administration building. This is it, you should head back now. The meeting starts in a few minutes. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng reluctantly. Oh, Shuawei, you're here. Just as Lin Feng was about to speak, a surprised voice came from behind them. Wan I thought you were inside. Lin Feng turned around to see a girl with short hair and an outstanding appearance. Jiang Shuawei let go of Lin Feng's hand and walked over to Tang Wanner, happily saying, Hi. Tang Wanner sized up Lin Feng. Who is this? Hello, I'm Shuawei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah, Shuawei's boyfriend? Tang Wanner was taken aback by this statement. She considered herself very beautiful, but in front of her best friend, she felt inferior. Because of her outstanding looks, she had been ranked first on the campus beauty list compiled by well-meaning people right after entering her freshman year. She was indeed the campus beauty of Shu University. Therefore, she had countless suitors, including many rich second-generation heirs. But Jiang Shuawei showed no interest. Why had she suddenly changed? She was dating a junior she had only known for 2 days? She gave Jiang Shuawei a look that said she would explain later and then smiled. Hello, I'm Tang Wanner, Shuawei's best friend. At that moment, several teachers walked over, chatting among themselves. The teachers are here. The meeting is about to start. Chen, you should head back, Jiang Shuawei said, pulling Tang Wanner into the conference room. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the administration building. After taking all the things bought from the car, I realized that I had forgotten to take the bag I bought for Jiang Shuawei. Forget it, I'll just leave it in the car for now. As soon as I arrived at the dormitory and hadn't even entered, I heard Xiao Wei's voice from inside. Chen Xiao, are you a pig? You got sucked in by Dong Huang and you're still expanding? I threw a set over, and he just happened to suck it up. What does that have to do with me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come help me guard the wild area. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Feng directly opened the door and tossed his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back? Do you want to play some games? Forget it, you guys play. I won't join. Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't good at games, always getting eliminated right after landing in PUBG, and had a negative record in Honor of Kings. The three didn't insist. Not long after, Lin Feng's phone rang. If he guessed correctly, it should be Lu Shu, he thought to himself. Sure enough. Director Lin, sorry to bother you. You didn't approve my friend request, so I called you. Lu Shu's apologetic voice came through. The three playing games fell silent upon hearing Lin Feng on the phone. It's fine, what's the matter? Lin Feng asked knowingly. Director Lin, since you've acquired 8% of Penguin's shares, you now hold a total of 10%. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you didn't approve my friend request, I'm calling to remind you. I'll send you a meeting link via super letter. Lu Shu explained. Okay, I'll approve it right away. Lin Feng nodded in response. Alright, I won't disturb Director Lin's rest any longer. After hanging up, Lu Shu rubbed her temples in the office. This Director Lin sounded very young, and he had managed to acquire 10% of Penguin's shares in just 1 day, becoming the second largest shareholder. Ma Tang was the second largest shareholder, and with several agreements signed with South African media, Ma Tang held the highest decision-making power over Penguin. Therefore, compared to other shareholders, the amount of shares directly affected the dividends. Now that Lin Feng had become the second largest shareholder, although it wouldn't affect Ma Tang's rights, disagreements would still lead to trouble. Thus, Ma Tang had given him a strict order to ensure Lin Feng attended this online meeting so they could communicate. After hanging up, Lin Feng opened Super Letter and approved Lu Shu's friend request. He then noticed that the junior he had added that day hadn't approved him yet. But after thinking about it, Lin Feng decided to let it go. Now that he had a senior, he needed to focus. Just because he had money didn't mean he could be reckless. Although he envied the lifestyle of having multiple partners, what guy wouldn't? But he couldn't let Jiang Shuijie down. After the call, Lin Feng tried on the clothes and pants he had bought. Not bad, boss, this outfit looks great. What brand is it? Xiao Wei asked Lin Feng in front of the mirror. Givenchy. Xiao Wei said he hadn't heard of it. Givenchy? Boss, how much did this outfit cost?
Chen Xiao, who was nearby, perked up. He knew Givenchy was a very high-end luxury brand.
Less than 70,000.
Lin Feng said nonchalantly. In fact, he wanted to have a few outfits designed by top designers since he still had tens of millions in his account.
Less than 70,000? Xiao Wei's eyes widened, staring at Lin Feng's outfit, speechless. One could only say that poverty limited one's imagination.
Xiao Wei had originally thought it would be close to 10,000 at most. By the way, boss, the counselor notified in the class group that there's a meeting at 3:30 in classroom 305 of the first teaching building to discuss some matters, Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock.
Well, it's about time. Let's tidy up and head over. Okay. Which one is the first teaching building?
A few people walked to the teaching building area only to realize they had no idea which building was the first teaching building.
There were only names like the Li Shui building and the Quan Shui building.
The four stood under the shade of a tree, looking at each other.
Shuiwei, which building is the first teaching building? Lin Feng helplessly messaged Jiang Shuiwei. The Quan Shui building, haha, Aiken, you and I were the same back then. To his surprise, Jiang Shuiwei replied instantly. Aren't you in a meeting? Still playing on your phone? I was just about to message you.
The vice president of the student council has been pursuing me, and today I feel like the atmosphere is a bit different.
Aiken, can you come pick me up later?
Lin Feng's expression darkened a bit upon reading Jiang Shuiwei's message.
Okay, when will your meeting be over? I'll come pick you up. Around 4:30. Alright. Jiang Shuiwei looked at the chat history with Lin Feng on her phone and felt a bit more at ease.
She noticed that since the meeting started, Zhao Lei, the vice president of the student council, and a few friends around him would occasionally whisper to each other and then glance at her. Ever since she joined the student council and got to know Hu Jiacheng, he had been pursuing her relentlessly.
Even after being rejected many times, he remained undeterred.
Today, she felt like he was up to something again, which made her quite helpless.
Shuiwei, is that guy going to confess to you again? Tang Wan'er quietly leaned over to Jiang Shuiwei and asked in a low voice.
She had also noticed Zhao Lei's actions. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing.
Have you told the junior?
I did. He'll come to pick me up later.
That's good. The first teaching building is the Quan Shui building.
Lin Feng put away his phone and said to Chen Xiao and the others, who were about to ask something else.
How do you know, boss?
They asked as they walked toward the classroom.
I asked my girlfriend.
Lin Feng said calmly, without a hint of embarrassment.
Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here for 2 days and you already have a girlfriend?
The three looked at Lin Feng in shock.
Yeah, isn't that normal?
Chen Xiao looked at Lin Feng's nonchalant demeanor and suddenly felt an urge to punch him in the face.
Who is it? Who managed to win over our boss so quickly? Xiao Fei said with a laugh. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei? I know her. What? Jiang Shuiwei? Xiao Fei, usually calm, showed an unprecedented level of shock.
Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao exchanged glances.
Who is Jiang Shuiwei? Boss, you managed to win over Jiang Shuiwei?
After the shock, Xiao Fei clutched his chest in despair.
Do you know her? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The campus beauty of Suzhou University. How could I not know her?
As a seasoned player in the dating scene, Xiao Fei had known about this aloof campus beauty who had rejected all suitors before even coming to school. Originally, Xiao Fei's target was Jiang Shuiwei, but unexpectedly, his own boss had taken her. Seeing Xiao Fei's heartbroken expression, Lin Feng felt a bit wary.
Old four, don't you dare have any ideas about my girlfriend. How could I? A friend's wife is off limits. By the way, boss, how did you win over the aloof campus beauty? Xiao Fei asked shamelessly. If he could learn that, college life would become much more colorful. Aloof? I didn't feel that way.
Lin Feng recalled carefully.
No more talking, we're at the classroom. Xiao Fei had more questions but could only silence himself reluctantly.
After the four entered the classroom and found seats together, they felt many girls were looking at them. Of course, they were looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Feng. Soon, a somewhat short female teacher, wearing glasses and looking to be in her 30s or 40s, walked in. After counting the number of students and seeing everyone was present, she nodded in satisfaction.
Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point and not waste your time.
Tomorrow is the day for military training, and the training uniforms have already been placed on everyone's beds before school started.
A little over 10 minutes later, Now we come to the last segment of today. Let's elect the class committee. Are there any volunteers?
Lin Feng and a few others showed no interest, merely watching the self-introductions and campaign pledges of a few classmates on stage with boredom. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was almost 4:30, and he felt a bit anxious.
Boss, is something up?
Chen Xiao and the others noticed Lin Feng constantly checking the time and asked with concern. I need to pick up my girlfriend, Lin Feng explained.
The three rolled their eyes and ignored him.
Class monitor, please have a few classmates clean this classroom, the rest can leave, the counselor said before hurriedly exiting the classroom.
Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was 5:20, he could make it. You guys go ahead, I'll leave first, Lin Feng said as he prepared to leave. Classmate, can you stay behind to help clean up?
Lin Feng turned to see the boy who had just been elected class monitor, Zhao Fei.
I have something to do, can you find someone else? Everyone has things to do, brother.
Cleaning won't take much time, just you and this brother here, Zhao Fei said, pointing at Xiao Fei. He was quite handsome. Before Lin Feng and the others entered the classroom, all the girls' attention had been on him. But once Lin Feng and Xiao Fei walked in, those girls shifted their focus to the two of them, which made him feel a bit displeased. No problem, boss, you go ahead with your business, we'll help you out, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei said. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal another day, Lin Feng replied, and Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Lin Feng then looked back at Zhao Fei.
Is it okay now?
It can be, but someone like you who doesn't listen to the class committee is a troublemaker. I think it's necessary to inform the counselor, Zhao Fei said, feeling a bit reluctant but letting the words slip out in a moment of heat. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Sure enough, the gazes of the remaining classmates turned towards Zhao Fei with a hint of strangeness.
Wasn't this just looking for trouble?
I say, brother, you're really disgusting, huh? Although Chen Xiao was tall and thin with glasses, looking quite refined, he actually had a bad temper. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was somewhat confused. Why was he targeting himself and the boss for no reason? It couldn't be that he was jealous of how handsome the boss and he were, right? Lin Feng shook his head, signaling Chen Xiao and the others not to worry. He then looked at Zhao Fei with a very calm expression. Do as you wish. After saying that, he turned and left the classroom, heading towards Zhang Shuowei's office for the meeting.
Ding! System task released. Make Zhao Fei apologize. Reward, 5961p.
Lin Feng was taken aback, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting slightly.
Just what I wanted. But is Zhao Lei really that worthless? This must be the worst reward from the system, right? Alright, let's wrap it up for today. Thank you all for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei walked over with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Wanner stood protectively behind Zhang Shuowei, watching the group warily. I just want to say a few words to Shuowei, Zhao Lei said, forcing a smile at the two who were on guard. If it's about the student council, then go ahead, Zhang Shuowei said flatly. It's not about the student council. Do you have time tonight? I'd like to take you out for dinner.
No need, I have plans tonight, Zhang Shuowei said, shaking her head in displeasure.
Shuowei.
Zhao Lei wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Zhang Shuowei. President Zhao, our relationship isn't close enough for you to call me Shuowei.
Just call me by my name.
Also, I have plans tonight, I'm going to dinner with my boyfriend. So, please don't disturb me anymore, President Zhao.
After Zhang Shuowei finished speaking, she pulled Tang Wanner and prepared to leave. However, they were blocked by a few other boys. Shuowei, you don't need to use the fact that you have a boyfriend to deceive me.
I'm about to graduate, and in these last moments on campus, I hope you can give me a chance, Zhao Lei said with a deeply affectionate expression.
Tang Wanner was a bit angry. Are you still shameless? Shuowei has already said she has a boyfriend, and you still cling to her.
And you guys, what do you mean by blocking our way?
Is this campus violence? Do you believe I will tell the teacher right away?
An enraged Tang Wanner resembled a mother tiger protecting her cub. Zhao Lei's face darkened at her words, and the other boys hesitated before stepping aside.
Sister Tang is so fierce.
Lin Feng's voice came from the doorway.
Zhang Shuowei immediately ran over joyfully and took Lin Feng's hand. Ah Chen, you're here.
Lin Feng gently brushed Zhang Shuowei's messy hair away from her forehead. Seeing Lin Feng arrive, Tang Wanner also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her earlier bravery, she still felt a bit intimidated facing a few big men.
Shuowei, is this your boyfriend?
Zhao Lei said coldly, looking at Lin Feng with an unfriendly tone.
I've said it before, don't call me Shuowei.
Please be mindful of your words in front of my boyfriend, Senior Zhao. Zhang Shuowei shot a cold glance at Zhao Lei.
Junior, I see you must be a freshman, right? Can you provide a good life for Shuowei?
If you know what's good for you, I hope you will leave Shuowei on your own.
Zhao Lei ignored Jiang Shuiwei and instead looked at Lin Feng. So, you're Zhao Lei, right? First of all, Shuiwei is my girlfriend, so please don't harass her. Secondly, may I ask what conditions would allow you to provide a good life for my girlfriend, Senior Zhao?
Lin Feng looked at Zhao Lei with interest.
At least you should be like me, right? Do you know how much a house costs in my family? You might never be able to afford one in your lifetime.
Talking about this seemed to give Zhao Lei a lot of confidence, and he spoke with more assurance. The housing prices in Tianfu are very high, almost around 20,000, but the income is quite low. It's a typical city with high consumption and low income. Buying a house requires at least 2 to 3 million.
Many people choose to leave Tianfu to strive for a better life. It's simply because they want to have a home.
My family has 5 houses, each worth 2 to 3 million.
My parents even said they would give me one as a wedding gift when I get married. Zhao Lei said this while glancing at Jiang Shuiwei's reaction.
To his disappointment, Jiang Shuiwei only held Lin Feng's arm and didn't even look at him. At that moment, her eyes were filled with jealousy as she looked at Lin Feng.
A few days ago, I just bought a Wrangler. Do you have that? Impressive, Brother Lei. You can drive a car worth 50 to 60,000 before even graduating from college. Yeah, Brother Lei, we'll have to rely on you more in the future. At that moment, Zhao Lei, who was being praised by those around him, felt very proud and even glanced mockingly at Lin Feng. Tang Wanner looked at Lin Feng with some concern and then at Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei slightly shook her head. Is this it? A Wrangler worth 50 to 60,000? Even one of my poison's wheels is worth more. Lin Feng scoffed. Ding! System task released. Slapped Zhao Lei in the face. Task reward, all storefronts in the Greater Bay Area. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Is the system releasing tasks this frequently? Kid, if you know what's good for you, stay away from Shuiwei. She's not someone a poor kid like you can touch. Zhao Lei said coldly, noticing Lin Feng's expression. How many houses does your family have? Driving a car worth tens of thousands? Is this your capital? Lin Feng's tone was slightly cold. What are you pretending to be, a big shot? I was planning to take Shuiwei to the Imperial Hotel's top-tier private room for dinner tonight. Do you know what level it means to dine in the top-tier room at the Imperial Hotel? It means you've already stepped into another class in Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of the Imperial Hotel is to me?
Zhao Lei boasted arrogantly. The general manager of the Imperial Hotel is my dad's childhood friend.
It's because of him that I can dine in the top-tier room. Can you do that? You probably haven't even heard of it, right?
The respectful gazes from those around made Zhao Lei feel like he was on top of the world. At this moment, Jiang Shuiwei looked at Zhao Lei with an increasingly strange expression. They had just had lunch in the top-tier room at the Imperial Hotel today, and Lin Feng was actually the behind-the-scenes big boss of the hotel. Was Zhao Lei here to be a joke? The general manager of the Imperial Hotel? You mean Dong Feng is your dad's childhood friend? Lin Feng didn't expect it to be related to Dong Feng, but this made things easier. He could also complete the system task. You even know the name of the general manager of the Imperial Hotel. It seems you have some connections.
That's right, Uncle Dong is my dad's childhood friend.
Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also be aware of the time gap between us. How about this, you give your Uncle Dong a call and ask if he knows someone named Lin Feng. I'll give you a chance, as long as you apologize to me within half an hour, and apologize to my girlfriend and senior sister Tang, I won't hold you responsible.
Lin Feng said. Ha ha ha, you want me to call my Uncle Dong? You want me to apologize?
Zhao Lei laughed as if he had heard a joke, then his expression turned cold.
Who do you think you are? Do I owe you an apology?
Exactly, freshman, how shameless.
You, a freshman who knows nothing and has never been in society, barking here? Zhao Lei's companions also shouted.
Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wanner looked extremely cold at this moment. They didn't expect that the student member who usually behaved well and was liked by teachers would be so disgusting. It was nauseating.
However, Jiang Shuiwei was not worried at all. With Lin Feng's background, there probably weren't many people in the entire Suzhou University who could compare.
Tang Wanner, seeing her best friend was not worried, also didn't doubt Lin Feng's words, just curious about what kind of background Lin Feng had.
Very well, you won't call, right? Then fine, I'll call, but once I do, you won't have any chance to turn back, okay?
Lin Feng initially thought they were all students and would let it go if they just apologized. He didn't expect them to be so aggressive.
Still pretending to be a big shot? Go ahead. Let's see how long you can keep it up.
Zhao Lei was very dismissive.
Who was Dong Feng?
The general manager of the top international hotel in Tianfu City that integrated dining, accommodation, and entertainment. One could imagine the connections he had built over the years in this position.
Would he know a freshman like you? Even if he did, would he give up his own nephew for a freshman? All right.
Lin Feng nodded calmly.
He took out his phone and called Dong Feng. In just a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello, Director Lin, how may I assist you?
Dong Feng's respectful voice came through.
Do you know someone named Zhao Lei?
He's from Suzhou University and claims to be the son of your childhood friend. Upon hearing Lin Feng's tone, Dong Feng sensed something was off and felt a sinking feeling in his heart.
Did this kid offend this esteemed person?
I know him, Director Lin, he is the son of a friend of mine. Dong Feng said somewhat nervously, already cursing Zhao Lei and his father in his heart 1,000 times. He's been using your name to act all high and mighty outside, which really affects our hotel's reputation.
Don't you think?
Lin Feng said flatly.
On the other end of the line, Dong Feng was already sweating profusely. Yes. You're right, Director Lin.
Zhao Lei's father and I aren't really close. We can't even be called childhood friends. If he has offended you, I'll help you deal with him. Zhao Lei looked at Lin Feng, who seemed so serious, and felt an uneasy sensation in his heart.
It was then that he noticed Lin Feng was wearing Givenchy.
That outfit must cost at least several tens of thousands. This meant Lin Feng wasn't a poor student. Could he really know Uncle Dong? But it didn't matter, he was Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei reassured himself, pushing those bad thoughts out of his mind.
Alright, you handle it yourself.
This kid still doesn't believe I know you. He thinks I'm just a poor student. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly.
Okay, Director Lin, I'll call this kid right away.
Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Lei with a teasing expression.
That's it? Just like that?
Seeing Lin Feng hang up without anything happening, Zhao Lei became even more convinced that Lin Feng was just bluffing.
No rush,
Lin Feng said with a smile, and before his words had even settled, Zhao Lei's phone rang.
Look, someone is calling you.
Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned pale as he looked at the call from Uncle Dong on his phone.
Had he really offended someone he shouldn't have?
Anxiously, Zhao Lei answered the call.
Uncle Dong, what do you need from me? Don't you know why I'm looking for you?
Stop using my name to stir up trouble outside.
From now on, don't call me Uncle Dong, and don't contact me again. Dong Feng's furious voice came through. Ha? Why, Uncle Dong? Is it just because of Lin Feng?
Zhao Lei said in a panic. Their family could run a small company and do fairly well, largely thanks to the business introduced by Dong Feng. If Dong Feng stopped helping them because of this, he would go home to face his father's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat.
Why? Do you know who you've offended? Lin Feng? Who is he? Zhao Lei instinctively asked. He is the owner of our Dihao Hotel. The only owner.
After saying this, Dong Feng hung up the phone. Zhao Lei felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Trembling, he shoved his phone back into his pocket, looking at Lin Feng, who wore a smile, feeling like he could cry.
Brother, why didn't you say you had such a big background? Lei Ge, how did it go? Is this kid just pretending?
One of his friends, not noticing Zhao Lei's pale face, looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Zhao Lei ignored him and walked directly in front of Lin Feng.
Lin Ge,
please forgive me, I was wrong. Zhao Lei lowered his head, speaking humbly, pleading for Lin Feng's forgiveness. He knew very well that someone like Lin Feng, who could become the owner of Dihao at such a young age, was not someone he could afford to offend.
Even if he only had the identity of the Dihao owner, that was enough to deal with him, their family could be finished.
Therefore, apologizing was the only solution he could think of.
Zhao Lei's actions stunned his followers, except for Jiang Shuowei, who remained calm.
Her eyes were filled with admiration and affection as she looked at Lin Feng.
Tang Wanner stared in disbelief at the now humble Zhao Lei and then at Lin Feng.
It seemed her best friend had found a boyfriend with quite an impressive background.
At this moment, Zhao Lei's friends realized Lin Feng's background must be extraordinary and quickly fled the office. What if they stayed and Lin Feng remembered them?
They had just mocked him.
No, Senior Zhao, how could I dare accept your apology?
Lin Feng had given him a chance, and if he didn't cherish it, he had no one to blame but himself.
Brother Lin, I didn't know you were the owner of the Dihao Hotel.
If I had known, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in front of you,
Zhao Lei said bitterly.
At that moment, he felt like a clown for his previous behavior.
Lin Feng was the owner of the Dihao Hotel? Tang Wanner looked at the calm Lin Feng in shock.
She knew about the Dihao Hotel. The rich second-generation guy who had pursued her before would sometimes take her there for meals.
Such a high-quality junior. No. This is Shuowei's boyfriend. How can I compete for a man with Shuowei? Tang Wanner shook off her impure thoughts. What? Does Senior Zhao enjoy bullying those without a background? If I were an ordinary person, what would Senior Zhao do? Lin Feng's smile gradually faded. This
Zhao Lei was sweating profusely but couldn't find the words. He could only look at Jiang Shuawei with a pleading gaze, hoping she would say something for him.
Jiang Shuawei noticed Zhao Lei's look but ignored it.
When Zhao Lei mocked Lin Feng earlier, she had been so angry she wanted to spit salt soda at him.
Now he wanted her to help him speak well? Dream on.
Kneel and apologize, admit your mistake, and you can leave, Lin Feng said. Zhao Lei stood still, not moving, but his mind was in turmoil. He understood very well that if Lin Feng targeted his family, everything he was proud of would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. I'm sorry, Junior Jiang and Junior Tang. I was wrong in this matter.
Please forgive me.
Zhao Lei trembled as he knelt on the ground, his head bowed in humiliation. At that moment, he was glad his friends had run away.
Otherwise, how would he face them at Suzhou University after such an embarrassing incident? Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wan'er turned their heads away, feeling a bit of pity.
The anger in their hearts had already dissipated by more than half.
Alright, you can go now, let's consider this matter settled.
Lin Feng had a bit of appreciation for Zhao Lei. Being able to bend and stretch, losing a bit of face but preserving the family business was a worthwhile trade. When Zhao Lei heard Lin Feng's words, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly got up and walked out of the conference room.
Aiken, you're amazing.
Jiang Shuawei happily hugged Lin Feng, acting cute.
Tang Wan'er was left in shock. Is this still the Jiang Shuawei I know?
Where's the cold aura from before? Lin Feng affectionately rubbed Jiang Shuawei's small, delicate nose.
Alright, stop showing off. I'm almost full. Tang Wan'er complained.
Jiang Shuawei stuck out her tongue at Tang Wan'er before releasing her hold on Lin Feng. You little brat, just wait until we get back to the dorm.
Tang Wan'er cursed inwardly.
Senior Tang, thank you for protecting Shuawei, Lin Feng said with a smile, expressing his gratitude.
No worries. Shuawei is also my good friend. This is what I should do. Tang Wan'er waved her hand dismissively.
How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I won't be a third wheel. I'm heading back to the dorm now. After refusing, Tang Wan'er waved her hand and left. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, slapping Zhao Lei in the face. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been reasonably rewarded to the host. The previous owner of the commercial property has added you on Super Chat. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Aiken, where are we going next? Jiang Shuawei asked, holding onto Lin Feng's arm, her beautiful big eyes blinking.
How about we go explore the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside the school and grab a bite there?
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said. Lin Feng mainly wanted to check out how the new reward system's commercial street was, and also to sign the transfer contract. Sure, Lin Feng opened the super message app and sent a message to the representative, indicating that he would go sign the contract soon and would bring Jiang Shuawei back to the car.
You got out of the car and forgot your bag. Is it that you don't like it? Lin Feng laughed. No, I really like the bag you gave me. I love it. Jiang Shuawei kissed Lin Feng.
Lin Feng was caught off guard, and a surge of heat rose in his heart.
Woman, you're playing with fire.
Without hesitation, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuawei's neck and kissed her cherry lips in her startled gaze.
MMM. The two continued to kiss for several minutes before stopping at Jiang Shuawei's pleading look. HN. Won't it be hard for you to breathe?
Jiang Shuawei's face was flushed, her body limp in the passenger seat, gasping for breath as she asked.
Not at all? Why would it be hard to breathe? Lin Feng asked curiously.
Jiang Shuawei was at a loss for words.
Well, I don't know why either.
After a while, Jiang Shuawei finally calmed down, pouting and complaining, you almost broke me. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly, started the engine, and left the campus under the envious gazes of their classmates. Arriving at the Bay Area Commercial Street, Lin Feng found a parking spot and parked the car amidst the security's admiring looks. Then he and Jiang Shuawei entered the commercial street. This street had about 200 to 300 shops. A 200 square meter shop was around 8 million, and just the rent alone would be 40 to 50,000 a month. The sizes of the shops varied, and Lin Feng estimated that he could collect nearly 10 million just in rent each month.
What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuawei asked.
I'm going to sign a contract, and after that, I'll accompany you to shop, buy you some things, and then we can go eat.
How does that sound? Eating is fine, but let's skip the shopping.
You just bought me a bag worth several tens of thousands today.
Jiang Shuawei shook her head. Although Lin Feng was very wealthy, she didn't want to be a leech. But I'm your boyfriend, isn't it right to spend some money on you? Don't feel burdened. Besides, senior sister Tang helped you today, shouldn't we buy her something to thank her?
Lin Feng said with a calm smile.
Okay, but you can't spend too much money. Jiang Shuawei lightly bit her finger, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. So what contract are you signing?
I'm buying a street storefront. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Feng ordered an Americano, and Jiang Shuawei ordered a cappuccino. Lin Feng took out his phone and sent a location to the original shop owner.
At that moment, a female server brought over a macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this drink?
Jiang Shuawei looked at the coffee in front of her, puzzled.
This is a gift from our boss. He hopes to be friends with you, the female server said with a flirtatious smile.
Jiang Shuawei and Lin Feng turned to look and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants smiling at them from the bar. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Truly a beauty bringing disaster. No need, my boyfriend is right here, Jiang Shuawei politely declined, handing the coffee back to the server. The server's smile froze. She hadn't wanted to come in the first place, as it was just a man and a woman, but her boss insisted she come. She glanced back at her boss. Seeing that her boss's expression wasn't great but still nodded, she took the coffee. I'm sorry, the server bowed apologetically and then left.
Wasn't I great?
Jiang Shuawei lifted her little face, looking for praise. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuawei's hair.
Of course, you were amazing, hee hee hee.
Jiang Shuawei was as happy as a kindergarten child receiving a little red flower. She noticed that the expression on the faces of the two bosses had worsened. The moment Jiang Shuawei walked in, he had noticed her. His first impression was one of amazement. So beautiful and pure. She had more grace than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be moved. Even if she might have a boyfriend, he was willing to give it a try.
As long as the hoe was well used, what corner couldn't be dug? Beautiful lady, can I have your contact information?
After thinking for a long time, the boss decided to be shameless.
Jiang Shuawei looked up in surprise at the boss. Did the waitress not make it clear just now? I have a boyfriend, so I won't add you, thank you.
Jiang Shuawei said coldly. Lin Feng was also quite speechless.
Beautiful lady, you must be a university student nearby, right?
In this society, being handsome is useless. The most important thing is whether you have the ability. I'm 26 this year, and I opened a cafe over 200 square meters on this commercial street. The monthly turnover is around 150,000, with a pure profit of about 70,000 to 80,000.
How about adding me on Super Chat? You could definitely make a better choice. The boss, after finishing, didn't forget to throw a provocative glance at Lin Feng. He was confident that when this girl heard he could earn 70,000 to 80,000 a month, she would definitely agree to add him. No need, I've already said I have a boyfriend.
How much you earn in a month is none of my business. Please don't disturb me and my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei's tone had become somewhat impatient.
70 to 80,000 a month? Does that compare to what my Ah-Chen earns in a minute?
In 2023, a penguin could earn over 700,000 in a minute. Jiang Shuawei glanced at Lin Feng, who merely scoffed lightly without saying anything.
The boss, already a bit displeased from being rejected, was even more furious upon hearing Lin Feng scoff. Little brother, are you looking down on someone who earns 70 to 80,000 a month? May I ask how much you, a student, can earn in a month? The boss looked at Lin Feng with disdain and a hint of jealousy.
He was indeed very handsome. No wonder he could charm this beautiful girl.
That seems to have nothing to do with you, boss,
Lin Feng said, taking a sip of coffee and speaking. The boss was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond.
Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin?
At that moment, the original owner of the shop rushed over based on Lin Feng's description.
So young. He couldn't be more than 21 or 22, yet he had the money to buy an entire commercial street worth over $1 billion.
I am. Lin Feng glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was dressed well.
Uncle Sun? Why are you here? The shop owner asked in surprise and flattery upon seeing Sun Yong. Wasn't Uncle Sun supposed to be going to sign the transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's Xiao Wei.
Mr. Lin has reserved the place at your cafe, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract.
Sun Yong glanced at the cafe owner, recalling that his surname seemed to be Wei. Sign a contract? Mr. Lin? Could it be?
Wei Chao looked at Lin Feng in shock.
The owner of the commercial street is this university student? Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? This is just a university student. How could he possibly be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly.
He had just offended Lin Feng, digging at him in front of others.
How could I be mistaken?
Mr. Lin and I agreed to meet at table 43 in your cafe, Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with some suspicion.
You didn't offend Mr. Lin, did you? Not exactly, but Mr. Wei, it's not very nice to shamelessly ask for my girlfriend's contact information in front of me.
Lin Feng leisurely took a sip of coffee and said slowly. Hearing this, Sun Yong subtly distanced himself from Wei Chao. To be able to buy this commercial street at such a young age, one can only imagine how strong the other party's backing is.
He didn't want to get implicated. Wei Chao's face turned pale upon hearing this.
If Lin Feng didn't rent the shop to him, all his efforts would be in vain. Finding a storefront on a commercial street like Luan Street, which gathered students from several nearby universities, was especially difficult. College students were the easiest to make money from, this was common knowledge.
With one spot for one person, where would he find such a good location?
Thinking of this, Wei Chao couldn't help but want to slap himself.
Mr.
Lin, I'm really sorry for offending you and your girlfriend.
How about this? I'll treat you both to coffee today. Do I need your few cups of coffee?
Lin Feng looked at Wei Chao with a hint of amusement. Wei Chao's face was ashen, unable to speak.
Alright, from now on, my girlfriend and I can have coffee for free, no objections, right? Sure. From now on, Mr. Lin and your friend can have coffee for free. Wei Chao was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed.
He didn't expect Lin Feng to choose to let him off.
As for free coffee, could those few cups compare to this storefront? Indeed, the mindset of truly wealthy people was different.
Wei Chao looked at Lin Feng with gratitude, inwardly sighing.
Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you can go back to your business.
My friend and I still have matters to discuss, Sun Yong said with a smile.
Alright, then you and Mr.
Lin chat, I'll take my leave, Wei Chao said, lowering his posture. The people in the cafe had heard some of the conversation. Knowing that two influential people were discussing matters, the volume naturally lowered. In fact, Lin Feng chose to let Wei Chao off mainly because he hadn't gone too far. It was normal for his beautiful girlfriend to attract the attention of other men. If every slightly offensive person had to be dealt with, it would be exhausting. Choosing to let some go could actually reflect one's own mindset. Sun Yong was considerate and had the waiter bring over some pastries.
Sun Yong took out 2 contracts.
Lin Feng didn't doubt it, glancing at them briefly before signing.
Mainly, this was a system reward. Could it possibly be fake? Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. This commercial street is now yours.
Sun Yong stood up, satisfied, holding his copy of the contract and extending his hand to Lin Feng.
Happy cooperation.
Lin Feng also stood up, shook hands with Sun Yong, and smiled lightly.
After Sun Yong left, Lin Feng and Zhang Shuiwei also got up to leave the cafe. This made Wei Chao, who had been paying attention to Lin Feng, breathe a sigh of relief. Aiken, this street is all yours now?
Zhang Shuiwei surveyed the crowded Luan Street, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She suddenly felt that she might not be worthy of Lin Feng, even though she was the campus belle.
For someone with Lin Feng's status, a campus belle? Just a plaything.
Lin Feng noticed Zhang Shuiwei's mood was a bit low and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. No, it should be said that it's ours. Lin Feng inhaled the fragrance of Zhang Shuiwei's hair, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's embrace, Zhang Shuiwei suddenly felt very secure, her attachment to him increasing a few notches. She turned and hugged Lin Feng.
Grandma, I think I've found the person you mentioned.
Zhang Shuiwei murmured in a voice only she could hear.
Isn't that our school's campus belle Zhang Shuiwei? Why is she hugging a guy? Where? No way. It really is. My wife is actually hugging another man? My youth is over.
After all, Luan Street was near the school, and the two inevitably caught the attention of fellow students.
Especially since Zhang Shuiwei was the campus belle of Suzhou University.
The two naturally heard the exclamations from those people. Zhang Shuiwei's face flushed as she released her grip, using the excuse of fixing her hair to ease her shyness.
Shall we go check out that pet store? Ah Chen, do you like cats and dogs? Zhang Shuiwei pointed to a shop named My Chong Pet Store with a cheerful tone.
She loved cats and dogs, and every time she came to Luan Street with Tangwaner, they would go in to take a look. Although they never bought anything, it was still a lot of fun to browse. Let's go, Lin Feng nodded. It was clear that Zhang Shuiwei adored small animals. He thought about how he would definitely move to Yulan Shengtian No. One soon, and then he could raise some cats and dogs that Zhang Shuiwei liked.
Maybe she would even be willing to live with him.
Zhang Shuiwei pulled Lin Feng's hand and quickly walked towards My Chong Pet Store. The few people who had been watching them, seeing that they were out of sight, took out their phones and quietly snapped a picture to post on the campus forum.
Shocking.
Zhang Shuiwei, who has rejected countless suitors, actually. Just a few seconds after posting, the topic instantly surged to the top.
Is that really Zhang Shuiwei from this profile and silhouette? I haven't even started dating and I'm already heartbroken.
Upstairs, +1. This guy looks familiar.
Oh,
he's the freshman who drove the Ferrari SF90 on the first day of school.
Didn't they say Zhang Shuiwei looks down on rich kids? This guy is so handsome. I love him. Upstairs, stop daydreaming. The few people looked at the suddenly popular post, their faces showing a hint of shock. Truly, she was the campus belle of Shuzhou University. What a buzz! Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, who had just finished the tasks assigned by the counselor and was feeling bored, was scrolling through the campus forum. Ha! Why does this face look so much like our class monitor, who is really handsome? Zhao Fei looked at the photo in the post with uncertainty. Shopping and hugging with the campus belle. Driving a Ferrari SF90 into school on the first day. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. A freshman driving a Ferrari worth millions must have an impressive background. He had offended him this afternoon. As Zhao Fei thought of this, he became increasingly anxious, feeling as if a heavy stone was hanging in his heart. Meanwhile, the two inside the pet store were completely unaware of what was happening. Ah Chun, look at this ragdoll cat, it's so cute. Zhang Shuawei gazed at the pure white cat with gray patterns, its eyes as blue as gemstones, and the little stars in her eyes were almost bursting out. The ragdoll cat seemed to sense Zhang Shuawei's gaze. It had been lazily lying in its cage but now stretched out its little paw over the edge, as if wanting to touch Zhang Shuawei's face. That adorable sight instantly captured Zhang Shuawei's heart. Wow! This ragdoll cat is so cute! It wants to touch me, did you see that, Ah Chen? Zhang Shuawei excitedly shook Lin Feng's arm, her eyes still fixed on the cat. If you like it, let's buy it and take care of it. Lin Feng gently patted Zhang Shuawei's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. Ha? Really? But it seems like raising a cat on campus would be quite troublesome. Zhang Shuawei was tempted by Lin Feng's words but hesitated. That's all minor stuff, I can handle it. Besides, this little cat will belong to both you and me, which makes it very meaningful. Zhang Shuawei's gaze softened even more as she looked at the ragdoll cat. Boss, we'll take this ragdoll cat, Lin Feng said with a slight smile, seeing that Zhang Shuawei had not objected, and directly addressed the female shop owner. Hearing that there was a sale, the female shop owner hurried over. We'll take this ragdoll cat. A woman's voice rang out beside Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei. Lin Feng frowned slightly, wondering why he kept encountering such troublemakers lately. The woman who spoke looked quite pleased with herself as she regarded the two. Shuawei, I'm sorry, but I want this ragdoll cat too. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, do you know her? Zhang Shuawei looked at the woman in front of her, whose expression was unpleasant, and nodded at Lin Feng. Her name is Han Qiqi, she's my roommate, but we don't get along very well. Lin Feng understood, so that was it. He thought he had a protagonist's halo, that everyone wanted to come over and stir things up, only to be slapped in the face by him. It turned out to be because of Shuawei. Han Qiqi always felt that Zhang Shuawei was pretending to be aloof, dismissing all those rich second-generation suitors. Also, why was she the department flower while Zhang Shuawei was the campus flower? She would never admit to being jealous of Zhang Shuawei. She saw the man next to Zhang Shuawei dressed like a wealthy person, but so what? Her boyfriend was a relative of the chairman of the Linzhou group. His status was not something an ordinary rich second generation could compare to. Yet the way the man looked at Zhang Shuawei had a hint of greed, and he glanced at Lin Feng beside Zhang Shuawei with a bit of jealousy. I'm sorry, but my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat, so I can only ask you two to let it go. The man retracted the greed in his eyes and looked down at Lin Feng arrogantly. Everything has to be in order, right? Zhang Shuawei's expression turned cold. Indeed, these two were the first to want this ragdoll cat. There's another one over there that's also very cute. The shop owner said apologetically to Han Qiqi and the other woman, but before she could finish, Han Qiqi interrupted. But they haven't paid yet, right? Since they haven't paid, why can't I compete? Well, the shop owner was a bit troubled. This ragdoll cat is priced at $89.99. How about this? I'll offer $12,000. The man smiled at the shop owner. The shop owner clearly looked tempted. Who wouldn't want to earn a bit more? Thank you, babe. Han Qiqi happily kissed the man and provocatively glanced at Zhang Shuawei. Zhang Shuawei's pretty face turned red with anger. She wanted to give up but couldn't bear to part with the very spirited cat. She always felt that this little cat liked her a lot. Seeing Zhang Shuawei unhappy, Lin Feng also felt a bit angry. He originally didn't want to interfere too much in the matters of their dorm, but since that man insisted on getting involved, he couldn't be blamed. Competing in financial power? Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. I'll offer $20,000. Lin Feng's expression remained calm. At this moment, the people around also noticed the bidding. Is this ragdoll cat really worth that much? $20,000 for one? Didn't you see the price tag of $8,999? This is clearly someone trying to drive up the price on purpose. The discussions around made the man's expression darken. Young people in their 20s care about face. If he lost to the boyfriend of his girlfriend's rival now, Wouldn't he lose all his dignity? How could he hold his head high in front of Han Chichi then? I'll offer 50,000.
The man gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 50,000. Then he leaned close to Lin Feng and whispered a threat. I'm a relative of the chairman of the Langzhou group. My name is Wang Haoren, give me some face. He wasn't unable to pay this money, he was just afraid that if this matter escalated, it would have a bad impact. If his uncle found out he did this for a woman in public. Lin Feng became interested upon hearing this.
Langzhou Group? One of the top 500 enterprises in China? That was quite a background, but still not enough. 100,000.
Lin Feng ignored him and continued to raise the bid.
Ding! System task released. Make Wang Haoren apologize. Reward, Leopard license plate number, Shui 88888. Because today's triggered task has reached the limit, the reward will be issued tomorrow. There's even a limit on triggered tasks? Wang Haoren's face darkened even more upon hearing this. Haoren, why is it you? A person squeezed into the crowd and looked at Wang Haoren in surprise. Wang Haoren turned his head and immediately broke into a smile. Bro, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but this couple insisted on competing with me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. Wang Shijie frowned and glanced at Han Chichi after hearing this. Upon realizing that Wang Haoren's brother was present, Han Chichi's earlier bravado vanished, and she felt even more nervous under Wang Shijie's scrutiny. She had heard Wang Haoren mention that his cousin, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, was also studying at Suzhou University.
Isn't that the person who drove that supercar worth over 4 million the other day? Zhang Xuewei whispered to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. So Wang Shijie was Wang Haoren's brother, which meant he was also part of the Wang family from Langzhou Group. Wang Shijie, hearing the commotion, came over to take a look and found it was Wang Haoren. Their grandfather absolutely detested such behavior. He always advocated for being low-key in life and high-profile in work. Wang Haoren was merely a distant relative of their grandfather, who had received some benefits after the old man became successful, which was why his life had improved. At this moment, Wang Shijie noticed Lin Feng and Zhang Xuewei. Brother Lin? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie greeted them. Wang Haoren and Han Chichi's heart sank. They actually knew Wang Shijie? And judging by Wang Shijie's tone, he seemed to be quite humble?
Zhang Xuewei's background was something Han Chichi understood, so she quickly ruled that out. It must be that person called Brother Lin.
Could it be that Zhang Xuewei's boyfriend held a higher status than the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group? Han Chichi felt regretful, wishing she hadn't provoked Zhang Xuewei. Wang Haoren, on the other hand, nervously watched Wang Shijie and the others.
Lin Feng nodded and looked at Wang Haoren.
Is this your brother? He's a distant cousin of mine, Wang Shijie explained. Is there some misunderstanding?
Lin Feng, who drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth nearly 100 million and was produced in limited quantities worldwide, certainly had an extraordinary background and wouldn't easily offend anyone, unless Wang Haoren had done something too outrageous.
You should ask your brother, Lin Feng said with a faint smile.
Zhang Xuewei also looked at Wang Haoren and Han Chichi with indignation.
Knowing that Lin Feng's background was definitely not ordinary, the two felt a wave of anxiety.
Wang Shijie, observing their attitudes and having some understanding of this distant cousin, began to piece things together. His expression darkened as he turned to Wang Haoren.
What exactly happened? Wang Haoren knew the two were acquainted and dared not embellish the story, so he could only grit his teeth and recount the events.
After listening, Wang Shijie shot a fierce glare at Wang Haoren and then cast a cold glance at Han Chichi.
Han Chichi instinctively clung to Wang Haoren a little tighter.
Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm really sorry, this matter is indeed Haoren's fault, Wang Shijie said apologetically to Lin Feng and Zhang Xuewei.
Aren't you going to apologize? Wang Shijie turned to Wang Haoren, his expression not looking good as he kept signaling him.
I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I was out of line today. Wang Haoren quickly apologized upon seeing Wang Shijie's gestures, his curiosity about Lin Feng's background growing. Han Chichi, however, stood frozen in place, not moving at all.
Wang Haoren saw his cousin's face darkening and hurriedly pulled Han Chichi, signaling her to apologize quickly.
But Han Chichi shrugged off Wang Haoren's hand and turned to leave the pet store directly.
Apologize to Zhang Xuewei? In her dreams. If she apologized, wouldn't she have to face Zhang Xuewei every day in the dormitory? That would be so awkward. She could always find another boyfriend, after all, she wasn't bad-looking.
Wang Haoren stared blankly at Han Chichi, who had already walked far away.
Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his disappointing cousin. Look at what kind of person you found. Wang Haoren lowered his head in despair. Ever since he got together with Han Chichi, he had spent quite a bit of money on her, and Han Chichi had shown that she loved him.
He never expected that today, in trying to help her, he would get into trouble, and she would leave after asking for an apology.
Buzz buzz. Wang Haoren's phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message. Let's break up.
The message flashed before his eyes. Wang Haoren felt neither anger nor did he question her reasons for doing this. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry for disturbing you and sister-in-law's mood over such a woman. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised.
This attitude was clearly much more sincere than before.
It's fine, since you're Wang Shijie's brother, let's just leave it at that. Lin Feng smiled.
Ding! The task of having Wang Haoren apologize has been completed. Due to today's task reward limit being reached, the reward will be distributed tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you and sister-in-law to dinner, as an apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoren's performance with satisfaction. He finally looked a bit like a member of the Wang family. He needed to learn to read the room and know what to provoke and what not to. I'm fine with it, mainly depends on my girlfriend. Lin Feng looked gently at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei felt warmth in her heart. Sure, no problem. Jiang Shuawei knew that the Wang family brothers were not ordinary, and having a good relationship with her boyfriend would definitely be beneficial. What is the most important thing in this society? Of course, it's connections. Then thank you, brother Lin and sister-in-law, for your kindness. Wang Haoren was naturally very happy to see the two agree. From his cousin's attitude, it was clear that Lin Feng's background was not ordinary. Getting to know someone like him would be nothing but beneficial. Cousin, are you going too? Of course. I want to chat more with brother Lin. What, you don't want me to go? Wang Shijie teased. No, how could that be? Wang Haoren shrank his neck. Brother Lin, did you drive here? If not, why not take my car? My brother definitely drives a supercar, only room for one, but I have a hatchback Mercedes, just enough to take you and sister-in-law. Wang Haoren spoke cautiously. No need, I have my own car. Just send me the location and we'll go ourselves. Lin Feng declined. After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei got in the car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijie. Another M-Grand? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. From yesterday to today, including tonight's dinner, they had been eating at M-Grand. Back to your territory again, Jiang Shuawei joked. Lin Feng smiled without saying a word. When Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of M-Grand, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren were already waiting there. Cousin, look, is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Wow, how rich do you have to be to drive that car? Wang Haoren was extremely envious. There were many people who could afford a Lamborghini Veneno, but being able to let one's juniors drive a Lamborghini Veneno was a whole different level of wealth. Wang Shijie secretly laughed at Wang Haoren's surprised and envious expression. He couldn't wait to see Wang Haoren's face when he realized it was Lin Feng's car. When Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, Wang Haoren's eyes widened. Is this car brother Lin's? Wang Haoren stammered in excitement. His determination to befriend Lin Feng strengthened. He never expected to meet such a top-tier rich second generation through misfortune. How long have you been waiting? Lin Feng asked with a faint smile as he walked closer with Jiang Shuawei. Not long, brother Lin, your car is really cool. Wang Haoren's eyes kept glancing at Lin Feng's Veneno, his desire almost spilling over. It's alright, shall we go up and eat? Sure. Hello, Director Lin. As Lin Feng and his group walked into the lobby, the receptionist Lu Jing's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Feng. But when he discovered that Lin Feng was holding Jiang Shuawei's hand, the light in his eyes faded again. Lin Feng nodded at Lu Jing. Ha, Director Lin? Brother Lin, this Dihao is your property. Wang Shijie and Wang Haoren looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Dihao was quite famous in the elite circles of Tianfu City. Those who could dine in the private rooms of Dihao were figures of considerable stature in the entire Tianfu City. This shows how significant Dihao was. Yes, I just acquired it a few days ago, just a small business, nothing to mention. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but exclaim. It's worth noting that the entire Linzhou group had a market value of just over 80 billion, while this Dihao hotel was estimated to be worth at least several billion, right? A small business, nothing to mention? The Dihao, valued at several billion, was just a small business in Lin Feng's eyes, which shows the depth of his background. Wang Haoren then deeply realized what kind of person he had almost provoked, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Lin Feng felt as if he was almost at home in Dihao, having been there repeatedly these past few days. Thanks to Wang Shijie's connections, Wang Haoren managed to book the Tianzino 5 private room. Director Lin, do you need to switch to the Tianzino 1 private room for you and your friends? No need, let's stay in the No. 5 room. By the way, tell Dong Fang that the Tianzino 1 private room will not be open to the public in the future. Yes. Director Lin. Lin Feng and his group walked towards the elevator. Lu Jing looked at Zhang Shuowei's back and couldn't help but sigh.
Perhaps only a woman as beautiful as her could be worthy of Director Lin.
After they ordered their dishes, they chatted. Wang Shijie, you and Wang Haoran are both from the Longzhou group?
Brother Lin, just call me Shijie and him Haoran, and you can call my sister-in-law that too.
Right, my grandfather is Wang Shilin.
Wang Shijie said this with great pride on his face. He had idolized his grandfather since he was young. Founding a company worth 80 to 90 billion showed his capability.
Zhang Shuowei suppressed her inner shock, appearing very calm on the outside. She couldn't show that she was inexperienced. She couldn't embarrass Aiken.
Zhang Shuowei felt as if the first 20 years of her life had been in vain. Only by coming into contact with the true upper class did she realize how narrow her previous world had been.
So you're the young master of the Longzhou group?
Lin Feng teased, and he couldn't help but feel a desire to befriend him.
Even with the system, one couldn't always go solo, right? Brother Lin, you're joking.
Wang Shijie waved his hand.
By the way, Brother Lin, what does your family do? Being able to afford poison must be quite something, right? Wang Shijie asked curiously.
Zhang Shuowei and Wang Shijie also perked up their ears to listen.
My parents are just workers, nothing much to say.
Lin Feng said lightly.
The others looked unconvinced, thinking Lin Feng was just being discreet, so they didn't press further.
As for myself, I have a little bit of small assets. A street of storefronts, a hotel, and some shares in Penguin.
Shares in Penguin? The Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, are you talking about that Penguin company ranked in the top 20 of the Fortune Global 500? Wang Haoran looked shocked.
The scale of Penguin was enormous, ranking 17th in the world, a true giant. Even if Lin Feng only owned a tiny fraction of Penguin's shares, it was still quite remarkable.
Otherwise, which Penguin could it be? Lin Feng looked at Wang Haoran with amusement. Brother Lin, I haven't heard of any new shareholders in Penguin recently?
Wang Shijie asked, puzzled. He knew who the shareholders of Penguin were, and Lin Feng wasn't among them.
You should know in a few days.
Lin Feng explained nonchalantly as the waiter brought in the dishes.
Following closely was Dong Feng. Two young masters of the Wang family? How could they be with Director Lin? Dong Feng entered and immediately spotted Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran. Director Lin, Miss Jiang. Director Lin, I came to. I know what you want to say, we can talk later. I'm having dinner with friends now.
Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of duck, finding it quite good, and then picked another piece for Zhang Shuowei.
Alright, Director Lin, I won't disturb you and the two young masters of the Wang family while you eat.
Hearing this, Dong Feng had no choice but to step back. After a satisfying meal, the group stood up, preparing to return to school. However, Dong Feng was already waiting at the door.
Shijie, you and Haoran go ahead.
I have a few things to take care of.
Lin Feng looked at the Wang brothers. Okay, then Lin Gu, we'll head out first.
After the two left, Lin Feng turned to the general manager of Dihao.
Dong Feng, do you still want to continue in this position?
Dong Feng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. This position was extremely important to him. He had built many connections through it and earned a six-figure income annually.
Director Lin, I want to continue. Please give me this opportunity.
Zhang Shuowei gently tugged at Lin Feng's hand.
She had a good impression of Dong Feng.
Lin Feng squeezed Zhang Shuowei's delicate little hand. Considering you've worked in the hotel for so many years, even if you haven't made any contributions, you've put in hard work, so I'll give you this opportunity.
Do you know why I'm a bit dissatisfied with you?
Lin Feng looked at the relieved Dong Feng calmly.
Is it because of my friend's child?
Dong Feng asked tentatively, observing Lin Feng's expression.
Lin Feng shook his head. That's not your fault. Your mistake was that because he's your nephew, you made an exception and let him into the private room. Why has Dihao become a gathering place for the powerful? Besides the hotel itself being excellent, I don't need to elaborate further, do I? I understand, Director Lin. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again.
Dong Feng immediately assured him. Good, work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly.
Who says Dihao can only be in Tianfu, right?
Lin Feng said with a hint of meaning.
Dong Feng couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this. Director Lin's words implied that if he worked hard, Dihao might expand nationwide, and Director Lin, I will definitely work hard and not let you down.
Dong Feng, a man in his 40s, felt as if he had returned to his 20s, filled with vigor. Zhang Shuowei held Lin Feng's hand, feeling very proud.
This is my man. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave.
Lin Feng looked at Dong Feng's current state with satisfaction. A stick followed by a sweet date, painting a bright future. This is the way to manage subordinates.
Director Lin, please keep this card.
Dong Fong took out a black card and handed it to Lin Fong. This is the supreme card of Dihao Hotel. There's only one.
Dong Fong explained.
This card represented status. Originally, there were no supreme cards, only silver, gold, and diamond cards, and this supreme card was made temporarily. Lin Fong took the card, examining it in his hand. The texture was quite nice. The card was entirely black, and in the upper right corner, a dazzling diamond was embedded, sparkling with brilliant light. This diamond was not just a decoration but also a security feature of the black card, ensuring its uniqueness. The entire card exuded a mysterious and noble aura. Zhang Shuawei seemed to quite like the style of this card. She took it from Lin Fong and played with it in her hands.
Thoughtful of you.
Lin Fong nodded in satisfaction.
I'm glad Director Lin likes it.
Lin Fong accompanied Zhang Shuawei to the dormitory entrance.
Aiken, I'll head up now?
Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin Fong reluctantly. Lin Fong gently wrapped his arm around Zhang Shuawei's slim waist and then leaned down to kiss her.
After a while, their lips parted. You can go up now.
Lin Fong looked at Zhang Shuawei, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted.
Bad guy. Zhang Shuawei said, turning around and entering the dormitory building. It wasn't until Zhang Shuawei's figure disappeared from sight that Lin Fong turned to leave. Back in the dormitory. Boss, did you know you're trending on the campus forum?
As soon as Lin Fong walked in, Shen Xiao and Xiao Wei excitedly surrounded him.
What?
Lin Fong was puzzled. Shen Xiao opened the campus forum and showed Lin Fong the hot post. Someone secretly took a photo of you shopping with the campus beauty Zhang and posted it on the forum. Boss, now you're the public enemy of all the boys in school. And also, the fact that you drove a Ferrari to enroll has been dug up too. Now everyone is saying Zhang is with a rich guy.
Xiao Wei chimed in.
Lin Fong took a closer look, and sure enough, it was a photo of him being intimate with Shuawei on Lulang Street in the afternoon. The campus paparazzi really are everywhere. Lin Fong quickly took out his phone and called Zhang Shuawei. What's up, Aiken? Do you miss me? Zhang Shuawei's playful voice came through the phone. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei in the dormitory were so excited they were dancing around but dared not speak, making Lin Fong laugh. Of course I miss you. Did you see the campus forum? Lin Feng's gentle voice made Zhang Shuawei's heart flutter. I saw it. As soon as I got back to the dorm, Warner told me. Don't mind what those people say on the forum. They're just jealous that you found such an excellent boyfriend. The two in the dormitory couldn't take it anymore and ran to the balcony to avoid seeing or hearing. Ah, Aiken, how are you so cute? Yes, my boyfriend is the best in the world. They chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Of course I miss you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei mimicked a feminine tone and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Fong. Get lost. You two are really disgusting. Lin Fong scolded with a laugh. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dorm yet? Lin Fong asked, noticing Xiao Fei was still absent. It seems like the fourth one went out to play with some junior girls. Sigh, it's just the two of us left in the dorm, Shen Xiao sighed. Yeah, boss, does the campus beauty Jiang have any single friends? Can you introduce them to me and the second one? Lin Feng's mind flashed with images of Tang Wan'er fiercely protecting her friends and Han Qiqi calling Wang Haoren baby. He couldn't help but shiver. Forget it, you guys can't handle it. TCH. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went to play games. Lin Fong shook his head helplessly at these two lively characters. Have the military training uniforms been distributed yet? Lin Fong asked, looking at the army green clothes on the table. Yeah, those class leaders brought them over, Chen Xiao replied. At that moment, Lu Shu sent a meeting link. Director Lin, this is the meeting invitation link for tomorrow morning. The meeting will start promptly at 9. Okay, I will attend. Lin Fong thought about how tomorrow was the start of the new students' military training, but it shouldn't be a problem to ask for leave, right? Early the next morning, Lin Fong was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. It was the alarm set by Xiao Wei. Today was the day military training began. Lin Fong took out his phone and saw it was only 7:30. He sent Zhang Shuawei a good morning message and got out of bed to wash up. Has the fourth one not come back yet? Looks like he had a bit too much fun last night, Chen Xiao said, looking at Xiao Fei's empty bed with some envy. Yeah, we have to gather soon. I wonder if the fourth one will make it, Xiao Wei agreed. Bang! Xiao Fei suddenly burst through the door. Hurry up! I see a lot of people in military uniforms heading towards the playground downstairs. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform while urging the three who were still washing up. Fourth, you still know how to come back? Our 515 can't accommodate you anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei with jealousy. You're just jealous that I can stay out late with my sister. Xiao Fei quickly changed his clothes to retort. Chen Xiao, caught in his thoughts, chuckled awkwardly. The few of them changed into their military uniforms and arrived at the playground, which was already crowded. According to the messages in the class group, it took them a long time to find their class's formation. After the leaders on stage passionately spoke for a while, the instructor finally lined up a formation and ran into the playground in an orderly manner. The entire class was separated into boys and girls and mixed with members from other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Feng's formation looked very sturdy, clearly someone who was hard to talk to. "I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you all belong to me." Zhang Dazhu looked seriously at the students while checking their attire. "You, step forward." Zhang Dazhu pointed at a student. The student nervously walked out. "Why did you come to military training in slippers?" "I didn't have time to change." In the future, when answering questions, add report, instructor. At the beginning, do it again. Report, instructor. "I didn't have time to change." Is that an excuse? You have 10 minutes to change. Run 2 laps as punishment. "Why do I have to run 3 laps? The boy was somewhat unconvinced. "Because I am your instructor. If you're unwilling, you can go talk to the counselor." The boy had no choice but to return to the dormitory to change shoes. After the earlier display of authority, the formation clearly became much more obedient, standing straight. "Now practice military posture. Let's try for an hour first." After saying this, Zhang Dazhu walked to the shade and sat down, watching everyone. After about 40 minutes, "Boss, I feel like I'm going to die." Chen Xiao, who was already quite thin, swayed unsteadily after standing for over 40 minutes in military posture. "Hang in there, it should be almost over." Lin Feng was sweating profusely under the sun, and since he hadn't exercised much, he felt his body wasn't as good as it was in middle school. Back then, he could run 1,000 meters in just over 3 minutes 20 seconds, but now, ding! System task released. Hold military posture for 1 hour. Reward, strengthen physique. Ding! Yesterday's reward has been released. License plate, Shui 88888 has been replaced with Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Feng was delighted. The system was truly a good thing. After another 10 minutes, sit down and rest. Everyone sat down as if they had heard heavenly music. Ding! Task of holding military posture for 1 hour has been completed. System reward has been issued. Lin Feng heard the system notification in his mind, and then a warm current surged through his body. This refreshing feeling almost made him cry out. Even his tired legs from standing for an hour became strong again. "Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm about to die of thirst." Chen Xiao sat on the ground rubbing his legs. "Why don't you go ask?" Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Dazhu, who was chatting with other instructors in the shade. "Forget it." Chen Xiao recalled the scene of that boy running 3 laps before coming back to stand in military posture. Since it was the first day of military training, many students were unprepared, and only a few had brought water. Still, someone went to ask the instructor if they could go out to buy water, and all eyes were on him, filled with admiration and expectation. But when they saw that boy return dejected, everyone knew the answer. At that moment, a girl approached their formation, looking quite good, and she was holding 2 bottles of water. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to her. This girl was clearly there to deliver water. "Over here! Ice cold!" Zhao Fei happily stood up and shouted at the girl. The girl saw Zhao Fei and immediately walked over to him. It goes without saying that she must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After Zhao Fei brought the water back, the girl chatted with him for a few moments before leaving. She was a student from a nearby vocational college, and her military training wouldn't start for a few days. Zhao Fei had deliberately asked her to bring him water today just to show off a bit. At that moment, Zhao Fei felt extremely pleased as he looked at the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates around him. After all, many people had come from other places to study, and finding a girlfriend just 3 days into their freshman year was indeed rare. Zhao Fei then handed the water to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked up at Zhao Fei in surprise, wondering if he had taken the wrong medicine. "You brought me water?" "Classmate, I admit I was a bit excessive yesterday, and I apologize. I hope we can still be good classmates in the future. Consider this bottle of water my apology," Zhao Fei said sincerely, looking at Lin Feng. Some classmates who knew what had happened yesterday looked at Zhao Fei's suddenly good attitude and couldn't help but feel a bit of recognition for him as the class monitor. Ding! The task of having Zhao Fei apologize has been completed. The task reward has been placed on the host's dormitory bed. Wow! Isn't that the campus beauty Jiang Shuewei? I heard she's dating a freshman. Jiang Shuewei isn't here to bring water to her boyfriend, is she? Of course she is. Oh, my heart is breaking. At the entrance of the playground stood a girl in a white long dress, looking stunningly beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. The students on the playground were buzzing with discussions about Jiang Shuawei, all curious about who her boyfriend was.
The previously listless boys now appeared invigorated. Boss, Jiang the campus beauty isn't here to bring you water, is she?
Chen Xiao leaned over to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng watched as Jiang Shuawei searched for his figure, a slight smile appearing on his lips.
This girl.
I accept your apology, but you can keep the water, my girlfriend has already brought me some. Zhao Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Feng accept his apology. Whether he needed the water or not didn't matter, as long as Lin Feng didn't hold a grudge against him.
Come on, boss, you don't want it?
I'll take it. Chen Xiao took Zhao Fei's water and opened it, drinking it down with a gurgle.
Lin Feng waved at Jiang Shuawei. What is Lin Feng doing? Trying to get the campus beauty's attention?
What a pity, if Jiang the campus beauty didn't have a boyfriend, with Lin Feng's looks, he might actually have a chance. The classmates whispered among themselves as they watched Lin Feng's actions. Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Feng waving at her and her eyes lit up as she walked over.
No way? Jiang Shuawei is really coming over here. Lin Feng can't be Jiang the campus beauty's boyfriend, can he?
Everyone was shocked as Jiang Shuawei approached closer. Ah Chen, drink some water. Jiang Shuawei reached Lin Feng and handed him a cup of lemonade, playfully winking at him. She wanted to publicly declare that Lin Feng was her boyfriend, and no one could take him away. Lin Feng smiled gently and took the cup of lemonade from Jiang Shuawei's hand.
The commotion caused by Jiang Shuawei also drew the attention of many girls to Lin Feng, and to Xiao Fei beside him. Wow!
I just realized that our class actually has two handsome guys. What a pity, the campus beauty got to him first.
How could anyone compete with her? But there's still another one.
The girls looked at Lin Feng and Xiao Fei with sparkling eyes. Jiang Shuawei noticed the glances from the girls' group and protectively took Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng smiled slightly at Jiang Shuawei's little gesture and held her hand a bit tighter. The members of Lin Feng's group were stunned.
Compared to Jiang Shuawei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend was simply overshadowed.
They had previously mocked Lin Feng for being overly sentimental, but they never expected that the campus beauty Jiang Shuawei was indeed his girlfriend. No way, I heard that Jiang Xiaowa's boyfriend entered school driving a Ferrari AF90.
In a moment of shock, I sat up, realizing that the clown was actually me.
Everyone felt their faces burning with embarrassment.
Alright, break's over. Get up and continue training.
Zhang Dazhu glanced at Jiang Shuawei with admiration and shouted at the students sitting under the sun.
Can't we rest a few more minutes? My feet are about to give out. Exactly, we are the future flowers of our country.
Lin Feng smiled slightly at the complaints around him.
Ah Chen, I'm leaving now, okay? You train well.
Jiang Shuawei patted Lin Feng's head, looking like a little adult as she spoke earnestly. Got it, Lady Jiang. Jiang Shuawei pinched Lin Feng's cheek and then turned to leave the playground.
Instructor, I need to take a leave.
Lin Feng said to Zhang Dazhu.
Take a leave? For what?
Zhang Dazhu's expression darkened at the words. He hated students who tried to be clever and slack off the most.
The company is holding a shareholders meeting, and they require me to attend online. Lin Feng said, showing Zhang Dazhu the chat record with Lu Shu. A shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich second generation? A freshman and already a shareholder? How does that even make sense? I think so too. Could it be a made-up excuse to avoid training?
It shouldn't be, after all, he did enter school driving a Ferrari. The classmates looked at Lin Feng and began to discuss among themselves, already jealous that he had a school beauty girlfriend bringing him water, and now it seemed they had found an outlet for their grievances.
Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to their words,
but Chen Xiao and the others were not pleased.
Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Our boss is the owner of Dihao, and if you don't know, just keep your mouth shut. Owner of Dihao? If you said his dad was the owner, I might believe it, but him? Besides, who even is the owner of Dihao? I'm a regular there.
At that moment, a man scoffed.
His name was Lin Tianyu, from another class.
His dad often took him to Dihao for meals, and he knew several of the shareholders there. His dad, Lin Shangdong, had a good relationship with Li Shangyu from Dihao. Would the owner be him? Ridiculous. Upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words, everyone looked at the three with some suspicion, thinking they were just bragging. Indeed, Dihao is a high-end hotel often visited by the powerful in Tianfu City, worth at least several billion.
Would the owner really be a freshman?
Another person chimed in, agreeing with Lin Tianyu.
The crowd became increasingly convinced that the three were just boasting. Lin Tianyu grew more smug.
Just as Qin Xiao and Xiao Wei were about to retort, Xiao Fei held them back.
Do you think they will believe your explanations? It's better to see how the boss handles it. The two then fell silent, but their gazes towards Lin Tianyu turned icy.
Zhang Daju looked at Lin Feng and Lu Shu's chat records.
Who is she?
She's the board secretary of our company, Lin Feng explained.
Zhang Daju looked confused. Board secretary? What does that do? What's the name of your company? Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd.
As soon as Lin Feng said this, the entire place fell silent. Xiao Fei and the others widened their eyes, staring at Lin Feng, who appeared unfazed.
The boss is a shareholder of Penguin? That can't be true, right? Xia Wei said uncertainly. It shouldn't be. Do you think our boss would be so foolish in front of so many people?
Chen Xiao felt it was a bit surreal but chose to believe Lin Feng. Xiao Fei remained silent. He knew Lin Feng's background was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to be a shareholder of Penguin.
However, when did Penguin get another shareholder?
Xiao Fei felt puzzled.
Ha ha ha, he says he's a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say I'm little Ma Gu. I am Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. Does the Penguin not have any self-awareness about its own size? Does it think that driving a Ferrari SF90 makes it a shareholder of the Penguin?
Sai, looking all decent, yet loves to brag so much. Lin Feng ignored these clowns and anxiously looked at Zhang Daju. It was already 9:56, and the shareholders' meeting was set to start at 10. Zhang Daju was trying to hold back his laughter as he looked at the handsome boy in front of him.
Alright, you go ahead, but remember to come back after the meeting.
After all, Lin Feng had told such a lie just to slack off. If he didn't agree, it would seem unkind. Lin Feng nodded, put on his headphones, and sat under the shade of a tree to enter the Penguin meeting.
I told you those three were just bragging, right? Dihao is one thing, but now even the Penguin is getting involved. Why doesn't he say he's the president of the beautiful country?
Lin Tianyu said disdainfully as he looked at Xiao Fei and the others, causing a burst of laughter among the classmates.
You!
Chen Xiao, with her bad temper, couldn't hold back and was thankfully stopped by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. If this had happened during military training, they would probably have been expelled from school. Of course, Xiao Fei was the exception. Everyone is here, so let's officially start this online shareholders meeting. Lin Feng looked at the name displayed next to the microphone of the speaker, Ma Tang, and immediately recognized who it was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Feng. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our Penguin's shares, which means shareholder Lin is our Penguin's second largest shareholder.
Does shareholder Lin have a few words to say?
Lin Feng took a deep breath. Anyone attending the Penguin shareholders meeting was a well-known company or individual internationally, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just a freshman who suddenly became wealthy thanks to the system.
Lin Feng opened the microphone.
Then I'll say a few words. I have great confidence in the future of the Penguin, which is why I joined.
I'm very happy to meet you all. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to Penguin Company.
Others also opened their microphones to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng could only think that if it weren't for his English being okay, it might have been awkward.
Mr.
Lin, there will be a press conference later.
Do you want your information to be made public?
When Ma Tang first saw Lin Feng's identity information, he was extremely shocked.
The data showed that Lin Feng was a freshman at Suzhou University, and his parents were just ordinary workers. Where did he get such a terrifying amount of funds to acquire shares in the Penguin?
Thus, he concluded that Lin Feng was definitely not simple, and he was also worried that Lin Feng would affect his decision-making power in the company. Every investor had signed an agreement with Ma Tang, stating that they would not participate in company decisions and would only enjoy dividends. This way, even if Ma Tang's shares were less than 10%, he could still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he had to get Lin Feng to sign this agreement, no matter what. Just hint at it a little. I don't want to disturb my normal life, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. He didn't like being low-key. With power and strength, one should enjoy it. Acting like a pig to eat a tiger might seem fun, but he didn't like it. However, he also didn't want his wonderful university life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Feng received a friend request on his super letter, and when he opened it, it was from Ma Tang. Lin Feng thought for a moment and chose to accept it.
Mr. Lin, I have something I want to discuss with you.
Lin Feng had a rough idea in his mind.
He probably wanted Lin Feng to sign a concerted action agreement, right? Director Ma, I know what you want to say, but what can you offer?
Although they had the same interests and both wanted the Penguin to develop, it was clearly impossible to expect Lin Feng to sign the agreement just because of a few words.
How about this? I can come to Tianfu City tomorrow to discuss it with you in detail. Would that be alright? Sure, but I need military training. How about this? Let's discuss in detail at the Dihao Hotel tonight. Great. Here's to a pleasant cooperation.
Lin Feng put away his phone and stood up to walk towards the formation.
Hey, the major shareholder of Penguin is back? How was the meeting? Ah, so funny.
Lin Tianyu teased Lin Feng, speaking in a sarcastic tone.
The one who spoke, step out. Zhang Daju's expression darkened. Don't you know you need to report before speaking? Go! Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile froze.
After giving Lin Feng a fierce glare, he started running around the playground.
You can join the formation now.
Zhang Daju turned to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and returned to his position. They were currently practicing marching, and Chen Xiao was kicking his legs while mumbling softly. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Feng nodded slightly in response.
Sit down and rest for 10 minutes. Just then, Zhang Daju blew the whistle for a break.
Chen Xiao and the others eagerly gathered around to sit down.
I really am a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I'm that stupid to use this to deceive you?
Lin Feng explained with a wry smile.
It's not that we don't believe you, we just find it hard to believe and wanted to confirm. Boss, if you're a shareholder of Penguin, can you change the matching mechanism for the game? It's really disgusting. Chen Xiao complained.
It's not something I can just change, Lin Feng said, feeling a bit speechless.
His friends thought he could help with something, but they wanted him to change the matching mechanism? Finally, at noon, they could take a break. Boss, when did you acquire shares in Penguin? What percentage do you control?
Xiao Fei finally spoke up after holding back for a long time. There was no way around it. Penguin's status was indeed high, being one of the top 20 companies in the world and one of the leading companies in China.
And now his college roommate was a shareholder of Penguin?
I just acquired them a couple of days ago, holding 10% of the shares, Lin Feng said casually.
10%?
The 3 exclaimed simultaneously, especially Xiao Fei, whose family had significant power in Beijing, so he understood what it meant to hold 10% of Penguin.
Boss, Penguin's official website just announced that a new shareholder has joined.
Chen Xiao pulled out his phone to search for Penguin's shareholders, and the top trending news was about it.
Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei quickly leaned in to look. Wow, it really is. And old Ma said it's a young man who just started college? Holding 10%? Xiao Wei exclaimed as well.
The 3 looked at Lin Feng, who remained calm, in shock. They could now be 100% sure that this person was indeed their dorm leader.
Boss, you're really my idol.
Chen Xiao hugged Lin Feng tightly.
Get off me. How disgusting. I'm not gay.
Lin Feng pushed Chen Xiao away in disgust. Xiao Wei, who was eager to join in, awkwardly withdrew his hands and rubbed them together.
Ah, Chen.
As the 3 just stepped off the playground, Jiang Shuawei quietly snuck up behind Lin Feng and tapped him on the shoulder.
Shuawei, have you been waiting for me long?
Lin Feng gently took Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei felt a bit shy under the gazes from around them but still allowed Lin Feng to hold her hand.
Not really, I just arrived. Jiang Shuawei stood beside Lin Feng, sizing up Chen Xiao and the others.
This one is quite handsome, but still not as good looking as my Chen. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's looks. Both Lin Feng and Xiao Fei were exceptionally good looking, even in military training uniforms. They had that kind of presence that could catch anyone's eye in a crowd.
With Jiang Shuawei there, the attention of those around them was drawn in. Lin Feng noticed Jiang Shuawei examining Xiao Fei and the others, smiled slightly, and then introduced them.
This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and that one whose looks are just a bit worse than mine is Xiao Fei.
Hello, I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Feng's girlfriend.
Jiang Shuawei said generously, not feeling nervous just because she was Lin Feng's friend.
Hello, sister-in-law, the 3 said in unison. Hello, boss, old 3 and I are also in the looks competition, okay?
Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses on his nose and said flamboyantly.
Okay.
Lin Feng replied dismissively.
Boss, you and the campus beauty go have dinner, don't mind us 3. After greeting, Xiao Fei only glanced at Jiang Shuawei.
Although he was a flirt, it didn't mean he would covet his brother's woman, even if he had once had thoughts about Jiang Shuawei.
Unlike some animals.
Right, boss, we'll head out first. You accompany sister-in-law.
Bye.
Chen Xiao said to Lin Feng with a wink, then pulled Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei towards the cafeteria.
Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you boss?
Jiang Shuawei chuckled and looked at Lin Feng curiously.
Because I'm older than them. Is it that casual? The 2 chatted and laughed along the way, making the classmates nearby envious. If I could make Jiang Shuawei my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. You, go take a nap. You can have anything in your dreams.
It was already the 3rd day since Lin Feng came to school, and he hadn't eaten a meal at school yet.
Chen, that yellow braised chicken is especially delicious. I'll take you there.
Jiang Shuawei excitedly pointed at the long line at the window.
Okay.
Lin Feng nodded with a smile.
Luckily, we got the last few servings.
Zhang Shuowei and Lin Feng found a seat with their trays, and Zhang Shuowei said with lingering fear,
"It's normal for new students."
Lin Feng said softly,
"I'll take a call." Just as they were happily eating, Zhang Shuowei's phone rang. Lin Feng nodded. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" "I'm eating." Zhang Shuowei answered the call in a sweet voice. "What? Okay, I'll be right back." After hanging up, Zhang Shuowei's expression turned a bit unpleasant. "What happened?" Lin Feng put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Shuowei. "There's something at home, I need to go back." "I'll leave first. You train well this afternoon," Zhang Shuowei said as she stood up and picked up her tray. "Do you need my help?" No, it's just a small matter." "Alright, then be careful on the way." "Got it." Lin Feng watched Zhang Shuowei's departing figure without thinking too much. While eating, Lin Feng contemplated whether he should find a personal secretary. After all, there were more and more company matters, and he definitely couldn't handle them alone. After deciding, Lin Feng picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Shu. "Secretary Lu, do you know any good personal secretaries? I want to hire one." After sending the message, Lin Feng stood up, finished his meal, and returned to the dormitory. On the other side, Lu Shu was busy. Hearing the notification sound from her phone, she picked it up and saw it was a message from Lin Feng, immediately not daring to be negligent. "Looking for a personal secretary? Does this really need to go through me?" Logically, he should be able to get the best personal secretary behind him, right? Lu Shu thought to herself as she looked at Lin Feng's message. But this was actually good. Her nephew had just terminated his contract with his last employer, and his abilities should be able to catch the eye of this Lin shareholder. Moreover, if he could establish a connection with Lin Feng, it would be very beneficial for both her and her nephew. "May I ask what requirements Director Lin has for a personal secretary?" "There's no requirement, as long as the ability is outstanding. We can discuss the compensation later. I have a nephew whose abilities are quite remarkable. He's a well-known top secretary in the circle. Would you like to know more about him?" "Sure, send over the information." Lu Shu thought to herself. Done. She was quite confident in her nephew's abilities, so she sent her nephew's information to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was lying in bed, while Chen Xiao and the others had already fallen asleep. Thanks to the system's rewards, he still had plenty of energy. Lu Hai graduated from the finance department of Zhongbei University of Finance, worked as the personal secretary to the chairman of Zhongbei Sunshine Group. Lin Feng looked at the resume and was quite satisfied. He picked up his phone and searched for Zhongbei Sunshine Group. It was still one of the top 500 companies in the country, though a bit lower on the list. It proved that this Lu Hai's abilities should be quite impressive. "Alright, let's go with him." "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll have him contact you right away." Lu Shu was a bit excited and quickly called her nephew. "Do you know the new shareholder who just invested in Penguin Company?" Lu Shu got straight to the point. "I know, Aunt, what's up?" Lu Hai was puzzled when he heard Lu Shu ask this, but then he thought, could it be? "He asked me to help introduce a personal secretary, so I sent your information over." "What did Mr. Lin say?" Lu Hai asked nervously. This was a very valuable opportunity for him. Even if he ended up parting ways with Lin Feng, having this resume would ensure his future. "Mr. Lin is quite satisfied. I've sent you his number on Super Chat, you can add him," Lu Shu said with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt. I'm going to add him right now." Lu Hai was instantly excited, speaking with enthusiasm. He had been prepared to accept an invitation from a municipal company, but unexpectedly, thanks to his aunt's connections, he had made such a big leap. "Mr. Lin's background is not ordinary, you must be very careful working beside him. As the saying goes, serving a king is like serving a tiger." Lu Shu reminded Lu Hai. "Don't worry, Aunt, you know my abilities," Lu Hai said confidently. "Alright, you get back to it. I'll hang up now." "Okay, Aunt, I'll come visit you when I have time." Lu Hai hung up the phone, trying to calm his excited heart, and began to learn about Lin Feng and the situation with Penguin. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already started the afternoon military training. "Boss, why do you seem like a different person? How come your stamina has improved so much?" After finishing the warm-up exercises that Zhang Dazhu had mentioned, Chen Xiao, panting, looked at Lin Feng, who barely broke a sweat, with confusion. "Eat more kidney treasure pills," Lin Feng said casually. "What?" The words left Chen Xiao, Xiao Wei, and Xiao Fei momentarily stunned. Lin Feng noticed that the guy named Lin Tianyu was looking at him strangely. Lin Tianyu felt a bit anxious, very anxious. Lin Feng had just said he was a shareholder of Penguin, and then at noon, Penguin's official announcement stated that there was a new young shareholder who had just entered university. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? When it was time to rest, Lin Tianyu finally couldn't help but run over to ask Lin Feng, "Do you have any evidence to prove that you are indeed a shareholder of Penguin?" Lin Feng and the others were chatting when they heard this and felt a bit baffled. "Why should I prove anything to you?" Lin Feng said to Lin Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyu felt that Lin Feng had gotten the news early and was just making a big show. "Are you afraid I'll expose your lies?" Lin Tianyu sneered. Other classmates also gathered around to join the excitement. "I say, Lin Tianyu, are you sick? Do we need to prove whether our boss is a shareholder of the Penguin or not? What, do you want to lick our bosses?" Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted around. Chen Zhao's mouth was as venomous as ever. One sentence made Lin Tianyu explode with anger. "Your name is Chen Xiao, right? You better wait for me. You'd better not leave the school gate these days, or I'll make you kneel and call me dad." Lin Tianyu glared at Chen Xiao with a chilling tone. "What I fear the least is threats, XX." Chen Xiao was completely unfazed, continuing to provoke him. Lin Feng and the others, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up. The people behind Lin Tianyu also leaned in, clearly ready to fight at any moment. Lin Tianyu? Lin Feng noted this name in his mind. Once the personal secretary arrived, he could hand these matters over to him. "Hey, look over there, isn't that squad about to fight? So brave? Freshmen are going to fight during military training? Aren't they afraid of getting punished?" Others from different squads also noticed and watched the commotion. "What are you doing? Everyone disperse." Zhang Daju hadn't expected that after just going to the restroom, his squad would almost cause such a big incident. If the chief instructor found out, he would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Daju felt a surge of anger. "All of you preparing to fight, step out. The rest of you stand in military posture for half an hour." Zhang Daju said coldly, calling Lin Feng and the others as well as Lin Tianyu's group out of the squad. After understanding the situation, Zhang Daju looked at Lin Tianyu. "From your tone, you still want to find someone to deal with them after school?" "No, it's just a joke between classmates," Lin Tianyu chuckled awkwardly. He didn't want to get a demerit over this. There were quite a few rich second-generation students at Suzhou University, and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. What kind of society is this now? Do you really think it's like back in our day, where a fight would solve everything? We're all adults now, think twice before acting. Zhang Daju sighed. "Don't worry, instructor, we won't say anything brainless," Chen Xiao said with a smile, nearly making Lin Feng and the others laugh out loud. Lin Tianyu and his group gritted their teeth but dared not retort. To be honest, Zhang Daju didn't want to deal with these problem youths. They would learn to be honest after experiencing the harshness of society. As long as they didn't cause trouble this week, they could do as they pleased. "Return to your squads." Back in the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the others started fighting for the bathroom to shower. Lin Feng took out his phone to message Jiang Shuawei. He later realized something felt off. "Shuawei, what did your uncle and aunt call you back for?" After sending the message, he saw a friend request on his phone, which should be Lu Hai, and Lin Feng chose to accept it. "Director Lin, I'm Lu Hai, you can just call me Xiao Hai from now on." Lin Feng smiled slightly at this message. No wonder he was a personal secretary, just reading the message made one feel comfortable. "Alright, Xiao Hai, bring the contract over tomorrow morning, and then Ma Tang will come to talk to me about things, you can come along too." Lu Hai was taken aback by this message. He had prepared to answer all of Lin Feng's questions, but it was approved just like that? Without time to think, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. They finally agreed to meet at 8:30 a.m. at the Dihao Hotel to sign the contract. Then, Ma Tang would come over between 9 and 10. After discussing the specific contents of the contract, Lin Feng told Lu Hai to review the information on the Penguin Company and ended the conversation. Looking at the chat page with Jiang Shuawei, the last message was still from him, and Lin Feng had a bad premonition. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Shuawei. Listening to the busy tone, Lin Feng felt a bit anxious. Just as he was about to call Dong Feng to help check Jiang Shuawei's address, her phone rang back. Lin Feng let out a sigh. "What's wrong, Achen?" He could hear that Jiang Shuawei's tone sounded very tired. "Shuawei, is something the matter?" Lin Feng tried to make his tone sound gentle. "It's nothing. Achen, don't worry, I'll be back at school in a few days. So you won't be able to keep me company these days? You better not find other girls outside," Jiang Shuawei said fiercely, but Lin Feng always felt she was hiding something. "Alright, can you give me Tang Shuejia's contact information? Just in case I can't reach you, I can at least ask her." "This. Fine, I have some things to do, so I'll hang up first." Lin Feng heard a commotion on Jiang Shuawei's end, and she hurriedly hung up the phone. After a while, Jiang Shuawei sent a recommended contact. "Who are you?" "Tang Shuejie, I'm Lin Feng." Tang Wanner was a bit confused. Why is Shuawei's man adding me? It's you. What do you want with me? Are you trying to introduce me to a man?
Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed.
Do you know where Shuawei's home is?
It seems something happened at her house, but she won't tell me.
I want to go check on her.
Jiang Shuawei had left in a hurry, and when Tang Wanner asked her what happened, she only vaguely said there was something at home. Now hearing Yi Chen mention it, it indeed seemed a bit off.
Tang Wanner thought for a moment and sent Yi Chen an address. This is Shuawei's home address. Do you need me to go with you? No need, Shuajie, I can go by myself. Alright. Lin Feng looked at the address on his phone. Jean Tang.
He explained the situation to Ma Tang and Lu Hai, set the time for the day after tomorrow, then changed his clothes and prepared to go out.
Boss, are you going out to find the school flower Jiang?
Chen Xiao looked at Lin Feng with a teasing expression.
Yeah, there's something I need to do, I'll be back tomorrow night.
Lin Feng nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went out to buy food, and Chen Xiao made an excuse about his foot hurting to stay behind.
Ah, then you need to ask the counselor and instructor for leave, right?
Although Chen Xiao was surprised, he didn't ask further, just reminded him. Lin Feng felt a bit of a headache at the mention.
He really couldn't find a good reason to ask for leave.
Forget it, I'll just skip. Lin Feng made up his mind and went downstairs, driving his Lamborghini Poison out of the campus.
2 hours later, Lin Feng arrived at Jiang Shuawei's neighborhood.
Their neighborhood consisted of 1 or 2-story bungalows, likely houses allocated by the government after land acquisition.
As soon as Lin Feng's car entered the neighborhood, it attracted many people's attention.
It was a small place, and they had never seen such a luxury car. After Lin Feng got out of the car, several pretty girls approached him, blushing and asking for his contact.
Lin Feng politely declined one by one. I have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend doesn't mean you can only have one.
One of the girls said something shocking, leaving Lin Feng speechless.
Forget it. Do you know where Jiang Shuawei's house is? Jiang Shuawei? I know her. You're not her boyfriend, are you? The girls looked a bit disappointed. If it were Jiang Yue, she indeed couldn't compare. Yes, can you tell me where her house is? Lin Feng asked very politely.
Although Tang Wanner had given him the address, the house number was indeed hard to find.
I know where it is, but you probably won't find her. She should be in the hospital. One of the girls said. Ha, didn't she go to the city for school? Why is she in the hospital again?
The other girls said, puzzled. I heard from my dad that her dad seems to be sick and needs a lot of money. The girl shook her head with some sympathy.
Can you tell me which hospital?
Lin Feng asked urgently.
It's at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County.
Lin Feng thanked her and got back in the car, following the navigation to the hospital.
Being pretty is great. Having such a wealthy boyfriend. This car must be worth at least several million, right?
The girl who had informed Lin Feng about the situation sighed as she watched the departing figure.
Indeed, with her boyfriend around, at least her dad doesn't have to worry about medical expenses, right?
Lin Feng hurriedly followed the navigation to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County.
Shuawei, I'm here to see you.
After parking, Lin Feng sent a message to Jiang Shuawei.
Ah, how did you know where I was? Senior Tang told me.
I'm already downstairs at the hospital, come down to meet me.
Okay, I'll be right there.
After sending the message, Lin Feng waited at the hospital entrance.
It wasn't long before Jiang Shuawei came down.
As soon as she saw Lin Feng, her eyes turned red. She rushed over and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms.
Lin Feng gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's head, feeling a pang of heartache. Why didn't you tell me about such a big incident?
Jiang Shuawei looked up, her nose twitching with grievance.
I didn't want to trouble you. You still have military training, right? Oh, aren't you supposed to go for military training tomorrow? It's fine, I took a leave. To avoid worrying Jiang Shuawei, Lin Feng told a little lie. Let's go, take me to see your uncle.
Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. The two of them attracted many gazes standing there. After all, if they weren't so close, some people might have approached them for contact information. My dad is still in the intensive care unit getting a blood transfusion.
My mom called me today. It turned out that Zhang Haitao was Jiang Shuawei's father. He was a contractor but only had a dozen workers under him. There was a problem at the construction site today, and Zhang Haitao rushed there without even having breakfast. He was busy until noon and, due to the hot weather, had eaten 2 or 3 popsicles. After a while, he started vomiting blood, continuously spitting it out. This scared the workers, who quickly called 120 and Jiang Shuawei's mother, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Zhang Haitao, covered in blood and unconscious. Jiang Min collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. She then called Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's grandparents were too old. so Jiang Min didn't dare to tell them. So how is your uncle now? Lin Feng's heart tightened.
Although he didn't understand medicine, he could tell from the blood he was spitting out how critical the situation was.
Jiang Shuowei's voice choked up, and her red-rimmed eyes made Lin Feng feel a wave of heartache.
The doctor said they couldn't find the source of the bleeding, and the hospital's blood bank is in urgent need.
They're currently in a meeting discussing whether to perform surgery to fight for a chance. Jiang Shuowei couldn't continue, holding on to Lin Feng as tears flowed uncontrollably. Lin Feng, what should I do if my dad doesn't make it? Lin Feng kept patting Jiang Shuowei's back. Don't worry, Shuowei, your uncle will be fine. We have to trust the doctors. After a while, Jiang Shuowei calmed down.
She had been holding back her tears, putting on a brave face. Her mother was in a state of panic, and now she was her mother's pillar. At that moment, with Lin Feng by her side, Jiang Shuowei finally let it all out. She wiped her tears, not wanting her mother to know she had cried.
Let's go, I'll take you to see my mom.
Jiang Shuowei forced a smile at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took Jiang Shuowei's hand.
Okay.
At that moment, Jiang Min was outside the intensive care unit, looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was continuously vomiting blood and receiving blood transfusions. Her tears were almost dried up. Because Jiang Haitao was very devoted to his wife and children, handling everything personally, without him as the backbone, Jiang Min felt as if the sky had fallen.
Mom, this is my boyfriend. He heard about Dad and came over to see.
Jiang Shuowei placed her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder, forcing a smile as she introduced him. Jiang Min looked at Lin Feng upon hearing this.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Lin Feng. Uncle will definitely be fine.
Lin Feng bowed slightly to Jiang Min. Jiang Min merely nodded at Lin Feng and then looked towards Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At that moment, several doctors in white coats approached.
Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min moved closer.
Lin Feng followed suit.
Doctor, how is it? Is there still hope for my husband?
Jiang Min asked, her tone a bit agitated as she looked at the doctors in front of her.
After a meeting, we have decided to make one last effort, but we cannot guarantee that we will be able to save him.
You, as family members, need to be mentally prepared for this, the leading doctor said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min felt as if all her strength had been drained, nearly collapsing, but fortunately, Jiang Shuowei and Lin Feng were there to support her.
Doctor, please, you must save my dad. Jiang Shuowei choked out. We will do our utmost, the leading doctor nodded.
Please sign this form, otherwise, we cannot proceed with the surgery. The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to them.
Informed consent for surgery. The three glanced at it and understood what it was.
Jiang Min looked at the paper, suppressing her grief as she prepared to sign, but Jiang Shuowei snatched it from her.
Mom, I'm an adult too. Let me do it.
Jiang Shuowei said, her eyes red.
All right.
The leading doctor took the signed form and said to the doctors and nurses beside him, prepare for surgery. The doctors and nurses immediately sprang into action.
Director Zhou. Not good.
There's only one operating room available, but the patient with kidney stones insists on immediate surgery.
A female nurse hurriedly reported. What? Only one operating room available?
The leading doctor's expression darkened upon hearing this. Jiang Haitao's condition was already critical, every second was a race against death.
How long until the other operating rooms are available?
Director Lin said in a deep voice.
The fastest will take at least 20 minutes. Then tell the kidney stone patient to wait 20 minutes. I will communicate. You send this patient directly to the operating room. Director Lin decisively ordered.
Every doctor should understand the urgency of the situation. A delay of a few minutes for the kidney stone surgery would not significantly affect the patient's condition.
Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou.
Jiang Min's eyes brimmed with tears, and she almost wanted to kneel before the doctor.
Jiang Shuowei felt the same way.
Director Lin hurriedly helped them up.
This is what I should do. Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. You two wait outside for now.
After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors were ready and pushed the stretcher towards the operating room.
The three hurriedly followed. I don't care. I must have the surgery first. I lose hundreds of thousands every minute. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying my company's matters? As they just exited the intensive care unit, they heard a man's arrogant voice.
Lin Feng looked at a middle-aged man in a hospital gown, angrily pointing at a young nurse.
At that moment, the man also noticed the three of them. You can't leave. I must have the surgery first.
The man ran over to block the stretcher from going to the operating room. The doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly.
I scheduled this surgery last week. Why should I let someone else go ahead of me? Don't you know what first come, first served means?
The man yelled at the doctors like a cat with its fur bristled, disdainfully glancing at Lin Feng and the others as he spoke. Suddenly, he spotted Jiang Shuawei, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Shuawei felt the uncle's unabashed gaze and, with a look of disgust, quickly hid behind Lin Feng.
The uncle glanced at Lin Feng with a mix of disdain and envy. Mr.
Chow, we have already explained the situation. This patient's condition is extremely critical, and we hope you can understand, Director Lin said, stepping forward with an apologetic expression.
I can't understand. Is my time not time?
Chow Jinlong was the owner of a large local building materials company, and in recent years, he had made a considerable profit due to the rapid development of Jintang. Recently, a real estate company was preparing to order building materials, and he planned to discuss it in a few days. This was a significant deal he couldn't afford to miss. The sooner, the better, otherwise, it could be snatched up by another company.
Director Lin, the patient is vomiting blood again.
Several doctors hurriedly began changing blood bags for transfusion.
Big brother, please let my husband have the surgery first. He's not going to make it.
Jiang Min looked at Jiang Haitao, who was starting to vomit blood again, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and she cried as she tried to kneel before Chow Jinlong.
Mom, don't do that.
Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei, with red-rimmed eyes, pulled Jiang Min up. It's not impossible for you to have the surgery, Chow Jinlong said, stroking his chin while looking at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of implication.
Everyone immediately understood Chow Jinlong's intentions. Just send the patient to the operating room, Mr. Chow. If you want to sue me, feel free to do so.
Director Lin knew that Jiang Haitao didn't have time to waste. The urgent matter was to perform the surgery and find the source of the bleeding. Several doctors and nurses wasted no time and directly pushed the stretcher toward the operating room.
Jiang Shuawei and her mother followed closely behind.
Lin Feng stayed back, worried that Chow Jinlong might do something outrageous to the young Director Lin.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task. Donate 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County.
Reward, 30% shares in Ronto Real Estate Company.
The system never issues tasks without reason, indicating that this Chow Jinlong must have some connection to Ronto Real Estate. Seeing this, Chow Jinlong smiled instead of getting angry.
He walked up to Director Lin and looked at his name tag. Director Lin E, right? Just you wait. Chow Jinlong's expression turned cold as he looked at Lin E. A dog that doesn't bark is the one that bites. All right, Mr.
Chow, if there's nothing else, I'll head to the surgery now, Lin E said, unafraid of Chow Jinlong's threats, politely excusing himself before hurriedly heading to the operating room. Lin Feng asked a young nurse where the director was, and upon learning his intentions, the nurse looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion but still led him there.
Chow Jinlong spat on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. Yes, get a media outlet over here. I want to expose this hospital.
After hanging up, he coldly stared in the direction of the operating room before returning to his hospital room. At the entrance of the director's office, the young nurse knocked a few times on the door. A strong voice came from inside.
Come in.
Upon hearing this, the nurse gently opened the door and walked in with Lin Feng. Director, this gentleman says he wants to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to see you, the nurse explained. The director shifted his gaze from the computer to Lin Feng.
So young? Could it be an excuse to meet me?
Although somewhat suspicious, he still wanted to confirm. Xiao Fang, you can go ahead and get back to work, the director said.
The nurse named Xiao Fang nodded and left the office. May I ask how much you wish to donate to our hospital, sir?
The director guessed that this young man might donate a few tens of thousands and then ask for some favor.
Not much, I'm just donating 10 million.
Lin Feng spoke.
Oh, 10 million. The director looked at Lin Feng's calm expression and instinctively spoke. 10 million? Is that really true?
The director stood up excitedly at this moment. They at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County had always wanted to acquire another MRI machine, but each piece of equipment costs millions or even tens of millions. If this young man in front of him was truly willing to donate 10 million, it would solve a significant problem for them. Yes, 10 million, Lin Feng affirmed.
May I ask if you have any conditions, sir?
The director cautiously inquired. Such situations were not uncommon. Many donations came with strings attached. What was called a donation was, to put it bluntly, an exchange of benefits. I have no conditions, Lin Feng shook his head. Hearing this, the director became even more suspicious, feeling that this young man was just joking with him. The director took out a letter of intent for Lin Feng to fill out. After Lin Feng quickly completed it, he transferred 10 million to the hospital's financial account as the director had mentioned. When the finance department called the director to say that a sudden 10 million had arrived, the director finally believed it.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, I express my gratitude to Mr.
Lin.
System task, Donate 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County completed.
System rewards have been issued.
The director excitedly bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't accept such a bow from a respected and esteemed hospital director, quickly stepping aside.
It's nothing, director. This is just a small support from me to our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to be with her,
Lin Feng said after helping the director up.
Oh, may I ask the patient's name?
The director hurriedly asked.
He just didn't know how to thank Lin Feng. His name is Zhang Haitao.
We were just discussing this patient in our meeting. His condition is very serious.
How about this? I'll accompany you, Mr.
Lin.
All right.
The director then led Lin Feng towards the operating room. Along the way, the doctors and nurses curiously looked at Lin Feng beside the director.
Who is this person? Why is the director accompanying him, and he's so young? He must have a high social status.
A few young nurses whispered among themselves. When Lin Feng and the director reached the operating room door, they saw Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min sitting outside, with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Shuowei's shoulder. The two had their hands clasped together, continuously praying for the surgery to go smoothly. The prayers in the hospital were more sincere than those in a church. Auntie, Shuowei, Lin Feng called as he walked over. The two looked up at Lin Feng, with Jiang Shuowei showing a hint of reproach on her face, seemingly blaming him for disappearing so suddenly for so long.
Let me introduce, this is the hospital director. Lin Feng smiled apologetically at Jiang Shuowei and then introduced the director.
Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei's gazes locked onto the director upon hearing this. Hello, please rest assured, the chief surgeon, Director Lin, is one of our hospital's best doctors.
This surgery will definitely be a success,
the director said with a comforting smile to Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei.
That's good, that's good,
Jiang Min murmured, feeling a bit relieved. Jiang Shuowei cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng and the director.
She knew the director's presence was certainly because of Lin Feng. Director, may I ask why you came?
Jiang Min asked.
Oh, I heard that Mr.
Lin's girlfriend's father is undergoing surgery, so I came to take a look, the director replied with a kind smile.
Meanwhile, inside the operating room, the atmosphere was tense. Director Lin, we can't find the bleeding point.
An assistant was sweating profusely. The camera was filled with red, and after the wash, more red surged in, completely untraceable.
Let's open him up. Director Lin gritted his teeth.
At the moment the stomach was cut open, blood pressure plummeted rapidly.
Blood pressure is over 50. It's a bit low. Quickly expand the volume. Accelerate the blood transfusion.
With no other choice, another doctor had to resort to squeezing to speed up the transfusion. A few minutes later, Jiang Haitao's blood pressure finally stabilized. After more than 10 minutes.
Found it. Director Lin spoke with a hint of excitement. Finally, a ulcer about 1 centimeter in diameter was discovered in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the 3 glowing red words in the operating room dimmed. The surgery is over.
The 3 of them immediately stood up, anxiously waiting for news at the door. Meanwhile, the dean had already gone back to handle matters. After all, as the dean, managing such a large hospital was no small task. Soon, the door opened.
Director Lin walked out with a tired expression, removing his mask.
The surgery was very successful. There is no longer any danger to life, and in a few days, he should be able to be transferred to a regular ward, Director Lin said with a smile. He enjoyed the feeling of saving a life. That sense of being invincible even against the king of hell fascinated him. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief.
Jiang Min pulled Jiang Shuowei to thank Director Lin repeatedly.
Since such a major surgery had just been completed, they would need to stay in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before being transferred to a regular ward. However, family members were not allowed to visit outside of the designated times in the intensive care unit. The 3 of them looked through the glass for a while before preparing to leave.
Because of this incident, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei hadn't eaten lunch.
Jiang Shuowei hadn't even finished her lunch.
Now it was time for dinner. Mom, shall we go eat? I'm starving.
After the heavy stone in her heart was lifted, Jiang Shuowei's tone became noticeably cheerful. She had been in torment for the past few hours, fearing that her father wouldn't make it. Only then did Jiang Min have the time and mood to scrutinize Lin Feng. After all, her daughter had never been in a relationship before. At this moment, she felt as if the good cabbage she had raised was being pushed by a pig. Lin Feng was handsome, and coupled with the dean's earlier attitude, it was clear that he was not ordinary. She looked at Lin Feng with some satisfaction, but judging a son-in-law shouldn't be based solely on appearance and background, character also mattered. She needed to investigate further. Jiang Min couldn't help but think to herself, why is this mother-in-law staring at me? Lin Feng felt a bit anxious under Jiang Min's gaze. Even though his status was not ordinary now, the innate pressure from a mother-in-law made him feel somewhat suffocated.
You're Lin, right? Haven't had dinner yet? How about coming to my place for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Sure, thank you, Aunt.
At that moment, the normal Jiang Min made Lin Feng feel a bit awkward.
Mom, I'll go buy groceries with Aiken, and tonight, Aiken and I will cook for you.
Zhang Shuawei had known from chatting with Lin Feng on the phone that he could cook and that his culinary skills were quite good. That's why she suggested this, wanting Lin Feng to show off a bit.
Alright.
Then tonight, let's taste Xiao Lin's cooking. Mom will head back first, but you must take good care of Xiao Lin, Jiang Min said with a smile, nodding in admonition.
Got it, Mom then, Aunt, how will you get back? Should I give you a ride?
Lin Feng hurriedly asked. My mom drove here, besides, with your 2 supercars, how would you take 3 people back?
Zhang Shuawei shot Lin Feng a glance.
Lin Feng awkwardly scratched his head.
It seemed so.
Jiang Min indeed grasped the key point.
Supercars? 2 of them?
Indeed, the family conditions are quite good, able to provide Shuawei with a comfortable material life. What needs to be assessed next is character. The 3 of them went to the parking lot together, and when Jiang Min saw Lin Feng's car, she couldn't help but be taken aback. It was simply too stunning. Jiang Min felt like she had only seen such a car in short videos. It seemed to be called a butterfly door.
Such a car must cost at least several million, right?
At that moment, a security guard walked over.
With a pained expression, he said, Little brother, this car is yours?
It's too expensive, a car worth nearly 100 million just parked here.
Don't worry, we wouldn't dare to relax either.
It turned out the security guard had seen a sports car parked here and was curious enough to check it out.
The result showed it was worth nearly 100 million.
There were only a dozen or so in the world.
It scared him stiff. If someone bumped into it and the culprit wasn't found, wouldn't he, as the security guard, be held responsible?
Helpless, he could only stand by the car like a bodyguard.
Thank you for your hard work, brother.
Lin Feng smiled apologetically and took out a pack of cigarettes from the car to hand to the security guard. He had bought these cigarettes at the supermarket before coming. He didn't know if Jiang Haidao smoked, but just in case, he bought a few packs. Only then did the security guard beam with joy.
It's nothing at all. I'll get back to work now. Little Lin, how much is this car? Jiang Min swallowed hard, uncertainly asking.
Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. If he had known, he would have just bought a Mercedes worth a few $100,000. Saying in front of Jiang Shuawei's mother that this car was originally priced at over 90 million and now worth over 100 million felt particularly pretentious. He could only tentatively glance at Jiang Shuawei. Seeing her nod, Lin Feng finally spoke. Auntie, this car should be worth over 100 million now.
What? Over 100 million?
Jiang Min was dumbfounded, unable to help but mentally calculate how many zeros that was.
1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros.
Jiang Min felt a bit dizzy from the countless zeros.
That's great, that's great. Jiang Min forced a smile. She now felt like her daughter was the real pig. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County,
the online public opinion is very unfavorable for our hospital. Everyone is saying we can cut in line because of connections. The director was sitting at his desk, rubbing his temples in frustration, looking at Director Lin standing in front of him. Director, emergency treatment isn't about who comes first, it's about the situation at hand.
I don't think I did anything wrong,
Linny said with a serious expression. That Chao Jinlong specifically brought the media to smear our hospital. We just need to clarify the situation.
Easier said than done. In today's internet age, whoever reports first is right. Do you think they will believe what we say? They will just think our hospital is making excuses.
Forget it, I'll have someone talk to Chao Jinlong to see if we can settle this privately.
We can't let public opinion escalate any further.
Since Chao Jinlong has already been transferred, you can leave work early since you didn't perform the surgery.
The director waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to leave the office. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly but could only exit the office. Brother Lin, how did it go? That Chao Jinlong is too despicable.
That uncle clearly had a critical condition, yet he was making a scene. A few young doctors and nurses were waiting at the door, and as soon as they saw Lin Yi come out, they hurriedly asked. The director said he would discuss compensation to see if we can settle this privately. Lin Yi felt very frustrated at that moment. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei drove the Lamborghini Veneno to a vegetable market. This market was open air, the environment wasn't great, and there was a large flow of people. Lin Feng searched for a long time before finally finding a parking spot. Ah Chun, we're in a relatively remote area, those large supermarkets are only available in the county center.
Jiang Shuawei felt a bit embarrassed.
She thought that since Lin Feng was so wealthy, he would definitely be unaccustomed to such a small place.
It's fine, I used to be a poor kid too.
I'm not as pretentious as you think. Lin Feng playfully pinched Jiang Shuawei's upturned nose.
Let's go. Jiang Shuawei took Lin Feng's hand and skipped towards the market.
20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei returned to the car, laughing and carrying several bags of vegetables.
Pork, chicken, fish, garlic sprouts, earjing peppers. Jiang Shuawei counted on her fingers. Is there anything else we need to buy? That should be about it. Do you want to tire your man out?
Lin Feng glanced at the large bags of vegetables and smiled wryly.
Cut it out.
Jiang Shuawei's face flushed a little at Lin Feng's words.
Why did I even ask?
Lin Feng's phone rang, and when he picked it up, he saw it was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County.
Who is it? Jiang Shuawei leaned over curiously. The hospital director. Then answer it quickly. Jiang Shuawei became a bit nervous upon hearing it was the hospital director, fearing it was news about her father. Lin Feng nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing you?
The director spoke cautiously on the other end.
Not at all, director, what can I do for you?
Well, today, the person who stopped Director Lin from performing surgery, Chao Jinlong, I believe you know him. He has been spreading rumors through the media, slandering our hospital, claiming we allow people to jump the queue for surgeries due to connections. This matter is escalating quickly online, and the higher-ups have ordered us to manage the public opinion effectively, so I wanted to ask for your help to see if you have any connections that could resolve this issue.
Lin Feng's expression darkened upon hearing this. He didn't expect Chao Jinlong to be so difficult and petty. What kind of person is this? Jiang Shuawei, hearing the conversation on speaker, pouted angrily. Ah Chen, if you can help, please do. After all, this is for my dad's surgery. Jiang Shuawei said tentatively. Lin Feng gave Jiang Shuawei a reassuring look. Director, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to help. I'll get back to you by noon at the latest tomorrow.
Lin Feng thought for a moment before speaking. Mainly, Lin Feng couldn't guarantee that the system was targeting Chao Jinlong when it issued the 30% shares of the Rongtou Real Estate Company. He had specifically looked into Rongtou Real Estate, which was among the top real estate companies in Tianfu City or even in the entire Suzhou. Alright, thank you, Mr. Lin, regardless of whether you can help or not. After a few more words, the director hung up and slumped into his chair. Running a hospital is really tough. It was much better when he was a director. When the sky fell, there was someone tall to hold it up. Meanwhile, after Lin Feng hung up the phone, he said, there's no rush on this matter. Let's go home and cook first, and we can discuss it after dinner. Lin Feng comforted Jiang Shuawei, stroking her delicate little hand.
Jiang Shuawei nodded, trusting in her man's abilities.
Lin Feng then started the engine and drove off amidst a crowd of amazed and envious gazes.
Mom, we're back.
Jiang Shuawei opened the door and happily called out to the house. Lin Feng followed her inside. The interior was still quite luxurious. After all, Jiang Shuawei's family wasn't poor. Jiang Haitao could earn 8 to 900,000 a year from the construction site, though it was exhausting work. At that moment, Jiang Min came out of the room, dressed in a different outfit and on the phone.
Seeing Jiang Min on the phone, Jiang Shuawei chose not to speak. What? You're already at the airport? Your dad is fine now, how did you find out? Jiang Min hung up the phone. Shuawei, your brother just got on the plane and will be back tomorrow morning, Jiang Min said to Jiang Shuawei with a hint of comfort in her voice. My brother? Didn't you say not to tell him? Jiang Shuawei complained a bit. I didn't tell him, it was your uncle who said it. He was worried that something might happen to your dad, and your brother wouldn't get to see him one last time. As Jiang Min spoke, her eyes turned red again. It's okay. Mom, my dad is fine now, so we should be happy. Jiang Shuawei held back her tears and walked over to hug Jiang Min softly. Yes, your dad is fine now. Jiang Min forced a smile and then looked at Lin Feng. Shaolin, I really appreciate you coming all this way. It's nothing, Auntie. Shuawei is my girlfriend, it's the least I can do, Lin Feng quickly replied. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuawei then told Jiang Min about how Chao Jinlong used the media to slander the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. She mainly wanted Jiang Min to know what Lin Feng had done, hoping it would improve her impression of him. Lin Feng understood Jiang Shuawei's intentions and felt a bit touched. After hearing this, Jiang Min's face showed a hint of anger. That Chao Jinlong is really a self-righteous scoundrel. Shaolin, if you have the ability, please help the hospital. After all, this happened because of old Jiang. Consider it a favor from Auntie. Auntie, you're being too kind. I will definitely help. Lin Feng vowed.
If he couldn't do it directly, he would use his connections with the penguin side. He was determined to handle this small matter. This was the first thing his future mother-in-law had asked him to help with. Good. Jiang Min's gaze towards Lin Feng became increasingly satisfied. He was not only wealthy but also handsome and good to Xu Wei. By the way, Auntie, I also brought some supplements, Lin Feng said as he took out the supplements he had bought before coming to Jintang. I wonder if Uncle smokes, Lin Feng joked. Oh dear, this child, why do you bring things when you come? Jiang Min feigned a bit of reproach, but inside she was very pleased. Jiang Shuawei was also very happy, although they had only been dating for a few days. She had already made up her mind about Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng made Jiang Min happy, he had naturally passed a test. The opinions of her dad and brother didn't matter, which meant Lin Feng was almost their Jiang family's prospective son-in-law. It's okay, Auntie, I'll go cook now. Ah Chen, let me help you, Jiang Shuawei said cheerfully as she pulled Lin Feng into the kitchen. Jiang Min shook her head helplessly at the sight of the young couple being so close. She had always worried that Jiang Shuawei was different, having shown no interest in boys growing up. She never expected that suddenly a significant boyfriend would appear right in her home. Ah Chen, I can tell my mom is very satisfied with you. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng, her bright eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Lin Feng patted Jiang Shuawei's head. Of course, your boyfriend is loved by everyone, Lin Feng said proudly, lifting his chin. Narcissist. Jiang Shuawei laughed and playfully slapped Lin Feng's arm. After the teasing, it was time to get down to business. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuawei assisted him from the side. Jiang Shuawei had hardly ever been in the kitchen. She nearly turned the leeks into leek juice and almost peeled the skin off the potatoes. Alarmed, Lin Feng kicked Jiang Shuawei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuawei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Feng from outside the kitchen. At that moment, only Lin Feng remained in the kitchen. He took a deep breath and began to showcase his skills. More than an hour later, the three of them sat at the dining table. Wow, Ah Chen, you're amazing. It looks so appetizing. Right, Mom? Jiang Shuawei said, her mouth watering at the sight of the delicious dishes. Indeed, it's not bad. Xiaolin must cook a lot at home, right? Jiang Min said with a smile as she looked at Lin Feng. She felt her daughter had struck gold. Men who can cook are quite rare these days. In the past, Jiang Shuawei often followed her parents into the kitchen, but without exception, she was chased out by her stern father and mother. This girl could turn the kitchen into a disaster in just a few minutes. Therefore, the couple had a strict requirement for their son-in-law: he must know how to cook. They couldn't rely on takeout every day, could they? I learned from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, please try it and see if it suits your taste, Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, Jiang Min said as she picked up a piece of boiled pork. Not bad. Xiaolin, your skills can rival those of outside chefs, Jiang Min praised enthusiastically. I'm glad you like it, Auntie. Lin Feng felt relieved upon hearing this. Mom, is it really that good? Jiang Shuawei said skeptically, and she also picked up a bit to taste. Wow, impressive, Achin. I hereby appoint you as my personal chef, Jiang Shuawei said, eating without any semblance of a lady. Jiang Min tapped Jiang Shuawei on the head. Mind your image. Jiang Shuawei then behaved herself. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, only to receive a fierce glare from Jiang Shuawei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated for a moment but decided to speak up. Xiaolin, Auntie is quite satisfied with you, but your family situation is not ordinary. Have you mentioned Shuawei to your parents? Jiang Min thought for a while before deciding to bring it up. After all, Lin Feng's family must be either rich or noble. What if Lin Feng's parents didn't approve of her daughter? Wouldn't that mean trouble for her? Jiang Shuawei also put down her chopsticks. She had actually thought about this issue too. Auntie, our family isn't as wealthy as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers, and they are very easy to talk to. Since Shuawei and I have only been together for a short time, I haven't mentioned her to my parents yet. But I will tell them in a few days, Lin Feng added. Is that possible? Isn't the car you drive worth almost 100 million? Jiang Min looked at Lin Feng with some suspicion. Really, Auntie, I earned all of this through my own efforts. I can't go into details, but my parents still don't know that I'm quite wealthy, Lin Feng explained. I've heard Achin mention this before. Jiang Shuawei nodded at Jiang Min. Jiang Min still had her doubts. Lin Feng looked to be about the same age as her daughter. How could he afford a car worth 100 million just by himself? Not to mention Lin Feng's other assets. Was this a science fiction story? Don't worry, Auntie. I will treat Shuawei well and won't let her suffer, Lin Feng said gently, glancing at Jiang Shuawei, taking her small hand, and then looking firmly at Jiang Min. Alright, Jiang Min could only nod. Everything would wait until Lin Feng spoke to his parents before making a decision. Jiang Min stood up to prepare to clear the dishes. No, Auntie, I'll do it. Lin Feng quickly stood up to stop Jiang Min's actions. How can that be? You're a guest. It's already embarrassing to have you cook. It's fine, Mom, just let Lin Feng do it. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease, Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Okay, then I appreciate your help, Shaolin. Jiang Min thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. After Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei finished washing up, Shaolin, you can stay in the room with Shuawei's younger brother. I've changed the sheets and quilt cover to new ones, Jiang Min said, holding the dirty sheets and quilt cover as she watched the two come out of the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Mom, you should go rest. You've been working all day, Zhang Shuawei said, worried that Jiang Min's health couldn't take it. After a busy day, her mood felt like a roller coaster, leaving her both mentally and physically exhausted. She was no different. Alright, you take care of Shaolin, I'm going to rest first, Jiang Min said, deliberately giving Zhang Shuawei a warning glance, signaling her not to do anything out of line. As if fearing Zhang Shuawei didn't understand, she called her into her room. Lin Feng was a bit confused, but after all, it was normal for the mother and daughter to whisper to each other. So he sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Boss, what's going on over there? What happened? Do you need us to help? Let us know if there's anything. It was messages from Chen Xiao and the other two. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and replied one by one. Chairman Lin, I've gathered some information about the penguins, take a look. This was from Lu Hai. There were also messages from Ma Tang and Lu Shu. Meanwhile, in the room with the mother and daughter. Mom, why did you call me in? Is there something you need to whisper about? Zhang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min rubbed her forehead, realizing that her silly daughter was useless except for her good grades. I think Shaolin is indeed a good kid, but when you date, you must pay attention to the boundaries. If it happens, you must take proper precautions. Jiang Min was quite open-minded. For young people today, dating and going to bed was very normal, but they absolutely could not get pregnant. Getting pregnant before marriage was extremely irresponsible. Mom, what are you talking about? Zhang Shuawei's face instantly flushed, her hands covering her hot cheeks. I haven't reached that point yet. In any case, you must remember to take protective measures in the future. After saying this, Jiang Min pushed Zhang Shuawei out of the bedroom. What's wrong with you? Lin Feng looked at Zhang Shuawei, whose face was flushed and whose eyes seemed a bit strange, and asked in confusion. Nothing. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Shuawei didn't even dare to look Lin Feng in the eye, lowering her head and fleeing in a panic. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, his mind couldn't help but wander. He was seriously looking at the information Lu Hai sent on his phone, but his eyes occasionally darted toward the bathroom. Finally, the water stopped, and the bathroom door opened. Achin, come in, I'll tell you which of my face towels is which. Zhang Shuawei was wearing a pink pajama set, the kind of beauty emerging from a bath that made Lin Feng feel an uncontrollable restlessness. Little Lin Feng, you must stay calm. This is at your mother-in-law's house. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths, then stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Achin, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for drying feet. As Zhang Shuawei spoke, she felt something was off. Achin, are you listening to me? Lin Feng's gaze finally left Zhang Shuawei's fair thighs. He swallowed hard. Ha! I'm listening. Zhang Shuawei felt a thrill of joy. She knew Lin Feng was stealing glances at her. Then I'm going to go back to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my little brother. Just as Zhang Shuawei was about to leave, Lin Feng grabbed her. Zhang Shuawei knew what was about to happen, tightly closing her eyes, and then her mouth was sealed. After a long while, their lips parted. My mom is at home. What if she finds out? Zhang Shuawei panted slightly, her face flushed and dissatisfied. It's fine, our mom knows we're dating. Lin Feng tucked a few strands of hair behind Zhang Shuawei's ear and smiled slightly. Who is your mom? We haven't even started yet. You will be mine sooner or later. Lin Feng domineeringly held Zhang Shuawei, his hands becoming a bit restless. I'm going back to sleep now. Just as Lin Feng's hand was about to wander to the peaks, Zhang Shuawei panicked and escaped from Lin Feng's grasp. As he was about to leave, seemingly afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy, he hesitated for a moment and said, Achin, when I'm ready, I will definitely give it to you. After saying that, he fled in a hurry. Lin Feng savored the softness he had just felt in his hand. He then shook his head, no longer thinking about it, took a shower, and returned to Zhang Shuawei's brother's bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng chatted with Zhang Shuawei for a while before dozing off. Early the next morning, while Lin Feng was still in a dream, he felt a pair of delicate little hands playing with his face. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Jiang Shuiwei's exquisite face. Jiang Shuiwei had sneaked into the room without him noticing. "You're awake." Jiang Shuiwei was startled and instinctively distanced herself from Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Then hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, come with me to pick up my little brother." Jiang Shuiwei pecked Lin Feng on the cheek and smiled as she left the bedroom. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, got up, folded the quilt, and also left the bedroom. "Little Lin is awake. Hurry and wash up, Auntie made some porridge. After breakfast, you two can go pick up Shuiwei's brother, and I'll head to the hospital first," Jiang Min said with a smile. "Okay, Auntie." After Lin Feng finished washing up and having breakfast, he left with Jiang Shuiwei. "Achin, how are we going to fit 3 of us in the car to pick up Jiang Lei?" Jiang Shuiwei asked. Jiang Lei was Jiang Shuiwei's brother, who had been studying abroad but returned home overnight after hearing about Jiang Haitao's situation. Indeed, Jiang Min needed a car to go to the hospital, and his sports car was a 2-seater. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. If he had known, he would have bought a car with more space. Just then, a phone call came in. "Is this Mr. Lin Feng?" "Yes, it is. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm from Ronto Real Estate. You can call me Xiao Huang. Since you acquired 30% of Ronto's shares yesterday, may I ask when you will come to the company to take a look? I should have time to come by today. I have a few things to take care of first, so I'll hang up now." "Alright, sorry to bother you, Mr. Lin." After hanging up, Jiang Shuiwei kept staring at Lin Feng. "You acquired 30% of Ronto Real Estate?" "Yeah, do you know this company?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Yes, my dad often takes orders from Ronto Real Estate," Jiang Shuiwei explained. Her dad was the head of a construction team, so she was aware of some matters. "What a coincidence. After Jiang uncle gets better, I will mention it to Ronto Real Estate." Although Lin Feng didn't say it outright, Jiang Shuiwei understood what he meant. She happily hugged Lin Feng and kissed him. "Thank you, Achin. Let's go pick up your brother first. The plane is about to arrive." Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to talk about it at the airport. Alright. Lin Feng drove Jiang Shuiwei for over an hour before arriving at Suzhou Airport. Suzhou Airport is one of the busiest airports in the country, and the outside was filled with luxury cars. Lin Feng saw many sports cars like Maseratis, Porsches, and Lamborghinis. However, when Lin Feng's car pulled up outside the airport, it caused a small commotion. This place was not like those small towns. People recognized it as a sports car but had no concept of its price. But this was Suzhou Airport, where wealthy second-generation rich kids were not in short supply. "No way, am I seeing this right? Is that a poison? Impressive, I think there are only 9 soft tops in the world?" The corruption of capitalism. After parking, the astonished voices around them did not affect the two. After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car, several security personnel came running over. "Sir, we will take good care of your car." "Thank you." Lin Feng nodded and led Jiang Shuiwei into the airport. The Suzhou International Airport was bustling with people. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei waited for a while, and then Jiang Shuiwei pointed at a boy dragging a suitcase, dressed in a pure white shirt, looking like a naive young man. "My brother is here," Jiang Shuiwei said, happily waving at the boy. The boy noticed Jiang Shuiwei and walked straight towards them, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes as he looked at Lin Feng beside Jiang Shuiwei. "Sister, how is Dad?" As soon as Jiang Lei arrived, he hurriedly asked. "Dad is fine now, don't worry," Jiang Shuiwei replied with a smile. Jiang Lei visibly relaxed. After an 11 or 12-hour flight, he had been thinking about this the whole time and hadn't rested well. He then looked at Lin Feng. "Who is this?" Lin Feng graciously extended his hand, smiling. "Hello, I'm Lin Feng, your future brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei shook hands with Lin Feng. "I'm Jiang Lei. It won't be easy for you to be my brother-in-law." Jiang Lei sized up Lin Feng. His first impression was quite good. He looked like a wealthy person, and his demeanor was also impressive. Having passed the family hurdle, it was now time to see what kind of person he was. What if he turned out to be a playboy? Wouldn't that put his sister in danger? Alright, let's hurry up," Jiang Shuiwei urged. She wanted to rush to the hospital to see how her father was doing. Jiang Lei was also worried about their dad, so he asked, "How are we getting back?" Lin Feng was momentarily at a loss, but then his eyes lit up. "Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't acknowledged you as my brother-in-law yet. Just call me Jiang Lei." "I have a driver's license, why?" Jiang Lei was a bit confused, not understanding why Lin Feng was asking him about his license. "Do you have it on you?" "I do." Jiang Lei was still puzzled. Even Jiang Shuiwei looked confused. "Ah Chen,
Why are you asking this? My car only seats 2 people, right? I can just buy another car.
It can also be a gift for my little brother-in-law, Lin Feng said with a smile.
John Lei was stunned by this revelation. The brother-in-law he just met was giving him a car as a gift? No need, who gives a car as a meeting gift? Jiang Shuawei quickly intervened. Just because he was rich doesn't mean he should spend like that. Zhang Lei had some doubts about whether Lin Feng was just boasting, but hearing his sister say that made him certain Lin Feng had the means. He knew his sister well. It's fine, how much can a car cost? Lin Feng said nonchalantly, then turned to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, what kind of car do you like? Seeing that she couldn't change Lin Feng's mind, Jiang Shuawei gave up. Brother-in-law, just call me Xiao Lei. I prefer Mercedes. At that moment, Zhang Lei was extremely satisfied with his brother-in-law. His sister was impressive. She went to college and brought back such a wealthy brother-in-law. Lin Feng smiled slightly. This little brother-in-law was quite interesting. Alright, take out your phone and see if there are any nearby Mercedes dealerships, then add me as a friend and share it with me. We'll go directly there. But you'll have to take a taxi, my car only seats 2. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out his phone and added Zhang Lei's contact. Okay, brother-in-law. Zhang Lei replied happily, then eagerly took out his phone to start searching. Before long, he found a nearby Mercedes dealership and shared its location with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the address on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then the 3 of them walked out of Suzhou Airport together. Once outside, Lin Feng looked at the neatly parked taxis and turned to Zhang Lei, saying, Xiao Lei, you take a taxi over first. Your sister and I will go to the parking lot to get the car. Zhang Lei happily accepted and excitedly replied, Sure, brother-in-law. A smile that he couldn't suppress beamed on Zhang Lei's face. His first car in life. Seeing Zhang Lei so happy, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuawei silently followed Lin Feng towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was specifically assigned to watch over Lin Feng's vehicle to ensure that no one would accidentally scratch it. Lin Feng handed the guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes as a token of thanks. After receiving the cigarettes, the guard quickly expressed his gratitude. Soon after, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and drove towards the Mercedes-Benz 4S store they had agreed upon with Zhang Lei. Hey, little brother, are you buying a car? The driver, sitting in the taxi with Zhang Lei, chatted enthusiastically. Yes, Zhang Lei nodded with a smile. I really envy you. You look young, you must still be in college, right? Driving a Mercedes at such a young age, you must be hard to find love. The driver couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei smiled slightly at the driver's words but didn't respond. Before long, they arrived at the agreed Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After paying, Zhang Lei waited by the roadside for Jiang Shuawei and Lin Feng. Not long after, a Lamborghini Veneno drove up. Wow! A Lamborghini? This car must be worth at least 10 million, Zhang Lei exclaimed. While he was still in awe, he didn't expect the car to stop right in front of him. Looking inside, he saw Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei sitting there. Zhang Lei couldn't help but step forward to touch the supercar, his eyes filled with envy. The last shred of doubt in his heart vanished. What was wrong with giving his brother-in-law a Mercedes if he could afford a 10 million level sports car? No problem at all. Lin Feng parked the car inside the 4S store, and several Mercedes salespeople immediately came out, greeting the 3 with warm smiles. Of course. Arriving at a Mercedes store in a Lamborghini, wasn't that a sure sign of a big client? The 3 of them felt quite helpless as they watched so many salespeople swarm around them. You don't need to worry about us, we can look around ourselves, Lin Feng said directly. The salespeople dared not say anything more and could only disperse. Upon hearing that a few Lamborghini drivers were there to look at cars, the manager of the 4S store quickly came over to greet them. Hello, I'm the manager here. May I ask if you have any particular models in mind? The man wore a smile full of flattery. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei. Xiao Lei, which car do you like? Jiang Shuawei quickly turned to Zhang Lei, her eyes filled with a threat. If you dare to mention a million-level car, just wait and see how I deal with you. At that moment, Zhang Lei's attention was entirely on the various cars displayed in the store. I think the Mercedes E300 I saw online is quite nice, I really like the interior. Although Zhang Lei also likes supercars, since it was Lin Feng giving him the car, he hesitated to say he liked the Mercedes supercar, fearing that his brother-in-law might think he was too greedy. Lin Feng nodded. He had seen the Mercedes C260 and E300 in short videos before and liked both. Perhaps they were filmed well, the lights in the interior indeed looked beautiful. The manager, upon hearing this, immediately led the 3 to a Mercedes E300. This is the Mercedes E300, part of our Mercedes-Benz 3-pointed star lineup, symbolizing Mercedes' outstanding achievements across land, sea, and air.
The manager began to introduce it enthusiastically. Zhang Lei walked around the car a few times, looked at the interior, and asked a few questions.
Xiao Lei, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. He glanced at his phone, it was getting late. Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L.
I really like it, Zhang Lei said, nodding excitedly. Then let's pay, full amount on the card, the top configuration. Lin Feng took out his platinum card from Huaxia Bank and said to the manager. The manager's smile grew even wider, and he quickly led Lin Feng to handle the payment procedures.
In no time, the paperwork was completed.
It totaled just over 600,000. He even spent a bit more to have the dealership expedite the license plate processing.
Zhang Lei looked at the brand new Mercedes E300L, excitedly dancing with joy. He never expected that today he would actually own a luxury car of his own. Brother-in-law, this is such a surprise. I don't even know what to say. Zhang Lei stammered with excitement.
Lin Feng patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and smiled. Xiao Lei, work hard in the future. Come work at my company after you graduate. This is just the beginning. Zhang Shuawei watched from the side, feeling both touched and a bit helpless. She was moved by Lin Feng's generosity and care for her family, but helpless at how quickly the money was being spent.
Soon, the temporary license plate was expedited and delivered. Alright, let's hurry to the hospital to see Dad, Zhang Shuawei said. Zhang Lei eagerly took the driver's seat.
Sister, brother-in-law, I'll head out first, so I won't disturb your little world. After saying that, Zhang Lei drove off in his beloved car from the dealership. Zhang Shuawei's face turned slightly red. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to be teased like that by her younger brother.
Lin Feng affectionately pinched Zhang Shuawei's cheek. Let's go too.
Zhang Shuawei happily nodded and got into the Lamborghini with Lin Feng. As the engine of the Lamborghini roared to life, Lin Feng drove away from the Mercedes dealership.
Hey, do you know what that Lamborghini was just now? One of the female salespeople excitedly pointed at Zhou Wei. Lamborghini supercar, it must be worth several million, right?
But that one looked like it was at least in the tens of millions.
Right, what kind of wealthy person must own a car worth tens of millions? We couldn't even buy a wheel of their car with our annual salary. Wrong. I just searched, that car is called Lamborghini Veneno. There are only a little over 10 in the world. This one is a soft top, worth nearly 100 million. But I estimate you'd need at least several hundred million to buy one, right? What? Are you crazy?
Even Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to film something like that.
That's too exaggerated. The salespeople were all in shock.
The manager, who was listening nearby, regretted not having the courage to ask for contact information earlier. After arriving in Jintang County, Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei went to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and supplements.
Upon reaching the hospital, they saw Zhang Lei's Mercedes in the parking lot. After parking, Zhang Shuawei linked her arm with Lin Feng's and headed to Zhang Father's hospital room. Zhang Father had a very successful surgery yesterday and was transferred to a regular ward after more than 10 hours of observation.
At this moment, he was awake, lying in bed resting, listening to Zhang Lei talk about his study life abroad, with a smile on his face. Zhang Min was beside him, cutting apples for Zhang Father.
By the way, Mom and Dad, brother-in-law bought me a car. A Mercedes.
Zhang Lei said excitedly. Zhang Haitao had already learned about the brother-in-law from his wife.
Very wealthy, very handsome, treats Shuawei well. This was Zhang Min's evaluation of Lin Feng.
As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more pleasing he becomes. But Zhang Haitao was different. He felt a hint of hostility towards this guy who had taken care of his daughter for over 20 years. If he wants to marry my daughter, he has to get past me first. However, he heard that Lin Feng had put in a lot of effort for this matter and even brought the hospital director in. So he decided to ease up a bit. But when Zhang Haitao heard Jiang Lei's words, his expression suddenly darkened.
You just met someone for the first time and you accepted a car from them?
Jiang Min quickly said, Old Jiang, don't get excited yet, he's still in recovery after surgery.
She then frowned and looked at Zhang Lei. What's wrong with you?
Even if you just met Shaolin, you shouldn't accept such an expensive gift.
Be honest, how much is that car?
Seeing that his parents were getting a bit angry, Zhang Lei panicked.
This is what my brother-in-law wants to buy for me? He also said that after I graduate, I can work at his company, so can I not take a salary then?
Zhang Lei said weakly. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei had just reached the door of the hospital room when they overheard this conversation.
Lin Feng felt quite satisfied, at least he wasn't a bloodsucker.
When he read novels before, he often frowned at how the female lead's family would leech off the protagonist. And Zhang Lei's character seemed pretty good, at least he wouldn't misuse his name to cause trouble outside. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei pushed the door open.
Oh, Shaolin is here. Why did you buy so many things again? Didn't you already buy some yesterday?
Jiang Min quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to take the items from Lin Feng's hands. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, Lin Feng said with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Haitao was carefully sizing up Lin Feng. He had to admit, this kid gave off a good impression. Zhang Haitao was quite satisfied. Hello, uncle, my name is Lin Feng, and I am Shuawei's boyfriend. Lin Feng no longer had the demeanor he had outside. He stood obediently by the bedside looking at Zhang Haitao. This young man is quite handsome, come, sit. Zhang Haitao smiled and pointed to a chair nearby. Lin Feng hurried over and sat down. Dad, have you forgotten about your daughter? Jiang Shuawei squatted in front of the hospital bed, acting cute towards Zhang Haitao. Oh dear, my mistake, how could I forget my precious daughter?
Zhang Haitao was beaming with joy. A daughter slave. Zhang Lei rolled his eyes. Why weren't you like this when I came back? The father and daughter chatted for a while before remembering Lin Feng. Dad, how do you like the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad, right?
Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng straightened up a bit.
Not bad, Zhang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. By the way, Shaolin, why did you buy Jiang Lei a car?
That's really too expensive, we should just give you the money instead, Jiang Min asked at this moment. Their family could be considered middle class, earning around 800 to 900,000 a year, so taking out 600,000 was still quite easy.
It's nothing, uncle and aunt, Shaolin is Shuawei's brother, which makes him my brother too. What's wrong with me buying a car for my brother?
Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me, Lin Feng quickly replied. Jiang Min and Zhang Haitao fell silent. They had to admit that Lin Feng's words were quite clever.
If they refused, it would imply that Zhang Lei wasn't his brother, suggesting that he and their daughter wouldn't last.
Zhang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to let it go.
Mr. Lin, I heard you were here, so I came right over to check.
The hospital director suddenly appeared at the door, smiling as he looked inside.
Director, why are you here? Come, sit.
Jiang Min quickly got up to bring a stool over. No, I'm mainly here to check on the patient's condition, and I have something to discuss with Mr. Lin. The director quickly waved his hand. Lin Feng realized that when the director said he was here to check on the patient, it really meant he was here to ask for his help.
The director checked Zhang Haitao's condition, said some trivial things, and then looked at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, do you have some time? How about we chat in my office for a bit? The director looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. Lin Feng calmly nodded.
Uncle, aunt, since the director has something to discuss with me, I'll head over now, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Alright, Shaolin, hurry up.
The important matters come first.
Jiang Min quickly responded.
Zhang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Feng to go ahead. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Shuawei one last time before following the director out of the ward.
As soon as they left the ward, Zhang Haitao couldn't help but ask, what does the director want with Shaolin?
Jiang Min sighed and then explained the whole situation to Zhang Haitao and Zhang Lei.
I can't believe this. How shameless can that Chao be? He even has the nerve to complain and twist the facts to slander the hospital?
Zhang Lei's anger flared up immediately. Being young, he was quick to lose his temper and wished he could find Chao Jilong and give him a good beating.
Zhang Haitao's face was also dark with fear. If it weren't for Dr. Lin, perhaps he wouldn't have made it in time for the rescue?
Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already arrived at the director's office.
Where's Dr. Lin?
I haven't seen him today, Lin Feng asked the director, his eyes filled with curiosity.
Well, Mr.
Lin, you know how it is. The public opinion online is just too overwhelming, so we had no choice but to suspend Dr. Lin for a while. The director seemed a bit embarrassed to say it, speaking hesitantly. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Lin Yi was his father-in-law's lifesaver, and now, despite having done nothing wrong, he was suspended. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the director with a hint of disdain. This director was incompetent. He had a good first impression yesterday, but now it was a complete contrast. Wait, let me make a call first, Lin Feng said in a very calm tone.
All right, Mr. Lin.
Lin Feng took out his phone and called the number from that day.
Hello? This is Lin Feng. Hello, Mr.
Lin, this is Xiao Huang.
Are you coming over?
A respectful voice from a young woman came through the phone.
Not at the moment. Do we have business dealings with a construction materials boss named Xiao Jilong? Please hold on, Mr. Lin, let me check. There was a sound of typing on the other end. Yes, Mr.
Lin, there is a local construction materials company in Jintang County called Jinlong Materials.
Is this the person you're referring to?
Lin Feng thought to himself, just as I suspected, I can even grasp a bit of the system's rules.
Yes, that's right. Do I have the authority to terminate his business dealings with Ronto Real Estate? Of course, Mr. Lin. This Jinlong Materials is just a small company and doesn't bring in much business for us. Then just notify him directly, tell him it's from me. If he wants to continue cooperating, let him know I'm the son-in-law of that patient from the county hospital. Understood, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange that right away. Beep, beep, beep. Just wait, that Chao Jinlong will come over to apologize soon. For now, I'll head back to the ward, Lin Feng said as he walked towards the door. By the way, bring Lin Yi back to work. With that, Lin Feng walked out of the office. Upon hearing that the matter was nearly resolved, the director felt a sense of relief. He then happily called Dr. Lin. Lin Yi, you can come back to work now. After the incident yesterday, Chao Jinlong had transferred hospitals and had just undergone surgery last night. He was now in the recovery phase. Looking at the comments section of short videos on his phone, which were all bombarding the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, a smug smile crept onto his face. Ha, a little doctor thinks he can compete with me? Let's see how I can ruin you. As expected of the boss. Such brilliant tactics. The few younger brothers sitting next to Chao Jinlong were also flattering him, making him feel a bit lightheaded from the praise. It's just a pity about that woman. I've never had such high-quality fun before. As Chao Jinlong spoke, he swallowed hard, feeling even more disgusted with Lin Yi, who had ruined his good time. Just then, the phone on the bedside rang. Chao Jinlong put away his fantasies and answered the call. Is this Chao Jinlong, the owner of Jinlong Building Materials? Yes, that's me. Who are you? I'm Huang Wei, the general manager of Ronto Real Estate. Chao Jinlong's tone instantly became much more respectful, and he straightened his back. Hello, Manager Huang. Is this about a potential collaboration? It is about that, but I'm here to inform you that this collaboration is off. Chao Jinlong immediately became anxious. Why, Manager Huang? How can you just say it's off? Didn't we agree to discuss it in a few days? I'm afraid we can't discuss it now. May I ask if you offended someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice struck Chao Jinlong like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Offended someone at the county hospital? That patient who needed surgery? It didn't seem likely. That woman had almost knelt before him, clearly not someone with connections. The hospital director? That didn't seem right either. How could a county hospital director have the connections to reach the general manager of Ronto Real Estate? Moreover, from Huang Wei's tone, it seemed that the person behind this was someone even she couldn't afford to offend. It seems I did offend someone. Chao Jinlong couldn't recall who he had offended and could only answer stiffly. If it weren't for the importance of this deal to him, and the high status of Ronto Real Estate in the construction industry throughout Tianfu City and even the entire Suzhou, he would have wanted to throw in the towel. That's right. If you want to continue the collaboration, you should find that patient you offended that day. Upon hearing that it was related to that patient, Chao Jinlong was instantly dumbfounded and cautiously asked, Manager Huang, may I ask who that person is? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. The new major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. After saying that, she hung up. Chao Jinlong's face turned ashen. He had offended the big boss of Ronto Real Estate? He wished he could slap himself twice. It could be said that if that person said a few words, Chao Jinlong would have to quietly await his company's bankruptcy. Seeing Chao Jinlong's grim expression, the younger brothers quickly asked, Are you okay, big brother? Do you want me to call a doctor? Call your grandpa. Hurry up and get my discharge papers, then take me to the county people's hospital. Chao Jinlong shouted angrily. The younger brothers were confused by the scolding but quickly did as Chao Jinlong said. Just a few minutes after they left, several doctors hurried over. Mr. Chao, you just had surgery last night, you can't be discharged yet, one of the doctors advised. I must be discharged today, Chao Jinlong said rudely. No matter how much the doctors tried to persuade him, it was completely useless, and he ended up scolding them. With no other choice, they had to let him sign a liability waiver and arranged for his discharge. Soon, the younger brothers took Chao Jinlong to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, several doctors and nurses saw him and looked surprised, then walked away with expressions of disgust. Chao Jinlong felt embarrassed. Fortunately, the younger brothers quickly found out the location of the director's office, and they pushed Chao Jinlong toward it. Monkey, knock on the door. Chao Jinlong gestured at the office in front of him. The younger brother nicknamed Monkey chuckled and kicked the door. Bang! The office door swung open. The dean, who was working inside, was startled and, upon closer inspection, realized it was Chao Jinlong. He was followed by several burly men. The dean trembled in fear and picked up the phone to call the security office. Someone is causing trouble in the dean's office. Bring a few more people to handle it. The dean said, his voice shaking. Didn't Mr. Lin say everything was settled? Why was Chao Jinlong bringing a few lackeys to the door, and specifically targeting the dean? Chao Jinlong stared in disbelief at the monkey's strange antics. He kicked him with one foot. As a result, it aggravated his injury, causing him to be unable to speak from the pain. The monkey, having been kicked, was still somewhat confused. Seeing the boss bend down, he thought it was because he hadn't done well enough. Damn old man, who told you to make that call? The monkey glared, menacingly approaching the dean. No, don't come over. What you're doing is illegal. Let's resolve this properly. Please don't resort to violence. The dean was so scared he slumped in his office chair, shrinking back. Meanwhile, Chao Jinlong's lackeys were laughing uncontrollably. Seeing that things had escalated, Chao Jinlong gritted his teeth and shouted, Monkey, are you stupid? I told you to knock, not kick the door. What are you doing now? The lackeys immediately stopped laughing. The monkey was also taken aback by the scolding. Ha! He quickly reacted. Sorry, Dean, I was too abrupt. He then forced a smile and retreated, even kindly closing the door behind him. Chao Jinlong and his lackeys were stunned by the monkey's series of actions. What are you doing? Chao Jinlong asked through gritted teeth, suppressing his anger. Ha! Boss, didn't you say to knock? At that moment, Chao Jinlong regretted bringing this fool into the group. Forget it, I'll handle it myself. Chao Jinlong facepalmed in exasperation. Knock, knock, knock. Dean, I have important business with you. The dean, who had just relaxed, felt his heart drop again upon hearing the knocking. Fortunately, the security office had also arrived, along with many curious doctors and nurses. What are you doing? Several security personnel in protective gear shouted at the four. They had already seen on the surveillance footage someone had kicked open the dean's office. It was strange that after coming up, these people were now standing at the door knocking. The dean finally felt relieved upon hearing the security personnel's voices, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. We're not doing anything, we just want to talk to the dean about some matters. At that moment, Chao Jinlong was cursing the monkey's ancestors in his heart. The lackeys nodded in agreement. Hey, isn't that the guy who smeared our hospital online? It really looks like him. He must be here to stir up trouble. I think I did hear a loud bang just now. Hearing the surrounding doctors and nurses, the security personnel's expressions turned unfriendly. At this moment, the dean finally regained his composure and stepped out. Boss Chow, do you know this is considered provoking trouble and could get you arrested? The dean angrily reprimanded as he approached the security personnel holding their equipment. I'm really sorry, Dean, I truly meant no harm this time. I came to resolve the online rumors. But my brother here isn't too bright and offended the dean. I apologize on his behalf. After saying this, Chao Jinlong lowered his head while sitting in a wheelchair. Seeing their boss apologize, the lackeys quickly bowed as well. Sorry. The surrounding people were astonished by Chao Jinlong and his lackey's attitude. Could it be that they really came to resolve the rumors? After hesitating for a moment, I felt that the urgent matter was to resolve the hospital's public opinion, so I nodded and said, all right, but only you can come in. Let your friends wait at the hospital entrance. The director thought for a moment and still felt that safety was the most important thing. Did you hear what the director said? You guys go wait downstairs, Chao Jinlong said to his few underlings in a harsh tone. But boss, you just had surgery. Are you okay? The monkey scratched his head and pointed at Chao Jinlong's stomach. I'll have the hospital staff bring you to the entrance later, the director quickly said. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go downstairs, Chao Jinlong urged, feeling like a monkey in a zoo under so many eyes. Thinking of this, Chao Jinlong couldn't help but feel a pang of toothache. Damn monkey! The few underlings had no choice but to leave the hospital and wait downstairs. A few security guards were watching them closely. The surrounding doctors and nurses were also sent away by the director. Boss Chow, you tell me how to handle this, the director asked tentatively. Director, I will record a clarification video immediately to explain the whole situation and definitely won't cause trouble for the hospital, Chao Jinlong said with righteous indignation. But director, may I ask about the family of the patient who had surgery yesterday in that ward? Sure enough, Mr. Lin had taken action. The director couldn't help but admire him secretly. If even a thug like Chao Jinlong could be subdued, it showed the strength of his background. The director hesitated for a moment and said, in room 302, but don't cause any trouble. Chao Jinlong quickly nodded, Director, you can rest assured, I absolutely won't cause trouble. I just want to apologize in person. The director looked at him with suspicion but still said, all right, after you record the clarification video, hurry over. Don't delay too long. Chao Jinlong agreed and soon recorded the clarification video, which he posted online.
Then, a nurse arranged by the director pushed him to the door of room 302. Chao Jinlong took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and controlled the wheelchair to enter. Inside the ward, Lin Feng was currently being interrogated by Jiang Haitao about his feelings and whether he was truly sincere towards their daughter Shuawei, among other things. Lin Feng was overwhelmed, with questions coming one after another. He couldn't answer them all, it was simply impossible.
Just then, Chao Jinlong wheeled himself in.
Jiang Haitao was taken aback, just about to ask what was going on when Jiang Min spoke up angrily.
What are you doing here? We don't welcome you. Get out. Do you know that if you delay any longer, my husband won't be saved?
Jiang Min shouted at Chao Jinlong, her expression extremely agitated. Zhang Lei immediately recognized who he was, and blood rushed to his head as he clenched his fists, ready to hit Chao Jinlong, cursing under his breath.
Damn it, you beast, how dare you come here? I'll beat you to death.
This scene startled Chao Jinlong, and he instinctively raised his hand to block.
Zhang Shuawei quickly grabbed Zhang Lei. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. If you hit someone, you'll end up in jail. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to stop the somewhat out-of-control Zhang Lei. For someone who almost made him lose his father, Zhang Lei harbored deep hatred. Enough, Zhang Haitao scolded. Hearing Zhang Haitao's words, Zhang Lei finally calmed down, though his gaze towards Chao Jinlong remained fierce.
Zhang Lei was particularly skilled in fighting, all to protect Zhang Shuawei.
Zhang Shuawei had been exceptionally beautiful since childhood, attracting many admirers and catching the attention of many aimless boys in school.
One year, he was in the first year of middle school, and Zhang Shuawei was in the third year. He finished school and was waiting to go home with Zhang Shuawei, but as soon as he reached the door of her classroom, he saw several boys surrounding her, spouting dirty words.
Zhang Shuawei was curled up in a corner, crying.
This scene made Jiang Lei's blood boil, and he shouted, "Dare to bully my sister."
He rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The other boys quickly reacted and tried to pull Zhang Lei away, but he fought like a madman, taking on several of them at once, using anything he could find as a weapon. The reckless beating finally scared the boys away, and they fled with injuries. Zhang Lei, covered in wounds and with many bruises on his face, grinned widely at Zhang Shuawei. Sister, I chased those bad guys away.
Zhang Shuawei rushed over and hugged Zhang Lei, crying like a little child. Later, when they got home, as soon as Zhang Shuawei saw Jiang Min and Zhang Haitao, she burst into tears, unable to control herself.
Meanwhile, Zhang Lei was flustered, trying to comfort his sister.
After learning what had happened, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms, gently touching her son's bruised head, her eyes turning red. Zhang Haitao remained silent for a long time.
Son, you did great. People like that should be beaten up. If anything happens, your dad will take care of it.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei smiled proudly, and Zhang Haitao looked at his son, unable to help but rub his eyes. Later, when the parents of those boys came to the school to cause a scene, Zhang Haitao simply said one thing.
My son did well. Scum like that should be beaten up. I'll cover any medical expenses. From that day on, no one dared to mess with the brother and sister again. This is a hospital. What kind of noise is this? Zhang Haitao scolded in a low voice. He then coldly looked at Chao Jinlong. What are you doing here? Only then did Chao Jinlong realize, and he quickly explained. I came to apologize today. My behavior yesterday was indeed very bad, and I have recognized my mistake. I hope to seek your forgiveness. Everyone in the ward looked surprised, except for Lin Feng. Zhang Haitao immediately understood the reason. Xiao Lin, you handle this. Lin Feng nodded and then looked at Chao Jinlong. Do you know who I am? Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him, dressed in Givenchy, and realized. This must be the main character. But he looks too young, probably around 18 or 19. Chao Jinlong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I roughly understand. I'm really sorry, I have realized my mistake. Please forgive me this time. Lin Feng smiled faintly and continued to look at Chao Jinlong. At this moment, Chao Jinlong's mind was racing. Slap yourself 10 times, and we'll consider this matter settled. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Lin Feng said, turning to Zhang Haitao. I think that's good. Zhang Haitao agreed wholeheartedly. At the same time, his impression of Lin Feng rose significantly. Not being soft-hearted towards enemies is a good trait. Without means, no matter how talented one is, they won't go far. Jiang Min felt a bit reluctant and was about to say something when Jiang Lei tugged at her sleeve, forcing her to swallow her words. For Jiang Lei, it felt a bit too lenient for Chao Jinlong. Zhang Shuawei just watched coldly, saying nothing. Hearing this, Chao Jinlong's face turned a bit ugly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally made up his mind. Slap.
Slap! Slap! He slapped himself 10 times in a row, making his face swell a bit.
Are you satisfied with this?
Chao Jinlong said softly.
That's enough, you can leave now.
As for cooperation, as long as your materials meet the standards, I won't make things difficult for you, Lin Feng said.
Thank you. Chao Jinlong lowered his head while sitting in the wheelchair and then exited the hospital room. Humph, I still think it's a bit too lenient for him.
Zhang Lei was still somewhat indignant. Alright, now we live in a society governed by law.
Do you want to chop off a few of his fingers?
Zhang Haidao glared, and Zhang Lei's momentum softened.
We have to thank Shaolin this time.
If it weren't for Shaolin, we would have brought a lot of trouble to the hospital.
Jiang Min sighed. You're being too kind, Auntie.
This is what I should do, Lin Feng quickly replied. Yes, Mom, Lin Feng is your future son-in-law. Why are you being so polite with him? Zhang Shuowei said boldly, her face slightly flushed.
Lin Feng was stunned. Could this be said now?
Exactly. Don't be polite with my brother-in-law. Zhang Lei chuckled. After understanding the whole situation and Lin Feng's methods, this little brother-in-law was completely convinced by Lin Feng.
Ha, you guys are right. Old Jiang, what do you think?
Jiang Min smiled and then looked at Zhang Haitao. Zhang Haitao lay on the hospital bed, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Min's question, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face, and then he forced a smile and said, yes, yes. His voice carried a slight reluctance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuowei's face instantly lit up, her smile blooming like spring flowers, illuminating the entire hospital room. Her affectionate gaze turned to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with undeniable love.
Lin Feng was also taken aback, secretly surprised that he had succeeded in winning her over so easily. It wasn't that hard.
Just then, the door to the hospital room was slowly pushed open.
Oh, Dr. Lin, we finally get to see you. Our family was just thinking of thanking you in person. It was Lin Yi who entered. No need to be so polite, Auntie.
I'm just here to check on Uncle's condition, Lin Yi said with a smile, subtly sizing up Lin Feng. He was secretly pondering if he was the one who helped him return to his position. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haidao exclaimed, Dr.
Lin, you saved my life. I can't thank you enough.
His voice was filled with gratitude as he tightly grasped Dr. Lin's hand, his eyes slightly reddening.
While checking Zhang Haitao's recovery, Lin Yi said, This is what I should do. As a doctor, I naturally can't just watch a life fade away before my eyes. His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with newfound respect. He truly was a good doctor. Dr.
Lin, once my dad recovers, our family will treat you to a meal.
I know doctors can't accept red envelopes, so we can only repay you this way.
Zhang Shuowei said gratefully. A meal is also not acceptable, but I appreciate your kindness. The best reward for a doctor is simply a thank you and seeing the patient recover and be discharged, Dr. Lin said with a smile, his expression as warm as a spring breeze. The group could only regretfully refrain from inviting him again, but their gazes towards Lin Yi were filled with admiration. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not just a highly skilled doctor but also a model of medical ethics.
Just then, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the room.
Lin Feng picked up the phone and saw it was Chen Xiao calling.
Oh no!
He had forgotten about the matters at school. He quickly said goodbye to Jiang Min and the others, then hurried out of the hospital room and into the corridor to answer Chen Xiao's call.
Damn it, boss, the instructor and the counselor are going crazy. When are you coming back?
As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, his urgent tone seeming to penetrate the phone screen.
Don't worry about me.
I'll have someone from the company call the counselor to communicate, and then I'll go talk to them, Lin Feng replied.
Lin Feng was surprisingly calm. To him, military training? What was that? Could it compare to matters concerning the Penguin Group?
The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, and after a while, Chen Xiao's voice came through. Shareholders of a listed company are just willful. There was a hint of helplessness and envy in those words.
Alright, I won't keep you. I have things to attend to.
After Lin Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Immediately after hanging up, Lin Feng called Lu Shu.
Director Lin, is there something you need?
Lu Shu's respectful voice came from the other end. Please contact my counselor on behalf of Penguin Company and say that I have an urgent matter and need to take 2 days off, and I'll return to military training the day after tomorrow. Lu Shu's expression turned strange. She almost forgot that this Director Lin, who held 10% of Penguin's shares, was still a freshman just starting college.
Understood, Director Lin. Lu Shu replied.
Lin Feng felt relieved after that, took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and returned to the hospital room. At that moment, Lin Yi had already left, and only Zhang Haitao's family remained in the room. Compared to when Chao Jinlong had come, everyone's mood had lightened considerably.
Xiao Chen, I'm fine now. You and Shuawei should head back to class. I heard from Shuawei that you're just a freshman and still in military training, right?
Zhang Haitao asked when he saw Lin Feng return.
Lin Feng nodded. Then you can go back to school with Shuawei this afternoon.
Your aunt will take care of me, there's nothing to worry about. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Shuawei, and seeing her nod, he agreed, okay, uncle.
What about Xiaolei? Jiang Shuawei asked. I took a week off, so I can play a bit longer.
My brother-in-law bought me a Mercedes E300L, and I haven't had enough fun driving it yet.
Zhang Lei said nonchalantly, then patted his belly. Dad, it's getting late. It's mealtime. You rest in bed, and we'll go out to eat. Zhang Haitao couldn't help but scold, you little rascal. You know I can't eat, and you're doing this on purpose.
I'll go buy you some kanji. Meanwhile, the public opinion online was gradually shifting. Everyone was furious at the shocking reversal.
I thought you were the victim, turns out you're the perpetrator?
Good thing I didn't express any opinions earlier. I almost got fooled by this.
The internet is not a lawless place.
Everyone should watch their words. I heard it almost cost a righteous doctor his job, that damned beast.
The online space was filled with curses, and everyone was furiously attacking Chao Jinlong. Various accusations and insults flooded every corner of the internet.
At that moment, Chao Jinlong was being driven back to the private hospital by a few of his underlings. Along the way, his face was terrifyingly dark. The swollen cheeks looked even more menacing under the dim light of the car.
Boss, are you really okay? Your face is all swollen. Did someone beat you up? I'll get revenge for you.
Monkey looked at Chao Jinlong's red and swollen face, concerned.
I just tripped while walking. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. From now on, if you say one more word, get out of the car.
Chao Jinlong, already filled with rage, exploded at that moment. His roar echoed in the car, making Monkey's heart tremble. Seeing Chao Jinlong lose his temper, Monkey immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. The car fell silent.
Monkey could only scroll through videos out of boredom.
As he scrolled, he couldn't help but speak again.
Boss, this group of people online is calling you a beast. If I catch you, I will definitely.
On the roadside, a Mercedes-Benz van slowly came to a stop, the door opened, a burly man was kicked out, and the vehicle drove away again. The monkey looked at the departing van, a puzzled expression on his face.
Did I say something wrong again?
At this moment, Tang Jelly, Lin Feng's counselor, was still racking her brain trying to contact Lin Feng. Throughout the morning, she had sent countless messages to Lin Feng privately, but it was as if they had sunk into the sea, receiving no replies. When she called his phone, the persistent prompt was that it was turned off. She sighed helplessly, just about to get up to eat, when an email suddenly arrived in her inbox.
Moreover, this email was surprisingly sent by the renowned Penguin Company.
Tang Jelly was filled with confusion, pondering to herself, I haven't subscribed to any video memberships recently, nor have I purchased anything from Penguin.
Why are they emailing me?
With curiosity, Tang Jelly gently clicked open the email, then rubbed her eyes and carefully read the content again.
Hello, Teacher Tang, I am from Penguin Computer Systems Company, Ltd.
Tang Jelly was incredulous, reading each word aloud.
Lin Feng is a major shareholder of Penguin Company?
Tang Jelly murmured in disbelief.
How is that possible?
He just started his freshman year.
Just then, Tang Jelly's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call in a daze. Hello, may I ask what the matter is? Hello, may I ask if this is Teacher Tang Jelly?
A woman's voice came from the other end of the line.
Hello, who are you?
Oh, I am the board secretary of Penguin Company. My name is Lu Shu.
May I ask if you saw the email I just sent you?
Tang Jelly's expression became serious, and she quickly replied, Hello. I am Tang Jelly. I have seen the email you sent, and rest assured, I will definitely approve Lin Feng. No, Lin Dong's leave request.
Okay, thank you, Teacher Tang.
By the way, our boss doesn't like to draw attention, so we hope this matter won't be widely publicized. Lu Shu's light laughter came from the other end of the line.
Not a problem, this is my responsibility.
I won't mention this to anyone except the school leaders. After hanging up, Tang Jelly realized that she was drenched in cold sweat from being overly nervous.
This was a high-level executive from Penguin Company.
She was not on the same level as the other party, and talking to such a big shot inevitably made her feel tense. What was most unbelievable was that the student she was mentoring was actually a major shareholder of Penguin Company. Tang Jelly still felt a bit worried, fearing that Lin Feng had specially found someone to deceive her in order to get a leave. So, she specifically searched for that website, and upon opening it, it was indeed Penguin Company without a doubt. Tang Jelly felt her heart racing. This young master must be well taken care of. She couldn't afford to offend him. With that thought, she picked up her phone and explained the situation in detail to the instructor and school leaders. The school even sent someone to verify the matter, and without further ado, they directly approved the leave request that Tang Jelly submitted for Lin Feng. At this time, the leadership of Suzhou University was almost aware that there was a freshman among this year's new students who was one of Penguin's shareholders, though they were not quite clear on the specific name. Tang Jelly opened her private messages, carefully choosing her words, and after revising for a long time, she finally sent a message to Lin Feng.
Student Lin Feng, I have understood your situation.
The school has approved your leave request, so please rest assured. Looking at the successfully sent message, Tang Jelly leaned back in her office chair, letting out a sigh of relief. This was even more mentally taxing than writing a thesis. Lin Feng felt the vibration of his phone, took it out, and saw a message from Tang Jelly, smiling faintly. It seemed that Lu Shu had already taken care of things.
Alright, thank you, Teacher Tang. Not a bother at all, it's my duty.
After Lin Feng and the others casually found a place near the hospital for lunch, thinking about going to Ronto Real Estate next, he bid farewell to Jiang Min and the others and left with Jiang Shuewei. The two got into the car.
Aiken, my parents are very satisfied with you. And my brother too. Jiang Shuewei's face was beaming with joy. I noticed that your dad seemed a bit unhappy, Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Don't mind my dad, as long as my mom is satisfied with you, that's enough. Besides, my dad is also quite pleased with you, he just feels a bit dissatisfied because you took advantage of his little cabbage, Jiang Shuewei said playfully, her big eyes sparkling, making Lin Feng swallow hard. Is that so? Then I must savor the taste of the little cabbage. He then leaned in and kissed her soft red lips. This time was different from before. After a brief moment of adjustment, Jiang Shuewei surprisingly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's head and fiercely retaliated. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then he also let go of his reservations and fully enjoyed Jiang Shuewei's initiative. The two kissed passionately, reluctant to part, their breaths growing more rapid. After a long while, they finally released each other, their lips slightly swollen, their eyes filled with deep affection and longing. Shuewei. Lin Feng softly called her name, his voice a bit hoarse. Jiang Shuewei's cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her head, but her lips were adorned with an incredibly happy smile. Aiken. They exchanged a smile, their love and sweetness evident. Aiken, how did you ask for leave from military training? Jiang Shuewei suddenly asked curiously. I had the people at Penguin help me ask the teacher for leave, saying that the company had an urgent matter that required my personal attention, Lin Feng replied as he started the car and slowly drove off. Your excuse is unbeatable. Who would dare deny you leave? Jiang Shuewei laughed out loud. Lin Feng opened the navigation, searched for the location of Ronto Real Estate, and drove towards their destination with Jiang Shuewei. After driving for almost an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of Ronto Real Estate. After finding a parking lot and parking the car, they got out and walked towards the large building, attracting amazed glances from passers-by. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuewei entered the Ronto Real Estate building and approached the front desk. I'm here to see Huang Wei. The young woman at the front desk, dressed in professional attire, initially brightened at the sight of Lin Feng, but her expression dimmed when she noticed Jiang Shuewei beside him. Are you looking for our general manager Huang? May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist politely inquired. Appointment? I suppose you could say I do, Lin Feng replied after a moment's thought. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Lin Feng. The receptionist checked the computer but found no appointment information. I'm sorry, sir. Just as she was about to say there was no appointment found, her eyes suddenly widened. Are you Lin Feng, the director Lin? She asked, a bit uncertain. If the company doesn't have another shareholder named Lin Feng, then it should be me, Lin Feng replied with a calm smile that exuded composure and confidence. I apologize, Director Lin, I didn't realize earlier. General Manager Huang is already waiting for you in her office. I'll take you there, the receptionist said respectfully, casting a somewhat envious glance at Jiang Shuewei, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration for Jiang Shuewei being by Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng nodded slightly, then followed the receptionist with Jiang Shuewei towards Huang Wei's office. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses and looking quite refined walked over at a leisurely pace. Lin Feng? The man called out uncertainly, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion and surprise. Lin Feng heard someone calling his name and looked in the direction of the voice, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Uncle? Lin Feng was taken aback at first, then called out in a nonchalant manner, his expression remaining very calm. Jiang Yue and the receptionist also looked over with curiosity. Lin Feng felt no fondness for this uncle. When his parents were young, they worked at a small company run by his mother's uncle, Lin Feng's great-uncle. It was called a company, but it was really just a small workshop with fewer than 10 people, producing spring parts.
They had been doing it for over 10 years, and as time went on, the number of people dwindled until only Lin Feng's parents were left. Eventually, due to environmental reforms in 2018, the workshop went out of business. That great uncle simply told Lin Feng's parents to find new jobs and left it at that. The various scraps and machinery from the workshop sold for 1 or 2 million, but he never mentioned giving Lin Feng's parents unemployment benefits. This infuriated Lin Feng's father, who said that if it weren't for the fact that it was his wife's uncle, he would have sued him long ago. Since then, the two families had lost all contact. The young man was named Yuan Lu, and seeing that it really was Lin Feng, he approached with a hint of curiosity. Yuan Lu was actually the uncle of Lin Dong? It seemed Yuan Lu was about to get a promotion and a raise. The receptionist looked at Yuan Lu with a bit of envy. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? I'm here to see Huang Wei, Lin Feng replied, his tone calm and unruffled. You're looking for General Manager Huang? What business could a student like you have with him? Trust me, this isn't a place for you, Yuan Lu said in a tone that seemed to be for Lin Feng's own good, but it carried an undercurrent of disdain. Jiang Shuawei frowned at this. Initially, she wanted to greet Lin Feng when she heard him call out uncle, but it seemed their relationship was not good. Even the receptionist looked at Yuan Lu in surprise, taken aback by his attitude. You don't need to worry about it, uncle. You can go back to your own business, Lin Feng said, not getting angry, his tone very calm, though behind that calmness seemed to hide a barely perceptible repression. Yuan Lu felt a bit annoyed by Lin Feng's response, his expression changing slightly, and then he turned to the receptionist, deciding to drop the pretense. You really believe this kid when he says he has business with General Manager Huang? How could you be so easily fooled? He's just a fresh college student. If he annoys General Manager Huang, it'll be you who gets criticized. Yuan Lu's voice rose a few notches, clearly accusatory. The receptionist was about to speak when Lin Feng interrupted. Uncle, it seems my business doesn't require your intervention, does it? Lin Feng's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, as if the air around them could freeze. It was originally the Yuan family that owed the Lin family, and Yuan Lu, being related by blood, was acting so antagonistically. Yuan Lu scoffed, what serious business could a kid like you have? Don't cause trouble here. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt. This is our new major shareholder at Rongtou Real Estate, Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, the receptionist reminded Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's smile turned even more mocking. I told you, you were fooled, didn't I? Do you really think a freshman in college could be a major shareholder of the company? Besides, I know their family situation better than anyone. His parents work at an electronics factory. His voice was sharp and grating, each word like a dagger aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression had turned somewhat unpleasant at this moment. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the strain, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burning with the flames of anger. The one thing he could not tolerate was someone speaking about his parents. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Drive the malicious relative Yuan Lu out. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said coldly, Yuan Lu, do you think you know me well? Do you believe that with just one word today, I can make you lose your job? Yuan Lu, however, was unfazed and continued to mock him. Even at this point, you're still putting on an act? At this moment, their argument had attracted the attention of many onlookers. The receptionist, seeing that things were getting out of hand, hurried to the front desk and made a call. Manager Huang, Director Lin has arrived, but there's a situation. You need to come down quickly. It's on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was urgent and tense, and after speaking, she ran back, fearing something might happen. Everyone, listen. He claims to be the major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Do you think that's possible? Ha ha ha. Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Feng and laughed loudly, the sound echoing in the spacious hall, particularly grating. Laughter erupted from the crowd around them. No one would believe that a boy who looked around 18 or 19 could be the major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Is this how you act as an elder? Too much. Jiang Shuawei was so angry her teeth were itching, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, filled with rage. That outfit he's wearing seems to be all Givenchy. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, their voice tinged with uncertainty. No way? You can't be serious, right? A Givenchy piece costs at least a few thousand, right? A full set must be over 10,000. Another person said incredulously. Really, it can't be wrong. The first person replied with certainty. It can't be fake, right? Someone raised a doubt. At this time, the discussions around them reached Yuan Lu's ears. Can't tell that Lin Feng likes to wear fakes? Yuan Lu scoffed again, his eyes filled with disdain. He was 100% sure that Lin Feng's clothes were definitely counterfeit.
He knew Lin Feng's family very well.
A family that barely made $10,000 a month, struggling to pay the mortgage and buy social insurance, while supporting their son through college.
Would they splurge on clothes worth over $10,000 for their son? He absolutely did not believe it. What are you all doing? Are you all so idle?
A woman in professional attire, with an impressive demeanor, strode over. Her exquisite makeup and sharp gaze inspired a sense of awe.
Wow! Why did Manager Huang come down? Quick, let's go! Wait a minute.
I want to see what's going on. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers still craning their necks to watch the commotion. Seeing that the crowd had mostly cleared, the woman directed her sharp gaze at Lin Feng and the others.
Manager Huang.
The receptionist timidly called out. Manager Huang, this kid came to cause trouble. I stopped him, but he insisted on coming to the company to see you, claiming he had business. Yuan Lu, noticing Huang Wei had arrived, looked somewhat nervous and hurriedly spoke.
However, Huang Wei didn't even glance at him, walking straight up to Lin Feng.
Director Lin, you came without letting me know in advance.
I could have come down to greet you.
Huang Wei smiled, extending her hand to Lin Feng, her tone filled with respect. It's fine, no need to go through so much trouble. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, then shook hands with Huang Wei.
She's my girlfriend, Jiang Shuewei. Huang Wei quickly shook hands with Jiang Shuewei as well. Little sister is really beautiful. Huang Wei couldn't help but praise. Mr. Huang, you are the one full of charm.
Yuan Lu, standing nearby, was stunned by this scene, his heart filled with extreme panic.
How is this possible? Isn't my cousin working at the electronics factory now? How could Lin Feng be a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Could it be that my brother-in-law is hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out this possibility. It was impossible for him to have hidden his identity while working under his father for nearly 20 years.
At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing.
So it turns out Xiao Chen is really a major shareholder of the company? Ha, it seems Uncle misunderstood you.
Yuan Lu forced a smile, which looked worse than crying, appearing very strained.
It was then that Huang Wei took a look at Yuan Lu. Is this person really a relative of Director Lin? Then why make things difficult for him? Lin Feng's indifferent gaze turned towards Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu immediately felt a wave of nervousness. Don't say that. Your family is too high for me to reach.
Xiao Chen, Uncle was just worried you might be deceived by others and said those things in a moment of impulse. Don't take it to heart. One day, Uncle will come to your house to apologize in person. Yuan Lu said with a flattering smile on his face. That smile was full of sycophancy, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, it's better for our two families to go our separate ways in the future. After Lin Feng said this, he looked at Huang Wei.
Mr. Huang, I think our company's hiring process is still not strict enough.
Skills can be developed later, but character must be strictly controlled.
Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable tone. Yes, Director Lin is right. I will start working on a special system for hiring in the company. Huang Wei immediately assured.
Yuan Lu's cold sweat began to pour down, his shirt soaked in a large patch.
He knew very well what Lin Feng's words represented. He absolutely could not lose this job.
If he endured a little longer, he could reach the position of department head. If he got fired now, it would mean all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Ah Chen, after all, we are relatives by blood, we can't be so ruthless.
Isn't it enough for Uncle to apologize to you? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Feng with a pleading expression. Relatives? Now you know we are relatives by blood? Let me tell you, it's too late.
Lin Feng maintained a faint smile on his face, speaking each word clearly. His gaze towards Yuan Lu was like looking at a clown, filled with disdain and mockery.
Yuan Lu's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground.
He knew this time he was truly finished.
Huang Wei stepped forward and looked at the name tag on Yuan Lu's chest. Your name is Yuan Lu, right?
You need to go to finance immediately to settle your salary, then proceed with your resignation procedures. Yuan Lu's face turned ashen, but he still refused to give up.
Xiao Chen, this time Uncle went too far. Please give Uncle another chance.
But Lin Feng didn't even want to look at him anymore.
Mr. Huang, shall we tour the company?
Sure, Director Lin, this way please. Huang Wei quickly replied, then sent the receptionist back to work, leading Lin Feng upstairs.
Left behind, Yuan Lu saw that the matter was settled, and his gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with resentment.
Subsequently, Lin Feng and Jiang Yue, under Huang Wei's guidance, toured Ronto Real Estate, and she introduced some details about the company and its future plans.
Ding! Task, get the malicious relative Yuan Lu kicked out. Task completed. Ding! 500 million renminbi has been deposited into the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding! Extra reward, 1 billion Douyin diamonds, has been credited to the host's Douyin account. It seems Yuan Lu's resignation procedures have been completed. But what the hell are these 1 billion Douyin diamonds? System, can it be converted to 100 million renminbi?
Lin Feng called out to the system in his mind.
Ding! No, host, this reward is a bonus.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and agreed. After all, it was a bonus, so why not take it?
Besides, would a man with a system like him really lack such a small goal?
Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was getting late, so he prepared to take his leave with Jiang Shuiwei.
Mr. Huang, let's call it a day. It's clear that Rongtou real estate is thriving under your management. Mr.
Lin, you flatter me.
This is the result of the hard work of all the employees at Rongtou Real Estate. Let me see you off, Mr.
Lin. Jiang Shuiwei was already feeling sleepy, yawning repeatedly. Hearing that they were about to leave, her drowsiness vanished.
Who is this?
So young yet so highly regarded by Mr.
Huang. Don't you know? That guy is the new major shareholder of our Rongtou. Are you serious? He doesn't look that old. Well, what can we do?
He was born in Rome, while we were born as cattle and horses. Lin Feng smiled slightly at the discussions around him. Just a few days ago, he was in a worse position than they were. Then, under Huang Wei's watchful gaze, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei left. Which wealthy family is behind this, Mr.
Lin? Huang Wei murmured as she watched the departing figures. At that moment, Yuan Lu was on his way home, filled with resentment. All those years of effort had gone to waste. He had only received a few months' compensation. All of this was because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I will make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought fiercely to himself. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Hello? Mom and Dad. Shuiwei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Feng asked softly to Jiang Shuiwei in the passenger seat. I almost forgot to tell you, today is Wanner's birthday. She booked a private room at the Jinqiu restaurant near the school. Come with me? Jiang Shuiwei said, looking at Lin Feng with anticipation. Lin Feng hesitated. Isn't it all girls for Wanner's birthday dinner? Would it be inappropriate for me to go?
No, there are several classmates from different classes, and Wanner specifically asked you to come. Lin Feng was a bit surprised.
Why did Tang Wanner specifically ask me to go for her birthday? All right.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng nodded in agreement.
Chen, I want to eat a sundae.
Jiang Shuiwei said, looking at a little girl happily eating a strawberry sundae by the roadside, suddenly feeling a craving.
That one by the roadside, Mishue?
Jiang Shuiwei pointed to a nearby Mishue shop, speaking happily.
Lin Feng followed Jiang Shuiwei's finger and indeed saw a Mishue.
There was a parking space right by the road, so he parked there. After getting out of the car, many passers-by turned to look.
Is a prince and princess driving a Lamborghini to go shopping? This car is really cool. These two driving the Lamborghini are so good-looking. Are all rich people this good-looking? Wow, look at the license plate number, it's insane. Shui 88888.
Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Feng remained calm, his composed demeanor making him stand out even more. Only Jiang Shuiwei was a bit surprised as she walked around to the back of the car to look at the license plate. Then, she looked at Lin Feng in astonishment and asked, Chen, when did you change your license plate? It's a special number. Just this license plate must have cost a lot, right? I just changed it a few days ago. It cost a few tens of millions, not too expensive. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuiwei's hair. A few tens of millions is not expensive? No wonder you're a major shareholder of Penguin. Jiang Shuiwei exclaimed in shock, playfully sticking her tongue out at Lin Feng, looking incredibly cute. The two of them walked hand in hand to the Mishue shop. Chen, what do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever you eat. Jiang Shuiwei thought for a moment. Hello, could I please have 2 large strawberry sundaes? Alright, a total of 12 pieces. Scan the code over here, the clerk said with a smile. Jiang Shuiwei opened the green bubble payment code and scanned it. After a few minutes, the sundae was ready. Jiang Shuiwei ate the sundae, her face beaming with a satisfied smile. Just then, a fashionable woman hurriedly walked over, one hand on the phone and the other holding a milk tea, completely oblivious to Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei in front of her. The sound of her high heels clicking rapidly and chaotically echoed, as if the only thing in her world was the voice on the other end of the call. Suddenly, with a splash, the woman accidentally bumped into Jiang Shuiwei, spilling the milk tea all over her clothes. The liquid quickly spread across Jiang Shuiwei's outfit, leaving a murky stain, and even dripped onto her hair. Oh no! Jiang Shuiwei exclaimed, nearly dropping her sundae. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, her previously joyful mood shattered in an instant. Lin Feng quickly took out a tissue to wipe the milk tea off Jiang Shuowei's hair. His movements were gentle, his eyes full of concern.
Can't you walk a little faster?
Why are you so slow? Neither Lin Feng nor Jiang Shuowei expected the woman to have the audacity to say such a thing. Her tone was filled with impatience and blame, as if it were all their fault. Jiang Shuowei's face turned red with anger, forgetting to wipe the milk tea off her clothes. It's clearly your fault for not watching where you're going, and now you're turning it around on us.
Jiang Shuowei retorted angrily.
If you apologize, we can just let this go, Lin Feng said while wiping the milk tea off Jiang Shuowei. His voice was deep and powerful, struggling to suppress his inner fury.
Apologize? It's just a piece of old clothing. I can afford it, the woman said dismissively as she opened the green bubble app. Her face was full of disdain and contempt. So, how much is this outfit? A few hundred? Hurry up, I'm in a rush.
Lin Feng shook his head. It's not just this outfit. You also have to compensate for the bag in her hand.
Lin Feng pointed to the bag Jiang Shuowei was holding, which he had bought for her at the Givenchy store.
Jiang Shuowei then realized that the bag had also been splashed with milk tea.
Ah, my bag.
Jiang Shuowei quickly tried to wipe the milk tea off with her sleeve. This bag was the first gift Lin Feng had given her, and it held significant sentimental value.
Trying to get more money, huh? For the clothes in the bag, 1,000 should be enough, right? The woman scoffed.
Lin Feng looked at her as if she were foolish. This bag is Givenchy, worth 28,000.
I just bought it a few days ago, you can compensate me 20,000. The woman's eyes widened at the price, and she shrieked, what, 20,000? Do you think I'm an idiot? Two poor people can only afford milk tea and can buy a bag worth over 20,000? Are you trying to scam me? As soon as she said this, many onlookers around them became displeased. So what if we're poor? Did I spend your money?
A young man couldn't help but shout. Exactly, I just want to enjoy some milk tea without being called poor.
A young woman with a child chimed in. Xiaoye, never become someone like that in the future, understand? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mom, what kind of person is she?
She's worthless, baby. The woman patted the little girl's head and smiled.
The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding.
This woman really has no class.
People began to criticize her.
Hearing this, the woman's face turned from green to white.
You want me to pay 20,000 for a fake? No way.
Lin Feng wasn't angry, he just smiled mockingly.
You don't want to pay, huh? Alright, just call the police.
Lin Feng said as he took out his phone.
Sure. Whoever doesn't call the police is a fool. I want to see what good you scammers will get in the police station.
The woman became a bit flustered upon hearing about the police but steadied herself and continued to shout. Jiang Shuowei remained silent. She believed this matter was best left to her boyfriend. She didn't believe that the bag could be worth 28,000.
Lin Feng smiled noncommittally, pressed the call button, and dialed. Hello, this is the police station.
Hello, someone damaged my bag worth 28,000, but refuses to compensate.
I'm currently in Linjiang district.
After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at the now somewhat panicked woman and said calmly, the police will be here soon. The woman pressed her lips together, her eyes darting, and didn't say a word. Before long, the piercing sound of a police siren grew closer. A few police officers got out of the car and prepared to understand the situation. Officer, just because I accidentally spilled milk tea on that girl, they are demanding 2,000 in compensation.
I suspect they are extorting me.
The woman quickly calmed down and eagerly explained to the police, trying to defend herself, her face showing a hint of indignation. The police raised an eyebrow at her words, scrutinizing the scene, then turned directly to Lin Feng and asked sternly, you called the police, right? Lin Feng nodded without hesitation, responding with a calm demeanor, I called the police. This woman damaged my girlfriend's bag, which I bought for 28,000 a few days ago.
I have the payment receipt on my phone. I also have the invoice. Jiang Shuowei felt fortunate that she had kept the invoice. At the time, Lin Feng had only glanced at it and didn't think much of it. Jiang Shuowei believed that such an expensive bag should not be taken directly, so she kept the invoice in the bag. I see this bag is just dirty, a wipe should fix it, right? The police officer looked at the bag in Jiang Shuowei's hand, asking with slight confusion. Exactly. Officer, regardless of whether this bag is genuine or not, since it's just milk tea on it, why should I pay so much?
The woman perked up at the officer's words, her volume unconsciously rising as if she had found a lifeline.
Officer, leather bags cannot get wet.
Once they do, they can change color, seep into the interior, leading to corrosion, staining, or damage to the leather. Jiang Shuowei hurriedly explained, as she had researched this bag thoroughly because it was precious to her. The police officer listened to Jiang Shuiwei, took out his phone to search, then said sternly to the woman, "In that case, you indeed need to compensate." The woman's face turned even uglier, her brows tightly knitted, yet she still stubbornly retorted, "Who knows if they are deliberately trying to scam me?" Lin Feng scoffed, his eyes revealing anger and disdain. "We have only asked you to compensate for reasonable losses from the beginning, yet you not only refuse to apologize but also continue to speak harshly." At that moment, another police officer checked the payment receipt provided by Lin Feng and confirmed the bag's value. "Ma'am, the evidence is conclusive, you need to compensate them. If you refuse to do so, we will handle it according to the relevant legal procedures." The police officer's voice was firm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally stopped being obstinate, her voice lowering. "I'll pay, is that okay? But I can't just pay whatever they say. We can go to the store where this bag was purchased for an appraisal," Lin Feng said calmly. In fact, for him, this amount of money was nothing. If the woman had spoken nicely and apologized at the time, the matter could have been resolved easily. But this woman didn't even realize what her problem was. Clearly it was her fault, yet she was shouting crazily. If she didn't get a lesson, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. "We have a car, officer, please take her with us." The police officer nodded and then took the woman into the police car. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei walked over to the poison and directly opened the door to go inside. "No wonder she can afford a bag worth tens of thousands. Look at this car, and that license plate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Rich people are just different. This couple is so wealthy, do they really need this little money? Can't they let others off the hook? So what if they have money? Just because they have money doesn't mean they can't defend their rights. Besides, look at that woman's attitude, I would do the same." The people around them immediately began to discuss. Meanwhile, the woman in the police car saw that Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei were driving a supercar, and she felt an immense regret. If she had known, she would have apologized properly earlier. Truly unbelievable. Driving a supercar to buy milk tea, what a joke. Soon, they arrived at the mall. When they reached Givenchy, the previous sales clerk was extremely enthusiastic upon seeing Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei. These two were big spenders. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed the police officer following behind and immediately felt nervous. Could it be that something happened and they were here to claim compensation? "Can you help me assess the damage for this bag? I bought it here." Lin Feng didn't waste any time, took the bag from Jiang Shuiwei's hand, and placed it on the counter. The items inside the bag had already been organized by Jiang Shuiwei in the car. The clerk breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and carefully took the bag, examining it closely before saying, "Sir, ma'am, this bag has indeed suffered irreparable damage due to the milk tea. Moreover, this bag is a limited edition, and we no longer have the same model in the store." The woman's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. The police officer looked at her and said, "Ma'am, the facts are very clear now." The woman bit her lip and nodded helplessly, taking out her phone to prepare for the transfer. After Lin Feng had Jiang Shuiwei receive the compensation, he said, "Are you being honest now? If you had just apologized, it would have been fine, but you had to be rude." The woman lowered her head and said softly, "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." At this moment, she had completely lost the arrogance she had earlier. Just seeing that license plate made her extremely anxious. After the matter was resolved, several police officers left directly. The woman also left in a dejected manner. The clerk suddenly had a bright idea. "Would you two like to take a look at our other bags? We just got a few new styles yesterday," the clerk asked with a warm smile. Jiang Shuiwei was about to say forget it, but Lin Feng had already spoken up. "Oh, let me take a look." The clerk's smile became even brighter. "These styles just arrived yesterday. Your girlfriend would definitely look great with this bag." Lin Feng looked at the bags the clerk pointed out and felt they weren't very nice. But Jiang Shuiwei's opinion was definitely the most important. "Shuiwei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuiwei immediately shook her head. "I'm not very fond of them." The clerk became a bit anxious. "We have other styles in the store, there must be one that suits you." "No need, thank you," Jiang Shuiwei said, quickly pulling Lin Feng out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's about time, let's come back another day to buy a bag. Wanner's birthday is more important," Jiang Shuiwei said. But Lin Feng shook his head. "It's only a little past 5, dinner won't be until after 6, right? If you don't like the Givenchy bag, I'll take you to see other stores." Seeing Jiang Shuiwei about to say something, Lin Feng directly said, "You are my girlfriend now. If others find out that I, Lin Feng, can't even afford a slightly more expensive bag, how will they look at me?" Jiang Shuiwei was momentarily speechless and could only helplessly agree. "All right." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of compromise. Lin Feng patted Jiang Shuiwei's head. "I know you don't want me to spend so much money,
but isn't earning money meant for spending? As long as you're happy, I'm willing to spend any amount.
Jiang Shuowei's eyes slightly reddened. She looked up at Lin Feng with deep affection, her voice a bit choked as she said, "Aiken, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. It's not that I don't want you to spend money, I just hope our feelings aren't measured by these material things. But your words really touch me." After saying this, she tightly embraced Lin Feng, resting her head on his chest, and continued, "I won't refuse your intentions anymore. I believe we can create more beautiful memories together, not just through these expensive gifts." Lin Feng felt Jiang Shuowei's genuine emotions, his heart filled with warmth, and he hugged her back more tightly, softly saying, "I will always treat you well, trust me." Just as their lips were getting closer, an elderly man walked by. Damn! These young people. It was then that they realized they were still in the mall. "You're so bad." Jiang Shuowei's face turned crimson as she broke free from Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng smiled slightly and took Jiang Shuowei's hand. "Come on, I'll take you to buy a bag." Hand in hand, they strolled through the mall, their gazes meeting, filled with sweetness and love. After browsing for a while, they entered an Hermes store. At the entrance stood two well-dressed men, resembling bodyguards. "Hello, welcome to Hermes." A smiling female staff member warmly greeted them. "We're here to look at bags," Lin Feng said, pulling Jiang Shuowei along with a smile. "Sure, the bags are over here, please follow me." The staff member led Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei to a side filled with women's bags. Various styles, colors, and materials dazzled the eyes. "May I ask what your budget is?" the staff member inquired. "Money isn't an issue, mainly, my girlfriend just needs to like it," Lin Feng replied with a smile, glancing at Jiang Shuowei. However, Jiang Shuowei felt a bit shy. "Your girlfriend is really lucky," the staff member said enviously. "My boyfriend treats me very well," Jiang Shuowei smiled, then her gaze was drawn to the array of bags. "Could you bring that bag for me to see?" Jiang Shuowei's attention was suddenly captured by a cream-colored bag on the top shelf of the display. "The one on the top?" "Yes," Jiang Shuowei nodded. "This is one of our more popular models from the Birkin series. The price for the regular material is around 90,000, and this bag is made of ostrich leather, priced at around 200,000. I need to put on some gloves, please wait a moment." As the staff member explained, she took a pair of white gloves from a lower shelf and put them on. Then she took down the bag. Upon hearing that the bag was 200,000, Jiang Shuowei hesitated for a moment, but then remembered what Lin Feng had said before and decided to go for it, mainly because she truly liked it. Jiang Shuowei tried it on, her eyes revealing an unmistakable fondness. The bag complemented her temperament perfectly, as if it were custom-made for her. "I'll take this one, please wrap it up for me," Lin Feng said directly to the staff member. "I'm sorry, sir, but this bag is a display item and not for sale. We currently have no stock. We only have the crocodile leather version in stock, priced at 459,000. If you want the ostrich leather version, you might have to wait a few days," the staff member explained apologetically. "Is the crocodile leather bag the same in material, style, and color as this one?" Lin Feng didn't really care, it was just a few 100,000, after all. He had 1 billion in Douyin diamonds. Jiang Shuowei didn't say she wouldn't buy it. After all, she was Lin Feng's girlfriend, and carrying it would also give Lin Feng some face. Right. "Yes, sir," the salesgirl said, her face lighting up. "Then bring out the crocodile leather bag for me to take a look. If my girlfriend likes it, I'll buy it," Lin Feng said casually. "Okay, sir." Before long, the salesgirl carefully walked over with a packaging box. Once opened, Jiang Shuowei was immediately captivated. The expensive had its advantages. Even Lin Feng felt that just looking at the crocodile leather exuded a sense of luxury. The delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship showcased nothing but opulence and quality. "Do you like it?" Lin Feng gently touched Jiang Shuowei's hair, asking indulgently. "I love it." Jiang Shuowei nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Please wrap this bag up for me. I'll pay by card," Lin Feng said with a smile at the salesgirl. The salesgirl beamed. "Of course, sir." Then she brought over the card machine. Lin Feng took out his platinum card from Huaxia Bank and swiped it. The salesgirl's gaze towards Lin Feng suddenly held a hint of respect. She had worked at Hermes for several years and had never seen a bank card like this. It was clear it wasn't something just anyone could obtain. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to take the bag in her hands. "Thank you, Aiken." Jiang Shuowei's face radiated with a happy smile. "As long as you like it, Shuowei," Lin Feng said, playfully tapping Jiang Shuowei's nose. The salesgirl looked at Jiang Shuowei with envy in her eyes. "Do you two need it wrapped up?" "No need, I'll just carry it." Jiang Shuowei shook her head in refusal. The two strolled around the store a bit more before heading out. "Have a good day." Outside the mall, it was already 6 o'clock.
Jiang Shuowei's phone rang. Shuowei, where are you? Tang Wanner's voice came through the phone. I just finished shopping with Aiken. What's up? Wow, you brought Aiken along, isn't that a bit mushy? Tang Wanner teased. Please, what do you know? You should hurry up and find a boyfriend. Jiang Shuowei replied, annoyed. Alright, enough chit-chat. We've already left the school gate, you should come over quickly. I'll send you the box number later. Tang Wanner quickly changed the subject upon hearing Jiang Shuowei mention this. I got it. After hanging up, Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Feng. Let's go, Wanner and the others are already out. Lin Feng nodded and then walked with Jiang Shuowei towards the parking lot. Guys, guess what I found? Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly into her phone. Today, like usual, she was live streaming while wandering around, and when she reached the parking lot, she unexpectedly discovered a super cool sports car. What did you find? Is it two little dogs doing the deed? Such unique taste upstairs. Stop keeping us in suspense. Lin Xiaoyu smiled slightly as she looked at the messages popping up in the live chat, then steadied the camera on the Lamborghini sports car. The host has discovered a very cool sports car. What do you think? Isn't it awesome? Lin Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of pride. Wow, it really is cool. That design is unbeatable. This sports car must not be cheap, right? Whoa, isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno? There's actually one in Tenfu City? Super divine car? At that moment, a user named G Boda commented, Veneno? What car is that? I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either. Please explain. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly cool car in front of her, and a strong curiosity surged within her. She only knew that this car was handsome, but she was completely unaware of any other information. Brother G Boda, why don't you introduce it to everyone? Let us broaden our horizons. Lin Xiaoyu said, filled with curiosity. After a while, G Boda sent a long message. The Lamborghini Veneno is a car that debuted at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, with only 13 units produced worldwide, 3 of which are hardtops and 9 are convertibles. At that time, the hardtop was priced at 3.1 million euros, equivalent to about 25.4 million yuan, while the convertible was priced at 3 million euros, equivalent to about 26.9 million yuan. Now, this convertible is worth around a small fortune, definitely a supercar. As soon as this news came out, the entire live stream room fell silent for several seconds, followed by a flood of frantic comments. Wow, a car worth 100 million? What kind of extraordinary person can afford that? Useless knowledge just increased. That's terrifying. I could work in an electronics factory my whole life and never earn 100 million. Lin Xiaoyu was deeply shocked by this information, and she looked at the car in front of her again, her eyes filled with intense desire. Suddenly, she casually glanced at the live stream room and was astonished to find that the number of viewers had skyrocketed from a few hundred to several thousand. So she had a flash of inspiration and quickly pointed the camera at herself. Dear family members, today is just too lucky. I actually encountered a supercar worth 100 million. Get out of here. I want to see the Veneno. Why are there suddenly so many people in this live stream? I don't think this female host is that great. Are they picking a master? Turn the camera around. The host is awesome. I want green bubbles. Facing these sharp or unkind comments, Lin Xiaoyu was not angry at all, always wearing her signature smile. To all the new family members in the live stream, please like and follow. Those who can, please send gifts. Today we encountered a supercar worth 100 million, and I will show it to everyone later. This is so disgusting. If you didn't know better, you'd think that car was yours. How shameless. Those who can, send gifts. I just entered the live stream and haven't seen what 100 million car looks like. What's so great about it? It's just 4 wheels. Stupid host. Watch me report you. But soon, people began to send gifts one after another. Thanks to DJ First Person for sending a supercar. Thanks to Eightfold Mirror for sending a carnival. Thanks to Chi Mei Wang Liang for sending a carnival. Thanks to King of Beasts for sending 5 carnivals. Do you want to add a green bubble? Lin Xiaoyu was thrilled as she watched the stream of gift notifications, her face almost splitting from smiling. Hurry up! You've sent gifts, now let me see the car. With your looks, you think you can get a green bubble? Go look in the mirror. Host, hurry up. Otherwise, I'm going to report you. Lin Xiaoyu still wore a smile, completely unaffected by these comments. Since everyone in the live stream wants to see, I won't disturb your excitement. Lin Xiaoyu said, turning the camera back to the Lamborghini Veneno in front of her. So cool, my friend. Is this a small goal? No wonder it's the Veneno. It's rare to even see such a divine car. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Veneno,
unable to suppress her inner impulse, and couldn't help but step forward to gently touch it.
Host, don't touch it. If you scratch the car with your nails, you'll be in for it. People like this just can't keep their hands to themselves. If you dare to sit on it, I'll immediately gift you 10 carnivals. Did the streamer see that? Our King of Beasts brother has spoken. It's all about whether you dare to earn this money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages from King of Beasts in the live stream and began to feel a bit tempted. After all, this person had just gifted 4 carnivals, clearly someone with deep pockets who keeps their word. 10 carnivals. That's a whole 30,000 RMB. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. This car is worth 100 million. If it gets damaged, she might end up losing everything. Streamer, what are you hesitating for? How about this? If you dare, I'll gift you 20. King of Beasts spoke again. Boss, you're generous. Do you need a son? I want to support you in your old age. Count me in. Count me in. 20 carnivals. A total of 60,000. This time, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for just a moment before making her decision. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and slowly walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, then carefully sat on the car's hood. After that, Lin Xiaoyu pointed the camera at herself, changing angles several times to prove she was really sitting on the Veneno. The live stream exploded with excitement, and the comments flooded in. Awesome! Streamer, you're so brave. Wow, for 60,000, you're doing this. If it gets damaged, you could lose everything. I feel like this Veneno has been tainted. But soon, the live stream was filled with continuous gifts of carnivals. King of Beasts was true to his word, and 20 carnivals were credited directly. Thank you to King of Beasts for the 20 carnivals. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu looked at her phone, filled with gift effects, her face beaming with joy. Miss, please get down, this car is mine. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped off the hood. The newcomers were Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei. Wow, the show is about to get interesting. Both of them are so good-looking. No wonder they can be together. Did you notice? That guy is dressed head to toe in Givenchy. Isn't it normal for someone driving a Veneno to wear Givenchy? I think it's quite low-key. Look at that girl's bag. It's Hermes, worth over 400,000. Wow, that girl is carrying a Mercedes? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu had no mood to pay attention to the messages in the live stream. Her face had turned a bit pale. If she had known, she would have acted more decisively, sat down, and run away after the gifts poured in. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught red-handed. Sorry, can I borrow your car for a photo? Lin Xiaoyu quickly apologized. In situations like this, if you don't apologize, they might just ruin you. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just walked to the front of the car to take a look. Do you see the scratch? Lin Feng was a bit speechless. What kind of people are these? Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and she hurried over to take a look. Sure enough, she saw a scratch on the front of the car. It wasn't very deep, but it was noticeable. Oh no! This is a big deal. Now what? For 60,000, no, not even 60,000, the platform takes a cut. Just for a few tens of thousands, I might have to pay at least 100,000, right? Upstairs, be a bit bolder. A Bugatti worth over 10 million RMB got scratched by another car and cost over 300,000 RMB to fix. Even though this scratch is small, it must still be worth tens of thousands, right? Damn! That scratch could cost a whole apartment? This female streamer is in trouble. The comments were now in a frenzy. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly surpassed 100,000. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale, and with a hint of a sob in her voice, she said, I just sat down for a moment, I didn't bring anything metal. At that moment, Jiang Shuiwei walked behind Lin Xiaoyu and took a look. The jeans you're wearing have metal buttons on the back. Jiang Shuiwei didn't feel sorry for this woman. When others encountered them on the road, they kept their distance, fearing an accident. But here she was, sitting right on the front of the car. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Lin Xiaoyu touched her backside and indeed felt the metal button. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes turned red as she repeatedly bowed and apologized to Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Feng. If you did something wrong, you have to face the consequences. This isn't an accident, you should think about how to compensate. Lin Feng had no intention of letting this woman off the hook. People like her needed to learn the severity of the situation. How much do you think it will cost? Lin Xiaoyu asked, her eyes red as she looked at the two. She tightened her grip on her phone holder. I estimate it will be around 300,000 to 400,000, right? Lin Feng thought for a moment and quoted a relatively low figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt the world spinning around her, her head a bit dizzy. Moments later, as if grasping a lifeline, she cried out to the camera, Beast King, I know you're still watching my livestream. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have done this. You have to cover this compensation.
Only then did Lin Feng and Jiang Yue realize that the woman in front of them was live streaming.
It was obvious that someone in the live room had tipped her to sit on the front of the car. She deserved it. At Beast King, haha, asking you to pay up, big shot. You do whatever others tell you? Why don't you go eat shit? Now that something's happened, you're looking for someone to take the blame? In this situation, they don't have any legal responsibility. Why should they help you pay? What a joke. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages in the live room and instantly broke down. Of course, you would say that since it didn't happen to you. Just as Lin Xiaoyu was arguing with the people in the live room, Lin Feng finally grew impatient. He still had to rush to Tang Wanner's birthday party. Miss, if you don't want to compensate, we'll have to call the police. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, so she directly closed the live stream. There was no way to play dumb. After all, she had just gone live, like a law enforcement recording device. Big brother, beautiful lady, since you have so much money, can you let me off this time? I really don't have the money to compensate. I'm begging you. Lin Xiaoyu cried and knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Lin Feng and Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue felt a bit of pity, but Lin Feng was very displeased. So you caused me hundreds of thousands in losses, and just because I have money, you think an apology will make it all go away? Should I just foolishly cover the losses myself? This wasn't an accident. You brought this on yourself. How about this, you take out 300,000, and we'll call it even. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Seeing the woman's sincere attitude, he decided to lower the compensation. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu continued to bow and apologize. Lin Feng's expression immediately darkened. He then said nothing more and took out his phone to call the police. Hello? Is this the police station? Upon hearing that Lin Feng was calling the police, Lin Xiaoyu felt even more panicked. It seemed this tactic wouldn't work, so she simply sat down on the ground, waiting for the police to arrive. Because it was a parking lot, there weren't many people around. Some who came to pick up their cars saw the situation and didn't dare to linger. The police arrived quickly, and after understanding the situation and confirming the facts, they took Lin Xiaoyu away. Since they didn't dare to tow the car, they had to let Lin Feng drive it to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers found the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's previous live stream. After watching the replay, the police, along with Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei, fell silent, unsure of how to comment. Lin Feng then directly paid someone to come and assess the damage to the car. The conclusion was that it couldn't be fully repaired, with an estimated cost of around 50,000. Alright, you just need to compensate me 30,000, Lin Feng said, already quite impatient. It was impossible to expect not to pay anything. Lin Feng really didn't want to waste any more time, so he called Lu Hai directly. Lu Hai, something happened. Can you help me handle it? Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of this for you, Lu Hai replied. After hanging up, Lin Feng cooperated with the police to take a statement and then left the police station with Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei checked the time. With all the delays, it was already past 7. Just then, Tang Wanner called. Shuowei, why haven't you and Lin Feng arrived yet? We ran into some trouble, but we're on the way now. You guys can start eating first. It will take us a little longer, Jiang Shuowei said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. No worries, we just got into the private room. You're my best friend. How can I eat without you? Hurry up. The voice on the other end was urgent, and before Jiang Shuowei could respond, the call was disconnected. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei then drove to the mall to prepare a birthday gift for Tang Wanner. 40 minutes later, they got out of the car. Entering the Jinsho restaurant, they headed towards the address Tang Wanner had sent to Jiang Shuowei. When they reached the door of the private room, Lin Feng gently pushed the door open, and the laughter and chatter inside instantly fell silent, all eyes focusing on them like spotlights. Ah, you finally made it. Tang Wanner quickly stood up to greet them, enthusiastically taking Jiang Shuowei's hand. We were just waiting for you to start. Sorry, everyone, we ran into some trouble and got delayed, Jiang Shuowei said with an apologetic smile to the people in the room. This is my boyfriend, Lin Feng, Jiang Shuowei introduced him to everyone. Hello, Lin Feng smiled politely and greeted them. All eyes in the room were now fixed on Lin Feng. Everyone responded with smiles, and Tang Wanner hurriedly led Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei to their seats. Come on, don't just stand there, sit down, Tang Wanner said with a beaming smile. After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei sat down, Tang Wanner smiled at everyone and said, Today is my birthday, and I'm really happy to have so many good friends gathered together. Let's raise our glasses and toast to my birthday. Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison, Happy birthday, Tang Wanner. They began to eat and chat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At that moment, a girl sitting across from them curiously asked Jiang Shuawei, who is chasing whom between you and Lin Feng? Jiang Shuawei's face lit up with a sweet smile as she replied, I guess I'm the one chasing Lin Feng. As soon as she said this, everyone gasped in surprise. The icy cold Jiang campus beauty is also pursuing someone. Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red, but she still said generously, when you meet an excellent man, you have to take the initiative. Instantly, all the boys in the room looked at Lin Feng with envy. Recently, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei had become popular figures on the campus forum, and everyone knew that the campus beauty was in a relationship, and with a freshman at that. The most important thing is that the freshman is very wealthy. He drives a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth 100 million. In the private room, the women envied Jiang Shuawei for finding such a handsome and rich boyfriend. The men envied Lin Feng for being able to win over the campus beauty right after enrolling. After a while, a crisp knocking sound came from outside the door. A boy quickly got up to answer it. It should be my cake arriving, we can eat cake now, Tang Wanner said with a smile. The boy opened the door, and the waiter carefully pushed in a beautifully crafted birthday cake. When Tang Wanner saw the cake, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Wow, this cake is so beautiful. Everyone turned off the lights and sang a warm birthday song in unison. Tang Wanner closed her eyes and blew out the candles amidst their singing. Oh! Everyone cheered and clapped excitedly, the sound echoing throughout the private room. Wanner, this is your birthday gift from me. I hope you like it. This is mine. Tang Wanner smiled as she accepted each gift. Everyone had given their birthday gifts to Tang Wanner, and only Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei had not yet given theirs. Fortunately, after leaving the police station earlier, the two returned to the mall to buy a birthday gift for Tang Wanner, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Jiang Shuawei took out a beautifully packaged set of cosmetics and handed it to Tang Wanner. Wanner, I took a long time to pick out this set of cosmetics. If you don't like it, just wait and see. Jiang Shuawei's tone was playful. Tang Wanner excitedly hugged Jiang Shuawei as she received the cosmetics. Shuawei, you are so good to me. How did you know I like this set of cosmetics? It's so expensive that I couldn't bear to buy it, it cost several thousand. Tang Wanner's voice was filled with emotion and surprise. This set of cosmetics was bought with Jiang Shuawei's own money, not Lin Feng's. Jiang Shuawei pushed Tang Wanner away with a hint of disdain. Do I not know you? At this moment, Lin Feng also took out his gift. Senior Tang, I have to thank you for your help this time. This watch is both my token of gratitude and your birthday gift. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with sincerity. The watch Lin Feng gave to Tang Wanner was also worth several thousand. He originally wanted to buy one worth tens of thousands, but Jiang Shuawei wouldn't allow it, saying that it was too expensive for Tang Wanner to accept. After thinking it over, Lin Feng felt Jiang Shuawei made sense, so he bought a women's watch priced around 2,000. Tang Wanner hesitated, unsure whether to accept the gift. She then looked at Jiang Shuawei, her eyes questioning. After seeing Jiang Shuawei nod, she accepted it, her face breaking into a happy smile. Then thank you, Lin Feng. Don't worry, just for this gift, I will make sure to keep an eye on Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei shot a glance at Tang Wanner. Everyone continued eating, and several boys came over to chat and drink with Lin Feng, but he had to politely decline because he was driving. Brother Lin, what does your family do? The car you drive is a Ferrari. At that moment, a boy who had drunk a bit asked, emboldened by the alcohol. The people around turned their attention to him. Hey, Wu Hao, why are you asking that? Don't go looking for trouble, Tang Wanner quickly said. If Lin Feng got upset, it would be hard for her to explain to her best friend. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. It's nothing. I just have shares in a few companies. It's not a big deal, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Brother Lin, do you think I could work for you after I graduate? I don't need any special treatment, just a suitable position would be fine, the boy named Wu Hao said. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became a bit tense. Tang Wanner's tone had already turned a bit unpleasant. Wu Hao, if you're going to act drunk, just go outside. Don't disturb Lin Feng here. Jiang Shuawei's smile faded. Although the job market pressure was particularly high now, as a graduate of a prestigious university, she could still find a decent job if her expectations weren't too high. Why should she trouble Lin Feng? As for his claim of not needing special treatment, that was nonsense. After just meeting once or twice, he could say such things. Once he was in the company, who knew what he might do using Lin Feng's friendship as leverage? Wu Hao perhaps realized that his previous words were inappropriate and hurriedly apologized to Lin Feng. Sorry, Lin brother, I had a bit to drink, and my head is a bit fuzzy. I spoke without thinking, please don't take it to heart. It's fine, Lin Feng replied casually. The others noticed that Lin Feng's expression seemed genuinely devoid of anger, and their anxious hearts slowly relaxed.
After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to leave.
Shuawei, are you going back to the dorm tonight? Tang Wanner quietly approached Jiang Shuawei and asked softly. Jiang Shuawei's pretty face instantly turned bright red. I probably won't be going back to the dorm tonight. Ha? Are you really planning to stay with Lin Feng? Tang Wanner couldn't help but exclaim, but before she could finish, Jiang Shuawei quickly covered her mouth. Do you want me to embarrass myself in front of the whole school? Why are you shouting so loudly? Jiang Shuawei said urgently, with a hint of annoyance. Tang Wanner forcefully pushed Jiang Shuawei's hand away. You didn't even deny it. Shuawei, you've changed. Tang Wanner muttered quietly, her expression showing a hint of heartbreak. You, who don't even have a boyfriend, dare to say that to me. Jiang Shuawei pretended to be indifferent, responding nonchalantly. The group had already exited the Jinqiu restaurant when suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. Hey, isn't that Lin Feng and his campus beauty girlfriend?
Lin Feng's expression darkened instantly as he looked toward the source of the voice. Jiang Shuawei, Tang Wanner, and the others who had just eaten with them all turned their gazes toward the unpleasant sound. From the tone, they could tell the newcomer was up to no good. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and focused his gaze. It was actually Lin Tianyu, the one who had mocked him during military training.
Young Master Lin, aren't you the boss of Dihao and a shareholder of Penguin? Why aren't you dining in a luxurious place like Dihao, but instead at this inconspicuous little restaurant? Isn't that beneath your dignity? Ha ha ha. Lin Tianyu's face was full of mockery, his eyes brimming with malice. Surrounding him were several young men with brightly dyed hair and various bizarre tattoos on their arms. What does it have to do with you? Lin Feng coldly retorted, instinctively stepping forward to shield Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner. It really has nothing to do with me. After all, young Master Lin loves to brag so much, I wouldn't dare to interfere. But your bespectacled friend might be in trouble. Lin Feng's brows furrowed tightly at the mention of the bespectacled friend. Chen Xiao, but I have to say, I really admire your friend, he has a tough mouth. Last night, he lay on the ground holding his stomach and refused to apologize. If I hadn't been worried about making a big scene, I would have definitely broken one of his arms. Lin Tianyu said with a mocking smile, his expression extremely arrogant. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger rising from his heart. He was fully aware of the conflict between Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao. It was all because of him, Lin Feng. And now, because Chen Xiao had stood up for him, he had been surrounded and beaten, and Lin Feng didn't even know about it? Jiang Shuawei sensed that Lin Feng was not quite right. His tense body and the cold aura he emitted made her feel worried. She gently linked her arm with Lin Feng's. Lin Feng patted Jiang Shuawei's hand, signaling her to relax, then quickly took out his phone and called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Boss, how did you know? I didn't even tell Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei about this. Chen Xiao's voice carried a hint of humiliation. Anyone who had been beaten up would feel embarrassed to openly admit it in front of their brothers. After getting the answer, Lin Feng's anger surged like a volcano, almost uncontrollable. Chen Xiao, are you calling the boss? Ask him if he's coming back today. Xiao Wei's loud voice came through the phone. Chen Xiao ignored him. Did the boss run into that Lin Tianyu kid? Chen Xiao asked urgently, his voice filled with tension and worry. Don't worry, the boss will stand up for you. Lin Feng said this almost through gritted teeth, as if the words were squeezed out from between his teeth, and then he hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end, Chen Xiao listened to the beeping sound of the phone and couldn't help but feel anxious, his heart racing. The boss ran into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was completely focused on playing a game, noticing the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Fei's forehead. So what if he ran into him? What can happen? Can they really fight? A Xiao! Xiao Fei said casually, his eyes glued to the computer screen as he played, appearing somewhat indifferent. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xiao finally spoke up. Actually, I got hurt yesterday because that Lin Tianyu kid found a few thugs to block me when I was leaving school. Then the boss just called me, asking if something happened last night. It must be that Lin Tianyu went to stir up trouble and told the boss. The boss said he would stand up for me. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei immediately couldn't sit still. What? Didn't you say you fell off a shared electric bike last night? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock and anger. Chen Xiao stammered, unable to speak, lowering his head. Damn that Lin Tianyu for playing dirty. Xiao Fei had already forgotten about the game, pulling out his phone to make a call. Uncle Qin, help me check on a freshman at Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei said coldly. Hurry and call the boss again, see where they are now. Xiao Wei asked anxiously.
Chen Xiao quickly called Lin Feng again. At that moment, Lin Feng had already put his phone in his pocket. Looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu in front of him, he calmed down.
What's your father's name?
Lin Feng's voice was very cold.
My dad's name is Lin Xiangdong. What? Are you trying to use connections? Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Tianyu pretended to be afraid, then laughed heartily with the few thugs beside him. Those boys, who were friends of Tang Wanner, were now keeping their distance, afraid of getting into trouble. Meanwhile, the few girls stayed close to Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner.
Everyone, if you have any conflicts, please handle them elsewhere. You are indeed affecting our customers by blocking our store entrance. At that moment, someone walked out from the Jinqiu restaurant and spoke to the crowd.
Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost.
Lin Tianyu's expression darkened, his eyes wide with anger as he cursed without mercy. The few young men around him joined in the ruckus, each cracking their knuckles, tilting their heads, and casting sideways glances, striking a pose that screamed, "Say another word and I'll come over and beat you up." Their fierce gazes seemed to warn everyone not to provoke them lightly. Seeing this, the man became somewhat timid, his legs trembled involuntarily, his face turned pale, and he retreated a few steps back into the restaurant, no longer caring about the matter.
Lin Feng was too lazy to continue wasting words with Lin Tianyu.
Frowning, he took out his phone, preparing to call Dong Feng. However, he noticed that Chen Xiao was incessantly trying to reach him. Lin Feng chose to answer.
"Boss, where are you?"
As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through, filled with worry and urgency. "I'm at the Jinqiu restaurant," Lin Feng replied briefly.
"Boss, we're on our way."
After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone.
"The boss is at Jinqiu restaurant," Chen Xiao said while opening his phone's navigation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Then don't just stand there, hurry up. I know where it is," Xiao Fei said, shooting out of the dorm like an arrow. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly followed, and the three of them ran at full speed. After hanging up, Lin Feng directly called Dong Feng. "Oh, young Master Lin is preparing to use his connections to deal with me?" Lin Tianyu still wore that annoying expression, smirking with disdain and provocation. "Aiken, don't fight. If not, should we call the police? The police will definitely catch the ones who hit your brother," Jiang Shuawei said worriedly, her eyes filled with concern as she tightly grasped Lin Feng's shirt. "Don't worry, I won't fight," Lin Feng said, gently touching Jiang Shuawei's pert nose. "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" Dong Feng's tone was very respectful, cautious in his speech. "Do you know a person named Lin Xiangdong?" Lin Feng's voice was very low, struggling to suppress the anger within. "Lin Xiangdong?
I know him, he's the owner of Tianfu City Hero Network Technology Company, Ltd. He often dines at Dihao because he knows Li Shangyu." Hearing the coldness in Lin Feng's tone, Dong Feng hurriedly spoke, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent.
"All right, I understand,"
Lin Feng said decisively before hanging up the phone.
"A network technology company? This should be easy to handle. What did this Lin Xiangdong do to provoke this young master?"
Dong Feng murmured to himself as he listened to the busy signal on the phone, his brow furrowed in thought.
"Young Master Lin, are you done? My phone is just waiting to ring."
Lin Tianyu mocked as he saw Lin Feng hang up, his arrogant demeanor becoming even more brazen. Lin Feng ignored him and called Lu Shu.
"Shuawei, can you do something? I see this guy is so arrogant, he must be feeling invincible."
Tang Wanner said with some concern, quietly leaning over to Jiang Shuawei, her eyes filled with unease and doubt.
"Just relax.
Lin Feng is not as simple as you think."
Jiang Shuawei appeared very confident. Seeing Jiang Shuawei so self-assured, Tang Wanner and the others felt a bit more at ease. "Lu Shu, I'm here." Lin Feng explained the situation to Lu Shu, then continued, "You should know what I want to do." Lin Feng's tone was very calm but carried an undeniable determination. "I understand, Mr. Lin."
After hanging up, Lin Feng coldly stared at Lin Tianyu. "I hope you can still laugh later." Lin Feng's gaze pierced Lin Tianyu like a sharp sword. Lin Tianyu felt a wave of panic wash over him, a hint of unease rising in his heart, but he still forced himself to remain calm.
"What are you pretending for? Just because you drive a Ferrari, you think you have an incredible background?" Lin Tianyu cursed directly. Jiang Shuawei and the other girls frowned in unison. This kind of uncouth guy is the most detestable. Jiang University's campus beauty, along with a few other beauties, don't follow this loser anymore. "Come on, I'll treat you to drinks."
Lin Tianyu noticed the disdain on the girls' faces and became even more interested, his lecherous gaze wandering over them.
"Who do you think you are? You think you can treat us to drinks?"
Tang Wanner was not one to back down, hands on her hips, glaring angrily. "I like women with your fiery temper, it's particularly appealing to conquer." Lin Tianyu smiled instead of getting angry, his grin making one feel nauseous.
"Pa!" A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Tang Wanner spat, her face full of disgust. It seems Lin Shangdong hasn't taught you any manners? Why do you talk and act like a bum?
Lin Feng mocked Lin Tianyu, his eyes filled with contempt.
I think you want to get beaten up. Lin Tianyu's expression darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. Kid, watch your mouth.
The few tough guys around him began to shout, waving their fists, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. However, Lin Tianyu raised his hand to stop them. There are too many people here, let's wait for a chance later to deal with him. Lin Tianyu's expression was sinister as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have rushed up to beat him right away. Young Master Lin, you better be careful when you leave school in the future. We're off to eat, so we won't play house with you. Lin Tianyu resumed his earlier smile and turned to walk towards the Jinsho restaurant.
Lin Tianyu, where do you think you're running off to? A voice suddenly called out.
Lin Tianyu turned to look, his smile widening.
Oh, isn't this Chen Xiao? You're looking good. Seems like those few hits yesterday were a bit light, huh? You look quite energetic in today's military training.
Lin Feng's cold demeanor softened a bit upon seeing Chen Xiao and the others rushing over.
Lin Tianyu, you're trying to ambush my brother while I'm not around, huh? Xiao Fei's fists clenched tightly upon hearing Lin Tianyu's words.
This was the first time he had been this angry since arriving in Tenfu City.
And what if I am? I'll still beat you up.
Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with a hint of jealousy. This guy was as annoying as Lin Feng.
Very good. Xiao Fei smiled.
It was the first time someone dared to speak to him like that.
Is this guy Lin Feng's roommate? Tang Wanner curiously asked Zhang Shuawei while looking at Xiao Fei. Yeah, he's Lin Feng's good buddy. What, are you interested? Zhang Shuawei could tell from Tang Wanner's curious expression that things were not simple.
Once a woman starts to be curious about a man, she's not far from falling in love.
Stop talking nonsense. Tang Wanner shot a fierce glare at Zhang Shuawei, her eyes full of reproach. The crowd around them grew larger, all there to watch the excitement. Just then, Lin Tianyu's phone rang abruptly. Answer it. Let's see if it's your dad calling.
Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, looking more eager than Lin Tianyu. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, Lin Tianyu felt an inexplicable wave of panic, as if a large hand was tightly gripping his heart.
Mind your own business.
Lin Tianyu retorted angrily, then took out his phone to check. It was indeed Lin Shangdong calling.
Hello? Dad, what do you need me for? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became obedient. What the hell have you gotten yourself into? Why is everyone warning me to keep an eye on my son? Each one of them is more powerful than the last.
Lin Shangdong's curses came pouring out like a machine gun from the other end of the line. Lin Tianyu felt as if he could barely stand, his legs going weak, as if he would collapse at any moment.
Who have I offended, Dad?
Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Feng, cautiously speaking into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, old Qin specifically called me to keep an eye on you, to not provoke people we shouldn't mess with.
Then the people from Penguin Company called me too. You tell me, who exactly did you provoke?
Cold sweat broke out on Lin Tianyu's forehead, large beads of sweat rolling down. He looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster.
He really was a shareholder of Penguin? How could this be possible? He was only a freshman. Who is old Qin? Our company has grown this big, do we still need to look at others' faces? And Penguin Company, so what if they're big? In this society, can they really bring our family down? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and this brief pause made Lin Tianyu's heart race. I see your pig brain is beyond saving. Are you the president of the beautiful country? Not afraid of heaven or earth? I should just shoot you against the wall. Whoever you provoked, hurry up and apologize to me and seek forgiveness. Otherwise, you'll have to find your own money in the future. With that, the call was abruptly ended. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy tone on the phone, unable to speak for a long time, his whole being frozen in shock. How did it go? Lin Tianyu, is the call over? What did your dad say? Xiao Fei mocked, looking at the dazed Lin Tianyu, his expression full of schadenfreude. Have you thought about what to do? Lin Feng added nonchalantly, his expression calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Lin Tianyu came back to his senses, looking at Lin Feng and Xiao Fei, hesitating for a moment before his expression turned fierce. Don't think that just because you have some connections to threaten my dad, I'll back down. I'll tell you, if you want me, Lin Tianyu, to apologize? No way. After saying that, he ignored the social guy beside him and turned to leave. Really, you won't cry until you see the coffin, Xiao Fei murmured as he watched Lin Tianyu's retreating figure. How boring. I thought there would be a fight. Let's disperse, let's disperse. It's good that it didn't escalate. Let's go eat.
The surrounding people, seeing there was no excitement left to watch, began to disperse. Only then did Xiao Fei and the others start talking to Lin Feng. "Boss, with so many girls, you didn't even call me." Xiao Fei walked over and whispered. "You can't handle it," Lin Feng replied with a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "What are you two whispering about?" Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her gaze shifting between the two. Nothing, sister-in-law. This matter is resolved, and with so many people today, how about we go have a drink?" Xiao Fei said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. "I think that's a good idea. I want to go too." Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly chimed in. What a joke. Even if they set aside Tang Wanner and Jiang Shuowei, just the three girls beside them could be considered beauties, right? Tang Wanner glanced at Xiao Fei and said, "Sure, I have no problem." Seeing that Tang Wanner agreed, Jiang Shuowei could only say, "If Aiken goes, then I'll go." So everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng helplessly said, "I drove here." "So what? Just call a chauffeur." Xiao Fei quickly replied, constantly signaling to Lin Feng. "Don't ruin my good thing. Do you think my car would let a chauffeur drive it? It's just a Ferrari. What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. He had several such sports cars in his garage back home in Beijing. "Follow me." Lin Feng, feeling helpless, led Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and a few girls also curiously followed. "Do you think this car would let a chauffeur drive it?" Lin Feng pointed at the poison and asked Xiao Fei. "Wow. Boss, are you serious? Is this a Lamborghini Veneno?" Xiao Fei looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Bingo." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately started inspecting the Veneno from left to right. "Boss, what kind of car is the Veneno? How much is it? It looks so cool." Chen Xiao curiously asked as he gazed at the sports car in front of him. "About 100 million, I guess. It's a Lamborghini supercar," Lin Feng casually replied. 100 million? This car costs 100 million? Chen Xiao was shocked, as were Xiao Wei, Tang Wanner, and the other three girls. "Boss, you're not joking, right?" Xiao Wei swallowed hard and asked again. "Why would I lie about something worth 100 million? Lin Feng said with a calm expression. "Wow. I want to touch it." Without a second thought, Chen Xiao ran over. "I want to see it too." Xiao Wei eagerly followed. "Shuowei, what exactly does Lin Feng do? Wasn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it turn into a Lamborghini Veneno?" Tang Wanner looked at Lin Feng in shock and then asked Jiang Shuowei. "He was driving the Ferrari a few days ago because this car hadn't arrived yet. Once this car arrived, he gave me the Ferrari," Jiang Shuowei said with a smug smile. "No way. A car worth 7 or 8 million just like that?" Tang Wanner's eyes widened. Jiang Shuowei nodded with a smile. "No wonder you're so eager. Turns out Lin Feng is so rich. What nonsense are you talking about? What I like is him as a person." Jiang Shuowei shot a glance at Tang Wanner, dissatisfied. Alright, I misspoke." Tang Wanner realized she might have said something inappropriate and quickly apologized. After a while, the three lively ones returned. "Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It really affects the appearance." Xiao Fei looked very regretful. "It's a small matter," Lin Feng smiled lightly. "I don't care, we must go drink today." Xiao Fei looked at Lin Feng with determination, as if to say that if he didn't agree, they would have a fight. Lin Feng didn't want to dampen the spirits of his brothers and Tang Wanner, so he had to nod in agreement. Alright, where are we going to have fun?" Lin Feng asked helplessly, his tone revealing a hint of compromise. Seeing Lin Feng agree, Xiao Fei's face instantly lit up with joy. "Let's go to Top. I'll treat you all." "Wow, Old Four, you really have money. Looks like Old Four is in love." Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao teased from the side, their words full of jest. The other three girls felt a stir in their hearts. Judging by the way this handsome guy spoke to Lin Tianyu earlier, his background must be impressive, if they could win him over. "Hurry up and go. It's getting late," Tang Wanner urged, her tone tinged with urgency. "Alright, then Shuowei and I will go ahead. You all figure it out," Lin Feng said with a smile, then got into the Veneno with Jiang Shuowei. As the cool scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked enviously at Jiang Shuowei and Lin Feng sitting in the car. V-room. The deep, powerful engine of the Veneno roared, as if declaring its extraordinary nature. "Boss, once you arrive, just head straight to Zone 0. I've made a reservation." Xiao Fei glanced at the Veneno with a hint of envy, then shouted to Lin Feng inside the car. Lin Feng extended one hand out of the window, giving an okay gesture, and then drove out of the parking lot. Tup is the top nightclub in Tianfu City, and since its opening, luxury cars have been clustered along the roads every night. It is said that the owner behind it is quite influential, and many rich second-generation heirs in Tianfu City enjoy indulging in life at Tup at night. At this moment, there were many fashionably dressed young people at the entrance of the bar, posing in various ways to take photos. Lin Feng even spotted a couple of familiar faces live streaming, though he couldn't quite remember who they were. As soon as the young people at the entrance saw the luxury car stop, their faces were filled with shock. Those who could afford to spend here were all wealthy, and they knew a thing or two about luxury cars. What the hell? Just a few days ago, I saw a video online saying there was a luxury car at Suzhou University, and now it's right in front of me? This big shot is not to be messed with. After Lin Feng parked the car, he got out with Jiang Shuiwei. The moment those women saw Lin Feng, their eyes lit up. If it weren't for him holding Jiang Shuiwei's hand, they would probably have gone crazy trying to get his attention. What a pity. If I could have a one-night stand with this handsome guy, I'd be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a mansion. A few young and beautiful girls said, watching the two walk into the bar with some reluctance. As Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei stepped into the bar, they were immediately greeted by the deafening music. The walls were adorned with spades and an air of opulence filled the space, with couples walking around everywhere. The arrival of Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei attracted countless gazes. People came to bars not only for entertainment but also to meet potential partners. Those who were handsome or beautiful often found others willing to spend money on them without needing to pay themselves. The hot and sexy women were dancing in the dance floor, their alluring figures captivating everyone. Jiang Shuiwei watched this scene with curiosity. She had never been to such a place before. At that moment, Jiang Shuiwei suddenly saw a woman in a booth, wearing only underwear and a bra, twisting her body in front of a man. The man was grinning, his hands exploring the woman's body, while his friends cheered and egged him on. Jiang Shuiwei's face turned slightly red as she quickly looked away. Lin Feng led Jiang Shuiwei to find a booth in Area 0. The booth was already filled with various drinks, guarded by 2 waiters and a man in a suit. As soon as the man saw Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei approaching the booth, he greeted them with a flattering smile. "Excuse me for interrupting, but are you Mr. Lin Feng and Ms. Jiang?" After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei sat down, they nodded indifferently. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the general manager of Tup. You can call me Xiao Qian. Xiao contacted me and asked me to take good care of you too. If you have any needs, feel free to find me. I'm here to assist you at any time." The man, who called himself Xiao Qian, smiled even more broadly when Lin Feng nodded, respectfully addressing them. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Manager Qian." "It's no trouble at all." Xiao Qian smiled and skillfully opened a bottle of wine, pouring it for Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei. Having been in the nightlife scene for many years, Xiao Qian immediately recognized that Lin Feng was wearing a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million, and Jiang Shuiwei's handbag was also a Hermes worth several $100,000. Moreover, they were specifically invited by Xiao Fei to be well taken care of. Not long after, Xiao Fei and several women arrived. As soon as Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei, he bent down respectfully and called out, "Xiao Fei, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. Good job. Go arrange for 2 sets of de Shenlong to come over. I'm bringing friends to have some fun today." Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder, satisfied. "All right, Xiao Fei. I'll arrange it right away." Xiao Qian's face showed a hint of joy at receiving Xiao Fei's praise. "Old 3, I feel like Old 4's background is even more impressive than we imagined," Shen Xiao whispered to Xiao Wei. "Isn't this a good thing?" Xiao Wei replied softly. Tang Wanner and the other girls were also a bit surprised. The Divine Dragon from Tup. 1 set costs 288,888. Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without even blinking? The looks directed at Xiao Fei became even more fervent. "Shui Wei, what's the background of Lin Feng's roommate? He just ordered 2 sets of Divine Dragon right off the bat. That's over 500,000. Tang Wanner quietly asked Zhang Shuiwei. "What? Over 500,000? Zhang Shuiwei was also taken aback. Young Master Xiao is quite generous. The 3 girls flattered. "What's the big deal? As long as everyone is having fun," Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. Soon, the bunny girls lined up and placed the drinks on the table. The table was instantly filled with 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. "Thank you very much to young Master Xiao from Zone 0 for ordering 2 sets of Divine Dragon. We wish young Master Xiao and his friends a great time at Tup," the DJ announced. "Oh!" The crowd erupted in cheers, and many people's gazes turned towards the group in Zone 0. Before long, some bolder girls approached the Zone 0 table. One girl in a black short skirt swayed her sexy hips and walked over with a flirtatious gaze. "Hey, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, can we play together?" she said, her eyes fixed on Xiao Fei and Lin Feng. Zhang Shuiwei noticed the woman's gaze and quickly took Lin Feng's arm.
The alluring woman smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Fei.
Forget it, beautiful. We all know each other here, Xiao Fei said with a hint of regret. If he hadn't unexpectedly run into Tang Wanner, he might have actually been willing to engage with this woman.
The woman could only leave in disappointment.
After that, a few more girls came over to strike up conversations, but they were all politely turned down for various reasons.
Xiao Fei picked up a drink and glanced at Tang Wanner.
Just as he was about to find an opportunity to talk to her, the other three women began to make their move on him. One girl said sweetly, "Young Master Xiao, your outfit is really striking." As she spoke, she tried to get closer to Xiao Fei. Another girl was not to be outdone, handing Xiao Fei a drink with a flirtatious look. "Young Master Xiao, let me toast you, let's be friends." The third girl was even bolder, directly placing her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder and cooing, "Young Master Xiao, you have to take good care of us sisters tonight." Xiao Fei was only thinking about Tang Wanner and dealt with the advances of the three girls politely. "Thank you, ladies." Tang Wanner and Zhang Shuiwei stared in disbelief at the three girls. These three girls were considered to have a decent relationship with Tang Wanner in class, and it was unexpected to see this side of them. For some reason, Tang Wanner felt an inexplicable irritation watching Xiao Fei surrounded by the three girls. Shen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei, who was surrounded by the three girls, with jealousy.
How infuriating. Just because he's handsome, he can do whatever he wants? Shen Xiao muttered, feeling somewhat defeated.
Being handsome indeed doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, but if you add wealth to that, then it's a different story, Lin Feng said with a smile. He then picked up a drink and looked at Shen Xiao, his expression becoming serious. "Shen Xiao, you got into trouble because you helped me, and I consider you a brother."
"Hey,
boss, we're all brothers, and saying this is just what brothers do, right? Shen Xiao raised his drink and clinked it with Lin Feng's, then they both downed their drinks. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. It was indeed lucky to make such a close friend right after starting college. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was already getting annoyed by the three girls. If it weren't for the fact that these three girls were friends of Tang Wanner and his sister-in-law, he would have wanted to drive them away.
Seeing Xiao Fei's indifferent reaction, the three girls exchanged glances and decided to intensify their efforts. The first girl gently tugged at Xiao Fei's shirt, acting cute, and said, "Xiao Xiao, why don't you chat with us a bit more?" The second girl leaned close to Xiao Fei's ear, her breath fragrant. "Xiao Xiao, you're so outstanding. I wonder if you have a girlfriend?" The third girl raised her glass, insisting on clinking it with Xiao Fei's, deliberately letting her fingers lightly brush against the back of his hand. Xiao Fei frowned, a bit impatiently saying, "Sorry, ladies, I'm not in the mood right now."
After saying that, his eyes kept darting towards Tang Wanner. However, they did not give up, continuing to chatter around Xiao Fei.
Tang Wanner was playing dice with Zhang Shuiwei but could always feel Xiao Fei's gaze lingering on her.
At that moment, Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao also noticed that Xiao Fei seemed to be interested in Tang Wanner, and they quietly whispered to each other.
"Look at Lao Si and that Tang Wanner, they clearly like each other but are both holding back," Xiao Wei said with a smile, shaking his head. Shen Xiao laughed along. "Why don't we create some opportunities for them?"
The two exchanged knowing smiles.
Shen Xiao deliberately said loudly, "Oh, this drinking is a bit boring. How about we play some mini-games?" Everyone responded enthusiastically.
"Let's play a riddle game. Whoever guesses wrong has to do truth or dare," Xiao Wei suggested. In the first round, Tang Wanner guessed wrong.
"Huh, Tang Wanner, truth or dare?" Shen Xiao asked with a laugh. Tang Wanner hesitated for a moment and chose truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, "Among the boys here, is there anyone who makes your heart flutter?" Tang Wanner's face turned red, and her gaze unconsciously flicked towards Xiao Fei as she quietly said, "I guess there's one." Everyone began to tease. "Who is it? Wanner, come on, tell us." Zhang Shuiwei flashed a mischievous smile. "I don't know, you guess." Tang Wanner certainly wouldn't say it directly.
But Xiao Fei felt a surge of joy inside. The three girls, however, looked somewhat displeased. They had clearly sensed Xiao Fei's impatience while trying to engage him in conversation and had noticed him stealing glances at Tang Wanner's reactions. Although Tang Wanner was their friend, who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity with such an outstanding man? But it seemed that now it was hopeless. After playing a few more rounds, Xiao Fei unfortunately guessed wrong as well. "Xiao Fei, why don't you answer the question we asked Tang Shuijie earlier?" Lin Feng said deliberately. Xiao Fei glanced at Lin Feng with a hint of gratitude. "Good bro. Of course I do." After saying that, he glanced at Tang Wanner for her reaction. Seeing her awkwardly tuck her hair behind her ear, he felt another surge of happiness. He didn't know why, but he felt a strong attraction to Tang Wanner. After all, he was a young master from the capital, having met countless women, yet this was the first time he felt this way about someone. Just as everyone was having a great time, the three girls, feeling bored since they couldn't flirt with Xiao Fei, decided to leave. One of the girls said, "Oh, we have something to do, so we'll head out."
Warner, Shuawei, you all enjoy yourselves. You're leaving just like that? Why not play a bit longer? Tang Warner said, trying to hide her happiness. No, no. After the three girls finished speaking, they got up and left. With the girls gone, Xiao Fei felt his mood lift considerably. He had been sitting three girls away from Tang Warner, but now that they had left, he moved directly to her side. The atmosphere in the booth did not become dull due to their departure. Instead, it grew livelier with the gradually warming flirtation between Xiao Fei and Tang Warner. Xiao Fei mustered his courage, poured a glass of wine for Tang Warner, and said, "Beautiful Tang, come, let's have a toast." Tang Warner smiled as she took the glass, gently clinking it against Xiao Fei's. At that moment, the music suddenly softened, and the lights became gentle. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei exchanged a glance and, with a tacit understanding, stood up and said, "We're going to the dance floor for a bit, you two take your time chatting." Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao followed suit, saying, "I need to use the restroom." In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Warner remained in the booth. They sat quietly, neither of them speaking first. Yet, an indescribable feeling lingered in the air. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Warner and felt a bit nervous. His gaze was fixed on her face, her delicate features and slightly flushed cheeks made his heart race. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk about with Tang Warner, but his mind went blank. Tang Warner felt equally restless. She could sense Xiao Fei's intense gaze. She had an inexplicable fondness for him but was unsure if it was just a fleeting impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was a wealthy young man, making it hard to guarantee his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. "Beautiful Tang, you mentioned earlier that you have a crush on one of the guys here. Can I ask who it is?" Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation as he stared directly at Tang Warner. Tang Warner's face turned slightly red, the blush blooming like a beautiful peach blossom. Her heart involuntarily raced. "Then tell me, which girl here do you have a crush on?" Tang Warner was unsure how to respond, so she countered with a question. But to her surprise, Xiao Fei was completely unreserved. Without hesitation, he said, "At that moment, I had a crush on you. Beautiful Tang, how about we add each other on Super Chat and get to know each other?" After saying this, Xiao Fei nervously looked at Tang Warner, afraid she would refuse. Even his palms were slightly sweaty. At that moment, Tang Warner felt her face burning. She touched her cheek and then took out her phone, opening the Super Chat QR code. "Here, go ahead and add me. And please don't call me Beautiful Tang anymore, it feels weird. Just call me Warner Jia since I'm older than you." Tang Warner's voice was very soft, completely different from her usual carefree demeanor. Xiao Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly took out his phone to add her as a friend, fearing that Tang Warner might suddenly change her mind. "Alright, Warner Jia, I've added you, please accept it." Seeing the notification that his friend request had been accepted, Xiao Fei couldn't help but grin. "By the way, you still haven't answered my question from earlier." "I won't tell you, you can guess." Tang Warner smiled slightly, her smile like a spring breeze, making Xiao Fei's heart flutter. At that moment, Xiao Fei was also puzzled. He had seen many girls more beautiful than Tang Warner, so why was he so defenseless against her? Just then, a well-dressed young man approached with a glass of wine, a smile on his face. "Xiao Xiao, can we get to know each other? My name is Dong Hao, and I'm the son of Dong Feng, the general manager of the Dihao Hotel." Dong Hao had come here with friends and noticed how respectful the manager was towards this man, and since this man had directly ordered 2 sets of the best dishes, he felt inclined to make his acquaintance. After seeing the big screen thanking Xiao Xiao and noticing that only Xiao Xiao and a woman were sitting in the booth, he decided to come over and introduce himself. Xiao Fei and Tang Warner were in the middle of their conversation when Dong Hao interrupted them, causing Xiao Fei to frown slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. "Dihao Hotel? Isn't that the boss's hotel?" "Xiao Fei." Xiao Fei raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Hao's. His gesture was somewhat perfunctory, clearly unhappy with the interruption. If it weren't for Lin Feng, he would have kicked him out. A hint of joy flashed across Dong Hao's face, and he quickly downed the drink in his glass. "This must be your sister-in-law, right? She's really beautiful," Dong Hao said, glancing at Tang Warner, who was sitting next to Xiao Fei, flattering her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei felt a wave of relief, and his gaze towards Dong Hao became much more favorable. No, we're just friends." Tang Warner quickly waved her hands to explain. "You sit." Xiao Fei didn't give Tang Warner a chance to continue explaining and smiled at Dong Hao. Hearing this, Dong Hao hurriedly sat down. "Are you the son of the general manager of Dihao?" Xiao Fei asked. "Yes, Dong Feng is my dad," Dong Hao nodded. "Then why didn't you come over to say hello when my boss was here? You don't still not know my boss, do you?" Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with a strange expression. Tang Warner's curiosity was piqued as well. She knew about Dihao Hotel,
which was one of the most upscale hotels in Tianfu City, with high expenses and a popular dining spot for many powerful figures. Xiao Fei actually said that the owner of Dihao Hotel was at their table just now. Could it be Lin Feng? Dong Hao was a bit confused at this moment. Xiao, may I ask who your boss is? Dong Hao looked at Xiao Fei and asked tentatively. My boss is called Lin Feng. Dong Hao suddenly became a bit excited. His dad had recently mentioned that they had a new boss, a young person who had directly acquired all the shares of Dihao Hotel in one go, likely an heir from some super wealthy family. Dong Hao had always wanted to find an opportunity to meet him, and he didn't expect to run into a friend of director Lin today. Yes. I haven't met Lin Xiao, so I didn't recognize him just now, Dong Hao awkwardly explained. Alright, consider yourself lucky. You can sit here and play for a while, my boss should be back soon. Xiao Fei smiled and then stopped paying attention to Dong Hao, turning to chat with Tang Wanner. At this moment, Tang Wanner was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect that the big boss of Dihao Hotel was actually her best friend's boyfriend. Does that mean she could often go to eat for free in the future? Soon, Lin Feng and the others returned. Seeing everyone back, Dong Hao nervously stood up. Noticing an unfamiliar man at the booth, Chen Xiao asked in confusion, Old Four, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head and smiled. I don't know him, but he wants to meet my boss. Lin Feng looked at the man with some confusion. He really didn't recognize him. Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao, and I'm the son of the general manager of Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao's attitude was somewhat humble. Oh, you're Dong Feng's son? Lin Feng asked with interest as he looked at Dong Hao. Dong Hao immediately realized who Lin Feng was and quickly bowed to him. Hello, Lin Xiao. I'm Dong Feng's son. Dong Hao's attitude was very respectful, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Lin Feng looked at the man in front of him with some admiration. No wonder he was Dong Feng's son, he had good judgment, both father and son were talents. Lin Feng nodded. Since you're Dong Feng's son, then sit down. Thank you, Lin Xiao, Dong Hao humbly said, and then sat down. Ding! The system has issued a task. Recruit Dong Hao to work for you. Reward, 100% shares of Longhu Game Company, Ltd. The system actually issued a task again? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Dong Hao a few more times. To have the system specifically issue a task, it must be something special. Dong Hao, what do you do? Lin Xiao, I'm currently in the gaming industry, Dong Hao quickly replied. Just as expected. Are you willing to work with me? Lin Feng asked straightforwardly. As soon as he said this, Zhang Shuowei and Xiao Fei looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Dong Hao was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect that just after meeting Lin Feng, he was already being recruited. Could it be that he, Dong Hao, was still a talent? Dong Hao felt a bit troubled. He just wanted to make games. Coming to meet Xiao Fei was also for the sake of games, thinking that if he could build a good relationship with this rich second generation, he could get investment to make games. Lin Feng noticed Dong Hao's troubled expression and asked again, Dong Hao, do you know Longhu Games? Young Master Lin, I know Longhu Games. It's a large game company in the country that has produced many hit games. Games like Hero Returns, Bubble Battle, and so on are all made by their company. When Dong Hao talked about games, his eyes sparkled. Lin Feng appreciated this kind of person, someone who could assess the situation and had the ability. After all, the system had specifically issued tasks for him. As long as you follow me, I'll let you join Longhu Games and be in charge of a project you want to do. Lin Feng said to Dong Hao seriously. Dong Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that Longhu Games is this young Master Lin's company? Dong Hao instantly became excited, even trembling with anticipation. He wanted to create a AAA game themed around the myths of the Great Xia, but others thought it was a pipe dream. Therefore, he had approached many companies, but no one was willing to take him on, and Dong Feng did not support his game-making aspirations. Forced by circumstances, he had to consider starting a small company of his own, taking it step by step. That was why he thought of getting those rich second-generation kids to invest. But now Lin Feng said he could directly join Longhu Games and lead a project he wanted to do. It felt like a dream come true. Young Master Lin, is what you said true? Can you really let me lead a project at Longhu Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He wasn't doubting Lin Feng. Someone of this caliber wouldn't stoop to deceive a small fry like him. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Great! Young Master Lin, I, Dong Hao, will follow you from now on. Dong Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Longhu Games Company, Ltd. has been registered under your name. On the surface, Lin Feng remained calm, but inside he was overjoyed. Don't worry, what I promised will definitely be fulfilled. Lin Feng said to Dong Hao with a pleasant smile. Thank you, young Master Lin. I toast to you. Dong Hao said as he poured a full glass of wine and then drank it all in one go. Xiao Fei stared at Lin Feng intently.
Longhu Games is also yours? It is mine now.
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
When did you acquire it? How come I didn't know?
Jiang Shuawei leaned in and whispered in Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng pulled Jiang Shuawei into his embrace.
Just now, he whispered in her ear. Everyone present averted their eyes, pretending not to see. Dong Hao also turned his head away. Jiang Shuawei felt Lin Feng's warm breath tickling her ear. What are you doing, you rascal? There are so many people here. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red as she broke free from Lin Feng's embrace.
After escaping, she cleared her throat to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone also shifted their focus back to the previous topic, as if the earlier scene had never happened.
Boss, you really are impressive. Longhu Games is quite renowned in the industry, and it's now under your name. Xiao Fei exclaimed.
Now known are the shareholders of Penguin, the big boss of Dihao Hotel, and now there's another big boss of Longhu Games.
And driving a Lamborghini Veneno, which family with the surname Lin is this wealthy?
Lin Feng smiled slightly but did not speak. Young Master Lin, rest assured, I will not let you down. I will do my utmost to create a game that will amaze everyone, Dong Hao said gratefully, looking at Lin Feng.
Lin Feng nodded. Boss, let's have a drink.
Today, the 5 of us must finish 2 rounds. Xiao Wei raised a glass of wine, signaling Lin Feng to come over. Lin Feng glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei didn't want Lin Feng to drink too much, but since he was her brother, she couldn't really stop him and could only nod in resignation. Lin Feng then sat down with Xiao Wei and the others. Chen Xiao was not good at drinking. Seeing everyone in high spirits, he hesitated but didn't want to dampen the mood. He forced a smile and declined. My alcohol tolerance is really limited, so maybe I'll just drink a little.
However, Xiao Fei and the others were not willing to let him off easily, and they all urged, Shen Xiao, today is such a happy day, you can't spoil the fun.
Shen Xiao had no choice but to grit his teeth and drink a little.
After a few rounds of drinks, everyone chatted about various topics. However, Shen Xiao gradually felt dizzy, and an unusual flush appeared on his face.
He tried hard to stay awake, but the alcohol was taking effect, and his consciousness began to blur.
Damn it, did you guys drug me? Why does my head feel so fuzzy?
After saying this, Chen Xiao slumped over the table, motionless. The others were taken aback at first, then burst into laughter.
Xiao Fei chuckled. This guy Chen Xiao said he couldn't drink, and look at him, he can't even handle this much. Xiao Wei teased, Chen Xiao's alcohol tolerance is really ridiculously low.
Lin Feng looked at the drunken Chen Xiao and shook his head helplessly, saying to everyone, alright, Chen Xiao has done his best, let's not drink too much.
Let's call it a night. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shuawei, why don't you sleep at my place tonight?
Lin Feng said softly to Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei blushed and replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Oh dear, Shuawei, you're going to have fun, so I guess I'll have to go back to school alone.
Tang Wanner said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei's blush deepened. Sister Wanner, how about I give you a ride back to school? After all, we go to the same school. Xiao Fei quickly offered. Tang Wanner hesitated a bit.
Looks like someone isn't going back to school alone. There's a handsome guy accompanying her. Jiang Shuawei seized the opportunity to tease.
Tang Wanner shot a glare at Jiang Shuawei, then looked at Xiao Fei's hopeful eyes and nodded in agreement. Well, okay, sorry for the trouble. Not a trouble at all. It's my honor to give Sister Wanner a ride. Xiao Fei beamed with joy.
He then called a sober front desk staff to drive his car to take the two back. Xiao Wei looked helplessly as Xiao Fei led Tang Wanner out of the bar. He then looked down at Chen Xiao, who was sleeping on the booth. What am I supposed to do now that you've left, you jerk? Dong Hao, add me on WeChat, so I can contact you later. Lin Feng said, opening his friend QR code. Dong Hao quickly scanned it and added him as a friend.
Thank you, Lin Xiao. No need to be so polite, just focus on your games.
Lin Feng smiled lightly and turned to Xiao Wei. Third brother, call a car, I'll head out first. After saying this, Lin Feng took Jiang Shuawei out of the bar.
How good, lend me a hand.
Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei arrived at the car.
Aiken, do I really have to drive?
I haven't driven much since I got my license. It would be such a pity if I scratched or bumped the car. Jiang Shuawei said with some concern. Lin Feng was indifferent.
It's fine, just drive however you like.
Jiang Shuawei had no choice but to get into the driver's seat. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously started the car. The vehicle emitted a low rumble, like a beast ready to pounce. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the road conditions around her. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, looking relaxed as he watched Jiang Shuawei. Don't be nervous, just treat it like a regular car, he reassured her. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, but her palms were still sweating. She slowly pressed the accelerator, and the poison smoothly moved forward. As the car drove on, Jiang Shuowei's tension gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Passers-by cast envious glances, and a sense of pride surged within Jiang Shuowei. She glanced at Lin Feng and found him smiling at her.
"How is it? Not nervous anymore, right?" Lin Feng asked.
Jiang Shuowei broke into a radiant smile.
Much better," she replied. The poison sped down the road, and Jiang Shuowei's driving skills became increasingly proficient. It was now just past midnight, and the Yulun Holy Court Villa area was quiet. Jiang Shuowei slowly drove the poison in, the roar of the car echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. As soon as the security guard at the entrance saw the car, he knew Lin Feng had returned and quickly raised the barrier. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Feng nervously. "Aiken, where should we park this late?"
Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Of course, we'll drive into the garage. Just go straight, the garage door will open by itself."
Jiang Shuowei nodded and drove to the garage door.
The cameras on either side recognized the license plate, and the garage door slowly rose.
"Wow, this is quite advanced,"
Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, her face filled with curiosity, and she carefully drove the car into the garage, the sleek body of the poison shimmering under the lights. Lin Feng took Jiang Shuowei's hand.
"Let's go inside." "Okay." Jiang Shuowei's face flushed slightly as she obediently nodded.
Holding Jiang Shuowei's hand, Lin Feng walked into the villa. The soft lighting enveloped the entire space like a thin veil, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. As they entered the living room, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly fell on the wine cabinet nearby.
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he turned to Jiang Shuowei and said, "How about we have a little more to drink?" Jiang Shuowei blushed and nodded gently. Lin Feng opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and a few exquisite goblets. He slowly poured the wine into the glasses, the deep red liquid sparkling enticingly under the light. Lin Feng handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Shuowei, their fingers lightly touching, and it felt as if an electric current passed between them. They exchanged a glance, raised their glasses, and took a sip, the rich aroma of the wine spreading in their mouths. As they continued to drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Lin Feng's gaze became more fervent, and Jiang Shuowei's cheeks were tinged with a charming blush. Their bodies unconsciously drew closer, their breaths intertwining.
Just as they were about to be lost in this ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuowei, blushing, said in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Aiken, I want to take a shower first." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile.
"Okay, I'll take you." He took Jiang Shuowei's hand and led her into the bathroom and the bedroom. Once inside, Jiang Shuowei realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes.
Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before opening the bathroom door and softly calling out, "Aiken, I don't have any clothes." Lin Feng was slightly stunned, then found one of his shirts and handed it to her. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Feng felt that his younger brother was already eager to make a move.
After a while, the bathroom door opened again.
Jiang Shuowei emerged wearing Lin Feng's shirt, her damp hair casually draped over her shoulders. The oversized shirt revealed her fair legs, making her look exceptionally sexy. Lin Feng's gaze was instantly drawn to her, staring at Jiang Shuowei in a daze. Jiang Shuowei felt shy under his gaze, lowering her head slightly, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced.
"What's wrong, Aiken?"
Lin Feng slowly walked towards Jiang Shuowei, gently lifting her chin, his eyes filled with deep affection.
"Shuowei, you are truly beautiful."
Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuowei, and amidst her surprised exclamations, he lifted her up in a princess carry and placed her gently on the bed. Jiang Shuowei fell onto the bed, her face flushed, while Lin Feng supported himself over her, their eyes locking. Lin Feng lowered his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips. The kiss was passionate and deep, filled with desire and affection.
Jiang Shuowei closed her eyes, responding to Lin Feng's kiss.
Lin Feng's hand gently caressed Jiang Shuowei's cheek, then slowly trailed down her neck, gliding over her collarbone.
Jiang Shuowei trembled slightly, a strange and intense feeling surging within her.
Lin Feng's kiss grew even more fervent, moving from Jiang Shuowei's lips to her earlobe, where he gently nibbled. Jiang Shuowei let out a soft moan, a sound that ignited the flames in Lin Feng's heart like a spark.
Lin Feng lifted his head and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips again, their tongues intertwining, their breaths mingling.
Lin Feng's body pressed against Jiang Shuowei's, and he could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuowei's breathing quickened, soon stripped bare by Lin Feng's hands. Her perfect figure was fully revealed before Lin Feng's eyes. A glimmer of astonishment and love flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He looked into Jiang Shuowei's eyes and softly said, "Shuowei, I love you." Tears shimmered in Jiang Shuowei's eyes as she nodded gently and replied, "Aiken, I love you too."
"Love me well."
Lin Feng leaned close to Jiang Shuiwei's ear, his heavy breaths brushing against her. I will love you well, Shuiwei. The moon in the sky seemed to shyly cover its eyes. At this moment, 1,000 words were omitted. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, waking the two still lost in slumber. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, looking at Jiang Shuiwei, who was still dreaming beside him. Her face bore a hint of fatigue and satisfaction, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. A wave of tenderness surged in Lin Feng's heart as he gently kissed her forehead.
Jiang Shuiwei seemed to sense Lin Feng's movement and slowly woke up.
Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Feng gazing at her tenderly, a blush creeping onto her face. Good morning, Jiang Shuiwei said softly. Good morning, Lin Feng replied with a smile, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Shuiwei leaned against Lin Feng's chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart, feeling a sense of security. About yesterday. Jiang Shuiwei hesitated, her blush deepening. Lin Feng understood what she wanted to say, gently stroking her hair. Yesterday was wonderful, and we will continue to be this happy. Jiang Shuiwei nodded, her eyes sparkling with happiness. They held each other for a while in bed before preparing to get up. Jiang Shuiwei frowned. What's wrong, Shuiwei? Lin Feng asked with concern. Jiang Shuiwei, blushing, bit her lip and said softly, it hurts a little. Lin Feng instantly understood her meaning, filled with guilt and heartache. He tightly embraced Jiang Shuiwei and gently said, Baby, I'm sorry for making you suffer. You rest well, and I'll go get you something to eat. Jiang Shuiwei quickly shook her head in refusal. Aiken, no need. I have to go back to school for class later. We can just eat out together. Lin Feng frowned, worry etched on his face, but doesn't it hurt a lot right now? Jiang Shuiwei smiled, it's okay, it will get better after a while. Lin Feng couldn't argue with Jiang Shuiwei and had to relent. Jiang Shuiwei leaned against the headboard, resting for a moment. After a while, feeling a bit more comfortable, she decided to get up and go out. Lin Feng watched as Jiang Shuiwei struggled to rise, his heart filled with pain. He quickly supported her, saying, Shuiwei, you really don't have to rush to school. Why not take a day off to rest? Jiang Shuiwei shook her head firmly and said, No, I have a very important class today, I can't delay. Lin Feng saw that Jiang Shuiwei was resolute and had to give up. Lin Feng watched as Jiang Shuiwei changed her clothes, the glimpse of her snow-white skin, pure and enticing like the first snow. He felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if his gaze was firmly captured, unable to look away. Instantly, the familiar restlessness within him began to stir again. The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a platform. Lin Feng hurriedly recited the scripture in his mind, over and over, trying to suppress the impulse that was about to burst forth. He tightly closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and after a long while, finally managed to calm the restlessness down. After getting ready, Lin Feng drove his luxury car, slowly taking Jiang Shuiwei out of Yulan Holy Court. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to take Jiang Shuiwei to the luxurious Dihao Hotel for breakfast. However, Jiang Shuiwei was worried about being late, so they could only casually buy soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns by the roadside. Passers-by around them were stunned by this scene. Driving a supercar yet buying soy milk and fried dough sticks by the roadside was indeed a rare sight. Everyone cast curious glances, and some even took out their phones to take pictures. Just then, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng was focused on driving and couldn't answer. Shuiwei, help me answer it, Lin Feng said softly. Jiang Shuiwei obediently took the phone out of Lin Feng's pocket, and while doing so, she playfully pinched Lin Feng's sensitive area. This sudden little action made Lin Feng's body stiffen, almost causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. On the other end of the line was Lu Shu's voice. Mr. Lin, this is Lu Shu. Mr. Ma Tang is expected to arrive at Dihao Hotel around 10:30. Do you have time? Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency. She was relieved to hear Lin Feng finally answer the call. After sending Lin Feng a message last night and receiving no reply, she was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She sent another message early this morning, but Lin Feng still didn't respond, as if he had vanished into a bomb shelter. Unable to hold back any longer, she called Lin Feng, and fortunately, it went through. Lin Feng glanced at the time, it was just past 9. Okay, no problem. Where's Lu Hai? Lu Shu quickly replied, Lu Hai just got off the plane, he should arrive at Dihao soon. Alright, I was busy last night and didn't pay attention to my phone. I'll contact him later, Lin Feng casually said. Okay, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Feng hummed in response and then had Jiang Shuiwei hang up the phone. Wow! Aiken, old Ma is coming to see you in person. Jiang Shuiwei looked at Lin Feng with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's old Ma. Probably not many people in the whole of Daxia don't know about Xiao Ma and old Ma, right? Their fame is legendary in the business world. Yes, he wants me to sign a concerted action agreement, Lin Feng nodded and said.
What is a concerted action agreement?
Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. It means that regardless of how many shares you have, once signed, the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands, and I will only enjoy the dividends, Lin Feng thought for a moment and explained in a simple way.
Ha! Then why sign it? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, isn't this an unfair clause?
She frowned, looking puzzled. So I won't sign the full concerted action agreement with him, at most just a partial concerted action agreement, Lin Feng said calmly.
Jiang Shuowei understood the meaning from the name. So there are still voting rights, but in some situations, I have to listen to him? Yes, Lin Feng confirmed. Oh, Jiang Shuowei nodded, half understanding. If it weren't for the fact that I have a class I must attend, I would love to go see what a live old horse looks like with you, Jiang Shuowei mumbled dejectedly, a look of regret on her face. What class do you have to go to? Lin Feng asked, somewhat curious. In his impression, weren't university classes meant to be skipped if they were electives, and selectively skipped if they were required? That teacher is my mom's close friend, and she definitely knows I've returned to school. If I don't go, I won't be able to explain myself, Jiang Shuowei said helplessly. Lin Feng understood, no wonder. He was about to drive into the school, but Jiang Shuowei stopped him. I can go in by myself. You still have things to do, right? I can go back on my own, Jiang Shuowei said, playfully pecking Lin Feng on the cheek with a smile. Then, without giving Lin Feng a chance to argue, she got out of the car. Lin Feng had no choice but to get out as well, parked the car by the roadside, and followed her, grabbing Jiang Shuowei's hand. Many students around them started taking pictures. Wow! Isn't that the campus beauty Jiang Shuowei and her rich boyfriend? How did it go from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't that the poison car that's been going around the school? It actually belongs to John's boyfriend. That's so exaggerated. I'll take you to the classroom, Lin Feng said gently, holding Jiang Shuowei's hand. No need. Aren't you in a hurry? You should hurry over. Although Jiang Shuowei was very happy inside, she still didn't want to delay Lin Feng. It's fine, we have time, Lin Feng said, pulling Jiang Shuowei's hand as they walked into the school under the gaze of their classmates. Jiang Shuowei couldn't resist Lin Feng and let him lead her forward. Ah-chun, you're so nice, but can you find my classroom? Lin Feng paused for a moment. Then he let Jiang Shuowei walk ahead. He accompanied her all the way to the classroom door. Alright, this is our classroom, Jiang Shuowei said with a sweet smile. Okay, then I'll head off first. I'll come pick you up for lunch, Lin Feng replied. Alright, Jiang Shuowei stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek before running into the classroom. Lin Feng's phone vibrated, he opened it to see a message from Lu Hai. Mr. Lin, I'm already at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. Good, just give your name, Lin Feng replied and immediately called Dong Feng. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? There's someone named Lu Hai downstairs, have someone take him to the Dihao conference room, Lin Feng said as he made his way off campus. Okay, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Lin Feng walked for a while before finally exiting the school gate. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes of many, he drove off in the Poison. Before long, Lin Feng parked the eye-catching Lamborghini Poison in the Dihao Hotel parking lot. The hotel lobby was resplendent, with a massive crystal chandelier radiating dazzling light. The staff greeted Lin Feng respectfully as he entered. Dong Feng was already waiting for him. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lu is already waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Where's the contract I asked you to prepare? Dong Feng quickly handed Lin Feng a contract upon hearing this. Lin Feng opened it briefly, then walked straight to the conference room with Dong Feng. When Lin Feng arrived at the conference room, Lu Hai was already seated inside. Dong Feng wisely did not follow. Lu Hai felt quite nervous at this moment. After all, this was a big shot who owned 10% of Penguin shares, which could amount to several hundred billion RMB if liquidated. Seeing Lin Feng enter the conference room, Lu Hai quickly stood up and respectfully greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. No need to be so polite, sit down. Lu Hai waited until Lin Feng sat down before taking his seat. After they were seated, Lin Feng looked at Lu Hai and slowly said, Lu Hai, I believe you have made ample preparations for our meeting today. The reason I chose you as my personal secretary, aside from Lu Shu's recommendation, is also because I recognize your capabilities. Lu Hai listened intently to Lin Feng's words, his eyes filled with determination. Director Lin, thank you for your trust. I will do my utmost to meet your expectations. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then handed the contract to Lu Hai. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it. Lu Hai took the contract and began to read it carefully. The terms were clear and favorable, fully reflecting Lin Feng's regard for him.
After finishing the contract, Lu Hai looked up at Lin Feng and said, "Director Lin, I have no questions about the contract. I am honored to become your personal secretary, and I will work hard to contribute my full strength to your career development."
Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, then please sign."
After signing the contract, Lin Feng stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. "Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu." Lu Hai firmly shook Lin Feng's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude.
"Thank you, Director Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will work hard."
Not long after, Ma Tang arrived at the Dihao Hotel.
Lin Feng even went downstairs to greet Ma Tang personally.
Lin Feng adjusted his suit and walked steadily towards the hotel lobby. He felt a slight nervousness in his heart. After all, Ma Tang was a legendary figure in the business world. Few could match his ability to build such a vast business empire single-handedly. As Lin Feng and Lu Hai entered the lobby, Dong Fangjiang was warmly welcoming Ma Tang and several others with a broad smile.
"Hello, Director Ma, I am Lin Feng."
Even though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing Lin Feng was just a freshman, he was still surprised when he saw him in person. The young Lin Feng had such extraordinary achievements in the business field, truly impressive.
"Director Lin, I've heard so much about you. Meeting you today, it really is true that heroes emerge from youth."
Ma Tang smiled and extended his hand. Lin Feng shook Ma Tang's hand in return, saying, "You flatter me, Director Ma. You are the business legend, I still have much to learn from you." The atmosphere among the group felt quite dull, with only Ma Tang and Lin Feng chatting and laughing together. Upon entering the conference room, the atmosphere became subtly tense. After sitting down, Ma Tang spoke first. "Director Lin, you know the purpose of my visit is to discuss the joint action agreement." Lin Feng smiled and nodded.
"I understand, but I definitely won't sign the entire joint action agreement."
"For the partial joint action agreement, as long as your offer is reasonable, I will sign." Ma Tang was silent for a moment, conversing with a few people around him before looking back at Lin Feng.
5 billion RMB.
Lin Feng was actually quite satisfied. After all, even if the Penguin Company entrusted him to take charge, he couldn't do it as well as Ma Tang. He just needed to sit back and quietly wait for the dividends. Now, being able to take a little advantage from Ma Tang was already quite good. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. After some discussion and negotiation, both parties finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial joint action agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Tang looked at Lin Feng, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Director Lin, you are indeed a rare business partner. I believe our cooperation will achieve great success." Lin Feng smiled in response. "Director Ma, I also look forward to our collaboration bringing greater development opportunities for both sides."
"I see it's getting late. How about we have lunch at the Dihao?"
"Let's skip it this time. I need to go to the Penguin Tianfu City headquarters later." Ma Tang politely declined with a smile.
"That's really a pity," Lin Feng said with some regret.
He had wanted to invite Ma Tang to stay for a meal, especially since Jiang Shuawei had also mentioned wanting to see him, but it seemed that wouldn't work out now. "There will be opportunities in the future, Director Lin."
"Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation."
"Pleasant cooperation." Lin Feng and Ma Tang shook hands, and then he saw him off from the Dihao Hotel. "Director Lin, I can't believe you're still a major shareholder of Penguin Company." After Ma Tang left, Dong Fang said excitedly to Lin Feng. At that moment, he finally believed what Lin Feng had told him earlier.
Dihao might not be unable to expand beyond Tianfu City in the future.
Lin Feng merely smiled faintly.
"My girlfriend and I will be coming for a meal later."
"Okay, Director Lin,"
Dong Feng quickly responded.
After Lin Feng left, he headed straight for Suzhou University. When Lin Feng arrived at the main entrance, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, accompanied by Tang Wanner. Lin Feng stopped in front of the two.
"Senior Tang, are you joining us for lunch?"
Lin Feng asked, puzzled. His car could only fit 2 people.
"With how rich young Master Lin is, I can't miss out on a free meal, can I?" Tang Wanner said with a smile.
"Oh, Wanner, you don't need to worry about that. Someone will come to pick her up later."
Jiang Shuawei opened the car door and got in.
Just then, a blue Porsche 918 drove up and parked behind Lin Feng's car. A familiar head popped out of the window.
"Sister Wanner, get in the car."
Xiao Fei waved excitedly at Tang Wanner.
Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei's car, somewhat surprised. But then she thought, if Xiao Fei could spend hundreds of thousands on drinks, what was wrong with him driving a supercar? So she walked straight to the passenger seat of Xiao Fei's car. "Ah Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving?"
Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, looking at Xiao Fei's car. Lin Feng examined it closely.
"Porsche 918, probably over 10 million.
"Oh, it looks pretty nice, but it's not as good looking as our car," Jiang Shuawei said, giving Lin Feng a kiss on the cheek, smiling brightly. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuiwei's hair.
Boss, let's go. I'm starving.
Xiao Fei's voice came from behind. Lin Feng extended his middle finger out of the car window, and then the engine let out a deep, powerful roar as he drove off.
Xiao Fei quickly followed. The two supercars sped down the road, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Wow, these two cars are so cool,
a young man exclaimed.
Only rich people can afford such luxury cars, someone nearby echoed. Listening to you is like being purified by Zhuangzhou.
As they got closer to the Dihao Hotel, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down, parking steadily in the hotel parking lot before getting out of the car. After parking, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei walked into the Dihao Hotel with Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wanner.
Dong Feng respectfully led the way, bringing them to the Tianzino, one private room.
Before long, a waiter entered with the menu and politely handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng passed the menu to Jiang Shuiwei with a smile, saying, "Shuiwei, you can order."
Jiang Shuiwei took the menu and began to look at it seriously. Tang Wanner leaned in curiously to take a look as well.
When Tang Wanner's gaze fell on the prices on the menu, her eyes widened slightly. An Australian lobster cost as much as 5,000 yuan each, a top-grade wagyu steak was over 10,000 per serving, and the rare seafood sashimi platter had a jaw-dropping price.
Tang Wanner couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The lives of the rich were indeed different.
Jiang Shuiwei selected a few of her favorite dishes and then handed the menu to Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the menu again, added a few signature dishes, and then passed the menu to the waiter. The waiter smiled and nodded, turning to notify the kitchen to prepare the dishes. During the wait for the food, Xiao Fei kept stealing glances at Tang Wanner and occasionally tried to strike up a conversation with her.
"Sister Wanner, are you feeling tired with your studies lately?"
Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Wanner was slightly taken aback and then replied, "I'm quite busy, but it's fulfilling." Xiao Fei quickly continued, "Then you need to take care of yourself, don't overwork.
If you have time, we can go out and have some fun together."
Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei's sincere eyes, and a hint of joy surged in her heart. However, her mind was filled with contradictions and hesitations. She knew Xiao Fei was wealthy and came from a privileged background, while she was just from an ordinary family. The gap between them was so vast that it made her doubt the sincerity of Xiao Fei's feelings for her. She recalled stories she had heard about rich young men playing with emotions, and a wave of worry washed over her. She feared that she was merely a passing fancy for Xiao Fei, someone who would be ruthlessly discarded once the novelty wore off. Moreover, she worried that she wouldn't be able to fit into Xiao Fei's social circle or adapt to his lifestyle. She stole a glance at Xiao Fei, deep in thought. Xiao Fei was indeed handsome and charming, and he was very gentle and considerate towards her.
But could all of this really last? She was uncertain.
She felt she should remain rational and not let fleeting emotions cloud her judgment. At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes one by one. Exquisite plates of food were placed on the table, exuding tempting aromas. The bright red shell of the Australian lobster, the evenly marbled texture of the beefsteak, and the fresh colors of the seafood sashimi platter made one's mouth water.
Seeing Tang Wanner's surprised expression, Xiao Fei smiled and said, "Sister Wanner, give it a try. I knew the food here was really good when I came with the boss last time."
Saying this, he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of lobster meat on Tang Wanner's plate.
Tang Wanner shyly accepted it and took a small bite.
The tender shrimp meat and rich flavor made her exclaim, "It's really delicious." During the meal, Xiao Fei continuously served dishes to Tang Wanner, catering to her tastes. Lin Feng watched Xiao Fei's actions and nodded to himself. However, he still worried whether Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Wanner were serious, considering Xiao Fei's previously extravagant lifestyle. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Lin Feng quietly leaned over to Xiao Fei and asked seriously, "Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Wanner? Your past life was so extravagant, don't just play around." Xiao Fei quickly replied earnestly, "Brother Lin, don't worry, I really like Sister Wanner. I know my previous lifestyle might make people think I'm unreliable, but I will change." Lin Feng listened to Xiao Fei's words and nodded slightly. "Good, I hope you can follow through. Sister Tang and Shuiwei are good friends. If your intentions are not pure, I won't let you off. Boss, you can rest assured. If I really win over Sister Wanner, I promise to be devoted to her," Xiao Fei answered very seriously. On the other side, Jiang Shuiwei quietly asked Tang Wanner, "Wanner, do you really have feelings for Xiao Fei?" Tang Wanner blushed and shyly nodded. "But I feel like he's very wealthy, and I'm a bit unworthy of him. Plus, I worry that he might just be playing around, so I want to observe him more." Jiang Shuiwei held Tang Wanner's hand and comforted her, "Wanner, don't think like that. Love knows no boundaries of wealth. As long as you both truly like each other, you can definitely make it work. However, you really should observe more. I will have Lin Feng supervise Xiao Fei properly. I definitely won't harm you."
Tang Wanner glanced at Xiao Fei again. Let's talk about it later. Since they had to drive, they didn't drink. After dinner, Xiao Fei returned to school with Tang Wanner because of military training. Aiken, how did your talk with old Ma go? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Not bad, we signed a joint action agreement, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Oh, where are we going later? Lin Feng thought for a moment. He had been quite busy these days. Yesterday was the first time he spent the night at the villa, but there was nothing in the villa. Let's go buy some daily necessities for the villa later. Anyway, Yulan Holy Court is only 1 or 2 kilometers from the school, so we won't stay at school anymore. We'll just live in the villa. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red upon hearing this. Living outside every day? Wouldn't that mean this? Jiang Shuawei hesitated a bit. It wasn't that she didn't want to live with Lin Feng, but she was considering Tang Wanner. There were 4 people in their dormitory, and one of them, Han Chichi, hardly ever returned to the dorm. If she left, Tang Wanner would have to face Han Chichi's disgusting face alone every day. Just thinking about it made Jiang Shuawei feel sorry for Tang Wanner. Seeing Jiang Shuawei hesitate, Lin Feng asked, "What's wrong, Shuawei?" "It's nothing." Jiang Shuawei was afraid Lin Feng would misunderstand, so she explained everything to him. Lin Feng suddenly understood. This was indeed a problem. After all, they had such a good relationship, and they really had to consider their best friend. Then there's no rush on this matter, but we might need to stay at the villa regularly. Let's go buy some things this afternoon, Lin Feng said with a smile. Okay, Aiken is the best, Jiang Shuawei said happily, wrapping her arm around Lin Feng's. Lin Feng felt the pressure of Jiang Shuawei's ample figure against his arm, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Hello, Mom, what's up? Lin Feng saw it was his mother calling and quickly answered. What, can't I call my son if there's nothing going on? Lin's mother said irritably. Of course not, Mom, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You tell me honestly, is that Ronto real estate company yours? Lin's mother's tone suddenly became serious. Mom, why do you ask that? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Then he suddenly remembered that he had opened up about Yuan Lu when he went to Ronto real estate before. Did Yuan Lu tell you? Mom, please don't be soft-hearted and agree to anything from their family. It's better to cut ties with relatives like that. Lin Feng said urgently. You first tell me, is that big company yours? Lin's mother asked. It's not entirely mine, I have shares in it. I guess I can be considered a major shareholder of Ronto real estate, Lin Feng explained. Is your virtual currency really that valuable? Enough to buy shares in such a big company? Lin's mother sounded very shocked. It is quite profitable, but Mom, you mustn't tell anyone else, Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. Okay, Lin's mother replied meaningfully. Mom, how did you find out? Lin Feng knew it was mostly Yuan Lu who told her. Aiken, tell Mom, did you fire your uncle? Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Yes, I fired him. Sigh, he's still family. Let's just let that matter go. After all, you have a bright future, so there's no need to dwell on it, Lin's mother sighed. Yuan Lu had practically grown up under her watch. She was 7 or 8 years older than Yuan Lu and had followed Lin's mother around calling her sister when they were kids. I don't know how it happened, but after growing up, it felt like I had become a different person. Today, she had just stepped out for lunch when she checked her phone. It turned out to be her aunt, Yuan Lu's mother, making a big fuss in the group about how her son had somehow become the big boss of Yuan Lu's company, and the first thing he did was fire Yuan Lu. All of Yuan Lu's hard work over the years went down the drain. Those relatives didn't believe it. After all, Lin Feng's family situation was well known to everyone. Lin Feng's uncle was furious. Humph, let's not even discuss the truth of this matter. Even if it is true, I don't think Xiao Chen did anything wrong. Have you all forgotten how you treated my sister's family back then? As a result, the situation escalated. It was known that Yuan Lu's mother had posted a photo in the group, showing Huang Wei walking with Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei towards the elevator. Finally, the relatives began to believe what Yuan Lu's mother had said. Unexpectedly, those relatives did not come together to denounce Lin Feng's family as they had imagined. Instead, one by one, they wanted to curry favor with the Lin family. The awkward part was that, apart from Lin Feng's uncle, no one had Lin Feng's contact information. So those relatives started messaging Lin's mother. Mom, here's the thing. After hearing the whole story, Lin Feng found it hard to believe. Could this really be something relatives would do? Stirring up trouble and turning black and white upside down. They even tried to incite other relatives to speak ill of Lin Feng's family. Ugh, so disgusting. Mom, here's the thing. After Lin Feng explained the situation to his mother, she clearly felt a lot more downcast. Mom, you consider them family, but how have they treated you? I know,
I just can't accept it all at once, Lin's mother sighed.
Mom, don't be too sad. Their family is just like that. You don't need to care about them. I'll come back to see you in a few days.
Lin Feng comforted her softly.
Oh, I almost forgot.
That pretty girl in the photo, they said she's your girlfriend?
Is it true? Lin's mother asked, her mood lifting considerably. Since it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuawei could naturally hear Lin's mother's voice. Jiang Shuawei looked nervous and expectant.
Lin Feng patted Jiang Shuawei's head.
Yeah, Mom, that's your future daughter-in-law.
Lin Feng said with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Jiang Shuawei's face turned red, and her joy was impossible to hide.
Really? You little rascal, you managed to snag such a beautiful girl. When are you bringing her back for me and your dad to see?
Lin's mother's previous bad mood vanished in an instant, her tone filled with surprise.
Sure thing, Mom. I'll bring your future daughter-in-law back to see you in a few days. Then your dad and I will be waiting. If you come back alone that day, you better sleep outside that night.
Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly at his mother's words.
Alright.
By the way, Mom, I'll transfer you another $1 million.
Didn't Dad always want to buy a car? Perfect timing to get one.
Also, we need to install air conditioning at home. The summer in Suzhou is so hot, we can't just rely on fans.
Your son is now a big boss, with money. Don't think about saving for me.
Alright, my son is doing well, and as his mother, I should enjoy some comfort.
I really don't want to work anymore. I've been working in Guangdong since I was 16, and now I can finally take a break. Listening to his mother's words, Lin Feng's eyes unknowingly turned a bit red.
His mind was filled with thoughts, wondering what he would rely on to change his fate and that of his parents if it weren't for the system. Jiang Shuawei noticed Lin Feng's change in mood and gently comforted him, lightly grasping his arm. Mom, you and Dad don't have to work anymore, it's a perfect time to go travel. Lin Feng talked with his mother for a long time before hanging up the phone. It's okay, Aiken. After Lin Feng hung up, Jiang Shuawei immediately jumped into his arms. Her hands kept patting Lin Feng's back, making the gloom in his heart dissipate instantly.
It's fine, Shuawei, I'm already okay.
Lin Feng pinched Jiang Shuawei's fair and tender face, smiling as he spoke. His smile was as bright as the sun, making people feel incredibly warm.
Shall we go buy some daily necessities?
Lin Feng suggested.
Aiken, it seems we forgot something. Jiang Shuawei's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? Lin Feng, seeing Jiang Shuawei so earnest, couldn't help but feel curious. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? We actually forgot.
My poor little ragdoll, I wonder if it's still there.
Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing.
Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, quickly recalling the scene from last time.
Oh right? It seemed they were interrupted by Wang Shijia's two brothers and didn't get to buy it. Then shall we go buy that cat first? Lin Feng asked.
Okay. Jiang Shuawei's eyes immediately squinted with joy, her smile like a blooming flower, beautiful and captivating. Soon, Lin Feng drove Jiang Shuawei back to Luan Street.
The street was still bustling with activity, people coming and going.
Lin Feng held Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked straight to the Maichong pet store. After that incident, the shop owner realized that Lin Feng was the new owner of the street and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He recalled his previous attitude of waiting for a price, filled with regret. If Lin Feng had been a bit more calculating at that time, with his status, he could have easily chased him away. Although the cat they argued about last time wasn't sold, the shop owner didn't dare to sell it. Even though several customers expressed interest in buying the cat, he refused, saying it was a client's pet being fostered there. Now, seeing Lin Feng walk into his store with his girlfriend, the shop owner felt anxious. He steeled himself and approached Lin Feng.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
I'm the tenant of this shop, you can call me Shaoli. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise.
You know me? Lin Feng's tone was filled with confusion.
Yes, Wei Chao sent your photo, telling us to be careful not to offend you. The shop owner was very honest, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had also sent a message at that time.
Don't say I sent it. Lin Feng suddenly realized and didn't pay much attention.
Knowing what he looked like could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shuawei's gaze searched around the store and soon spotted the ragdoll cat she had seen before.
Aiken, I see it. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed excitedly, pulling Lin Feng toward it.
The ragdoll cat, whether it was a natural affinity with Jiang Shuawei or something else, stood up and reached out its paw toward her as if waving when it saw her from afar.
Wow! This little princess is so cute! Jiang Shuawei stood in front of the ragdoll cat, unable to contain her joy. How do you know it's a princess?
Lin Feng looked curiously at the cat in the cage, filled with doubt.
Can you tell just from its appearance whether it's a male or female?
Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng as if he were an idiot, then pointed to the sign on the cage. Lin Feng focused and saw that it indeed said Little Princess. "Bossly, I want this ragdoll cat, please charge it to my card," Lin Feng said to the pet store owner standing beside him. No, this ragdoll cat is a gift for Boss Lin, no charge." The pet shop owner quickly waved his hand, a flattering smile on his face. "Whatever the price is, it must be paid, how can I not accept money?" The pet shop owner had no choice but to accept Lin Feng's money. "Want to sell a favor? That's impossible." After the pet shop owner finished deworming and bathing the little ragdoll, Zhang Shuawei couldn't wait to hold it in her arms. Then Lin Feng, carrying bags of cat food, followed Zhang Shuawei, who was enamored with the little ragdoll, back to their car. "Shuawei, you don't have class this afternoon, right?" "No, we can go buy daily necessities now," Zhang Shuawei said, teasing the little ragdoll with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, then started the engine and drove towards the mall. Just as Lin Feng got out of the car, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?" A middle-aged man's voice, sounding about 40 or 50, came from the other end of the line. "This is Lin Feng, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Xiangdong from Haojia Network Technology." The tone of the person on the other end was clearly ingratiating. Lin Feng's tone immediately turned cold. "Oh, Lin Tianyou's father?" Zhang Shuawei noticed Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold and immediately knew something was up, so she stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my ungrateful son offending you. I have severely punished this ungrateful child. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner and have this child apologize to you in person." Lin Feng said sarcastically. "Oh, I wouldn't dare accept an apology from the young master of Haojia Technology, that would be terrifying. I'm afraid that the day I step out of school, I'll be beaten up by Lin the young master and his people." "Mr. Lin, please give me this opportunity, I will definitely bring this ungrateful child to sincerely apologize to you and your friends," Lin Xiangdong hurriedly said upon hearing Lin Feng's words. "Opportunity? Do you think you deserve an opportunity from me?" After saying this, Lin Feng directly hung up the phone and blocked the number. You think a simple apology can settle this matter? Are you dreaming? Chen Xiaobai getting beaten up? If apologies were useful, why would we need the police? Lin Feng had made up his mind, he wouldn't bear the Lin surname until Haojia Technology went bankrupt. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiangdong's face turned pale with anger, and he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "When I started my career, this kid wasn't even born yet. Damn it, giving me attitude," Lin Xiangdong cursed. He then looked at Lin Tianyu, who was kneeling in front of him, and his anger flared up again as he kicked him. "I paid for you to go to college so you could cause trouble for me? Offending old Qin isn't enough, you also had to offend the major shareholder of Penguin Company. Don't you know our company is in the internet business? Old Qin is the pillar of the Qin family, which is involved in various industries in Tenfu City." Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground but quickly got back up, continuing to kneel with his head down, filled with hatred. "Why are you hitting the child? He has already admitted his mistake, what more do you want?" A tearful noblewoman nearby wanted to help Lin Tianyu up but was pushed away by him. "If you do something wrong, you have to admit it." Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and said softly, "Son, this isn't your fault, if you want to blame someone, blame that Lin Feng kid for pretending. Who would have thought an 18-year-old freshman would be a shareholder of Penguin?" The noblewoman, having been pushed away, showed no anger and kept comforting Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong looked at his wife with a headache. Every time he tried to discipline Lin Tianyu, his wife would come to stop him. This had also fostered Lin Tianyu's arrogant personality. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and shouted angrily, "It's all because you've been so indulgent that you've spoiled him into this state. This time, he's caused such a huge disaster. If those two brats are determined to ruin us, our family's company will be destroyed in an instant." The noblewoman was intimidated by Lin Xiangdong's imposing presence and fell silent. Lin Tianyu remained kneeling on the ground, his eyes still filled with hatred. Lin Xiangdong looked at his stubborn son and his overly protective wife, feeling a surge of helplessness in his heart. The hardships he faced when he ventured into the world back then, relying on courage and wisdom to struggle in the business arena, had finally led to his current achievements. But now, this unworthy son had pushed the family business to the brink of ruin due to a moment of impulsiveness. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He then switched to another phone and made another call. "Hello? Is this Chen Xiao from Suzhou University? I'm the owner of Haojia Technology. My name is Lin Xiangdong." "No. 1 million. No. 5 million. As long as you can persuade your friend to let Haojia Technology go, I'll give you 5 million. I don't believe it. These brats are all so good at throwing tantrums. I refuse to believe that after working hard for most of my life, I can be brought down by two young punks. Lin Shangdong was also getting angry, cursing. On the other side, Lin Feng, who had hung up the phone, wore a satisfied expression. He looked at the number he had blocked, feeling no pity whatsoever. He had no sympathy for Lin Tianyu and his family.
Did the owner of a company not know what kind of character his own son had? Since you don't want to manage it, then I'll manage it along with you. Aiken, we can't let that family off so easily. Jiang Shuawei said angrily. She had seen Lin Tianyu's ugly face that day. Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, Shuawei, Haojia technology won't last much longer. Aiken is really amazing. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling. What's so amazing? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Everything is amazing. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed. As they entered the mall, Jiang Shuawei held a small plush toy in one hand and pulled Lin Feng around to browse. The mall was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Lu Shu. Director Lin, Penguin Company has already pressured several partners of Haojia Technology, and many of them have terminated their cooperation with Haojia Technology due to the pressure. Should we continue? Lin Feng's lips curled slightly, and without hesitation, he replied to Lu Shu with one sentence. Root them out. Aiken, come look at this cat climbing frame. I think it's pretty good. Jiang Shuawei pointed to a beautifully designed cat climbing frame not far away and said to Lin Feng. The two spent almost the entire afternoon in the mall, choosing mostly the most expensive items. In Lin Feng's words, it was like having a villa worth over 100 million, with cars worth over 100 million parked in the garage, yet the furniture was only worth a few hundred or a few thousand, which wouldn't even allow guests to enter the house. They nearly replaced everything in the villa. The items in the villa were all left by the previous owner. Although they were still usable, Lin Feng always felt uncomfortable. Those pieces of furniture and supplies, while undamaged, carried the aura of someone else, making him feel uneasy. He wanted a completely fresh start, a home that belonged to him and Jiang Shuawei. Seeing that they had gathered quite a lot of things, Lin Feng called Lu Hai to handle it. After signing the contract, Lu Hai rented an apartment in Tianfu City, staying there specifically to help Lin Feng manage various company matters and some personal affairs. Upon receiving the call, Lu Hai immediately sprang into action. He quickly organized several large trucks and rushed to the mall as fast as possible. Soon, the trucks arrived, transporting the items selected by Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei to Yulan Holy Court, one load at a time. The trucks were clean, and the drivers carefully handled the goods, afraid of damaging anything. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the efficiency, and the cleanliness of the trucks made him feel good. When the trucks reached the entrance of Yulan Holy Court, the scene startled the security guard. The trucks lined up majestically. If Lin Feng hadn't come out to greet them and dispersed in 1916, the guard probably wouldn't have dared to let the trucks in. Lin Feng smiled and greeted the guard, explaining the situation, and only then did the guard feel relieved enough to open the gate. After a long while of busy work, they finally cleared out most of the previous tenants' belongings and settled the items Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei had chosen throughout the afternoon. The workers busily moved around the rooms, placing each item just right according to Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei's instructions. Although Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei hadn't moved anything themselves, merely directing where things should go, they still felt a bit tired. The two looked at their refreshed home, filled with a sense of accomplishment. I'm exhausted. Jiang Shuawei collapsed onto the sofa, her plush toy beside her already asleep. Her face showed signs of fatigue, but her eyes were filled with happiness. Achan, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Jiang Shuawei stood up, looking at Lin Feng with anticipation. Sure, it's been a while since I've had hot pot too. Lin Feng smiled warmly at Jiang Shuawei's eager expression and nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, I love Achan the most. Jiang Shuawei cheered, excitedly bouncing a few times on the sofa. Then, seeing the little plush toy that had been disturbed awake, she showed a conflicted expression. The little plush toy looked at Jiang Shuawei with its round eyes. What about the little plush toy? Jiang Shuawei squatted down, gently stroking the plush toy's head, feeling reluctant. How about we put some cat food in the bowl for her, and we go eat first? Lin Feng suggested tentatively. Okay. To his surprise, Jiang Shuawei immediately agreed. Although she was reluctant to leave the little plush toy, the thought of delicious hot pot made her decide to satisfy her taste buds first. She placed the little plush toy on the cat tree, and it obediently lay there, watching its owner's every move. The small figure looked particularly adorable. Jiang Shuawei put some cat food in the bowl and gently patted the little plush toy's head, saying, "Little princess, be good at home, and we'll be back soon." The little plush toy seemed to understand her words and let out a soft sound. Jiang Shuawei stood up,
bouncing and skipping as she walked out of the villa with Lin Feng. The little plush toy watched its owner leave, looking puzzled.
This time, they didn't take the eye-catching poison but chose to drive a Ferrari SF90. Achan, this time you have to follow my arrangements. Jiang Shuowei, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't hide her happiness. No problem, Shuowei, you've been here for over 3 years, right? You must know which hot pot place tastes better.
Lin Feng smiled at Jiang Shuowei.
Of course. I know there's a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street that's super delicious. Although the decor is very ordinary, the taste is really amazing. Jiang Shuowei's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Is that so? Then I have to try it out.
Lin Feng said with a smile. Soon, they arrived at Luan Street, found a parking lot to park the car, and then left under the watchful eyes of the nervous security guard.
The security uncle looked at the luxury sports car and put away his phone that was scrolling through videos. Arriving at Luan Street, it was bustling with people, mostly university students, due to the evening. The lights flickered, creating an extraordinary atmosphere.
Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei both had striking looks that turned heads everywhere they went.
Oh my! This couple is too good-looking. Which school are they from? They shouldn't be from our college, right? Another boy curiously asked. Woo woo woo! Why are all these handsome guys taken? A girl lamented, watching Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei's intimate demeanor, filled with envy and jealousy.
Many people around cast glances at the two, but Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei paid no mind. Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled Lin Feng forward and soon turned into a small street. She led him to the entrance of a restaurant called Lu De Pang Hot Pot. At the entrance, a female server was trying to attract customers, and upon seeing the two approach, her face broke into a smile.
Please, come in.
The restaurant was already bustling with noise, and the small space was nearly filled with people.
Jiang Shuowei found a corner table for them to sit down. Would you like a spicy hot pot or a mixed one? The server asked.
Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Feng and revealed a mischievous smile.
Let's go with the spicy one. Make it medium spicy,
she said without hesitation, her eyes full of anticipation.
All right.
The server turned to prepare the hot pot ingredients.
Chen, don't be fooled by how small this place is. The food is really amazing,
Jiang Shuowei said excitedly. Before long, the server brought over a steaming hot pot and various ingredients.
The bright red broth bubbled, releasing a rich aroma. Jiang Shuowei eagerly picked up a plate of beef and fatty beef and tossed them into the pot. Chen, you have to try this beef, it's super tender. Jiang Shuowei picked up a piece of cooked beef and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth.
He opened his mouth and took a gentle bite, the tender texture and spicy flavor making his eyes light up. It's really quite good, Lin Feng praised with a smile.
Jiang Shuowei beamed as if Lin Feng was complimenting her, her eyes turning into crescent moons.
I told you this place is great, Jiang Shuowei said proudly. As they were enjoying their meal, the server suddenly placed a large plate of tripe and beef on their table.
Jiang Shuowei looked a bit puzzled. Miss, did you make a mistake? We didn't order these 2 items, she said. Lin Feng also looked up at the server.
You didn't get the order wrong, these 2 dishes are a gift from our boss, the server explained.
Then a tall, thin man walked over from the side. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to visit my little restaurant.
These 2 dishes are a small token of my appreciation, please don't decline,
the tall, thin man said with a flattering smile directed at Lin Feng.
The server was momentarily taken aback by the boss's attitude, quickly realizing that these 2 young people were not ordinary. She then left after placing the dishes down. Lin Feng merely glanced at the 2 dishes.
That's thoughtful.
The man was indeed very pleased to hear that.
Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin and his girlfriend's meal any longer.
After saying this, the man saw Lin Feng nod and was about to leave. But at that moment, a rough male voice from the next table rang out.
Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? What are you serving this table? It can't be pork, right? The hot pot restaurant owner quickly replied.
I'm sorry, sir, we really ran out of beef. This is the last bit, and these 2 reserved it long ago.
How about I offer you a plate of tripe instead? F*******Q. Do you think I care about this plate of tripe? Do you think I'm deaf? That couple over there didn't even get any beef, and you still delivered it to them, trying to fool me, huh?
The man, possibly having had a few drinks, was clearly in a foul mood.
The hot pot restaurant owner's face immediately turned ugly. Jiang Shuowei was quite understanding of the restaurant owner. It's not easy to run a business. Boss, why don't you send this plate of beef over to that table? We've almost finished eating anyway, Jiang Shuowei said to the restaurant owner.
The restaurant owner hesitated, glancing at Lin Feng. It's fine, just send it over, Lin Feng said calmly.
Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Lin. The restaurant owner was overjoyed.
He was in a difficult position, fearing that the rude customers would offend Lin Feng and implicate him, while also worrying that the man would escalate the situation and affect his business.
Look how understanding she is. Thank you, little beauty. How about this? Big brother will treat you to a drink later. I guarantee you'll be well taken care of.
The man leered at Zhang Shuiwei as he spoke. At this, the restaurant owner's face turned pale. He quickly looked at Lin Feng and Zhang Shuiwei, and sure enough, their expressions darkened instantly.
Lin Feng's gaze turned icy, and an invisible pressure filled the air.
Zhang Shuiwei's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at the man.
Zhang Shuiwei's good intentions did not earn her gratitude. Instead, the rough man leered at her and spoke lewdly. Look how understanding she is.
Thank you, little beauty.
How about this? Big brother will treat you to a drink later. Watch your mouth.
Zhang Shuiwei shouted angrily.
The man, however, was unfazed and arrogantly replied, What? Little beauty, I'm complimenting you, don't be ungrateful.
Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, Apologize.
The man laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. Apologize? Who do you think you are? You dare ask me to apologize? You should apologize. These two are not someone you can mess with,
the restaurant owner urged.
But the man felt his pride wounded by the restaurant owner's words. I want to see how this little brat is someone I can't mess with.
With that, the man suddenly swung his fist at Lin Feng without warning. His fist whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lin Feng's face. If it had been the old Lin Feng, he might have actually been hit, but unfortunately, the system had rewarded him with a strong physique, and his physical abilities were now incomparable to before. Lin Feng slightly sidestepped, easily avoiding the fierce punch. The man missed, and due to the force of his swing, he stumbled forward a few steps. Before the man could regain his balance, Lin Feng struck instantly, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it hard. The man cried out in pain. Lin Feng then kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily into a nearby table, causing the dishes on it to clatter to the ground with a sharp sound. The surrounding diners, witnessing this, dared not stay any longer and fled without even paying. A few of the man's friends rushed over, shouting angrily. One burly man swung his fist, as large as a bull, menacingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, and he swiftly dodged to the side, the man's fist hitting nothing but air. Seizing the moment while the man was off balance, Lin Feng quickly turned and kicked the side of the man's knee. The man's knee buckled, nearly bringing him to the ground, and he struggled to steady himself, pain etched on his face. Another tall, thin man rushed in from the side, holding a beer bottle, and swung it hard at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, and the beer bottle whizzed past his eyes, creating a gust of wind. Lin Feng quickly raised his hand, grabbing the thin man's wrist and squeezing it tightly. The thin man felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, the pain unbearable, and the beer bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lin Feng then pulled the thin man closer and drove his knee sharply into his abdomen. The thin man doubled over in pain, groaning. At that moment, the first man to attack had regained his composure. With a fierce expression, he grabbed another beer bottle from the table and charged at Lin Feng again.
A flash of anger crossed Lin Feng's eyes as he took a quick step forward, kicking the man's knee before he could strike.
The man buckled and fell to the ground. Lin Feng followed up with a punch to his face, leaving him bloodied. The other friends, witnessing this scene, felt a bit intimidated but couldn't just stand by and watch their friend get beaten. They steeled themselves and charged in again. A chubby man swung his fists aggressively as he approached. Lin Feng nimbly dodged his punches, then seized his arm and flung him onto a nearby table, which shattered under the impact. The chubby man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Zhang Shuiwei watched nervously from the side, worried about Lin Feng getting hurt while feeling anger towards these people's actions. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to help at any moment. Lin Feng grew more courageous as he fought, his movements clean and decisive, each strike filled with power. His gaze was firm and cold, resembling an invincible warrior. The men gradually lost their ability to fight back under his assault. One man, sensing the situation was dire, turned to flee. Lin Feng would not let him escape easily. He dashed forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and yanked him back. Then he delivered a punch to the man's back, sending him crashing to the ground. At this point, the hot pot restaurant owner was pale with fear, never expecting things to escalate to this level. He wanted to intervene but dared not approach, anxiously watching from the side. Lin Feng looked down at the men lying on the ground and coldly said, "If you dare to speak disrespectfully again, it won't be so simple." Though the men felt unwilling, they knew they were no match for Lin Feng and could only lie on the ground, too afraid to speak. Lin Feng turned back to Zhang Shuiwei, gently stroking her cheek.
"It's okay, Shuiwei."
Zhang Shuiwei looked at Lin Feng, checking him from left to right, and finally sighed in relief when she confirmed he was unharmed. "Boss, bring the card machine, I'll cover the losses for today." The owner trembled as he brought over the card machine.
"Is 100,000 enough?"
he asked, nodding repeatedly.
"Yes, that's enough."
After Lin Feng finished paying, he took Jiang Shuawei's hand.
"Shuawei, shall we go?"
Okay, Jiang Shuawei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. But just then, the man who had first spoken disrespectfully and attacked suddenly stood up, grabbed a beer bottle, and swung it at Lin Feng's head.
"Mr. Lin, watch out!" the hot pot restaurant owner exclaimed.
Since Jiang Shuawei was being pulled along by Lin Feng, she was naturally behind him.
Upon hearing the owner's warning, she instinctively leaned back against Lin Feng. There was a loud bang.
As the beer bottle shattered against Jiang Shuawei's head, glass shards flying like snowflakes. Her body swayed slightly before she collapsed limply to the ground. Lin Feng, at the moment he heard the hot pot restaurant owner's reminder, instinctively leaned towards Jiang Shuawei's direction, and as a result, he happened to see the scene before him, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating.
"Shuawei!"
Lin Feng trembled as he slowly and cautiously embraced Jiang Shuawei. Blood gushed from Jiang Shuawei's head, the crimson liquid flooding her cheeks and silky hair like a burst dam. Jiang Shuawei's eyes were tightly shut, her face pale as paper.
"What are you standing there for? Call 120, hurry up and call 120.
Lin Feng shouted angrily at the manager, his eyes red. The hot pot restaurant owner was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Hearing Lin Feng's words, he trembled as he fished his phone out of his pocket to call 120.
"Hello, we are here at..."
The man who had smashed the wine bottle stood frozen in place, filled with regret and fear upon realizing the gravity of his actions. His hands hung limply at his sides, still holding shards of the broken bottle. Those who were still lying on the ground moaning also sobered up at the sight, struggling to get up and prepare to flee.
Just then, several police officers rushed in. "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. No one is allowed to run,"
the leading officer shouted. The people preparing to escape had no choice but to crouch down, their faces filled with panic and unease. The leading officer glanced at Jiang Shuawei, who lay on the ground bleeding and unconscious, and at Lin Feng, who was holding her, then asked, "Did you call 120?
Yes, the hot pot restaurant owner said, trembling as he stepped forward. "Who are you?" The leading officer frowned.
"Hello, officer,
I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Here's what happened." The hot pot restaurant owner then recounted the events in detail.
After listening to the owner's account, the police officer's expression grew more serious, instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch on the perpetrators to ensure they could not escape or take any other dangerous actions. He then walked over to Lin Feng and said softly, "Sir, don't worry, the ambulance will be here soon. We will handle this matter properly." Lin Feng glanced at the officer.
"I am Lin Feng, a shareholder of Penguin Company. I demand to call my personal secretary."
The leading officer's face changed instantly, realizing the seriousness of the situation.
Penguin Company,
a global business empire, the identity of its shareholders is not to be taken lightly.
However, does Penguin Company have shareholders this young? All right, Mr.
Lin, please don't worry, we will handle this matter properly. The officer's tone became more respectful. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy.
The perpetrators, upon hearing Lin Feng's identity, showed even more obvious signs of fear.
The man who smashed the wine bottle felt regretful to the core, lowering his head in frustration, filled with fear and unease. To say such things in front of the police, one must either be serious or have a problem with their mind. Lin Feng tightly held Jiang Shuawei, his eyes filled with guilt and unease. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Lu Hai's number.
"Lu Hai, this is Lin Feng. Shuawei and I have run into trouble at a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street, and Shuawei is injured and unconscious.
You need to notify the company's legal department immediately and prepare to file a lawsuit against these perpetrators."
Lin Feng's tone was icy.
Upon hearing this news, Lu Hai on the other end immediately became tense.
"Okay, President Lin, I will arrange it right away."
"Don't worry, I will handle this matter well." After hanging up, Lu Hai immediately took action, starting to contact Penguin Company's legal department.
Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation at the hot pot restaurant.
They questioned the restaurant owner and other witnesses, collecting evidence from the scene. "Oh dear, officer, you have no idea how scary it was just now. A group of people was beating up a young guy, and in the end, he took them all down. It's like this, officer, that man was harassing that girl, and then a dispute broke out. While they were talking, that drunk guy suddenly attacked. The one with the long beard." After learning about the situation from the crowd that witnessed the incident, the police's expressions turned grim. It was obvious that these men had been drinking and were acting foolishly, harassing someone's girlfriend, and when they couldn't win the argument, they resorted to violence, only to be taken down by one person. Then, taking advantage of the distraction, they attacked with a bottle, and that girl got hurt while trying to protect the young man who claimed to be a shareholder of Penguin.
Damn, did I really encounter such a melodramatic plot straight out of a TV drama? Soon, his phone rang. Xiao Yang, listen to me.
The task you're handling right now involves a young man named Lin Feng, who is a shareholder of Penguin Company.
You must not offend him.
This matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, and we must provide Mr.
Lin with a satisfactory resolution. The police officer was taken aback. What the hell? He really is a shareholder of Penguin Company?
After hanging up, the officer approached Lin Feng again.
I sincerely apologize, sir. We have gathered most of the details regarding this incident, and we will definitely provide you with an explanation.
Lin Feng remained silent, as the ambulance had just arrived.
Where is the injured person? Here, here.
Lin Feng shouted excitedly. A few doctors and nurses rushed over with a stretcher.
The medical staff quickly lifted Jiang Shuowei onto the stretcher, and Lin Feng closely followed, unwilling to take his eyes off her.
Seeing Jiang Shuowei's pale face and the blood on her head, his heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him pain so intense he could hardly breathe. The police hurriedly helped maintain order at the scene to ensure the ambulance could leave smoothly. After the ambulance departed, the police looked at the drunken men in the hot pot restaurant with grim expressions.
Take them away.
The ambulance sped away, emitting a sharp siren. Lin Feng sat inside, holding Jiang Shuowei's hand tightly. The doctor briefly examined Jiang Shuowei's injuries.
What happened? Why is it so serious? The doctor frowned at the injury on Jiang Shuowei's head and asked the remorseful Lin Feng. My girlfriend got hit on the head with a bottle while trying to save me.
Lin Feng's eyes were red, and he spoke in pain. The doctor sighed, no longer speaking, and simply treated Jiang Shuowei's wound. Soon they arrived at the hospital, and after the doctor treated Jiang Shuowei's wound, she woke up.
Woo woo woo. Chen, my head hurts so much.
Jiang Shuowei woke up, saw Lin Feng by her side, felt the pain in her head, and the bandage wrapped around it, and couldn't help but cry. Lin Feng held Jiang Shuowei's hand tightly, his eyes reddening.
Shuowei, don't be afraid, I'm here. You're safe now, the doctor just treated your wound, and you'll be better soon. Lin Feng gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's cheek, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes.
After comforting her for a while, Jiang Shuowei finally calmed down. They then proceeded with various examinations, and in the end, nothing serious was found. She just needed to rest well. After coaxing Jiang Shuowei to sleep on the hospital bed, Lin Feng leaned against the bed and fell asleep beside her. The next morning, Jiang Shuowei woke up and looked at Lin Feng, who was leaning against the bed, with a heart full of concern. Lin Feng also woke up just in time and, seeing Jiang Shuowei looking at him, asked with concern, "How are you?
Did you sleep well last night?"
"I slept quite soundly, but you must have had a hard time sleeping like that, right?" Jiang Shuowei said with concern. "I'm fine," Lin Feng shook his head. At that moment, the doctor walked in to check Jiang Shuowei's wound.
"Actually, this kind of injury doesn't require hospitalization.
Just go home and take care of it, and be a bit cautious," the doctor said with a smile.
"Really? Chen, should we go home then?"
"I'm not very comfortable staying in the hospital," Jiang Shuowei said, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Lin Feng with hope. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then turned to the doctor.
"What should we pay attention to at home?"
"Just keep it dry, and remember to change the dressing every day," the doctor replied.
Lin Feng nodded.
"Then please help us with the discharge." An hour later, Jiang Shuowei sat in Lin Feng's car with a pile of medications, bandages, and other medical supplies.
"Chen, that group of people must be severely punished.
I kindly offered them my beef, and in return, I got hit on the head with a bottle. Luckily, I don't need stitches, otherwise, what would I do?" Jiang Shuowei said, her face filled with indignation and a hint of fear.
"Don't worry, Shuowei, none of those people will get away. Especially the one who hurt you."
Lin Feng's words were filled with coldness. Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, although she still felt scared. She had more trust in Lin Feng.
"Chen, I believe in you. I just didn't expect something like this to happen while having hot pot."
Lin Feng sighed, filled with guilt. "It's all my fault for not protecting you well. If I had been more careful, you wouldn't have gotten hurt."
Jiang Shuowei quickly shook her head. "Chen, it's not your fault.
Those people were reckless after drinking. No one expected it to turn out like this." After returning home, Lin Feng carefully helped Jiang Shuowei sit on the sofa, then began organizing the medications and bandages they had brought back from the hospital.
"Shuowei, you rest for a bit.
I'll get you a glass of water," Lin Feng said gently. Jiang Shuowei watched Lin Feng's busy figure, feeling a warm current in her heart.
Achan, it's so nice to have you.
That should be something I say. Lin Feng handed Jiang Shuawei a glass of warm water, his heart filled with guilt as he looked at the bandage on her head. Meanwhile, Lu Hai was actively communicating and coordinating with the police and legal team.
Lu Hai was still at the police station at that moment.
Officer Yang, our company takes this incident very seriously. We hope the police can quickly uncover the truth and bring those responsible to justice, Lu Hai said sternly.
Officer Yang nodded. Mr. Lu, we are intensifying our investigation.
The actions of those perpetrators are very severe, and we will handle them seriously. The situation has been classified. That group will be detained for 10 days for creating trouble, and the person who injured Miss Jiang is charged with intentional injury.
The specific handling results will depend on the court.
Lin Feng requested several more days off from school, preparing to take care of Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei also took 7 days off because Jiang Min's best friend was Jiang Shuawei's teacher, so this matter naturally reached the ears of Jiang Min's family.
Oh my, I'm fine. I just got a little hurt when I ran into a group of troublemakers while having hot pot with Achan. It's not serious, Jiang Shuawei was still explaining to Jiang Min over the phone.
Lin Feng looked anxious.
Jiang Shuawei got hurt because of him, yet he was completely fine.
Lin Feng organized his words, then took Jiang Min's call.
Hello, Auntie, this is Lin Feng. Xiao Chun, you tell Auntie the truth. How serious is Shuawei's injury?
This child always reports good news and not bad. I'm afraid if something serious happens, she won't tell us. I'm sorry, Auntie, Shuawei got hurt because she was saving me, but don't worry, her injury is not serious, she just needs to rest. Lin Feng explained with a face full of guilt.
That's good, that's good.
Xiao Chen, Auntie doesn't mean to blame you, this just shows how well you two get along. But Auntie still hopes you can take good care of Shuawei. Jiang Min's words stopped there.
Auntie, don't worry.
I will definitely take good care of Shuawei and won't let her get hurt again, Lin Feng solemnly assured Jiang Min.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shuawei finally felt relieved.
She was afraid that Jiang Min would insist on coming to see her. If she saw her head all bandaged up, she would surely cry. In the following days, Lin Feng hired a nanny specifically to take care of Jiang Shuawei, who would clean the house and cook meals. The outcome for that group of people was also announced. The others were detained for 10 days, while the leader received an 18-month prison sentence. Although this result did not satisfy Lin Feng, it was the best outcome after the legal department of Penguin Company and Lu Hai pressured the police.
Jiang Shuawei's injuries had mostly healed.
Akai, we have to go to class tomorrow.
What about Lu Ma?
Jiang Shuawei asked Lin Feng with some concern, looking at the middle-aged woman cleaning in the villa. Lu Ma was the nanny Lin Feng had hired earlier. When Lin Feng was sometimes not at home and Tang Wan was in class with no time to accompany her, Jiang Shuawei would chat with Lu Ma to pass the time. After learning more, she found out that Lu Ma's husband had died in an accident at a construction site over a decade ago, and the construction company kept shirking responsibility, refusing to pay compensation, claiming he was just a subcontractor and that no labor contract had been signed. Lu Ma's family took them to court, but it was useless. They only received a few tens of thousands in humanitarian aid. Just when things couldn't get worse, 2 years ago, her children died in a car accident, leaving behind a granddaughter who was only 3 at the time. Lu Ma didn't even have time to grieve before she resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter, working several jobs a day.
Jiang Shuawei felt both admiration and pity after learning this. After telling Lin Feng about it, she raised Lu Ma's daily wage to 500. How about this, when we return to school, we can still have Lu Ma help clean here, and we can pay her 20,000 a month. What do you think?
Lin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking.
Jiang Shuawei immediately thought it was a good idea. That sounds great.
This way, Lu Ma won't have to work so hard at odd jobs.
20,000 a month is enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Chen, you are so kind. Jiang Shuawei looked very happy. Lu Ma, come here for a moment.
Hearing this, Lu Ma, who was cleaning, immediately put down her work and walked over.
Mr. Lin, did you call for me? Lu Ma appeared quite nervous. Don't be nervous, Lu Ma.
The thing is, Shuawei and I will be going back to school tomorrow, so there won't be anyone in this villa. But it can't be left unclean for too long. Lin Feng paused before continuing. So, Shuawei and I discussed it, and we would like to offer you a salary of 20,000 a month to come and help us clean here. If Shuawei and I need to stay over, I'll let you know in advance, and you can prepare the meals.
How does that sound? Lu Ma was instantly excited upon hearing this. I would love to. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, don't worry. I will make sure to keep the house clean. Thank you, Lu Ma said, bowing to the two of them. No.
Jiang Shuawei was about to stop her, but Lin Feng shook his head at her.
It's fine, Lu Ma.
You provide the labor, and I provide the payment. There's no need for thanks. Lin Feng smiled slightly. At that moment, the villa door opened, and Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei walked in.
Oh, Wanner, you came to see me again. Zhang Shuawei exclaimed happily as she rushed over to Wanner. Stop being so mushy. Tang Wanner pushed Zhang Shuawei away with a look of disdain. Shuawei, you're recovering pretty quickly, huh? It's only been a week and you're almost healed. Tang Wanner looked at the wound on Zhang Shuawei's head, which had nearly disappeared, and felt a bit happy. Boss, you're really comfortable. The military training is over, and school has officially started for several days, yet you still haven't gone. Xiao Fei said enviously. If it weren't for his strict family, he would want to do the same. Lin Feng frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei chuckled. Boss, I'm just envious. Look at Sister Shuawei, she got hurt, and you're sticking by her side. What a love to be envied. Zhang Shuawei smiled and said, Xiao Fei, stop being so glib. If you're envious, hurry up and win over Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner's face turned slightly red, but she didn't refute it. Xiao Fei immediately began to complain. I want to, Sister Shuawei, but Wanner doesn't give me a chance. I've asked her out several times, and she never comes. If I hadn't said I was coming to see you guys today, Wanner probably wouldn't have agreed. Zhang Shuawei and Lin Feng exchanged glances, their eyes full of amusement. Tang Wanner's gaze shifted away, a bit evasive. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. Aunt Lu, make a few more dishes tonight. Lin Feng said to Aunt Lu, who was nearby. Okay. Aunt Lu nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Lu. Tang Wanner quickly said. Not hard at all, it's what I should do. A warm feeling surged in Aunt Lu's heart as she turned and went to the kitchen to get busy. Just then, Lin Feng's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Wang Shijie. Brother Lin, it's been a while since I've seen you. What have you been busy with lately? Lin Feng smiled slightly. How come you still remember to call me? My girlfriend got a little hurt, so I'm staying home with her. Ha? Sister-in-law got hurt? Is it serious? She's almost healed, alright, get to the point. Wang Shijie chuckled on the other end of the line. Brother Lin, do you remember the supercar club in Tianfu City I told you about? It starts tomorrow, and I came to ask if you have time. Wang Shijie explained. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there indeed was such a thing. Didn't you say it would be in a few days? It's been over 10 days, I thought it was already over. The car club was postponed due to some special circumstances, and it was just confirmed to start tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? It's a rare opportunity. Wang Shijie asked eagerly on the phone. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Shuawei, feeling a bit hesitant. Zhang Shuawei saw his thoughts and smiled. I'll go with you. I've been cooped up at home for so long, I'm going a bit stir-crazy. Lin Feng nodded and then said into the phone, okay, no problem. Contact me when the time comes. Great, Brother Lin. Let's not miss each other tomorrow. Wang Shijie excitedly hung up. Lin Feng put away his phone, but Xiao Fei couldn't sit still. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Boss, I'm planning to go to that supercar club too. I actually came here today to ask you to go with me, but it turns out you already knew. Lin Feng smiled, I'm not too sure, but Wang Shijie said it should be pretty good. Who is Wang Shijie? Xiao Fei asked, puzzled. Oh, he's a friend I met when school started. He's the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Shu Prefecture Langzhou Group. Lin Feng explained. Wow, that's quite a background. Langzhou Group is a big company. Xiao Fei was surprised to hear this. You're going to the car club too, right? We can go together, and I'll introduce you. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Wanner, you should come along too. It'll be nice to have you with me. Zhang Shuawei blinked at Xiao Fei, then turned to Tang Wanner with an expectant look and asked. Xiao Fei immediately cast a grateful glance at Zhang Shuawei and quietly gave her a thumbs up from behind. Yeah, Sister Wanner, let's go have some fun together. Xiao Fei also encouraged. Tang Wanner hesitated a bit but eventually nodded with difficulty. At that moment, Luma came out of the kitchen. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the meal is almost ready. Everyone sat down at the dining table, savoring the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss the activities for tomorrow. The dishes made by Luma were exquisite in taste and aroma, earning everyone's praise. Luma, your cooking skills are getting better and better, Zhang Shuawei complimented. Luma smiled shyly, as long as you all like it. After finishing the meal, Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei stood up to say goodbye. Boss, Sister Shuawei, we'll head back to school first. After Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner left, Luma tidied up the dining table and went home. The villa suddenly fell silent, leaving only Zhang Shuawei and Lin Feng. Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness.
She bit her lower lip slightly and gently leaned closer to Lin Feng, a faint fragrance emanating from her. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Jiang Shuawei's delicate face, his eyes full of affection. He reached out and pulled Jiang Shuawei into his arms, then, amidst her surprised exclamation, he lifted her up and walked upstairs. After placing Jiang Shuawei on the bed, Lin Feng lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, his warm breath brushing against her skin.
Shuawei, I've been holding back for quite a few days.
Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed, looking at him with dreamy eyes.
You bad guy. The next morning, Chen Linfeng and Jiang Shuawei got up early to pack their things, preparing to return to school.
Lin Feng looked at the Ferrari in the garage.
Shuawei, why don't you drive that Ferrari? It's so convenient. Jiang Shuawei shook her head slightly and said softly, forget it, I don't really need it.
So, that expensive Ferrari continued to gather dust in the garage. The two set off on their way back to school, with a gentle breeze brushing against them and sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on them.
Before long, they arrived at the school. Lin Feng drove and dropped Jiang Shuawei off at the dormitory building.
The roar of the engine attracted the attention of nearby students, and when they saw Jiang Shuawei and Lin Feng getting out of the car, they couldn't help but cast their gazes over.
In their eyes, there was envy, amazement, and a hint of curiosity.
Jiang Shuawei carried a large bag of items, with a small plush toy resting on her shoulder.
Aiken, I'll head up first, okay?
Lin Feng looked at her struggling appearance, feeling a pang of sympathy. Why don't you let Senior Tang come down to help you carry it? The girls' dormitory doesn't allow boys in, otherwise, I could carry it all for you.
Jiang Shuawei just smiled and said, it's fine. I can manage.
Alright, just remember to take your medicine, don't forget, Lin Feng reminded again.
Got it, I'm off. After saying that, Jiang Shuawei stood on her tiptoes and pecked Lin Feng's cheek, then turned and entered the dormitory building.
Lin Feng watched her figure disappear from view, then returned to the car. He found a parking space, parked the car, and carried some food and supplies towards Building 6, Room 515. When he returned to the dormitory, Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Wei were still asleep.
After putting down his things, he checked his phone. It was already 10:30.
He shook his head helplessly. These guys really could sleep.
Hearing the noise, Chen Xiao got up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Boss? You're back? Lin Feng said irritably, were you guys out all night? It's 10:30 and you're still sleeping.
Chen Xiao chuckled. We stayed up late playing 3 rounds last night. At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up.
The boss is back? Is there nothing wrong with sister-in-law?
Xiao Wei asked with concern. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's nothing, she's almost better.
By the way, boss, you don't know that after that incident, that kid Lin Tianyu sees us and runs away like a mouse seeing a cat, ha ha.
Chen Xiao said excitedly.
Exactly. Let this kid be arrogant, now he's hit a wall, right? Xiao Wei chimed in. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Is this Lin Feng, Mr. Lin?
A respectful male voice came from the phone.
This is he, Lin Feng replied calmly. Hello, Mr.
Lin, I am Fa Nonping, the general manager of Longhu Games.
You acquired Longhu Games some time ago. Would you like to come over and arrange some work tasks?
Lin Feng suddenly remembered he still had Longhu Games. The headquarters of Longhu Games is in Suzhou, and is one of the top gaming companies in the entire Daxia. Its market value has reached a staggering 320 billion renminbi, and the system actually rewarded him with the entire Longhu Games.
This is no less than a 10% stake in Penguin Company. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and asked Xiao Wei and the others, do we have class tomorrow morning?
The three shook their heads repeatedly.
No. Then I'll come to the company tomorrow morning, Lin Feng said into the phone.
At this moment, Fa Nonping was stunned as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell.
Is there class? Could he still be a college student? Fa Nonping even doubted if he had misheard.
Lin Feng frowned when he heard no response on the phone.
I heard you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely have everything ready tomorrow, waiting for your arrival. Fa Nonping quickly replied, coming back to his senses.
After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others quietly looked at Lin Feng.
Boss, you haven't even checked on Longhu Games since you acquired it? Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng, while tidying up his things, said lightly, Shuawei got injured these past few days, and I was busy taking care of her, so I forgot. Boss, you don't care about a super company worth hundreds of billions?
Chen Xiao said incredulously. Xiao Wei didn't mind. To him, millions and hundreds of billions were about the same.
He just knew the boss was very rich and powerful. What's the big deal?
A small Longhu Games is not as important as my girlfriend, Lin Feng retorted. As soon as he said this, Chen Xiao was left speechless.
Well, of course, sister-in-law is important.
Shen Xiao finally managed to squeeze out a sentence after a long pause.
Then that's settled.
Time quickly passed to 12 o'clock, and the sun became even hotter. Lin Feng prepared to go downstairs to find Jiang Shuawei for lunch, only to find Xiao Fei following him. They walked quickly to the girls' dormitory, and when Lin Feng turned around, Xiao Fei was still behind him.
What are you following me for?
Lin Feng said speechlessly.
Who says I'm following you? I'm going to find Sister Wanner for lunch. Then why are you walking behind me instead of going together? Isn't it because I'm waiting for you to bend down? Get lost.
Lin Feng laughed and cursed. The two stood at the bottom of the girls' dormitory waiting for the two girls, and the surrounding girls cast glances at them.
Wow! These two boys are so handsome. Aren't they the two freshmen on the campus beauty list? What? Just freshmen? No way! I have to make my move first. Don't even think about it.
They both drive supercars, one is Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend, and the other seems to be pursuing Tang Laohu.
Oh, what a pity! But I feel like I have a bit of hope with the one pursuing Tang Laohu. They aren't together yet, right? Although Tang Laohu is also the school beauty, I'm at least the dorm beauty, okay?
You better stop.
Just then, a Porsche drove over, and to everyone's surprise, it was Yu Yang who got out of the car.
As soon as Yu Yang got out, he spotted Lin Feng and Xiao Fei standing under a tree. Ever since he lost the bet to Lin Feng and had to bark like a dog, he had been harboring resentment. Although this incident hadn't spread, just thinking about the humiliation from that day made his face burn with shame. This bastard dared to set a trap for me last time. This time I'll make sure to slap his face hard. With that thought, Yu Yang drove up next to Lin Feng and Xiao Fei.
Lin, Jr., nice to see you again.
Yu Yang wore a fake smile on his face.
Xiao Fei glanced at Yu Yang. Is this the boss's friend?
Lin Feng gave Yu Yang a faint glance and ignored him completely.
Lin, Jr., are you waiting for Jiang Shuawei? Why aren't you even driving a car? What kind of talk is that? Didn't you spend hundreds of thousands on luxury goods last time, Lin, Jr.? You haven't run out of money to the point where you can't even afford a car, have you?
Yu Yang's tone was laced with obvious provocation, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked sideways at Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately understood that this person was looking for trouble. He then focused his gaze on the Porsche Panamera.
No way, no way? Is driving a car worth over $1 million now considered so pretentious?
Xiao Fei said with a look of astonishment, staring directly at Yu Yang with a mocking gaze.
Yu Yang's expression darkened. Who do you think you are?
However, when Lin Feng spoke, Yu Yang's face grew even darker.
You, senior, haven't you learned enough about barking like a dog last time? Do you want to bark a few more times in front of me? How about we bet again to see if my car is better than yours?
Yu Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger.
Humph, don't get too cocky. Last time I accidentally fell for your trick, and you think you can trick me again? Oh, I didn't expect you, senior, to have some brains this time?
Lin Feng said, surprised, with a teasing tone. Yu Yang guessed that Lin Feng's family was quite wealthy, and maybe his car was better than his own. If he lost again, it would be too embarrassing, especially since they were at school. He didn't want to humiliate himself in front of everyone again. Just then, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner walked down together, followed by Han Qiqi. Shuawei. As soon as Lin Feng saw Jiang Shuawei, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Xiao Fei also waved at Tang Wanner, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Shuawei had been smiling, but upon seeing Yu Yang next to her, her expression immediately soured. She and Tang Wanner quickly walked to Lin Feng and Xiao Fei's side, and Jiang Shuawei just wanted to pull Lin Feng away. Yu Yang saw Jiang Shuawei, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and walked over to Han Qiqi with a smile.
Qiqi, what do you want to eat? I'll take you, Yu Yang said gently. Oh my, Han Qiqi, your boyfriend is Yu Yang? Don't you know he used to be Shuawei's dog?
Tang Wanner said in shock. Han Qiqi was filled with confusion upon hearing this. She never expected that the rich guy she had finally found was actually Jiang Shuawei's former dog. Ever since she dumped Wang Haoren, she hadn't found such a high-quality boyfriend, and in the end, she had to settle for Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart sank. He didn't expect Han Qiqi to know Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner.
Tang Wanner, your words are a bit harsh, aren't they? Just because he cares a little means he's a dog?
Yu Yang said, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
Isn't he a dog? I remember Shuawei telling me that you were barking like a dog in front of Lin Feng and her last time? Tang Wanner continued mercilessly, making Yu Yang even more awkward.
Han Qiqi's expression also turned sour. She knew Tang Wanner was trying to make things difficult for her. She wanted to retort but didn't dare. Ever since that incident, she had been afraid to offend Jiang Shuawei. It should be known that Wang Haoren's brother was the son of the Langzhou group. With such a background, he still called Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend Lin Gu, which meant Lin Feng's status was at least comparable to Wang Shijie's. However, Han Qiqi didn't want to let Yu Yang, this cash machine, slip away. After all, Yu Yang was quite generous with his money, and all she had to do was spread her legs. Han Qiqi was afraid that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, so she could only forcibly drag him back to the car.
What are you doing? Yu Yang glared at Han Qiqi, his face filled with anger. Han Qiqi was also getting angry at this moment. I'm saving you. Do you know what Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend is capable of? Isn't he just a student with a bit of money at home? How impressive can he be? Yu Yang scoffed. In his view, he was no different from someone whose family owned a company worth a few $100 million. Do you know the Longzhou Group? Han Qiqi asked.
Of course I know the Longzhou Group. It's worth around $100 billion.
You can't be telling me Lin Feng is the son of the Longzhou Group, right?
Yu Yang's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked, but then shook his head, feeling it was unlikely.
Then it should be someone with the surname Wang. How could it be Lin?
He's indeed not the son of the Longzhou Group, but the son of the Longzhou Group calls him Lin Gu, Han Qiqi said lightly. After that incident, she felt a bit scared. She didn't know where she got the courage to show her displeasure in front of such a person and even dismissed Wang Haoran.
Fortunately, they didn't hold it against her as a girl. What? How is that possible? How do you know this?
Yu Yang was shocked, and under his repeated questioning, Han Qiqi could only explain, I happened to learn about Wang Shijie, the son of the Longzhou Group, and then I saw Wang Shijie calling Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend Lin Gu. Of course, Han Qiqi couldn't directly say that she had recently been Wang Haoran's girlfriend. After all, in Yu Yang's eyes, she was still a virgin. Well, the hymen was gone during high school gym class. Yu Yang was filled with shock, then looked at Han Qiqi gratefully. Thank goodness you pulled me away just now, otherwise, if I had continued to act recklessly, my family might have suffered too.
Weren't you always wanting that bag that costs over 40,000? Come on. I'll take you to buy it right now. Han Qiqi's face immediately lit up. Really? I love you so much, babe. I really didn't expect these two rotten fish to be in a relationship, Tang Wanner said with a look of disdain. Forget it, talking about this affects my mood. Let's go eat. I haven't had the school's big plate chicken in a long time, and I really want to eat it, Jiang Shuowei said as she pulled Tang Wanner forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Feng followed behind. Boss, has Wanner always been this fierce? Xiao Fei asked quietly. What, are you scared? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Fei with a smile. How could I be? Don't you think this is cool? This is the real Sichuan woman, okay? Full of a sense of security. Xiao Fei immediately retorted. Lin Feng just smiled and said nothing. He still preferred Jiang Shuowei's gentleness. The four arrived at the school cafeteria, ordered big plate chicken and some other dishes. After eating, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei rushed back to class. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Shijie's message also came through. Lingu, the car club will start around 7, let's go together then. Okay, I'll bring your sister-in-law along, and I have another friend who will join us too. No problem. Can I ask what car your friend drives, Lingu? Porsche 918. Wow, that's impressive. $1 million sports car. After the four finished eating, Lin Feng looked at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait at the school gate, we'll be there soon. Then Lin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno with Jiang Shuowei in the front, while Xiao Fei drove the Porsche 918 with Tang Wanner in the back. The two supercars drove out of the school, one in front of the other, attracting many gazes. At the school gate, a Lamborghini Gallardo had been waiting for a long time. Its unique lines and dazzling color caught the attention of many passers-by. The three cars parked side by the roadside, drawing gasps of admiration from several students. Wow! Are we gathering all the $1 million, $10 million, and even $1 billion cars? Are there really so many rich second-generation kids at Suzhou University? I genuinely envy them. If only they were my brothers. The group got out of the cars together. To Wang Shijie's surprise, a beautiful woman was beside him, likely the campus beauty. Wang Shijie greeted them with a big smile. Lin Gu, sister-in-law. Shijie, this is my brother Xiao Fei, and that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Wanner, Lin Feng introduced with a smile. This is Wang Shijie, the young master of the Longzhou Group. Hello, Xiao Gu. Hello, Sister Tang. Wang Shijie greeted enthusiastically. Wang Shijie naturally knew the campus beauty Tang Wanner, although he had heard that she had a bit of a temper. Xiao Fei was also surprised to hear about the Longzhou Group, as it was a large group valued at nearly 100 billion. After exchanging greetings, Lin Feng looked at the woman next to Wang Shijie. Lin Gu, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu. She's studying dentistry and is a freshman this year, Wang Shijie quickly introduced. Hello, Lin Gu. Hello, Sister Jian. Hello, Xiaogu. Hello, Sister Tang. Zhu Zhu appeared a bit shy. Anyone who could call Wang Shijie a brother was definitely a big shot. After a brief introduction, they all headed to a suburban manor arranged by the car club. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei got into the Lamborghini Veneno first, while Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner quickly entered the Porsche 918, their hearts filled with anticipation for the unknown. Wang Shijie took Zhu Zhu and got into the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started one after another, the roar of the engines once again eliciting gasps of admiration from the surrounding students. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the manor, they found a few guards at the entrance, seemingly checking the value of the cars. When it was Lin Feng's turn, the guards were clearly taken aback. Wang Shijie was fine. A car worth 4 to 5 million was still quite common, but Xiao Fei's car was different, it was in the tens of millions, not to mention Lin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno. The group drove into the manor under the guards' odd gazes. Inside the manor, the scenery was picturesque, with lush green trees and fragrant flowers. It must be said that this place was indeed filled with luxury cars worth over $1 million. There were Porsche 911s, Aston Martin Vantages, Ferrari Romas, Maseratis, and so on, a dazzling array of luxury cars that left one breathless. After getting out of the cars, they attracted the attention of some people who hadn't yet entered the building. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? This car club event is so high profile. And that Porsche 918 is also a 10 million level luxury car. A rich second generation exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. I have to go introduce myself. Several rich second generation kids immediately approached. Hey, let's get to know each other. My dad is. My mom is. My grandpa is. The group found it a bit annoying. Although they were all there to have fun, being swarmed like flies was a bit bothersome. Excuse me, can we go in? Lin Feng, though quite impatient, still asked calmly. The group fell silent and then stepped aside. The six of them entered the large dining hall together. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered inside, creating a lively atmosphere. Since it was their first time attending the car club, they were filled with curiosity about everything here. Not knowing anyone, no one came over to chat. The few people outside, after Lin Feng's remark, felt it was inappropriate to disturb them. However, they were also happy to enjoy the peace, as they were just there to have some fun. Jiang Shuawei picked up a small piece of cake and tasted it, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. She forked a small piece of cake and held it up to Lin Feng's mouth. Ah Chen, you have to try this, the matcha cake is so delicious. Lin Feng smiled and opened his mouth to take a bite. It really is good, he said, giving a compliment that made his eyes shine with affection. Right? I told you it was delicious. Jiang Shuawei beamed with pride, looking like a child who had just received praise. Tang Wanner, standing nearby, stared in disbelief at the usually aloof Jiang Shuawei, filled with surprise. Wasn't the contrast too stark? Xiao Fei also felt a bit restless, watching the sweet interaction between Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei, filled with envy. He picked up a piece of cake and held it up to Tang Wanner, flashing what he thought was a charming smile as he said, Senior Wanner, you should try some too? Tang Wanner, flustered, picked up her bowl, her cheeks slightly flushed. Okay, thank you, just put it in the bowl. Xiao Fei's smile remained unchanged as he placed the cake into Tang Wanner's bowl. Shuawei, I'm going to the restroom, wait for me here for a bit, Lin Feng said softly. Okay, Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently. Boss, I'm going too, Xiao Fei quickly said, then got up to walk to the restroom with Lin Feng. Just right, you girls chat. I think I saw my cousin, I'll go look for him, Wang Shijie said at that moment. It's fine, go ahead. We'll take good care of your girlfriend, Tang Wanner said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you, sisters. Zhu Zhu, you wait for me here for a bit, Wang Shijie said before getting up and walking away. Zhu Zhu, Jr., you are. The three girls quickly started chatting. Just then, a few men suddenly approached. Ladies, can we be friends? The leading man's gaze unabashedly swept over the three girls, his eyes filled with greed. It was already September, and the autumn heat had not yet passed, making the weather quite hot. Therefore, the three girls were either in shorts or skirts. At that moment, being looked at by this man made them feel a chill run down their spines, a wave of disgust rising within them. No need, go find other girls to be friends with. We don't welcome you here, Tang Wanner said bluntly. Zhu Zhu, having never encountered such a situation, instinctively moved closer to Tang Wanner, but the man was relentless. Don't be so cold, ladies. Have you heard of Ronto Real Estate? My dad is the biggest shareholder there. The man said, his face full of pride. Didn't you hear us? We don't want you here. Hurry up and leave. Tang Wanner finally lost her temper. This commotion also caught Wang Shijie's attention. Realizing something was wrong, he hurriedly walked over.
They are my friends. If you have something to say it to me, brother, Wang Shijie said, forcefully patting the leading man's shoulder from behind. The man turned to Wang Shijie, wincing in pain. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to meddle in my business? This commotion drew the attention of those around, who began to gather closer. Who is this? So arrogant. Seems like he's Chen Long, the son of the major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. Ronto Real Estate is quite something. That's a real estate company worth over 150 billion. Wang Shijie is no simple character either. He's the young master of the Langzhou Group. What? The young master of the Langzhou Group? Now that's going to be interesting. Chen Long also heard the discussions around him and felt a bit hesitant. After all, their family was just a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate, while the Wang Shijie family controlled the entire Langzhou Group. It wasn't worth it to make an enemy of someone of that status over a few women. Brother Long, why don't we just forget it? Some friends around him also started to back off. They couldn't afford to offend the Langzhou Group. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Wanner, and Zhu Zhu stood aside, their faces showing concern. Jiang Shuowei whispered, "What should we do? They won't start fighting, will they?" Tang Wanner angrily said, "This guy is just an animal thinking with his lower half. I can't stand people like him. He needs to be taught a lesson." Zhu Zhu stepped forward and tightly grabbed Wang Shijie's arm, whispering, "Shijie, don't argue with him, let's go." Wang Shijie's anger was also ignited by Chen Long's few curses. "Heh, who am I? I'm your old man." As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I didn't see that coming. Interesting." Chen Long, who had initially wanted to let it go, couldn't hold back upon hearing this and picked up a cup filled with drinks, ready to throw it. "What's going on? Why so lively?" At that moment, a man in a black suit, with a calm expression, walked over from the crowd. "Oh no! Qin Yang is here." The onlookers immediately quieted down and made way. The previously arrogant Chen Long instantly lost his fire. "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry, this kid just insulted me, and I couldn't hold back," Chen Long said as he put the cup back down. "Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my brother's girlfriend, and when we clearly told him to leave, he stubbornly kept bothering us. I only cursed back because he started it," Wang Shijie quickly explained. Qin Yang looked at Chen Long. "Is that so?" Chen Long stammered, unable to find his words. Just then, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei returned from the restroom. Seeing the situation, they hurried over. "Cousin? I thought you weren't coming today," Xiao Fei said excitedly. Qin Yang turned to look at Xiao Fei, a smile instantly appearing on his face. "You brat, I searched for you everywhere and couldn't find you," Qin Yang said as he walked over and hugged Xiao Fei. This scene stunned everyone around. The Qin family's young master's cousin? Wang Shijie's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect Lin Ji's friend to have such a big background. It was known that the previous generation of the Qin family had only one woman, and she was said to have married into a prominent family in the capital. So Xiao Fei's identity was clear. "And who is this?" "This is my boss, Lin Feng." Qin Yang's smile immediately faded a bit. "Xiao Fei's boss? What kind of person is qualified to be Xiao Fei's boss?" "Hello, I'm Lin Feng." Qin Yang. After a brief introduction, Lin Feng and Xiao Fei turned to Jiang Shuowei and the others. "Cousin, what happened?" Xiao Fei asked curiously. "It's this Chen Long, the one who looks a bit sleazy. He was flirting with other people's girlfriends, and a dispute broke out." As soon as Qin Yang said this, Xiao Fei and Lin Feng's expressions turned serious. Lin Feng quickly walked over. "Shuowei, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Shuowei tightly held Lin Feng's hand and shook her head. Xiao Fei also ran over to comfort Tang Wanner for a moment. Qin Yang immediately understood, they were all friends of his cousin? And there's a girl who might be Xiao Fei's girlfriend? Qin Yang's expression immediately darkened. It's important to know that this car club event was organized by him, and now, on his own turf, his cousin's girlfriend was being harassed? Thinking of this, Qin Yang's face turned grim. The people around looked at Chen Long with pity. "Qin Xiao, it's not our fault. We didn't say a word." The few people next to Chen Long quickly slipped away. Chen Long felt very frustrated at this moment. Why was he so unlucky? He just happened to run into Qin Yang's cousin's girlfriend. "Qin Ge, I'm really sorry, I didn't know they were your friends. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to offend them," Chen Long hurriedly said. "Qin Ge, I'm willing to apologize or compensate. Do I need your little bit of compensation?" Qin Yang shot him a cold glance. Xiao Fei was also very angry. He had finally managed to get Sister Wanner out to have fun, and now this happened. "Cousin, who is this guy? Let me see how impressive he is." "The major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate is his father," Qin Yang said. It was indeed difficult to deal with him, But it wasn't impossible. Ronto Real Estate wasn't owned by their family. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task.
Slap Chenlong's face.
Reward, 70% shares of Ronto Real Estate. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly.
A good system came at just the right time. Why don't I remember having a son named Chenlong?
Lin Feng asked, somewhat surprised. As soon as he said this, it felt as if the air had solidified. Chenlong's face turned ashen, his eyes glaring at Lin Feng with anger.
Chingu, isn't that a bit too much? Chenlong looked at Qin Yang and said, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I am the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate, right? How can I not remember having a son like you?
Lin Feng continued to ask with a smile. Lin Feng wasn't specifically targeting Chenlong. Previously, there was someone named Chinyu who was the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate with 27% of the shares. However, the system rewarded him with 30%, so now he was the largest shareholder.
You're the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Ask the people present, who doesn't know that my dad is the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Kid, you should know your place when bragging. Be careful, or you'll bring trouble upon yourself. Chenlong glared at Lin Feng with a cold light in his eyes.
Just as Qin Yang was about to speak, Xiao Fei stopped him. Cousin, my boss is not simple, let him handle this himself.
Qin Yang looked at Lin Feng with slight surprise and then nodded.
Wang Shijie was also clearly stunned by Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had previously said he was a shareholder of Penguin Company, the big boss of Dihao Hotel, and owned a whole street of storefronts, but he hadn't heard him say he was also the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate.
Lin Feng scoffed. Why don't you call your dad and ask?
I'll warn you first, don't call me. I really don't remember having a son like you. Seeing Lin Feng's confident demeanor, and since he was a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, Chenlong was now somewhat uncertain.
Qin Ge, I'm not looking for trouble. If it's confirmed that this person is deliberately insulting the Chen family, I hope Qin Ge won't interfere. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. It was impossible not to interfere. Just for the sake of his cousin's face, he had to make Chenlong suffer a bit. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't speak, Chenlong felt slightly relieved and then took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Dad, I've run into a bit of trouble. Then Chenlong recounted the events to his father. Xiaolong, what's that person's name?
The voice on the other end suddenly became tense. As soon as Chenlong heard his father say that, an ominous feeling surged in his heart.
His father actually didn't get angry but instead asked what that person's name was? Could it be that his father was no longer the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate?
Thinking of this, Chenlong couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. If he really offended Qin Yang and then Wang Shijie, plus the true major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate, then he would be finished.
Chenlong swallowed hard and looked at Lin Feng, who had a mocking expression on his face, and asked, what's your name?
My surname is Lin, so I don't have a son with the surname Chen, Lin Feng replied. At this moment, Chenlong was no longer concerned about Lin Feng's sarcasm and spoke into the phone. Dad, he says his surname is Lin, but he looks like a college student under 20.
How could he be the major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Xiaolong, hurry up and apologize.
Recently, a young man with the surname Lin indeed acquired 30% of the company's shares.
Anyone capable of doing such a thing must have an impressive background. You absolutely cannot offend him.
The voice on the other end of the phone was very urgent. Upon hearing his father's words, Chenlong's face instantly turned pale. He never expected that this young man, who was so much younger than him, was actually the largest shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. Chenlong slowly put down his phone, feeling as if he could barely stand.
What have I done? I've offended so many wealthy and powerful people in a row. Hello? Xiaolong? Did you hear what I said?
Chenlong's father was still speaking on the phone, but Chenlong had no time to listen anymore. His mind was racing with thoughts on how to resolve this situation. The people around him saw Chenlong's expression and understood, all looking at Lin Feng with awe. Being the largest shareholder of a publicly listed company worth hundreds of billions at such a young age, his background was unimaginable. I saw the car he drove outside was a Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, the few people who had wanted to befriend Lin Feng couldn't help but say to those around them,
what? Lamborghini Veneno? A Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million? Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Lin Feng became even more respectful. This was no longer a rich second generation on their level.
Qin Yang, standing nearby, noticed what the people around were saying and looked at Lin Feng with a hint of approval.
However, just with that, wanting to be the boss of Xiao Fei, how's the questioning going? Am I your father or not?
Lin Feng, seeing Chenlong standing there without speaking, said impatiently.
Yes, you are my father. Can you spare your son this once?
Chenlong suddenly looked up, hope on his face. He could no longer care about his pride. If this matter wasn't resolved today, once the Qin family, Wang family, and Lin Feng all pressured him together, the Chen family would be at the end of the road. As soon as Chen Long said this, the entire place fell silent, and after a moment, everyone burst into laughter.
What the hell? What did I just hear? Chen Long, this arrogant brat, actually called someone else dad to their face? As expected of the Chen family's heir, able to bend and stretch. What a relief. The three girls, along with Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei, all laughed. They knew Chen Long would back down, but they didn't expect him to do it so straightforwardly. Even Qin Yang almost couldn't hold back. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered. I was just joking around with you. You actually went along with it and called me dad? Don't say that. I don't have such a big son. Don't let my girlfriend misunderstand, Lin Feng quickly said, looking at Chen Long with a face full of disdain. Hearing the laughter around him, Chen Long's anger reached its peak, but his face remained expressionless, still wearing a flattering smile. Lin Dad, you have a lot of grace, just spare me this once, and I promise I'll take a detour whenever I see you in the future. Ding! The system task has been completed. Reward, 70% of Ronto real estate shares. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard the system notification in his mind. Chen Long, seeing Lin Feng smile, thought there was hope, but just as he was about to continue, his phone rang again the next second. Chen Long, we are severing our father-son relationship. I've raised you this big, and I've transferred 2 million to you. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, Chen Fu. The caller hung up without giving Chen Long any time to react. Chen Long stood there in shock, not understanding what had just happened, why his father suddenly wanted to cut ties with him. Soon, a text message came through on his phone. It was a notification that 2 million had been credited. Chen Long suddenly looked up at Lin Feng. You can ask again now, see if there are any other shareholders in Ronto Real Estate besides me. Lin Feng said with a slight smile. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding what Lin Feng meant by that. Damn! Ronto Real Estate has announced that all shares have been acquired by a mysterious person, which means Ronto Real Estate is now entirely under that person's control. At that moment, someone in the crowd trembled as they looked at the content on their phone in disbelief. Everyone's hearts jolted, and they quickly took out their phones, eagerly searching for Ronto Real Estate's official website. As expected, that shocking news was right there, and it had only been a minute since it was published. Damn! How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. This kid. Who exactly is this Lin Xiao? How could he acquire Ronto Real Estate just like that? Everyone was filled with confusion and shock. Young Master Lin is terrifying. The crowd erupted into chaos, voices rising all around. Even Wang Shijie, Xiaoge, Tang Wanner, and even Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng, whose expression remained as calm as ever, in shock. What does it mean to be truly unflappable? Lin Feng's demeanor at this moment perfectly illustrated that term. However, it must be said, he really knows how to put on a show. Chen Long was already on the verge of collapse. Impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't real. Chen Long kept muttering, then slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with blood-red fury as he looked at Lin Feng. It's all because of you. Chen Long roared, suddenly grabbing a knife from the table used for cutting steak and charging madly at Lin Feng. Chen, boss. The people around quickly reacted, panicking and retreating far away. Only Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei rushed forward without hesitation. Chen Long reached Lin Feng and viciously stabbed at his chest. Lin Feng looked at the now somewhat deranged Chen Long with disdain. Too slow. He simply sidestepped lightly, easily dodging Chen Long's knife. Then, Lin Feng suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Chen Long hard, sending him crashing to the ground, the knife falling aside. Xiao Fei and the others hurriedly stepped forward, pinning Chen Long firmly to the ground. A few quick-witted people rushed over to help hold Chen Long down. Jiang Shuawei ran over and hugged Lin Feng. Chen, you scared me to death. The terror on Jiang Shuawei's face hadn't faded, and her voice carried a hint of tears. I'm fine, Shuawei, you know my skills, right? Don't worry. Lin Feng gently patted her back as he spoke softly. Ah, let me go. I want to kill him. Chen Long shouted angrily, struggling continuously, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with endless hatred. Soon, someone pulled out some ropes from somewhere and quickly tied Chen Long's hands and feet. After comforting Jiang Shuawei, Lin Feng took out his phone and directly dialed 110 to report the incident. Hello, police comrade, there's someone trying to stab me with a knife, but I've subdued him now. Moments later, Lin Feng hung up the phone and looked at Chen Long, who was gradually calming down. You unfilial son, how dare you stab your father? Shouldn't I treat you to some free meals? Lin Feng's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Chen Long remained silent, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng.
Everyone, please give Qin Yang some face and stay a little longer. The police will be here soon to take a statement. Qin Yang said loudly. Some who were initially thinking of leaving, wanting to avoid trouble, had no choice but to stay. It was a joke. Qin Yang might not remember those who stayed, but he would certainly remember those who left. Because this place was filled with rich second-generation heirs, and, well, everyone understood that there were no surveillance cameras here, making statements extremely important.
Thanks, Qin Xiao,
Lin Feng said gratefully. No problem, Qin Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head, curious about this college student who was the same age as his cousin.
Qin
Xiao, Lin Xiao, I have a video that captured the whole process of Chen Long preparing to commit the crime with a knife.
A person spoke up weakly. Lin Feng's expression brightened. Oh, bring it over for me to see.
The person, excited upon hearing this, walked over and opened his phone to hand it to Lin Feng. Soon, Jiang Shuawei and the others gathered around to watch, and the video indeed recorded everything that had just happened.
Why did you record it? Qin Yang suddenly asked.
The others also turned to look at this person. The person immediately became flustered and explained.
Qin Xiao, I absolutely had no other intentions. I just wanted to capture Chen Long's embarrassing moment. Really?
Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the flustered individual, and after a moment, slowly said, "Humph, it better be that way.
If I find out you have any other thoughts, don't blame me for being rude."
The person quickly nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
What's your name?
This matter has indeed been helpful, Lin Feng asked.
Lin Xiao, I'm Kai Kuan from Jiahe Timber.
The person looked very pleased. As long as he could catch Lin Xiao's eye, just a little favor would be enough to fill his stomach.
Jiahe Timber. All right,
Lin Feng said indifferently.
Moments later, the sound of police sirens approached. When several police officers entered the estate, they were stunned by the rows of supercars. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves. But since they were already here, they could only brace themselves and walk in. The moment they entered, they noticed Chen Long, bound hand and foot. May I ask which gentleman reported the crime?
The leading police officer asked with a very good attitude.
Lin Feng stepped forward and slightly nodded, saying, Comrade Police, I reported the crime.
This person tried to kill me with a knife, but we subdued him.
Everyone here can vouch for that, and I also have a video.
After saying this, Lin Feng handed his phone to the police officer. The police then questioned the people around, verified the truth of the matter, and after watching the video, they took Chen Long away. After the police took Chen Long away, the atmosphere in the estate gradually returned to calm. The gazes of the crowd towards Lin Feng were filled with awe and curiosity. Qin Yang stepped forward and smiled at Lin Feng, saying, Lin Xiao, today's incident has truly opened my eyes. I didn't expect you to have such means and courage at such a young age. Lin Feng humbly replied, Qin Xiao is overpraising me. Qin Yang just smiled, then looked around and said loudly, I'm sorry that today's car club has brought you a bad experience.
Let's end it here for today, everyone can disperse.
As soon as Qin Yang said this, people began to leave one after another. Lin Feng took out his phone and called Lu Hai, briefly explaining the situation here. He asked him to find the best lawyer, preferably one who could use the charge of intentional homicide to make Chen Long suffer a bit more in prison.
Cousin, thank you so much today, Xiao Fei said gratefully. What's there to thank your cousin for? Do you want to take your friends to my bar for some fun? It's on me, Qin Yang said with a hearty laugh.
Xiao Fei didn't immediately agree but turned his gaze to Lin Feng and Tang Wanner, seeking their opinions.
I think I'll pass, Tang Wanner said hesitantly, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Wanner can't drink, you know. Jiang Shuawei also smiled meaningfully. Can't drink? Why not? Did you take some medicine and feel unwell?
Xiao Fei asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry.
Oh, no. Don't ask. Tang Wanner's face instantly flushed, a hint of annoyance in her tone.
Seeing her like this, Xiao Fei immediately shut his mouth, though he felt quite puzzled.
He then asked the others for their thoughts. Jiang Shuawei also said she wouldn't go, saying she wanted to stay in the dormitory to keep Wanner company. Since Jiang Shuawei wasn't going, Lin Feng wouldn't go either. He couldn't just let them take a taxi back, right?
Xiao Fei had no choice but to give up.
Cousin, let's do it next time. I'll treat you to drinks then. No problem. If you're not feeling well, just take good care of her, okay?
Qin Yang said with a smile.
Xiao Fei nodded.
Wan Shijie felt a bit regretful. If he could take this opportunity to connect with the Qin family, it would greatly benefit their Langzhou group. But seeing that others didn't have this idea, he didn't say much.
He couldn't just shamelessly go up and say he had time, right?
After saying goodbye to Qin Yang, the group drove back to school. On the way, Xiao Fei initially wanted to ask Tang Wanner what was wrong, but then he remembered that since she didn't want to talk earlier, he dropped the thought.
Upon returning to school, 3 sports cars parked in front of a dormitory building. This rare scene on campus immediately attracted the attention of many people. Students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with amazement and envy. Zhu, you're also in Building 8.
After getting out of the car, Zhang Shuawei looked at Zhu with some surprise.
Yes, Sister Shuawei, I'm on the 4th floor, room 413, Zhu replied with a smile. Shuawei and I are in Building 8, room 304. If you're bored, you can come find us to hang out.
As soon as Tang Wanner finished speaking, her brow furrowed, and she clutched her stomach, her face instantly turning very pale.
Zhang Shuawei and Zhu quickly helped Tang Wanner to a nearby chair.
Seeing this, Xiao Fei felt anxious.
Sister Wanner, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? I can take you.
Xiao Fei's voice trembled slightly. Tang Wanner held her stomach, burying her face in her legs, not saying a word, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead.
Shu couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Zhang Shuawei shot Xiao Fei a disapproving glance. Can't you tell what's wrong with Wanner?
Zhang Shuawei said with a hint of reproach.
How would I know? Xiao Fei was about to retort when he noticed Lin Feng and Wang Shijie constantly giving him knowing looks.
Xiao Fei froze for a moment before realizing that Tang Wanner must have her period.
Oh no, why was my reaction so slow?
Xiao Fei felt a pang of frustration and scolded himself inwardly. I'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers, Xiao Fei said as he ran towards the car.
No need.
Tang Wanner struggled to lift her head, her hair sticking to her face with sweat, her voice weak but resolute.
I have everything in my dorm.
Xiao Fei paused, feeling a bit discouraged as he walked back.
What should I do then?
Xiao Fei was at a loss, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It's fine, I'll be better in a few days, Tang Wanner said, struggling to get up and heading upstairs. Zhang Shuawei and Zhu quickly stepped forward to support her, carefully taking one step at a time. Xiao Fei stood still, not understanding why Tang Wanner suddenly reacted this way, filled with concern and worry for her. Zhang Shuawei turned back and waved at Lin Feng, who responded by patting Xiao Fei on the shoulder.
It's okay, Senior Tang might just be feeling unwell. Don't you know that girls can get moody when their period comes? Don't overthink it.
Yeah, Xiaoge, I can tell that Senior Tang definitely has feelings for you.
Wang Shijie chimed in, his eyes full of certainty. Xiao Fei's eyes immediately lit up. I knew someone was tugging at my clothes.
I was just thinking of helping the boss and didn't pay attention. Turns out it was Sister Wanner, Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face beaming with joy.
Are you happy now?
Lin Feng looked at Xiao Fei with a smile.
I'm happy. I need to hurry back to the dorm and call Sister Wanner. I'm off now. Shijie, I'll treat you to a meal next time,
Xiao Fei said, turning to leave. Just as he was about to go, he was stopped by 2 girls.
Handsome, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? How about you take a look at me?
A tall woman in black, with a stunning figure and beautiful looks, said alluringly, tossing her hair and looking at him with expectation.
I can be good for you too, big brother. A girl in a blue and white sailor suit with a pleated skirt also smiled sweetly, not backing down.
Xiao Fei was already quite handsome, a campus heartthrob, and driving a sports car worth over 10 million, naturally making him a top-quality guy in the eyes of girls. Seeing him in a conflict with a girl who might be his girlfriend made them restless.
This was an opportunity they had to seize.
Lin Feng and Wang Shijie watched the commotion from behind, not saying a word.
No thanks, I have a girlfriend, Xiao Fei politely declined, showing no hesitation.
Having a girlfriend is no problem.
I won't disturb your life, the mature woman added, glancing down at Xiao Fei.
Big brother, I can be your little sister too. The sailor-suited girl looked at Xiao Fei cutely, her eyes full of desire. Xiao Fei was getting a bit impatient, thinking he was waiting to call his senior in the dorm.
No thanks.
After saying that, Xiao Fei directly bypassed the 2 girls and got into his car, driving away under their resentful gazes. The 2 girls, seeing Xiao Fei leave, turned their attention to Lin Feng and Wang Shijie. The 2 felt a chill, caught off guard by the sudden enthusiasm.
Lingu, I'm leaving too, Wang Shijie said.
Alright. After they finished speaking, they got into the car without giving the 2 girls a chance to respond and drove off. Zhang Shuawei, standing by the window upstairs, saw the scene and happily returned to the dorm.
Humph, it's just a bit of money, what's there to show off?
After the 3 left, the mature woman stopped pretending and spat out a quiet curse.
Exactly.
When Lin Feng parked the car and returned to the dorm, Xiao Fei was already lying on the bed, looking dazed and lost. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao were comforting him.
What happened?
Lin Feng was a bit surprised.
How long had it been since Xiao Fei was like this? What happened? Tang the beauty. Sigh. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei didn't want to say much in front of Xiao Fei. Boss, do you think Sister Wanner really likes me?
Xiao Fei suddenly asked. Lin Feng suddenly understood.
I can only say that anyone with eyes can see she likes you, Lin Feng said softly. Then why did Sister Wanner tell me not to look for her anymore? Xiao Fei felt a bit down.
He had worked hard to pursue Tang Wanner, deleting all those women from his past in the green bubble and often chatting with Tang Wanner. He would even buy her lipstick, clothes, and bags, although she never accepted them.
Maybe she has some concerns.
I think you should find a chance to talk to her, Lin Feng suggested after thinking for a moment.
Old four, why do you, a rich young master, have to pursue someone like this? Isn't it better to live a life where you can change women as easily as spending money?
Chen Xiao didn't quite understand. If he were that rich, he certainly wouldn't be hanging on a single tree. You don't understand, Xiao Fei replied with just one sentence.
You guys don't need to worry about me, I'm fine. The three of them didn't say much more.
After Lin Feng finished washing up, he returned to bed to play on his phone. Ever since he got bangs, he had handed most of his tasks over to them, acting like a carefree manager. Lin Feng took out his phone to message Jiang Shuiwei and ask about the situation. However, Jiang Shuiwei didn't reply for a long time, so he opened the Douyin app to watch videos. While scrolling, he saw Zhemogo was live streaming. Lin Feng occasionally played Eternal Return in high school, and his best skill was the Great Buddha. What hinders me is the soy milk and fried noodles. As the strongest mercenary in Eternal Return, Lin Feng naturally knew Zhemogo, who could kill others with a single swing of his machete. As soon as Lin Feng entered the live stream, he heard Zhemogo singing. In an instant the rules are overturned. Who am I? My heart demon dances wildly.
A drop of tear, turning back halfway.
At this moment, the bullet comments were rolling wildly.
So good, streamer. Zhemogo lives up to his name. The original singer is in tears, okay? Aren't you going to open the gold pile? How can you stand it, streamer?
At this time, a Hu Tao jumped out with an expression, and Zhemogo had been chasing for a long time but couldn't take him down.
Wow, this Hu Tao is something. Swift as a peach. Who is this?
Streamer, hurry up and kill this Hu Tao. I'll send you a sports car.
Zhemogo, can you do it? The strongest mercenary is being played like a monkey?
The bullet comments were in an uproar. Lin Feng looked at the comments and smiled slightly, then sent a carnival. Thanks to Ling Ling who loves to eat lollipops for the carnival.
Thank you, big shot. Klee noticed and immediately spoke up.
Lin Feng was a bit confused when he heard the name.
What? When did my Douyin name get changed by someone? Could it be that girl Zhou Ling changed it when she used my phone?
Just wait until I go back and teach her a lesson. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that this girl had her phone confiscated and then used his phone to scroll through Douyin.
Boss is confused. Does the boss need a dog? I'm calling out loud. I think you want to invite the boss for water. But the boss should be from Tianfu City, right? A male named Ling Ling who loves to eat lollipops? Good, be careful. This boss's intentions are not pure. Ha 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 ha. The IP really is from Tianfu City.
Lin Feng looked at the comments, his face darkening, his teeth grinding in anger.
That little girl, just wait until I get back to deal with you. He quickly changed his name to Chendong Lao Guai. Zhemogo also noticed the comments and became a bit wary.
Just then, that Hu Tao jumped out again, even slapping Zhemogo with bare hands without using a weapon.
Zhemogo instantly lost his temper.
After playing Eternal Return for so many years, it was the first time he had suffered such humiliation.
Streamer, take her down. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter.
The comments started rolling again, and Lin Feng found it quite amusing. Magic brother, if you kill this walnut and then sing another magic song, I'll immediately give you 33 carnivals. As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, the live stream room erupted.
Wow, this is a big spender. Big brother, aren't you considering getting a dog? 33 carnivals, isn't that 100,000 yuan?
I don't understand the world of the rich.
Did Magic Brother see what my big brother said? Hurry up and do it, old monster Chendong. This account. Isn't this the big brother who just sent the carnivals? Changed his name? Magic Brother looked at the comments with some confusion and then scrolled up. Is the boss serious? Magic Brother asked excitedly. 33 carnivals. That would be 70,000 yuan in his pocket. Of course it's true. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Wasn't it just 10 carnivals? He had 1 billion diamonds. He then directly threw out 3 carnivals. Do you believe it now? I believe it. The boss is generous.
Magic Brother said excitedly, then looked at Walnut on the screen who was still wildly sending emojis, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Even the strongest mercenary, Magic Brother, had to exert tremendous effort to kill this walnut. Magic Brother looked at the walnut on the screen, now a soul grave, with joy in his eyes.
It's time for the song to be sung. Nyo Boi.
witnessed the full-screen effects of dozens of carnivals soon. Lin Feng was also not holding back, directly sending 10 carnivals.
After singing, there are still 20 left. Thank you, big shot. I'll sing right away. Magic Brother excitedly started playing the battle song. In an instant, ha 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 ha, this is probably the most passionate Magic Brother has ever sung, right? Of course. If it were me, I'd be passionate too. So good, streamer, just debut on the spot.
After one song, Lin Feng immediately sent out 20 more carnivals. The full-screen effects lasted a long time, and the comments were almost invisible. At this moment, Zhang Shuawei's voice call came through, and Lin Feng immediately exited the livestream.
Thank you, old monster Qindong.
Magic Brother hadn't finished speaking when he saw the system notification sound.
Old monster Qindong has left the livestream. This big shot is really willful. Magic Brother couldn't help but sigh in the livestream. I want to be a rich person in my next life. Woo woo woo. It's over, the big shot is gone, can't be a dog anymore. Go private message him. Magic Brother thought for a moment and then clicked to follow Lin Feng. Big shot, thank you for your tip.
At this moment, Lin Feng naturally had no idea what was happening in the livestream.
Ah Chen, I was just with Warner. I didn't mean to ignore you, it's okay. Shuawei, what's wrong with senior sister Tang? Did you get any news?
Lin Feng hurriedly asked.
Wait a minute.
Zhang Shuawei's voice suddenly lowered a lot. Then there was a rustling sound of her getting out of bed on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Zhang Shuawei finally spoke again, but her voice was very low.
Ah Chen, I'm in the bathroom right now.
I just asked. Warner said she feels that she and Xiaofei are not suitable, and she wants Xiaofei to find someone who likes him. Lin Feng fell silent upon hearing this.
It shouldn't be, right?
He could tell that Tang Warner seemed to have feelings for Xiaofei.
Ah Chen, I might know a little bit, but I can't guarantee it's accurate. Zhang Shuawei spoke again. It's okay, Shuawei, just say whatever you want.
Lin Feng immediately became interested. For his brother's happiness, he was quite invested. From what I understand, Warner's family situation is actually not very good. Her dad made a lot of money a few years ago but ended up cheating, and her mom is fighting for a divorce. When they were dividing the assets, they found out that her dad had already transferred a large portion of the assets to someone else's name. Then her mother only got a few $100,000 and a house. I think a large part of Warner's concerns come from this, Zhang Shuawei said slowly. Lin Feng's expression was complex. Usually, he saw Tang Warner being loud and outgoing, but he didn't expect she had gone through such things. Aiken, if you told Xiaofei, make sure he pays attention not to let Warner know I leaked anything.
Zhang Shuawei added. Got it, don't worry.
Lin Feng smiled. Aiken, I miss you. Zhang Shuawei's voice suddenly turned sweet. Just as Lin Feng was about to ask, Tang Warner's voice came from the other end of the line.
Are you on the phone with Lin Feng? Yeah Warner, you actually eavesdropped on our call. Humph, this young lady doesn't care. There was silence on the other end for a moment. Phew, I almost got discovered by Warner. If she found out, I would be doomed. Zhang Shuawei said, a bit scared. It's getting late, Aiken, I'm going to sleep now. I have an early class tomorrow, she said as she returned to bed. Good night, Shuawei.
Good night, Aiken. The plush toy says good night to Daddy. Lin Feng listened to the meowing sound on the other end and couldn't help but smile. After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at Xiaofei, who was sitting on the bed deep in thought. Xiaowei and Shen Xiao were looking at him with strange expressions.
Why are you looking at me? Did I not wash my face clean?
Lin Feng asked, touching his face in confusion.
Good night, Shuawei. Good night, Aiken. Lin Feng's face darkened.
You guys have really sharp ears.
Boss, with that volume, I guess I could only wear headphones for us not to hear, right? Exactly. Feeling a bit awkward, he ignored the two. Xiaofei, you heard what your sister-in-law just said, right?
Lin Feng looked at Xiaofei.
I heard it.
Please thank my sister-in-law for me.
I, Xiaofei, will definitely not give up easily. Xiaofei raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with determination.
Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at Xiaofei's state.
After asking about the progress of his bangs, he went to sleep.
The next morning, Lin Feng got up at 7:30. While brushing his teeth, Xiaofei also came out.
After finishing brushing, Lin Feng looked at Xiaofei squeezing toothpaste in confusion. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Didn't my sister-in-law say there's an early class?
I saw you getting up, so I knew you were going to have breakfast with my sister-in-law, and Warner must be there.
Lin Feng chuckled. You little brat are really smart. But I can't guarantee that Tang Shuajie will be there.
Lin Feng looked at Xiaofei speechlessly.
Don't worry.
They're in the same class. I don't believe they won't have breakfast together. After washing up, Lin Feng and Xiaofei went out together. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the two bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks and sat down to wait. Lin Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Shuawei. Shuawei, I'm in the first cafeteria. You'll see me as soon as you walk in. Okay, thanks, Aiken. After a little while, two tall beauties walked into the cafeteria. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. They're here. Xiao Fei immediately looked over nervously and indeed saw Tang Wanner and Zhang Shuawei. Tang Wanner clearly saw Xiao Fei too. Her steps paused, but she was still pulled over by Zhang Shuawei. You two have been waiting long, right? Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. Not long, come sit down, Lin Feng replied. Good morning, sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then looked at Tang Wanner, his tone slightly tense. Good morning, Wanner. Tang Wanner seemed a bit unnatural, lightly responding with an before sitting down and not speaking anymore. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lin Feng hurriedly tried to ease the situation. Let's eat breakfast, it'll get cold soon. Shuawei, I'm going to check out Longhu Games later. You might have to eat lunch by yourself, Lin Feng explained softly while eating breakfast. Okay, work is the most important. I can have lunch with Wanner. Zhang Shuawei replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei occasionally stole glances at Tang Wanner, trying to find an opportunity to speak but unsure how to start. Finally, Xiao Fei mustered his courage and said, Sister Wanner, can we find a time to chat? As soon as he spoke, both Zhang Shuawei and Lin Feng turned their attention to him. Tang Wanner looked up at him and said lightly, No need, I don't have much time lately. Hearing this, Xiao Fei's face showed a hint of bitterness. Then let's talk when you have time. Tang Wanner didn't respond further and continued eating her breakfast. After breakfast, Zhang Shuawei and Tang Wanner went to class, while Xiao Fei returned to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Lin Feng drove his car towards Longhu Games. At that moment, in the Longhu Games conference room, Director Lin might come over at any time today, so you all must be prepared. We absolutely cannot offend the new boss, understand? This person has acquired the entire Longhu Games in one go. If anyone offends him, just wait to be let go. Fa Nonping looked at everyone in the conference room with a serious expression. Instantly, everyone became tense. Although they had learned about this news yesterday, they still felt a bit anxious. Everyone must be in high spirits and greet Director Lin with a good attitude to leave a positive impression, Fa Nonping emphasized again. At this moment, Lin Feng had already parked his car downstairs at Longhu Games. After parking, Lin Feng surveyed the building and the surrounding environment, feeling quite satisfied. Just as he was about to enter the building, he saw a Mercedes-Benz van pull up at the entrance, from which two foreigners got out, accompanied by several locals. Take me to see your general manager and, if we can't reach an agreement this time, I'll give the agency rights for Daxia to another company. One tall, blonde foreigner arrogantly spoke in broken Chinese to the locals beside him. If Longhu can't offer a good price for the agency rights of this game in Daxia, then you can't blame us. The local man smiled apologetically, nearly bending over to the ground, and said, Mr. James, our general manager is already waiting for you upstairs. He will discuss a suitable price with you. They then brushed past Lin Feng, swaggering into the building. Lin Feng watched their backs thoughtfully and quickly followed. It seems Longhu Games wants to take on the agency rights for some foreign game. Lin Feng pondered to himself. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? A burly security guard approached and blocked Lin Feng's way. Lin Feng ignored the guard and quickly called Fa Nonping. Sir, can you hear me? The guard, seeing Lin Feng's indifference, became a bit irritated and raised his voice. Wait a moment, I'm on the phone with Fa Nonping. Don't worry, I won't go in, Lin Feng said calmly, his gaze still fixed on the building's entrance. The guard seemed to be getting angrier. Lin Feng's earlier disregard had already annoyed him. He snorted coldly and stood in front of Lin Feng, arms crossed, as if afraid Lin Feng would slip in. Director Lin, are you here? I'll come down to get you right away. Fa Nonping's respectful voice came through as soon as the call connected. I'm already downstairs at the company. Hurry down, Lin Feng replied in a very calm tone, as if everything was within his expectations. Director Lin, you've arrived? Okay, I'll be right down. Fa Nonping's voice sounded a bit urgent. The security guard, seeing this, felt a stir of doubt in his heart. This doesn't seem like an act. He immediately put on a smile and cautiously said, Sir, why don't you wait over there on the sofa? The security guard was somewhat uncertain and naturally didn't dare to let Lin Feng in directly. Lin Feng glanced at the neatly arranged sofas in the lobby and said, No need, it shouldn't take long. After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurriedly walked out of the elevator and quickly made their way to the lobby. The security guard's heart sank at the sight. It's over, this young man really knows President Feng. No, wait. Why are there so many leaders? I heard the new big boss would come to the company today. Could it be that this young man? The security guard looked at Lin Feng in shock, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
At that moment, Fa Nonping also approached quickly with a group of upper management.
Upon seeing Lin Feng, his face immediately broke into a warm smile as he extended his hand.
Hello, Director Lin. I am Fa Nonping, welcome to Longhu for your inspection. Welcome, Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin. Others echoed in unison. Lin Feng nodded lightly and shook Fa Nonping's hand gently. Can I go in now? Lin Feng asked the security guard, his gaze devoid of any reproach.
Yes, yes. The security guard replied repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice trembling. Fa Nonping immediately understood what had happened, and his gaze towards the security guard carried a hint of displeasure. But you are quite diligent, keep up the good work, Lin Feng said with a light smile, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. The security guard instantly breathed a sigh of relief. With this remark, he thought that at least he wouldn't have any issues keeping his job.
Thank you, Director Lin. I will definitely keep working hard.
The security guard bowed repeatedly in gratitude, filled with appreciation.
Fa Nonping's expression improved a bit. Thankfully, Director Lin wasn't angry. Shall we go up and talk?
Lin Feng said with a faint smile, as if the earlier incident had never happened.
Sure, Director Lin.
This way, please.
Take care, Director Lin. President Feng, take care.
All leaders, take care. The security guard called out from behind, his voice loud and respectful. Once Lin Feng and the others had walked far away, the security guard couldn't help but murmur, the new Director Lin is really approachable. In the elevator, Lin Feng recalled the few foreigners he had seen earlier and asked, President Feng, I saw a few foreigners come to our company just now. It seemed like they were here to discuss cooperation.
Fa Nonping immediately understood what Lin Feng was referring to and quickly explained, yes, Director Lin, they are representatives from the British company, Sacred Games, here to discuss the agency rights for a game in Dacia.
Oh,
from Sacred Games? Which game are they here to discuss?
Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit interested. He had heard of this game company, the online game that was quite popular abroad was developed by them. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng stepped out first.
Fa Nonping and the others hurriedly followed.
President Feng, just show me, the others can go about their work, that's important, Lin Feng said with a smile, glancing at the people behind him.
Alright, then I won't accompany you, Director Lin. Goodbye, Director Lin. Soon, those company executives dispersed.
Aren't they supposed to discuss cooperation? What about those foreigners?
Lin Feng asked in confusion, his brows slightly furrowed.
Fa Nonping felt a bit awkward and said, well, because you arrived, we let them stay in the reception room for a while. It's fine, let's go see them together, Lin Feng said nonchalantly, smiling as he gestured for Fa Nonping to lead the way.
Fa Nonping then took Lin Feng to the entrance of the reception room.
As they approached, they could hear the dissatisfied voices of the foreigners inside.
How could you expect us to wait for you personally?
This is truly disrespectful.
This is really too rude.
Humph. It seems that you at Longhu Games are not sincerely interested in the agency rights for Angel Wings in Dacia.
Mr. James, Mr. Tom, General Manager Feng will be here shortly, please be patient.
Shortly after, Lin Feng and Fa Nonping pushed the door and entered.
General Manager Feng, you finally made it.
The man in the reception room looked as if he had seen a savior, then noticed Lin Feng standing beside him.
Who is this? Supervisor Liu, you've worked hard. This is our new boss at Longhu, named Lin Feng. Director Lin, this is Supervisor Liu.
Upon hearing this, Supervisor Liu looked at Lin Feng, his face filled with surprise.
Wow, so young. General Manager Feng, isn't Dacia a land of etiquette?
I am very dissatisfied with how you at Longhu Games have treated us.
Upon seeing Fa Nonping, James immediately said angrily.
Many companies have come to Dacia to discuss the agency rights for Angel Wings, and we chose Longhu Games as our preferred option. I didn't expect that upon arriving at your company, you wouldn't even receive us right away.
Fa Nonping felt somewhat speechless. Hadn't only a few minutes passed? Why did it feel like he had made him wait for an hour or two?
Mr. James, Longhu Games is very sincere about the agency rights for Angel Wings in Dacia. Please be a little patient.
Fa Nonping could only try to soothe him.
The game Angel Wings had received a very good response abroad, and if Longhu Games could secure the agency rights in Dacia, the profits would be substantial. Lin Feng looked at the two arrogant foreigners in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have triggered a system task.
Abandon the agency rights for Angel Wings in China.
Reward, design and production plan for Black Myth, Wukong. Note, Black Myth. Wukong is a 3A game from a parallel world, entirely composed of Dacia mythological elements, set to release and achieve global sales number 1. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy at the system's prompt in his mind.
Isn't this exactly what that kid Dong Hao wanted to do?
Almost all the wildly popular games in the world today are developed abroad, and Daxia has yet to produce a standout game, except for Honor of Kings. Lin Feng spoke up directly. If this is the attitude of your Sacred Games, then I think the cooperation between Longhu and Sacred Games should come to an end.
Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu's eyes widened in shock as they looked at Lin Feng. General Manager Feng, who is this person? Can he represent Longhu Games? James sneered, thinking it was Fa Nonping's son talking nonsense.
From what they just said, it seems this person is the boss of Longhu Games, Tom reminded from the side.
James's expression changed dramatically.
Lin Feng looked at James with a half-smile. You can leave Longhu Games now, our cooperation is hereby terminated.
Lin Feng directly issued the eviction order. What?
James stood up in shock, his face filled with disbelief.
This is impossible. How can you so easily give up such a great opportunity for cooperation? James's eyes widened as he glared at Lin Feng.
Once Longhu Games secures the agency rights for Angel Wings, the Daxia region will bring you at least several $100 million in profit.
Do you even understand, you young man?
Lin Feng's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, Sorry, Mr. James, but with your arrogant and rude attitude, I fear Longhu Games will find it difficult to cooperate with you. I am young and impulsive, and this company is mine, so please leave. Tom, feeling flustered, quickly said, Sir, there may be a misunderstanding, we came with sincerity.
Lin Feng sneered, Sincerity? Is your sincerity just a representative of your cooperation shouting at my general manager of Longhu Games? Is this what you call sincerity?
A flicker of emotion passed through Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu's eyes. James was the one responsible for negotiating cooperation with them from Sacred Games. It had been evident from the beginning that James was rude, but for the sake of the agency rights of Angel Wings and Daxia, they had to endure it. James gritted his teeth and said, Sir, you should know that besides Longhu Games, many other companies are eager for our agency rights. Lin Feng crossed his arms, Then you can go find them. In any case, Longhu Games refuses to cooperate. James's face turned ashen, and for a moment, he was speechless. At that moment, Tom's eyes shifted, and he put on a smile. Mr. Lin, perhaps our attitude just now was indeed inappropriate. We can discuss it again.
Fa Nonping initially wanted to persuade Lin Feng. After all, it was at least tens of billions of RMB in profit. Since the other party's attitude had changed, cooperation could be possible. Businessmen prioritize profit. But then he thought again, Lin Feng was the owner of the company. If he said that, it would inevitably seem like overstepping his bounds, so he had to dismiss that thought.
No need, Mr.
James, Mr. Tom, you can leave now. To reflect Longhu Games' hospitality, we will cover your airfare.
James and Tom exchanged glances, their eyes filled with frustration and unwillingness.
You will regret this.
James spat out this sentence fiercely and turned to leave. Supervisor Lu, see them off, Lin Feng said coldly.
The two left the company in a dejected manner under Supervisor Lu's guidance. Ding! System task completed.
The design and production plan for Black Myth, Wukong has been stored on a USB drive placed in the host's pocket. Lin Feng then felt a weight in his pocket, reached in, and indeed found a USB drive.
Director Lin, Angel Wings is indeed very popular abroad.
If we give up the agency rights, the loss to the company could be significant, Fa Nonping said cautiously.
Lin Feng smiled, Manager Feng, it's just the agency rights for Angel Wings. If we throw it away, we throw it away. I have a better game in hand. Hearing Lin Feng's words, a hint of doubt flashed in Fa Nonping's eyes. Director Lin, may I ask what better game you are referring to?
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
You will know in the future.
Meanwhile, James and Tom had already exited Longhu Games. James nervously took out his phone and called the boss of Sacred Games.
James, has the agency rights been negotiated? How much profit is Longhu Games willing to share?
A man's voice came from the other end. Boss, Longhu Games refused to cooperate with us at Sacred Games. They gave up the agency rights for Angel Wings and Daxia and kicked Tom and me out of Longhu Games building, James explained respectfully.
What happened? Didn't Longhu Games work hard for this agency right for a long time? How could they suddenly give it up?
The voice on the other end was filled with confusion. Boss, Longhu Games has a very young new owner. I hadn't even spoken before they made us leave.
James then exaggeratedly recounted the events.
Since Longhu Games refuses to cooperate, let's find another company.
I still don't believe that the agency rights for Angel Wings can't be sold.
The voice on the other end snorted coldly and then hung up. This matter has been muddled through. We just need to find another company to represent Angel Wings.
James sighed in relief and said to Tom beside him.
Hearing this, Tom also relaxed. If the boss finds out that it was because of us that this cooperation fell through, we are done for. Yes. Both of them felt a wave of fear and indignation as they glanced back at the Longhu building, then prepared to find a nearby hotel to stay in before contacting other companies.
Soon, Fa Nonping took Lin Feng to the president's office.
The office was luxuriously decorated, located in the best spot of the entire Longhu building, with a panoramic view of the city's splendor through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Feng sat in the office chair, listening to Fa Nonping report on work.
After Fa Nonping finished his report, Lin Feng looked at him and said, "Draft a confidentiality agreement for game development for me. The game is called Black Myth, Wukong." Fa Nonping quickly nodded in agreement and then exited the office to draft the confidentiality agreement. After Fa Nonping left, Lin Feng took out his phone and called Dong Hao.
At that moment, Dong Hao was studying other games, and upon seeing Lin Feng's call, he felt a surge of joy. It had been over a week since Lin Feng last mentioned this matter while they were drinking. If it weren't for knowing that Lin Feng's girlfriend was injured, he would have suspected that Lin Feng had forgotten about him or had been misleading him.
"Young Master Lin, is there something I can help you with?"
After taking a deep breath, Dong Hao answered the call respectfully.
"Do you have time now?"
"If you do, come to the Longhu building." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Dong Hao immediately excitedly agreed.
"I have time, young Master Lin. I'll be right over."
Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly at Dong Hao's excited voice on the phone.
"Alright, I'll wait for you here. Send me a message when you arrive." "Okay, young Master Lin."
After hanging up, Lin Feng stayed in the office for another few dozen minutes before Fa Nonping walked in with a copy of the agreement.
"Mr.
Lin, please take a look at this agreement.
If any changes are needed, I will revise it immediately." Fa Nonping handed the agreement to Lin Feng's desk.
Lin Feng picked up the confidentiality agreement and examined it carefully.
"It's fine, let's go with this."
Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Dong Hao's message came through. "Young Master Lin, I'm downstairs at the Longhu game building."
"All right."
After replying to the message, Lin Feng looked at Fa Nonping. "Have the receptionist downstairs bring that person named Dong Hao to my office, and print a few more copies of this confidentiality agreement to bring along."
"Understood, Mr. Lin." After saying that, Fa Nonping left the office.
A few minutes later, Fa Nonping and Dong Hao walked in together.
"Young Master Lin."
Dong Hao entered the office and immediately greeted Lin Feng respectfully. You two sign this confidentiality agreement first, and then I'll show you something." After Fa Nonping and Dong Hao signed the confidentiality agreement, Lin Feng took out a USB drive containing the design plan for Black Myth, Wukong and plugged it into the computer.
"Come take a look." Fa Nonping and Dong Hao immediately walked over.
As they leaned in front of the computer, when they saw the design plan for Black Myth, Wukong displayed on the screen, Dong Hao's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became rapid.
This is simply amazing." Dong Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Although Fa Nonping didn't have a deep understanding of game development, he could tell from the level of detail and creative ideas in the plan that it was extraordinarily valuable.
Lin Feng smiled as he watched Dong Hao's excitement and said, "Dong Hao, this is what I wanted to show you.
This is a game design plan entirely composed of elements from the great Xia mythology. If it can be successfully developed, it will surely cause a sensation in the global gaming market."
Dong Hao clenched his fists tightly, unable to tear his eyes away from the screen for even a moment.
"Young Master Lin, this is the kind of game I've always dreamed of.
I've always wanted to create a AAA game that showcases the charm of our great Xia culture. This is simply the perfect plan in my ideal." Lin Feng nodded. "Dong Hao, I promised you that as long as you follow me, I will give you the opportunity to realize your dreams.
I plan to hand this project over to you to lead."
Upon hearing this, Dong Hao suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with surprise and gratitude.
"Lin Xiao, you can rest assured, I will do my utmost and not let you down." Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Fa Nonping.
"General Manager Feng, please arrange for Dong Hao to start today."
The sooner this project is launched, the better. The company will fully support the project Dong Hao is responsible for. "Understood, Lin Dong. I will arrange it immediately." Fa Nonping responded repeatedly, and his gaze towards Dong Hao changed slightly.
He had a keen business sense. As long as this game was released, he dared to say it would definitely be a hit. And Lin Feng allowing him to take charge of this project showed how much he valued this person. Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was already noon. He had originally planned to go back and have lunch with Jiang Shuawei, but he couldn't resist the invitations from Fa Nonping, Dong Hao, and the other executives, so he stayed to have lunch with them. The group went to a restaurant near Longhu building, where Fa Nonping had specifically booked the most expensive private room.
"Aiken, have you eaten?"
"I was planning to have hot pot noodles outside the school for lunch, but Warner wouldn't let me eat, saying if she couldn't eat, I couldn't either. Crying, while eating, Lin Feng felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw a message from Jiang Shuewei, which made him smile. I'm already having lunch, all the executives from Longmu Games are here, and I can't refuse them, after all, it's my first time at the company, giving them some face, haha.
What are you eating?
Just a moment later, Jiang Shuewei replied.
My husband is amazing.
I'm having clear soup wontons, indeed, wontons with lard are the best.
I won't disturb you anymore. I have class in the afternoon, so I'm going to take a nap.
Good night. Aikenhua Linfeng looked at the message Jiang Shuewei sent, replied with a love emoji, and continued chatting with Fang Onping and the others about company matters. Meanwhile, online, news about Longhu Games refusing to cooperate with Holy Temple Games for the agency rights to the game Angel's Wings was spreading.
What the? Longhu Games won't even eat the fat meat they have? Is the oil money at this level? Angel's Wings. I've wanted to play this game for a long time.
I hope they hurry up and release the national server.
They won't let Penguin get involved, right? No way. I really can't stand Penguin's nature. Is Longhu Games hiding some big move?
Most comments were criticizing Longhu Games for being ungrateful, with many users going to the official Douyin account of Longhu Games to leave negative comments on the videos.
Soon, Fang Onping's phone rang. It was a call from the company's public relations department. General Manager Fang, are you aware of the online public opinion? Ha? What public opinion? Fang Onping looked confused. It's about.
After hearing this, Fang Onping took out his phone to search and then informed Lin Feng about the situation. Lin Feng smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, let the public relations department issue a statement saying that Longhu Games will not cooperate with arrogant companies.
Cooperation is based on equality, and if they can't even show the most basic respect for others, then it's better not to cooperate. Understood, Lin Dong, I will arrange it right away.
After saying this, Fang Onping took out his phone and called the public relations department.
After lunch, Lin Feng gave a few instructions and then left.
Thinking that tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he drove to the tailor supermarket he had visited before.
Arriving at the Hermes store, the sales assistant, seeing Lin Feng dressed in Givenchy, was very enthusiastic. Sir, welcome to Hermes. May I ask what you would like to buy? Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming up soon? I want to buy a bag for my mom. Can you recommend which one is more suitable?
Lin Feng wore a faint smile on his face.
Alright, sir, please come this way.
The sales associate immediately led Lin Feng to the area filled with bags.
Sir, this section has all our bags. May I ask which series from Hermes your mother usually likes? She inquired. This question left Lin Feng at a loss. Why would he pay attention to the series of Hermes bags? I'm not very familiar with them.
I'm sorry, sir, but our store's Birkin, Kelly, and Constance models are all very popular. They are classic pieces from Hermes.
May I ask what your budget is?
The sales associate maintained a smile on her face. Lin Feng thought for a moment. His mother would definitely not want him to buy something expensive, but his girlfriend carried bags worth hundreds of thousands.
If his mother only carried a bag worth a few tens of thousands, what would that mean?
Probably over several 100,000, Lin Feng said after some thought. As soon as he said this, the sales associate's smile became even more enthusiastic. She had rarely encountered anyone willing to spend hundreds of thousands on a bag during her time at Hermes.
And here was this young man, looking no more than 21 or 22, willing to spend that much on a bag for his mother?
To be honest, for today's young people, he had seen many buy bags worth tens of thousands for their girlfriends, but very few brought their mothers to Hermes to shop. Thinking of this, the sales associate felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This young man was not only handsome but also wealthy and filial. If she could win him over. She was quite confident in her looks. Age was not a problem after all. Many young people liked mature women, right? She had just recently divorced, so it was a perfect match.
Sir, may I recommend this Kelly series crocodile leather bag? The color is a rare emerald green, exuding nobility and uniqueness, priced around 800,000. And this Constance ostrich leather bag, with exquisite hardware, is priced around 600,000. The sales associate introduced enthusiastically, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Feng carefully examined the two bags and gently shook his head. I don't think they match my mother's style. Do you have anything else? The sales associate quickly took out several different series of bags and introduced them one by one. This is the Kelly in regular leather, priced at 300,000. And this Constance in lambskin, around 400,000. Plus, this Birkin in ostrich leather, priced at 1 million. As Lin Feng listened to the sales associate's introductions, he compared the various bags. At this moment, seeing that Lin Feng seemed to be hesitating, the sales associate said even more enthusiastically, Sir, why don't you tell me about your mother's usual dressing style and preferences? That way, I can recommend more accurately.
Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "My mother usually dresses simply and elegantly, she doesn't like overly flashy things." The sales associate's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out another bag from the display.
Sir, how about this Birkin in Epsom leather?
The color is classic black, and the style is understated yet elegant, priced at 700,000. Lin Feng looked at it and thought it was quite nice, then glanced around a bit. Suddenly, he spotted a bag in the display that looked pretty good and was somewhat similar to one his mother had carried before. She would definitely like it.
What about that bag?
Lin Feng pointed with his finger.
At that moment, the sales associate noticed that the watch Lin Feng was wearing was a Patek Philippe.
As a sales associate at Hermes, she naturally had some knowledge of luxury goods, and the watch he wore was worth at least $1 million. Instantly, her gaze towards Lin Feng became even more fervent. Lin Feng also noticed that the sales associate's gaze seemed a bit off.
Could this sales associate be interested in me?
Looking at the fact that they were all at least 30 years old, he couldn't help but feel a chill.
The saleswoman followed Lin Feng's finger and carefully took down the bag.
"Sir, this is our latest Birkin bag made of matte crocodile leather, in a deep blue color with silver hardware, which looks particularly elegant.
The price is $1.2 million.
Lin Feng looked at the bag and immediately made a decision in his heart.
This bag feels pretty good. The saleswoman quickly nodded.
"Sir, your taste is truly exceptional. This bag is indeed very outstanding."
"Alright, then I'll take this one," Lin Feng finally said.
The saleswoman's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. "Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away."
While waiting for the packaging, the saleswoman didn't idle and continued to chat with Lin Feng.
"Sir, you are so good to your mother, she must be very proud of you." Lin Feng responded rather perfunctorily.
"Yes."
The saleswoman continued, "It's really rare to see a gentleman like you who is both tasteful and filial."
"May I ask what you do?"
"I run a few companies," Lin Feng said. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. "Then you are truly a young achiever." As she spoke, she leaned in a little closer, the strong scent of her perfume making Lin Feng frown slightly. Lin Feng instinctively took a step back.
However, the saleswoman seemed oblivious to Lin Feng's discomfort and continued, "Sir, would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? If you have any questions about bags in the future, feel free to ask me."
Lin Feng directly shook his head in refusal.
"No, thank you."
The saleswoman's expression stiffened slightly, but she quickly regained her smile. "All right then, sir." At that moment, the bag was wrapped up, and the saleswoman handed it over, deliberately brushing her fingers lightly against Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng frowned slightly, took the bag, paid, and prepared to leave. The saleswoman hurriedly said, "Sir, we welcome you to visit us again, and I wish you and your mother a happy life."
Lin Feng nodded and walked out of the Hermes store.
The saleswoman watched Lin Feng's departing figure with a reluctant expression.
What a pity, a handsome and wealthy man, yet he doesn't like mature women. Why can't he learn from the ancients? The saleswoman stopped thinking too much and secretly took a photo of Lin Feng.
Just then, her colleague and best friend sent a message.
"Are you envious?
I had hot pot for lunch." Then she sent a picture of the hot pot. The saleswoman wore a proud smile.
"I'm envious, but I just sold that $1.2 million Hermes Birkin." After a while, the other side finally replied. "Aha! I was so proud of selling that bag for over 40,000 last time, and now you've surpassed me. And it's a handsome guy."
The saleswoman sent Lin Feng's photo again.
"Hey, isn't this the handsome guy who spent over 40,000 to buy a bag for his girlfriend before? Did he buy another bag for her today? How nice it must be to be his girlfriend."
The saleswoman was taken aback by this message, then a bitter smile appeared on her face.
"No wonder he looks down on me.
Turns out he has a young and beautiful girlfriend." Meanwhile, Lin Feng had run to a jewelry store, preparing to buy a few gold necklaces and jade bracelets for his mother.
Since 2018, Lin's mother hadn't bought any jewelry, and Lin's father often said he was sorry for her.
Now that he had the means, he certainly had to prepare everything. Just as he was about to buy, Jiang Shuowei's call came in.
"Hello, Aiken? Where are you?" "I just finished class," Jiang Shuowei said cheerfully. "I'm at the mall shopping. Tomorrow is a holiday, right?"
"I thought I'd bring some gifts for my parents," Lin Feng said softly.
"Humph. I was just about to ask you, aren't you planning to take me home tomorrow?"
Lin Feng was taken aback by her words.
"Aren't you going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with your uncle and aunt? You said last time that you would take me home next time, and I thought you remembered." "I've already discussed with my parents about going to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I didn't expect you to forget about this." Jiang Shuowei was clearly a bit unhappy.
Lin Feng had been thinking of taking Jiang Shuowei home over the weekend, but then something came up, so he had to give up on that plan.
The next holiday was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he hadn't figured out what excuse to use for why Jiang Shuawei wasn't coming.
He didn't expect Jiang Shuawei to have already made plans.
Isn't that inappropriate? The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for family reunions.
Lin Feng hesitated.
What's wrong with that? You just don't want to take me back, right? No, I absolutely didn't mean that.
Lin Feng quickly explained.
Then it's settled? You're at that tailor supermarket near the school, right?
Yes, what's up? Lin Feng instinctively replied.
What's up? I can't just go to your house empty-handed the first time, can I? Silly, Jiang Shuawei teased. Well, okay, then I'll come pick you up.
Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart.
No need. I'm almost at the school gate. I'll take a taxi over. See you soon, silly, Jiang Shuawei said before hanging up.
A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face as he put his bag back in the car and walked towards the Xinruwei coffee inside the supermarket.
Hello, please scan the code to place your order, the staff reminded him.
Lin Feng nodded, then scanned the QR code and ordered 2 matcha arenas with cream. In just a few minutes, he received his order.
Still the same taste.
Lin Feng took a sip, feeling very satisfied. After waiting for a while at the entrance of the tailor supermarket, Jiang Shuawei came over with her bag. Lin Feng stepped forward and handed her the matcha arena. Jiang Shuawei casually let Lin Feng carry her bag.
Hey, what's this? It's quite delicious.
Jiang Shuawei's eyes lit up as she took a sip. Lin Feng smiled proudly.
Not bad, right? It's the matcha arena from Xinruwei Coffee. Xinruwei Coffee?
I've only had their coffee. I didn't expect they had something this good.
Jiang Shuawei exclaimed. What are we going to buy now? I'm planning to buy some jewelry for my mom first. Let's go.
Arriving at Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, the staff immediately approached with a warm smile upon seeing the 2 well-dressed young men and women. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked incredulously at a woman in the store, wearing a mask, who was introducing jewelry to a customer.
Hello, I'm Zhou Xiaofu. What would you like to see?
Lin Feng didn't speak, his eyes fixed on the woman. To confirm he wasn't mistaken, he stepped a little closer.
Jiang Shuawei was about to speak when she saw Lin Feng walking that way, so she said to the staff, sorry, we'll take a look by ourselves for a moment.
After saying that, she followed Lin Feng.
The female staff member had already noticed the 2 were dressed exceptionally well and naturally wouldn't let this potential customer slip away, so she followed them. Chen, what are you looking at?
Jiang Shuawei followed Lin Feng's gaze and saw the female staff member.
That woman looks a bit like my cousin, Lin Feng said. Jiang Shuawei instantly became a bit nervous upon hearing this.
Her name is Zhou Dongxue. She has been working at our store for a few months now.
Sir, are you sure she's your cousin? Hearing the name made Lin Feng even more certain.
He turned to look at the female staff member.
I'm sure, thank you. Then he called out to the woman wearing the mask, sister?
The woman instinctively turned to look at Lin Feng, and then, somewhat surprised, took off her mask.
Xiao Chen, what are you doing here?
I came here to buy something.
Cousin, are you working here?
Lin Feng appeared very happy to see Zhou Dongxue.
Can you handle my side first? A customer next to Zhou Dongxue expressed some dissatisfaction.
I'm sorry, Zhou Dongxue apologized, then looked at Lin Feng.
Xiao Chen, wait for me a moment. I'll come talk to you after I'm done.
Sure, big sister, you go ahead. Lin Feng quickly replied. Zhou Dongxue nodded, glanced at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Feng, and began her work. The previous female clerk was quite perceptive. Seeing that Lin Feng and Zhou Dongxue indeed knew each other, she left. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei started browsing around the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store.
Before long, Zhou Dongxue finished her tasks. Chen, aren't you going to introduce this beautiful sister?
Zhou Dongxue said with a smile, looking at Jiang Shuawei.
Hello, sister.
My name is Jiang Shuawei, and I'm Lin Feng's girlfriend.
Jiang Shuawei said nervously, clutching the hem of her clothes.
Oh my, Lin Feng is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhou Dongxue said with a laugh, and to avoid disturbing the customers in the store, she specifically pulled Jiang Shuawei outside to chat, leaving Lin Feng aside. Zhou Dongxue was the eldest daughter of her uncle's family, 2 years older than Lin Feng, studying at Southwest University of Finance and Economics. She also had a younger sister named Zhou Ling, who just started high school this year. It must be said that women do make friends quite quickly. After just a few exchanges, they looked like old friends who had known each other for a long time, chatting and laughing.
Chen, are you really that rich now? How did you manage it?
Zhou Dongxue looked shocked. Her parents had told her about this, but she didn't really believe it, thinking it was a joke.
It was only after seeing Lin Feng today that she believed it.
Wearing a Patek Philippe watch and dressed in Givenchy, with his girlfriend holding an Hermes bag,
Sister, that's not something I can disclose, but just remember that your brother is very wealthy now,
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Is that so? Then why not take your sister along?
Sure. I have several companies, you can work wherever you want. Hearing Zhou Dongxue say this, Lin Feng was quite surprised. Zhou Dongxue had always been a very independent person, with strong opinions. Her uncle never made decisions for her. As long as it was something she wanted to do, her uncle fully supported her.
Are you serious?
Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin Feng was being earnest and not joking.
Of course. You're my sister,
Lin Feng said matter-of-factly.
Forget it, I just started my junior year. Let's talk about this after I graduate. If you regret it by then, just wait and see how I deal with you.
Zhou Dongxue laughed.
Don't worry, sister. So, does that mean you're really a shareholder in that real estate company called Ronto GD?
Lin Feng nodded slightly.
Even Zhou Dongxue, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but gasp.
After that incident, she specifically searched for Ronto GD. She was shocked by what she found.
Ronto GD was a publicly listed company with a market value of over 150 billion. Lin Feng, at such a young age, was already a shareholder in Ronto GD? Even if he only had 1% of the shares, that would still be worth over $1 billion. This was a bit too surreal.
Zhou Dongxue didn't ask Lin Feng how he managed it.
Did you come to Zhou Xiaofu to pick out jewelry for your sister-in-law?
Yes, and since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, I plan to buy some gifts for my parents to take back.
Lin Feng nodded with a smile. So, are you planning to take Xuewei back to meet aunt and uncle?
Lin Feng glanced at the somewhat shy Jiang Xuewei.
Yes, if you want to eat the daughter-in-law, you have to meet the in-laws sooner or later. Jiang Xuewei puffed up in anger upon hearing this. You're the ugly daughter-in-law.
Exactly, our sister Xuewei is so beautiful. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Dongxue with a somewhat strange expression.
Sister, Xuewei is also in her 3rd year, and you were born in May 2004, while Xuewei was born in December 2003. Both Jiang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue were momentarily taken aback. That doesn't matter, it's only right for your sister to call you sister, Jiang Xuewei explained. Aren't you all here to buy jewelry?
I can help you with recommendations, and I can also earn a commission.
Zhou Dongxue quickly changed the subject. Sure, big sister, then you have to recommend us well,
Lin Feng said with a smile.
The three then walked into Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store.
Zhou Dongxue, who allowed you to chat with others outside during work hours?
A woman in professional attire questioned inside the store.
I'm sorry, manager, I just chatted for a bit when I ran into my brother.
Zhou Dongxue quickly apologized.
Zhou Dongxue, you need to understand that you're here part-time, the store didn't even want part-timers.
If this happens again, you can just leave. Also, your bonus for this month is deducted by 100. The female manager was merciless. Manager, why such a big deduction? I only earn a little over 100 for a day's part-time work. You've deducted a whole day's wage from me. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Dongxue's expression turned somewhat ugly.
Lin Feng's gaze sharpened.
This store owner was being too harsh. They had only chatted for a few minutes, just the time it took to go to the restroom, and she was deducting a day's pay? Jiang Xuewei clearly felt a bit indignant for Zhou Dongxue. We're here to buy jewelry, Sister Dongxue was just introducing us to the jewelry. Humph, why do you need to go outside to introduce jewelry? This is the first time I've seen that, the female manager said disdainfully. That's none of your business. What's wrong with introducing it outside? As long as we buy it, isn't that enough?
Lin Feng said lightly.
The female store owner was immediately at a loss for words. Indeed, who cares where it's introduced? As long as the jewelry is sold, isn't that what matters? The female manager could only sulk and stop talking.
Zhou Dongxue secretly smiled and gave Lin Feng and Jiang Xuewei a thumbs up. Then Zhou Dongxue led Lin Feng and Jiang Xuewei around, introducing them to the jewelry.
Lin Feng's attention was suddenly caught by a gold necklace. What do you think of this gold necklace?
I think it's quite beautiful, my mom might like it. Lin Feng pointed at the necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Xuewei. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue also turned their gaze towards it. Their eyes fell on the gold necklace, which sparkled brilliantly under the lights.
Zhou Dongxue looked at the necklace and said, Xiao Chen, this necklace is indeed very beautiful. Your taste is really good, Auntie will definitely like it.
This necklace is priced at 88,000 yuan, made of pure gold, with exquisite craftsmanship, and the gemstones embedded in it are of high quality.
Lin Feng nodded, quite satisfied with the necklace. He turned to Jiang Xuewei and asked, What do you think, Xuewei? Jiang Xuewei smiled and said, I think it's very pretty too, Auntie will definitely like it.
Lin Feng decided to buy this necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue, Big sister, we'll take this one. Please help us see if there are any other suitable pieces for my mom. Jo Dongshue nodded with a smile and led them to look at some jade bracelets and earrings. In the end, they also chose a ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Feng looked at Jo Dongshue, who was still in a very good mood. She used her maximum authority to give Lin Feng the best discount, and even though these 4 pieces of jewelry cost several $100,000, she could still earn a high commission. Even if the commission for part-time work is much lower than that of full-time employees, one can still earn 10,000 yuan.
Sister, why don't you pick one too? Now that my brother has money, he should buy something for his sister, right?
At this moment, Jo Dongshue was still pondering how to spend this commission money, and Lin Feng's words almost caught her off guard.
No need, Xiao Chen, this commission is already a lot. Jo Dongshue instinctively refused. Sister, you always thought of me when you had good things before. Now that I have money and capability, you still won't let me treat you well?
Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. He had already guessed that Jo Dongshue would react this way. It dawned on Jo Dongshue that her brother was no ordinary person, he was at least a billionaire.
Alright then, I won't be polite with you, big sister.
Jo Dongshue hesitated for a moment but then spoke with some satisfaction.
Jiang Shuawei was smiling beside them.
Jo Dongshue looked at the jewelry in the store, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. She bit her lip and finally chose a bracelet worth several thousand yuan. The bracelet had a simple yet elegant design, with a touch of delicacy. Lin Feng frowned slightly upon seeing it.
Sister, this is too cheap. Choose again, don't be polite with me.
Jo Dongshue hurriedly explained. Xiao Chen, really, no need. I really like this bracelet, and a bracelet worth several thousand yuan is not cheap. But Lin Feng was very insistent.
No, big sister, listen to me. You must choose something good today.
Jo Dongshue sighed helplessly, but her heart was filled with gratitude. In the end, she chose a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands of yuan. The diamonds on the necklace were crystal clear, sparkling with dazzling light, complementing Jo Dongshue's gentle temperament.
Sister Dongshue, come, let me help you try it on.
Jiang Shuawei said with a smile, looking at Jo Dongshue.
Okay, Jo Dongshue nodded with a smile. So Jiang Shuawei picked up the necklace and helped Jo Dongshue put it on.
The moment Jo Dongshue wore the necklace, it was as if she was illuminated, her gentle aura becoming even more pronounced. So beautiful, Sister Dongshue.
Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but exclaim.
As expected of my sister, she's just beautiful. Lin Feng said with a smile.
Really?
Jo Dongshue looked very pleased, lowering her head to admire the necklace.
Really? Sister Dongshue, come here. Jiang Shuawei excitedly pulled Jo Dongshue to the mirror in the jewelry store.
Sister Dongshue, look quickly, this necklace makes you even more beautiful.
Jiang Shuawei's eyes sparkled with joy.
Jo Dongshue looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. It really is beautiful, thank you both. Lin Feng watched from the side and smiled. Big sister, just this one, don't change it. Jo Dongshue nodded, looking at Lin Feng with gratitude in her eyes. The female store manager had long lost her earlier arrogance because she had noticed Lin Feng's Givenchy and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, as well as the bag worth at least several $100,000 that Jiang Shuawei was holding. If she hadn't recognized them, given her temperament, she definitely wouldn't have let Jo Dongshue try on this necklace worth tens of thousands, which would have completely offended the couple.
Lin Feng turned his gentle gaze to Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, you should choose too, don't just watch.
Jiang Shuawei shyly lowered her head and gently shook her hand.
Aiken, no need, just buy something for Auntie. I don't need anything.
Lin Feng took her hand, gently squeezed it, his eyes full of affection.
Choose what you want, don't be polite with me.
After hesitating for a while, Jiang Shuawei finally chose a pair of exquisite pearl earrings. The pearls on the earrings were round and full, radiating a soft luster. After this round of shopping, Lin Feng swiped his card to pay, spending a total of over 400,000 yuan. The female shopkeeper stood by, her eyes wide with surprise. The previous harshness completely vanished. In its place was a face full of flattery and servility. She wore a broad smile, her body slightly leaning forward. Oh, sir and miss, you two truly have great taste, choosing only the finest items from our store. Please come often, we will definitely provide you with the best service and the most favorable prices. Lin Feng didn't even glance at her.
Sister, Xiaowei and I will be leaving now. Come visit us when you have time.
Lin Feng said, looking at Jo Dongshue. Jo Dongshue nodded with a smile. Alright, be careful on the way. After leaving the jewelry store, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei continued to stroll around the mall. In the end, they picked out several sets of clothes and pairs of shoes for Lin's parents, bought some health products and tea, spending tens of thousands, all with Jiang Shuawei's money. She insisted that since it was her first visit to Lin Feng's home, she should pay for it herself.
But where did you get so much money? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Jiang Shuiwei chuckled. Of course, my parents gave it to me. They knew I was coming to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so they specifically transferred me several thousand yuan to buy some gifts for uncle and aunt. Hearing Jiang Shuiwei's explanation, Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion and gently pinched her nose. After they finished shopping, they headed towards the parking lot. Chen, I need to go back to school first. My little plush toy is still there. Lin Feng nodded and skillfully started the car, the engine rumbling powerfully. Soon, Lin Feng drove into the school and parked steadily under Jiang Shuiwei's dormitory building. Because tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the area was bustling with students dragging their luggage. Chen, I'll be quick, just wait for me downstairs. Jiang Shuiwei pecked Lin Feng on the cheek and then cheerfully entered the dormitory. The little plush toy, seeing Jiang Shuiwei return, immediately jumped down from the bed where it had been watching Tang Wanner pack her things, and stood by Jiang Shuiwei's feet, meowing incessantly. Oh, the little wife is going to meet her in-laws? Tang Wanner teased with a mischievous smile as she looked at Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei hugged the little plush toy and played with it, then shot a glare at Tang Wanner. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just going to visit uncle and aunt. Tang Wanner blinked. Alright, I understand. Hurry up and pack your things, don't keep them waiting. Jiang Shuiwei blushed and ignored Tang Wanner's teasing. She placed the little plush toy into a pet backpack, then stuffed a few bags of cat food into the bag. Her cosmetics were haphazardly shoved into her Hermes bag. Sister Wanner, I'm leaving now, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Shuiwei said as she dashed downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was waiting downstairs in the dormitory, feeling a bit bored. A Lamborghini smoothly parked in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing Wang Shijie. Lin Gu, waiting for your sister-in-law? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Wang Shijie also got out of the car and walked over to Lin Feng, saying, Lin Gu, what a coincidence, I'm waiting for Zhu. Aren't you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Feng casually asked. I'm planning to take Zhu home to meet my parents and grandparents. We've been dating since high school, and now I can finally bring her home openly. Wang Shijie's eyes softened as he spoke. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a closer look at Wang Shijie. He didn't expect this guy to be so devoted. With such a wealthy family, he hadn't turned into a playboy, which just shows that his family upbringing is quite good. Just then, Lin Feng saw Jiang Shuiwei running out of the dormitory. Jiang Shuiwei approached the two of them. Wang Shijie? What are you doing here? Waiting for Zhu? Jiang Shuiwei asked. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm here to wait for Zhu, and I happened to run into Lin Gu, so we chatted for a bit, Wang Shijie replied with a smile. Shijie, we'll be leaving now, let's talk next time. Lin Feng saw that it was getting late, so he directly said goodbye to Wang Shijie. Alright, brother Lin, see you. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Wang Shijie quickly responded. After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei got back in the car, he took out his phone and called his mother. Xiao Chen, when are you coming back? Has your girlfriend gone home yet? As soon as the call connected, Lin Feng's mother's voice came through. Mom, I'm coming back for dinner today, and my girlfriend will come over later to rest at our house, Lin Feng said with a smile. Ah, you little rascal, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had told me sooner, your dad and I could have prepared earlier. Now time is so tight. Lin Feng's mother exclaimed, a mix of happiness and complaint in her tone. It's fine, Mom, if not, we can just go out to eat later, Lin Feng said with an awkward smile. Jiang Shuiwei, sitting in the passenger seat, hugged a small plush toy in her lap and couldn't help but chuckle at what Lin Feng's mother was saying on the phone. By the way, what's your girlfriend's name? How should I address her? You said it's her first time coming over, should I give her a red envelope? I need to prepare things like pajamas, slippers, toothbrushes, and face towels. Mom, my girlfriend's name is Jiang Shuiwei, Jiang from the Yangtze River, Shui from snow, and Wei from lilac. As for the red envelope, you can decide on that. Alright, I got it. I need to hurry and prepare. I don't want to waste time chatting with you, you little rascal, Lin Feng's mother said before hanging up. Lin Feng listened to the beeping sound on the phone, feeling a bit speechless. Chen, I still need to rest at your house tonight, Jiang Shuiwei said, her face slightly flushed and a bit shy. Right, where else would you sleep? I can't let you stay in a hotel, can I? Lin Feng gently patted Jiang Shuiwei's head and said softly. Jiang Shuiwei sniffled. That's true. But will it make Auntie think I'm too frivolous if I sleep at your house on my first visit? Jiang Shuiwei said with concern. How could that be? Didn't I also rest at your house the first time I went there? Lin Feng comforted her. That's different. It's fine, my mom won't think that way, Lin Feng said, squeezing Jiang Shuiwei's small hand. Okay then.
Lin Feng pinched Jiang Shuowei's cheek and then started the car. Throughout the drive, Jiang Shuowei seemed very nervous, constantly twisting the hem of her clothes, her brows slightly furrowed.
I'm still a bit nervous. What if uncle and auntie don't like me?
Jiang Shuowei clutched her clothes tightly. Lin Feng smiled and reassured her, don't worry, Shuowei, my parents will definitely like you.
You're so kind and cute. How could they not like you?
Lin Feng freed one hand to gently hold Jiang Shuowei's hand. His palm was broad and warm, which calmed Jiang Shuowei's heart a little. Due to the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there was a large crowd, and Lin Feng didn't even dare to take the highway. What should have been a 40 to 50-minute drive took him an hour and a half to reach the community building. Lin Feng initially wanted to drive into the underground parking lot, but was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Sir, your car might not be able to enter the underground parking lot, the security guard reminded him.
Why not?
I'm a resident of the community, Lin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled, and Jiang Shuowei was also curious. Sir, the chassis of your car is too low, it can't go down, the security guard explained. Lin Feng suddenly realized, almost forgetting that supercars have a low chassis and can't go down, forcing it would only get it stuck. Lin Feng casually took a pack of cigarettes from the car and handed it to the security guard.
Thanks for the reminder, brother.
The security guard was taken aback as he accepted the cigarettes.
No problem, no problem.
Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then backed the car out and searched for a while before finally finding an empty parking space on the roadside. Jiang Shuowei packed the little ragdoll into the pet backpack and then got off the car with Lin Feng, carrying a large and small bundle of things.
After entering the community, they headed straight for Building 3, Unit 2. Once in the elevator, Jiang Shuowei became noticeably more nervous.
My home is on the 17th floor, we'll be there soon, Lin Feng said. Jiang Shuowei's heart raced faster, and she kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself, but the tension felt like a tangled mess that she couldn't untangle. The elevator quickly reached the 17th floor, and Lin Feng took out his keys to open the door.
Dad, Mom, we're back,
Lin Feng called out. It had only been a little over half a month, but Lin Feng felt somewhat dazed. The last time he left home, he had only a few thousand yuan on him, and now he was returning as a billionaire worth billions. Plus, he had brought home a school beauty girlfriend. Lin's father and mother were busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing the voice, they hurried out to greet them.
Oh, Shuowei is here. Come in, come in.
Lin's mother warmly welcomed them, her face beaming with joy. Jiang Shuowei obediently walked into the living room and said, Hello, uncle and auntie, this is a gift I brought for you. Jiang Shuowei handed the gift to Lin's father and mother, her eyes showing a hint of nervousness. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, palms already sweaty.
Lin's father and mother smiled as they accepted the gift, repeatedly praising Jiang Shuowei for being thoughtful.
Then, since there were still dishes in the pot, Lin's father went back into the kitchen. Come, Shuowei, don't be shy, sit here, Lin's mother said, pulling Jiang Shuowei to sit on the soft, comfortable sofa, and kindly handed her a peach. Try this, I just bought it, it's very fresh. Lin Feng went into the kitchen to help bring out the fruit. Shuowei, just treat this place like your own home, Lin's mother said with a joyful smile, then took out a plump red envelope and handed it to Jiang Shuowei.
No, auntie, I can't accept this.
Jiang Shuowei repeatedly refused upon seeing the red envelope. This is our tradition, if you don't accept it, it means you're not satisfied with our family, Lin Feng reminded her at that moment. Hearing this, Jiang Shuowei hesitated and finally accepted it.
Thank you, auntie,
Jiang Shuowei said obediently.
Oh, you all enjoy yourselves, dinner will be ready soon. Okay, auntie. Lin's mother nodded with a smile and then went back into the kitchen.
After Lin's father and mother entered the kitchen, Lin Feng sat next to Jiang Shuowei on the sofa and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Don't be too nervous, babe, my parents are easy to get along with, Lin Feng said softly.
Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, but her eyes unconsciously glanced towards the kitchen. I'm still a bit nervous, should I go help in the kitchen? Jiang Shuowei asked quietly.
No need, just stay here. My mom definitely won't let you help, Lin Feng replied gently.
Jiang Shuowei had no choice but to give up.
Meow. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei suddenly realized they hadn't taken the little ragdoll out yet.
Jiang Shuowei quickly opened the pet backpack and hugged the little ragdoll onto her lap. Meow. The little ragdoll looked at Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei with its big blue eyes, appearing quite aggrieved. Its pitiful look made Jiang Shuowei's heart ache, and Lin Feng also patted the little ragdoll's head.
Oh dear, mommy was wrong, Jiang Shuowei comforted it in her arms.
Not long after, Lin's father and mother came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. Shuowei, come eat,
Lin's mother said with a smile as she walked out, then her expression turned a bit surprised as she looked at the little ragdoll in Jiang Shuowei's arms.
Wow! What kind of cat is this? It's so beautiful.
Auntie, this is a ragdoll cat. She's a little princess, Jiang Shuowei explained.
A ragdoll cat?
I've seen them online, they are indeed quite cute, Lin's mother realized.
Come eat. I'm already hungry.
Lin Feng rubbed his belly and said. It had been more than half a month since he had eaten his parents' cooking, and he couldn't help but miss it.
Jiang Shuowei placed the little doll on the sofa and then sat down with Lin Feng.
The family gathered around the dining table, a feast of delicious dishes emitting an enticing aroma.
Shuowei, don't be polite, eat more, Lin's father warmly urged.
Jiang Shuowei obediently nodded and began to use her chopsticks. She took a bite of the sweet and sour ribs, and the tangy sweetness instantly spread in her mouth, prompting her to praise, Uncle and Auntie, these sweet and sour ribs are so delicious.
Lin's mother smiled, her eyes squinting with joy. If you like it, eat more. Come often in the future, Auntie will make it for you.
Lin Feng picked up a piece of braised pork for Jiang Shuowei, smiling as he said, Quick, try this braised pork.
My mom's braised pork is a masterpiece.
Jiang Shuowei put the braised pork in her mouth. It was fatty yet not greasy, melting in her mouth.
It's really delicious, Auntie's cooking is amazing.
As they ate, Lin's mother suddenly seemed to remember something and said, By the way, Shuowei, if Lin Feng bullies you in the future, just tell Auntie, and I'll help you teach him a lesson.
Jiang Shuowei's face turned red.
Auntie, Lin Feng is very nice to me.
Lin Feng quickly interjected, Mom, how could I dare to bully her? Everyone burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the room. After dinner, Jiang Shuowei took the initiative to help clear the dishes, and no matter how Lin's mother tried to stop her, she wouldn't relent.
Auntie, you worked hard cooking, let me clean up, Jiang Shuowei insisted. Lin's mother looked at her helplessly, growing fonder of this sensible girl. After tidying up, the family sat in the living room watching TV, the little doll quietly lying in the cat's nest nearby.
Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Jiang Shuowei chatted about everyday life, while Lin Feng occasionally chimed in.
Shuowei, come over to play more during the holidays, it's lively with more people, Lin's father said.
Jiang Shuowei nodded in agreement.
Okay, Uncle and Auntie, I will. Lin Feng poured cat food into the little doll's bowl, then prepared the cat litter and brought the little doll to the bowl's edge. He then looked at Lin's father and mother.
By the way, Mom and Dad, you quit that job at the electronics factory, right? It's tiring and doesn't pay much. Do I need you to tell me?
My son has become such a big boss of a company. Why should I still work?
I should enjoy life.
Lin's mother said with a smile, then turned to Jiang Shuowei.
Right, Shuowei?
Yes, Auntie is right.
Jiang Shuowei nodded in agreement. What about Dad? Dad, did you quit too?
After hearing Lin's mother's words, Lin Feng felt relieved and looked at Lin's father. I still feel a bit restless staying at home without a job.
Lin's father said with a smile.
Your dad has never been the type to sit still. I've been advising him for days, but he insists on going to work. He won't even agree to go out and play with me for a few days.
Lin's mother seemed a bit angry at this point and shot a glare at Lin's father.
It's not easy to take leave. Once I have time, I'll go with you.
Lin's father said somewhat awkwardly. Dad, are you really planning to continue working at the electronics factory? Do you really like that kind of job?
Lin Feng sighed and asked. He had worked there once during summer break and found it quite tough.
What can I do?
At my age, no one else wants me, and I can't just sit at home.
Dad, think about it.
I'm a big boss with a fortune of over 100 million, and here you are working at an electronics factory.
What will others think of me? Won't they think I'm unfilial or have character issues, and then not want to cooperate with me?
Lin Feng's words left Lin's father speechless. He had indeed never considered this issue before.
That's right. Lin Bing, what if you affect your son?
Lin's mother, listening from the side, also found it very reasonable. Jiang Shuowei remained silent. This was Lin Feng's family matter, and she felt it inappropriate to interject.
Well, then I'll resign tomorrow, Lin's father said after some thought. That's right. Dad, haven't you always wanted to start a business?
I'll support you with 10 million.
You can do whatever you want.
Lin Feng was very pleased to see his father agree.
10 million? No. You should keep that money for yourself. 10 million is too much. Lin's father was immediately frightened and waved his hands. Yes, Xiao Chen, 10 million is too much. What if your dad loses it all? I don't agree.
Lin's mother also said, her attitude very firm. If it were 1 or 2 million, it would be fine, especially since they now knew their son was a shareholder in a 100 billion company, with at least 100 million in assets. 1 or 2 million wouldn't be a big deal.
But 10 million.
Even for a billionaire, 10 million is still a significant amount.
Ding.
Congratulations, host.
You have triggered a system task. Persuade Lin Bing to start a business. Task reward, Baihui Supermarket. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He knew Baihui Supermarket. It was a store located downstairs from their home. Although it wasn't worth much, probably only 7 or 8 million, it would be perfect for his father to manage. Lin Feng thought for a moment and organized his words. Dad, I also opened a supermarket. Do you want to help me manage it? I don't have time usually. Upon hearing this, Lin's father and mother were both taken aback, their expressions a bit shocked. Only Jiang Shuawei seemed accustomed to it, her expression showing little change. A supermarket? Xiao Fan, you opened a supermarket? Lin's father and mother quickly asked. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. It's the Baihui Supermarket downstairs, the one you often go to. Ah, Lin's father and mother exclaimed in unison. Xiao Chun, you didn't acquire the supermarket just for me, did you? Lin's father pressed. He had read in novels that such things often happened when there was a disagreement. Not really, it was just a matter of exchanging interests with some people at work before. Lin Feng casually fabricated a lie. Lin's father and mother nodded, somewhat understanding. But I don't know anything. What if I mess it up? Lin's father's face was filled with hesitation, and a hint of worry flickered in his eyes, as if he were engaged in an intense internal struggle. He was indeed a bit tempted. After all, having his own business had always been his dream, but he was also afraid of causing trouble for his son due to his mistakes. Lin's mother remained silent, quietly sitting to the side, her gaze shifting back and forth between Lin's father and Lin Feng. It's fine, Dad, the supermarket is worth less than 10 million, even if it goes bankrupt, the loss won't be too much, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. What's 10 million? It's not that much. In that case, why not give it a try? It's better than working in an electronics factory, right? Besides, this is also a gesture from your son, Lin's mother encouraged. Alright, I'll enjoy being a boss for a bit, ha ha. Lin's father chuckled with some excitement. He thought his life would be like this forever, but unexpectedly, he was now enjoying the benefits of having a successful son. Okay, Dad, I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow, Lin Feng said with a smile. He then took out the jewelry and bag he had bought for his mother. Mom, I specifically picked this bag for you, isn't it beautiful? Lin Feng handed the over 1 million Hermes bag to his mother, his face full of joy. Lin's mother received it with surprise, gently stroking the surface of the bag, examining it closely. This is Hermes, right? This bag is so beautiful, the quality must be worth several tens of thousands, right? Lin's mother asked, unable to put the bag down. Ah, Mom, just don't worry about it. Your son has money, you just take it. I even bought you some jewelry. Lin Feng replied ambiguously, he didn't want his mother to feel pressured by the price. By the way, I ran into my older sister when I was buying jewelry at Zhou Xiaofu. Lin Feng suddenly said. It's normal for you to run into each other, your schools are so close. So, was Dong Shuai also buying jewelry? Lin's mother asked curiously. No, my sister works there. Lin Feng answered honestly. Works? Lin's mother, who had been looking at bags, furrowed her brows at this and her smile instantly vanished. Isn't Dong Shuai still studying at the financial university? How could she be working at a jewelry store? Lin's mother put down the bag in her hand and asked anxiously. I heard from their store manager that she seems to be working part-time. Lin Feng explained. However, Lin's mother still frowned, lost in thought. What's wrong? Is something not right? Seeing his mother's unusual reaction, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Jiang Shuawei also looked at Lin's mother. Well, I'm not particularly clear either. I heard from your uncle that your sister wasn't feeling well a while ago, so he had her go for a checkup. Lin's mother's voice carried a hint of heaviness and worry. But after the results came out, Dong Shuai refused to look at the report, insisting that everything was fine. Lin's mother sighed and continued. We all thought she might have some illness, but you know your sister's personality. Once she makes up her mind, not even 8 oxen can pull her back. Your uncle went to the school to find her, but she wouldn't say anything. Even when he tried to take her to the hospital, she refused and ended up having a big fight with him. It worried us to death. Now that you have the ability and are on good terms with Dong Shuai, try to find out what's going on with her. If she really is sick, help as much as you can. Right. Your uncle and aunt have always treated you well. And as for Dong Shuai, she hasn't treated you poorly either. Lin's father looked at Lin Feng very seriously. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was in turmoil. Since he was young, he had held great respect for Zhou Dongshui. She truly was a qualified sister. Many times, it was Lin Feng who caused trouble, yet it was Zhou Dongshui who took the blame. Those past memories surged in his heart like a tide, intensifying his unease. Hearing his parents say this, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down.
I know, even if you don't say it, I will help, and I will do my best to help. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to continue chatting. He took out his phone and called Zhou Dongxue.
Hello? Xiao Chen? What made you think of calling your sister?
Zhou Dongxue's voice came through the phone, sounding just like usual, but Lin Feng still keenly sensed a hint of fatigue.
Sister, just checking in on you. Did you come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday?
Lin Feng tried to make his voice sound relaxed and natural.
Zhou Dongxue was silent for a moment. Not yet, I'm planning to go back tomorrow.
Lin Feng hesitated for a moment but decided to get straight to the point.
Sister, I heard you weren't feeling well and went for a checkup. What's going on?
There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Zhou Dongxue said, Oh, it's nothing serious, just a bit tired lately.
I just need to rest. Sister, don't hide it from me. Mom and Dad told me. Why won't you let them see the checkup report?
Lin Feng's voice was a bit urgent.
Xiao Chen, really, it's nothing. Don't listen to them.
I just don't want them to worry.
Zhou Dongxue still wouldn't budge. Sister, if there's anything, you can really talk to me. You know I can help now.
I'm really fine, I'm still out having dinner with my classmates. I'll hang up now.
It's not that, sister.
Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, a series of beeping sounds came from the phone.
Lin Feng helplessly put down his phone. Lin's father and mother looked at Lin Feng's expression and already knew the outcome.
Sigh, that girl Dongxue really is.
Lin's mother felt a bit down.
Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling had grown up under her watch, and she had long regarded them as her own children. Now that such a thing had happened, it was inevitable to be very worried.
It's okay, Mom, I will definitely persuade my sister.
Lin Feng comforted her. Uncle, Auntie, I bought you some gifts, see if you like them. Jiang Shuawei wanted to ease the atmosphere, so she brought out the gifts she had bought.
This is the cosmetics I bought for Auntie.
And this is the tea I bought for Uncle. I don't know if Uncle will like it, and I also bought some health products.
Jiang Shuawei introduced them one by one. Oh, we like them. Shuawei, why did you bring gifts when you came? Lin's father and mother felt a bit better, looking at Jiang Shuawei with satisfied expressions. As long as you like them, Uncle and Auntie,
Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. The group chatted for a while longer. By the way, Shuawei, Lin's mother said as she called Jiang Shuawei to the bathroom. This is your mouthwash cup and toothbrush, and this pink towel is also yours.
I've washed it once.
I also bought a set of pajamas and put them in Xiuchen's wardrobe.
Okay, thank you, Auntie.
Jiang Shuawei's voice was filled with sincerity, and her heart was deeply moved. Knowing that she was coming, Lin's mother had prepared everything in detail, considering every aspect so thoughtfully, which made her feel warm. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind was already filled with the system's prompt sound.
Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Baihui Supermarket has been successfully acquired under the host's name.
Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to this reward. After all, the system rewards were less than 10 million, and apart from the previous watch reward, this was the least valuable one. At this moment, his thoughts were completely occupied by Zhou Dongxue's situation, filled with worry. He didn't know if Zhou Ling knew about her sister's illness. If she found out, she would be heartbroken. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the system's prompt sound was not over yet.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for triggering a system task.
Persuade Zhou Dongxue to seek treatment. Task reward, 100% shares of Ginkgo Hospital.
Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, quickly thinking in his mind.
Ginkgo Hospital? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere.
He hurriedly took out his phone to search.
A private hospital? And it has passed the international JCI certification?
A look of surprise appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he couldn't help but exclaim, this system is really a good thing.
Just when I needed it, it provided a pillow. Now persuading my sister to seek treatment will be much easier.
With this thought, the gloom in Lin Feng's heart dissipated significantly, and his mood improved a lot.
Meanwhile, Lin's mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting enthusiastically, very happy.
Lin Feng walked over to listen and found that Lin's mother was sharing embarrassing stories from his childhood.
Shuawei, let me tell you, when Xiaochen was in kindergarten, there was one night he woke up to find a big wet spot on the bed, and he told me he found the bathroom in his dream, haha.
Lin's mother laughed so hard she almost fell over, as if she had returned to that time.
Really? Did Aiken wet his pants when he was little? Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh at Lin's mother's words, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Yes, this child used to wet the bed often. Lin's mother's smile was incredibly bright. Alright, Mom, I need to discuss something with you all.
Lin Feng awkwardly interrupted Lin's mother.
What is it? The two of them, including Lin's father who was watching TV, looked curiously at Lin Feng.
I want to go look at houses tomorrow. to buy a bigger one, Lin Feng said seriously. This was something he had thought about early in the morning. He had often heard them complain about the kitchen being too small, and the living room and balcony not being big enough. Now that he had the ability, he needed to consider these matters. Otherwise, if he directly brought up the topic of money, they might hesitate to buy. Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance and did not speak immediately. The living room fell silent in an instant. The sudden quiet startled the little plush toy. It had been dozing off on Jiang Shuawei's lap but now lifted its head to look around. Meow? After a while, Lin's mother spoke up. Your father and I have no objections. Getting a new house is fine. It will be more convenient for you and Shuawei to come home in the future. Lin Feng saw that both his parents had agreed, so he continued, then we can go look at a car too. Dad has always wanted to change cars, right? Let's go to the 4S shop tomorrow and pick one up. A smile spread across Lin Feng's face. You don't have to. Lin's father hesitated, about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin's mother. I think it's a good idea. After all, you're the owner of a big supermarket, how can you not have a decent car? Lin Feng looked at his mother in slight surprise. This was a bit different from what he had expected. He thought he would have to spend some effort persuading his parents, but it turned out to be so smooth. I think since our son is so wealthy, whatever you buy for us, we will accept. Otherwise, why would you raise a son? Lin's mother looked at Lin's father, her face still showing some hesitation, and continued. Hearing this, Lin's father finally agreed. Alright, it's getting late. Shuawei, why don't you sleep with Xiao Chen? Lin's mother smiled and looked at Jiang Shuawei with a questioning gaze. Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and said softly, Okay, auntie. After Lin's father and mother finished washing up and went to bed, Jiang Shuawei took a shower. Lin Feng lay on the bed waiting for her. After about 20 to 30 minutes, Jiang Shuawei, wearing a pink nightgown, carefully opened Lin Feng's bedroom door. Her hair was still a bit damp, giving off a faint fragrance, and her face was flushed, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. Jiang Shuawei closed the door and immediately lay down in Lin Feng's arms. Listening to Lin Feng's strong heartbeat, she felt a sense of peace in her heart. Jiang Shuawei gently rubbed against Lin Feng, lifted her head, her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. Aiken, do you think uncle and auntie are satisfied with me? Lin Feng affectionately rubbed her nose. Silly girl, my parents like you very much. Just look at them, they can't wait for us to get married tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei felt as if she had eaten honey, and her blush deepened. Lin Feng looked at her delicate face, a surge of impulse igniting within him. He gently caressed Jiang Shuawei's back, his lips slowly approaching her cheek. Jiang Shuawei felt his movements, her heart racing, and her breathing quickening. Shuawei, come here? Lin Feng's voice was a bit rough. Aiken, can we not today? Uncle and auntie are just in the next room. What if they hear us? Jiang Shuawei's face turned bright red as she sat up and pouted. Then forget it. I'll just say we need to change to a bigger house? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuawei lay back in his arms and whispered, Aiken, you can't be so hasty in the future. Lin Feng nodded, holding her tightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Before long, Jiang Shuawei fell into a deep sleep in Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng looked at her peaceful sleeping face, filled with tenderness in his heart, and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, the four of them had breakfast together. Xiao Chen, shall we go check out that Tianxi? I think the layout there is actually quite nice, and it's not far from our community. It would also be convenient for your dad to come to Baihui, Lin's mother inquired. Lin Feng had already looked at the nearby properties last night, and there was a new development by Rongtou Real Estate, so it was clear where to buy a house. No need, Mom. There are properties by Rongtou Real Estate nearby. We can just go there, Lin Feng said with a smile. Rongtou Real Estate? Is that your company, Xiao Chen? Lin's father asked. Yes, Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Naturally, Lin's parents had no objections. Considering it would be inconvenient to bring the little puppet along, they decided to leave it at home. Arriving at the underground parking lot, they got into Lin's father's Cherry and headed towards Zhongting Ufu. Upon reaching the sales office of this development, there were parking spaces right at the entrance. After Lin's father found a spot and parked, the four of them got out of the car. Xiao Chen, why are there so many luxury cars? Is this development very expensive? Lin's father and mother asked, looking at several Bentleys, Maseratis, and Land Rovers around them. It's fine, your son can afford it, Lin Feng replied with a relaxed tone. The houses here were just a piece of cake for him. As they approached the entrance, several saleswomen were watching eagerly, but when they saw them, they didn't immediately come forward to greet them. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, and after a moment's thought, he understood the reason. They probably saw them getting out of a car worth less than 100,000 and thought they couldn't afford to buy a house here. Although Lin Feng understood their thoughts, believing that those without purchasing power wouldn't be able to close a deal no matter how much they talked, he still found it unacceptable to be treated this way. Looks like I need to talk to Huang Wei about this, Lin Feng thought to himself. In any industry, good service would satisfy customers, and he couldn't stand this kind of judgment based on appearances. At that moment, one of the saleswomen suddenly seemed to discover something and approached them with a warm smile. "Excuse me, are you here to buy a house?" Lin Feng felt a bit more at ease when someone came to attend to them, but upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. "What do you do for a living, ma'am?" Realizing her words might have been a bit unnecessary, the saleswoman added, "May I ask what type of layout you are looking for?" "A villa, I suppose." Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, maintaining a calm expression. The saleswoman's face immediately lit up with joy, secretly glad she had taken a closer look at them earlier. She had also noticed they arrived in a cherry and, like the other saleswomen, thought they were just there to look around and definitely couldn't afford it. However, she noticed Lin Feng was quite handsome, so she had taken a few more glances. Little did she know, Lin Feng was actually wearing Givenchy. And he was also wearing a watch. Although she didn't know the specific model, she could tell it was definitely a Patek Philippe. She was taken aback and then looked at the others. The young, beautiful woman was actually carrying an Hermes bag. She quickly adjusted her outfit and approached them with a big smile. "Humph, driving a car worth less than 100,000 and claiming to buy a villa. Today's young people really know how to show off. Ha ha ha, but you can't say that. What if they're just low-key?" The other saleswomen at the entrance were puzzled as to why this woman was approaching someone they thought had no purchasing power, so they paid special attention. Hearing what Lin Feng said, a few people immediately scoffed, whispering their mockery. Although their voices were not loud, they could still be faintly heard in the quiet environment. Jiang Shuiwei, as well as Lin's father and mother, naturally did not hear them, but after the system enhancement, Lin Feng's hearing had become much sharper, and he caught every word from those female salespeople. He shot a cold glance at them. "A villa? Isn't that unnecessary, Ah Chen? With such a large space, it would just feel empty for me and your dad. Isn't that a waste of money?" Lin's mother advised, her brows slightly furrowed, her face filled with worry and reluctance. Although she knew her son had money, she still felt that buying a villa was a bit inappropriate. The female salesperson felt a bit anxious upon hearing Lin's mother's words. A villa in the central courtyard Yuyue would cost at least over 20 million, while a regular apartment only needed a little over 3 million. If the deal went through, the commission would be vastly different. "Mom, you don't need to worry about that. We have a lot of relatives. What if Uncle and the others come to visit? Now that we have money, we can't just sleep on the floor, right?" Lin Feng said with a wry smile, patiently persuading his mother. Lin's mother immediately fell silent. The female salesperson, seeing this, continued to inquire, "What size villa are you looking for? What types of villas do you have here?" Lin Feng asked. "Row houses, standalone villas." The female salesperson quickly and skillfully introduced the options. "Let's go with a standalone villa," Lin Feng said directly. Since they had already decided to buy a villa, why bother with a row house? "All right, sir. The available standalone villas have sizes of 860 square meters, 660 square meters, 560 square meters, and 360 square meters." The female salesperson became even more enthusiastic. "May I ask what the price per square meter is?" Lin's father inquired. "Our standalone villas are 50,000 per square meter, sir," the female salesperson replied, still wearing a professional smile. Lin's father and mother were immediately taken aback, their eyes wide open. So, calculating that, a villa of over 300 square meters would already cost nearly 20 million? They exchanged shocked glances. Lin's father couldn't help but tug at Lin Feng's sleeve, whispering, "Son, this is too expensive. Why don't we look at something else?" Lin Feng patted his father's hand, reassuring him, "Dad, it's fine. Money is not an issue, let's just choose something suitable." Lin's mother chimed in, "Yes, Xiaochun, this is not a small amount, you need to think it through." Lin Feng smiled. "Mom and Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." The female salesperson, noticing their hesitation, quickly added, "Sir, ma'am, our villas are of very high quality, with complete facilities, and they are rare properties with great investment value." Lin Feng nodded. "Then let's go take a look at the houses," the female salesperson said excitedly. "All right, this way please." So, Lin Feng and the others followed the saleswoman onto a sightseeing car heading towards the row of standalone villas. Meanwhile, the other saleswomen left in the sales hall still wore disdainful expressions. "Humph, just wait and see. When they come out, they definitely won't buy. and they'll just say they don't like it and leave.
I've encountered people like this many times. I think so too. I don't believe that someone who can afford a 20 million villa can't afford a few million for a car. I wonder what Xiao Qin is thinking. Does she have a crush on that handsome guy?
I don't think so. It's obvious they are a family of 4, and that young girl is much prettier than Xiao Qin.
But how could Xiao Qin take them over without verifying their funds? Does she think that family is wealthy? How is that possible? Lin Feng and a few others followed the female sales representative to the model room.
As soon as they entered, the spacious and bright living room, luxurious decor, and exquisite garden and swimming pool left Lin's parents dazzled.
This one is 860 square meters. You can take a look and see if it suits you.
If you think it's too big, we can look at smaller villas, the female sales representative said with a professional smile.
I do feel it's a bit too big.
Your dad and I can't live in such a large house. Besides, with such big rooms, it would take me half a day just to clean.
Lin's mother advised Lin Feng. Over 800 square meters. It looked like a small estate. The female sales representative silently prayed in her heart. Just this layout. I can earn nearly 500,000 just from the commission on this one. It's fine, Mom. Who says you have to do the housework?
I'll just hire a maid to come and clean every day, Lin Feng said with a smile.
But Xiao Chun, you've already spent over 50 million since you came back. Can your funds handle it? Lin's mother asked with a worried expression. I think so too. Let's forget it.
If we're going to buy a villa, we should just get that one that's over 300 square meters,
Lin's father added. Zhang Xuewei stood by silently. Oh, Mom, I have money. You don't need to worry about finances,
Lin Feng said helplessly, then turned to the female sales representative.
Let's go with this one.
Lin Feng decisively made the decision.
The female sales representative was overjoyed.
If this 860 square meter villa was sold, she could earn at least 400,000 in commission.
Maybe even 500,000. After all, this 860 square meter villa wasn't easy to sell, so the commission would be slightly higher.
Has the penthouse sold yet? Lin Feng suddenly asked.
Not yet, sir. The female sales representative's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this young man wanted to buy the penthouse?
If so, if Lin Feng bought the penthouse, she could buy a house too. But it also felt a bit unbelievable.
Why didn't you mention the penthouse earlier? Do you think I can't afford it? Lin Feng asked the female sales representative with some displeasure. No, I'm sorry, sir. That was my oversight. The female sales representative apologized repeatedly.
If this wealthy client was dissatisfied, she would lose at least hundreds of thousands in commission. If possible, she would even want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness.
That was tens of thousands. Alright, let's go see the penthouse first.
Lin Feng wasn't the type to hold a grudge over such a small matter. Sir, if you want to see the penthouse, we need to verify your funds.
Is that convenient for you? The female sales representative's attitude was very respectful at this moment. It was a requirement from above to verify funds for viewing the penthouse.
In fact, it was generally required for viewing standalone villas as well, but she noticed that Lin Feng and Zhang Xuewei were dressed exceptionally well, so she didn't mention it to avoid making them uncomfortable. Buyers must provide bank deposit documents, which must meet the investment and real estate regulations, and during the verification, it must also be checked whether the buyer meets the purchasing conditions.
Verify funds? Do you need to verify funds to buy a house?
Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing.
It seems that this is indeed the case, Lin's father nodded. Alright then. Lin Feng agreed. The female sales representative's face lit up with joy. Could it be that the penthouse was really going to be sold through her? The female sales representative was so excited that her body trembled slightly.
That penthouse was 1,060 square meters, with a total value of 60 million. A few million was just for the name of the penthouse. And as long as she sold this penthouse, her commission would definitely reach a guaranteed 600,000.
That amount was enough to buy a house in her hometown. The female sales representative didn't dare to delay any longer and drove the 4 of them back to the sales hall in the sightseeing car.
The sharp-eyed female sales staff at the entrance immediately perked up.
Hey, look, Xiao Qin brought them back. Back so soon, they must not have bought anything. Ha ha ha, this is the consequence of not verifying funds.
The female sales staff began to chatter among themselves, but fell silent as Lin Feng and the others approached. Lin Feng caught a bit of their conversation, although he only grasped the general idea. He understood that they were mocking them.
Heh, I hope you can still laugh later, Lin Feng thought to himself with a cold smile. A female sales representative handed Lin Feng a form to fill out. He glanced over it, noting it asked for identity information, the company he worked for, annual salary, and bank savings.
After a moment's thought, he decided to only write down shareholder of Ronto Real Estate for the company. Once he finished, he handed the form back to the female sales representative. She looked at the form and was immediately drawn to the shareholder of Ronto Real Estate line.
You still need to see the bank account balance, right? This is my Dasha bank savings, take a look. Lin Feng opened his phone and pulled up the balance information to show her. The female sales representative was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Lin Feng's balance. What? How many zeros?
She thought she must have misread, rubbed her eyes, and counted again.
1, 2, 3, 4. 9 zeros? It really was 9 zeros? That meant this young man had tens of billions of RMB in his bank account?
The female sales representative's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, as if she had been frozen in place, unable to speak. Lin Feng. Wasn't this the news released a few days ago by the headquarters of Ronto Real Estate, stating that all shares had been acquired by Mr.
Lin? A person with tens of billions in their account couldn't possibly be lying, right? Is that enough? What else do you need to see? Lin Feng said. Zhang Shuawei and Lin's parents naturally understood what had caused the female sales representative's astonishment. However, when Lin's parents leaned in and saw that Lin Feng actually had tens of billions, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Chun, you have over 5 billion in your balance?" Lin's mother said, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. In fact, he originally had just over 5 billion, but later Ma Teng transferred 50 billion to him. Lin's father also looked incredulous. With such a balance, it meant that Xiao Chen's shares in Ronto Real Estate must be far more than they had previously estimated. Did you hear that? 50 billion. There's 50 billion in the bank card, ha ha ha. 50 billion to buy a cherry. You're acting like it's real. I almost thought there were hundreds of billions in there. Shoo, keep your voices down. Don't let others hear. The laughter of the female sales staff grew a bit loud, and even Lin's parents, Zhang Shuawei, and the female sales representative heard it. Lin's mother immediately got angry, her face flushed red, her eyes wide. Did that mean they were saying her son was bragging? You girls, working in the service industry, and your mouths are still so unrestrained. Is this the attitude you have in doing business at Ronto Real Estate's Zhongting Ufu? Lin's mother said angrily. Xiao Chun, you can handle this, right?
Lin's mother turned to Lin Feng, her gaze filled with anger. Seeing his mother upset, Lin Feng felt a bit awkward and regretted not revealing his identity earlier to deal with these annoying people.
Of course I can handle it. Mom, wait, I'll take care of it right now.
Lin Feng quickly forced a smile, trying to soothe his mother's emotions, then turned his sharp gaze toward the female sales staff.
What are your names?
Lin Feng's voice was cold, as if it could freeze the air around them. The face of the female salesperson turned pale in an instant, her lips trembling slightly. If Lin Feng got angry, she might end up in trouble too. This is our shareholder from Ronto Real Estate, Mr. Lin. You should quickly admit your mistake. The female salesperson hurriedly reminded, her voice laced with obvious panic. The few women were taken aback, then looked towards Lin's father, only to see that he was dressed in non-branded clothes and didn't seem like an upper-class person at all. Moreover, he was driving a cherry, which made them even less convinced. And Lin Feng was so young, he probably wasn't either. However, since they were indeed in the wrong, and with Xiao Qin's serious tone, they steeled themselves and apologized. We're sorry, ladies, we weren't talking about you, we were just watching a video. One of the female salespersons rolled her eyes and lied, but her gaze was erratic, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng and the others. Oh, so you were just watching a video? Lin Feng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery, and without further ado, he took out his phone and called Huang Wei.
Huang Wei was busy handling documents, and upon seeing Lin Feng's call, she didn't dare to delay and immediately answered. Hello, Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? Huang Wei said respectfully. Huang Wei, who is the manager of the Zhongting Ufu project?
Tell him to come to the sales hall to see me immediately. Lin Feng's words were filled with anger, as if he were suppressing a volcano about to erupt.
Huang Wei's heart sank. Why was he in the Zhongting Ufu sales hall? Who had offended him to make him this angry? Yes, Mr. Lin. I will call the sales manager of Zhongting Ufu right away. Huang Wei quickly replied, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead.
After hearing this, Lin Feng hung up the phone directly.
Huang Wei felt distressed that Lin Feng didn't want to say another word, sensing the anger he was hiding. Who had offended this young master? She picked up the phone and called the sales manager of Zhongting Ufu. Hello, Huang, what can I do for you? Wang Shuyi, Mr. Lin is currently in your Zhongting Ufu sales hall, and he is very angry. You need to go check what's going on right now. Huang Wei urged. Mr. Lin?
Is he from our Rongto real estate now? The person on the other end hadn't finished speaking when Huang Wei interrupted.
Who else could it be? Hurry up and don't waste time. By the way, Mr.
Lin is only 18, make sure you don't mistake him for someone else.
Huang Wei added a final reminder, her tone extremely anxious. Understood, Huang. I've seen his photo. I'll go handle it right away.
After hanging up, Huang Wei leaned back in her office chair, rubbing her temples with a headache. This young man was now the biggest and only boss of Rongto real estate. If he was dissatisfied, even she, Huang Wei, could be out of a job. Meanwhile, in the Zhongting UFU sales hall, the few female salespersons saw Lin Feng taking out his phone and seriously mentioning Huang Wei, and they suddenly felt uncertain, exchanging anxious glances.
Still pretending over there. Ladies, don't be afraid of him. He's definitely just putting on an act. Even if this affects the company and we get fired, it doesn't matter. We can just take our money to the next company.
One of the female salespersons suddenly shouted, her voice sharp and piercing. As soon as she said this, the surrounding female salespersons looked at her in horror and immediately distanced themselves from her.
Is she out of her mind? Who would dare to hire her after that? Exactly. They clearly mocked the customers first, and now they think they can just walk away without remorse?
This project is part of Rongto real estate. If they ruin Rongto's reputation, they could be facing a lawsuit that would be enough to make them regret it. Others watching the scene began to discuss among themselves. Several other female sales staff also heard these words and quickly apologized to Lin Feng and the others.
I'm sorry, sir. We spoke out of turn. We sincerely apologize, guests. I'm sorry.
However, Lin Feng ignored these female sales staff and fixed his gaze on the one who had just made bold claims.
Do you think you can just resign and move on to the next company without any consequences?
Lin Feng looked at her, his expression as cold as winter frost.
What else can you do? Are you going to kill me?
Although the female sales staff felt a bit scared, she had already said those words, and backing down now would be embarrassing, so she forced herself to maintain a calm demeanor. At that moment, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking refined, hurried over. Wang Shuyi had been accompanying a friend to view properties, but upon receiving a call from Huang Wei, he rushed to the sales hall. He felt an immense sense of urgency. This was a matter concerning his future. Upon arriving at the sales hall and seeing the scene along with the words of the female sales staff, he immediately understood.
Wang Shuyi scanned the area and then focused his gaze on Lin Feng. Manager? Why is the manager here? Could it be? The female sales staff were filled with fear.
What they feared most was not losing their jobs, but offending someone of such status.
However, the leading female sales staff did not think so.
Manager Wang, these people are causing a disturbance in the sales hall, seriously affecting our normal operations.
I suggest we have security escort them out. She believed the manager had been attracted by the commotion. Shut up! Wang Shuyi turned around and shot a cold glance at the female sales staff before quickly walking over to Lin Feng. Hello, Director Lin.
I am Wang Shuyi, the sales manager of Zhongting UFU.
Wang Shuyi bowed respectfully to Lin Feng, leaving those around him in shock.
The female sales staff turned pale at this scene, her legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. She never expected that the young man in ordinary clothes driving a cherry was actually the big boss of Rongto real estate. Lin Feng looked at Wang Shuyi expressionlessly and said coldly, Manager Wang, the quality of your sales staff is quite lacking. Wang Shuyi broke out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was better to admit fault first.
Director Lin, this is my negligence, and I will handle it seriously. Handle it seriously? Tell me specifically how.
Lin Feng looked at Wang Shuyi with interest.
Wang Shuyi's heart tightened.
Director Lin, I still don't know exactly what happened.
Manager Wang, let me explain. Xiao Qin volunteered. Wang Shuyi glanced at Lin Feng, and seeing no objection, allowed Xiao Qin to speak. After hearing her, Wang Shuyi's expression darkened significantly. He had thought it was just the poor attitude of these sales staff that had displeased Director Lin, but he never expected they had said such things. Most importantly, Director Lin's family was all here. Even if Director Lin wanted to handle it lightly, it was impossible. Director Lin, I will immediately dismiss these disruptive employees and conduct an internal reorganization to ensure this situation does not occur again. Wang Shuyi promised, drenched in cold sweat. What was the name of the female sales staff who said she could just find the next job?
Lin Feng turned to Xiao Qin.
Director Lin, that person is a longtime employee here, named Yang Chunmei. Xiao Qin quickly replied. Wang Shuyi, dismiss all these female sales staff without compensation.
If they apply for labor arbitration, then take them to court for damaging the company's image and seek compensation.
Lin Feng glanced coldly at the several pale-faced female salespeople. I was wrong. I really was wrong.
Director Lin, I have a child in kindergarten at home, my husband has a broken leg, and I have 4 elderly people to take care of.
I really can't lose this job. One of the female salespeople cried and even tried to kneel down to bow to Lin Feng.
Wang Shuyi was quick to react and rushed over to help her up.
There were still so many people around. What if someone recorded this and posted it online out of context? Hey, let's be lenient where we can.
In business, there's no need to be so ruthless.
What do you know? Keeping someone like this in the company is a ticking time bomb.
I didn't expect the big boss of Ronto Real Estate to be so young.
Today has been quite an eye-opener. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. Sister Fong? Isn't Yang Gu a supervisor at the headquarters? When did he break his leg? Xiao Qin asked with concern. The few who had just felt sorry for the female salesperson suddenly fell silent. The female salesperson stopped crying immediately, her expression as if she had swallowed a fly.
Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qin with satisfaction.
In the end, the female salespeople could only accept their fate, and after packing their things, they left.
At that moment, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng with starry eyes, thinking that she must have saved the galaxy in her past life to meet Lin Feng.
She suddenly remembered a line from a TV show. My destined one is a great hero, one day he will come riding on a rainbow to marry me. The onlookers, seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, dispersed, though curious glances occasionally turned toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out his phone and called Huang Wei.
Huang Wei, have the PR department post the surveillance footage online later, saying that Ronto Real Estate is very sorry for having such a person, which brought a bad experience to customers, and then upload a recording. I'll send it to you shortly.
Lin Feng said. Okay, Director Lin. I'll take care of it right away. Huang Wei immediately agreed.
Lin Feng then turned to Xiao Qin.
Do you know what that female salesperson's husband is called? Replying to Director Lin, her husband's name is Lu Yang.
Xiao Qin looked at Lin Feng with a hint of fear in her eyes. After this operation, it seemed very difficult for those women to find work in sales again. Check on a supervisor named Lu Yang. If his character is bad or if he has done anything harmful to the company's interests, fire him directly.
If he performs well, find an excuse to let him go anyway. Understood, Director Lin. There's nothing else to do elsewhere, just handle it as I said.
After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qin and Wang Shuyi.
Can you take me to see the building king now? Sure. Director Lin, I'll take you. Wang Shuyi said enthusiastically with a smile. Upon hearing Wang Shuyi's words, Xiao Qin's mood plummeted.
If Wang Shuyi completed the next steps, the commission would have nothing to do with her.
No need, just let her take us.
Also, promote her to the position of deputy sales manager. Lin Feng directly refused. He naturally knew what Wang Shuyi was thinking, wanting to please him while also taking the commission for himself. Wang Shuyi's smile remained unchanged.
All right,
Director Lin, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go handle the resignation procedures for those salespeople.
Lin Feng nodded.
After Wang Shuyi left, Xiao Qin gratefully bowed to Lin Feng.
Thank you for the promotion, Director Lin. I will work hard and definitely won't let you down.
Lin Feng waved his hand.
You deserve it.
After saying that, he smiled at Lin's proud parents.
How about it, Mom and Dad? Is this handling result acceptable?
Acceptable.
My son is really handsome,
Lin's mother said with satisfaction.
Lin's father was also very proud.
Lin Feng held Jiang Shuawei's hand and looked at Xiao Qin. Let's go, take us to see the king of the buildings.
Okay, Mr. Lin.
Just as the 5 were about to go out, a man with a flattering smile approached.
Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the manager of Shanglong Hotel, you can call me Xiao Lu.
Lin Feng frowned slightly.
Just get to the point, I have things to do. It's like this, Mr.
Lin, our Shanglong Hotel wants to cooperate with Ronto Real Estate to turn part of the Zhongting UFU into hotel-style apartments. Lin Feng understood his meaning roughly. He had to admit that this kind of cooperation was indeed quite good and had great investment prospects, but why did he want to cooperate with Shanglong Hotel?
No need, we don't have plans for that at the moment.
Lin Feng directly refused, and then the 5 continued to walk towards the lobby exit.
Mr. Lin, please consider it.
Manager Lu could only sigh helplessly as he watched Lin Feng and the others board the sightseeing car.
The 5 quickly arrived at the villa area. Mr. Lin, Zhongting No. One is the king of our entire Zhongting UFU, and it is the only villa with an area of 1,060 square meters. The listed area is 1,060 square meters, but the actual usable area reaches 1,500 square meters. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhongting No. 1, Xiao Qin introduced, and the standalone villa is fully decorated and ready for occupancy. If Mr.
Lin is not satisfied with the decoration style, you can redecorate it yourself.
The four then followed Xiao Qin into Zhongting No. 1.
As soon as they stepped into the villa, everyone was shocked by the luxury before them. The high-ceiling living room, the huge crystal chandelier dazzlingly bright, hanging from the ceiling down to mid-air, like stars falling. The floor was laid with imported marble, each piece uniquely patterned and as smooth as a mirror. One side of the living room had a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to pour in unobstructed, illuminating the entire space brightly and warmly.
Xiao Qin continued to introduce. This is the dining room, which can accommodate 20 people dining at the same time.
The kitchen is equipped with the most advanced appliances, capable of easily handling both Chinese and Western cooking.
Lin's father and mother nodded continuously as they listened, their eyes filled with surprise.
Jiang Shuawei held Lin Feng's hand and whispered, "Aiken, it's quite beautiful, almost comparable to Yulan Holy Court." Lin Feng smiled in response, "It is indeed quite nice." The group followed the spiral staircase to the second floor, which was mainly the bedroom area. Each bedroom was spacious and comfortable, equipped with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. This one is the master bedroom, over 100 square meters, with a private balcony and a hot spring bathtub. Xiao Qin pushed open a double door, and the interior was luxuriously arranged. Lin's mother walked into the master bedroom and exclaimed, "This master bedroom alone is bigger than the house we used to live in." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Madam, this is the king of villas, naturally top-notch configuration." Then, they arrived at the basement. The basement was transformed into an entertainment and leisure area, with a home theater, gym, wine cellar, and billiard room. Additionally, it had a garage, swimming pool, and everything else one could need.
"Mom and Dad, this villa is pretty good, right?"
Lin Feng smiled at his parents.
"It is indeed nice, just a bit too big," Lin's mother nodded. "As long as you like it."
After Lin Feng said this, he looked at Xiao Qin.
"How much is this king of the building?"
Xiao Qin hurriedly replied, "This villa, being the king of villas, is relatively more expensive than other villas, currently priced at 60 million renminbi."
Lin's father and mother's eyes widened. 60 million? Even Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but gasp.
Spending 60 million to buy a villa was something she wouldn't have dared to even think about before.
"Then let's go with this one,"
Lin Feng said. Xiao Qin's face immediately lit up with joy.
Just then, her phone rang.
She took out her phone and saw it was Wang Shuyi calling, which made her feel a bit awkward.
"It's fine, you can answer it," Lin Feng said. "Thank you, Director Lin," the female salesperson said before stepping aside to answer Wang Shuyi's call. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was chatting with his parents and Jiang Shuawei. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money from?" Seeing there were no outsiders around, Lin's father finally couldn't help but ask. "As long as you know your son has money, why ask so many questions?" Lin's mother immediately shot a glare at Lin's father. "Don't worry, Dad. You know my money is completely legal," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Yes, Uncle and Auntie, all of Chen's money is legitimate."
Companies like Rongtou Real Estate, which is one of the top 500 companies in the country, wouldn't accept any illegal funds for acquiring his shares, Jiang Shuawei added.
Although she didn't fully understand these matters, how could illegal money amount to several hundred billion? Moreover, it was used to legitimately acquire shares in so many large companies. Lin's father felt a bit relieved after hearing this. As long as it wasn't illegal, that was enough. After all, his grandfather participated in the Battle of the Yalu River. Even his father was a veteran, and their family had a plaque honoring their glorious family. If Lin Feng were to break the law, he wouldn't know how to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin was listening to Wang Shuyi on the phone. "Wang Qin, no matter which house director Lin wants later, you must not let him pay, understand?" Wang Qin was taken aback. "That's right.
Lin Feng was the only big boss of Rongtou Real Estate, all the assets belonged to him alone, so there was no need for him to pay.
But if that were the case, wouldn't her commission of several 100,000 be gone?"
"Forget it, at least I've been promoted to deputy sales manager."
Wang Qin could only comfort herself in her heart. "Wang Qin, did you hear that?
This is an order from General Huang Wei," Wang Shuyi asked again when he noticed Wang Qin was silent, but his tone was gentle. Wang Qin was personally promoted to deputy sales manager by Director Lin. No one knew how their relationship was.
If she said something unpleasant in front of Director Lin, "Okay, Manager Wang. I understand," Wang Qin quickly replied. After hanging up, Wang Qin walked up to Lin Feng. "Director Lin, you don't need to pay for this house. We can just proceed with the transfer contract." As soon as she said this, the four of them were a bit surprised, but Lin Feng quickly reacted. "No need, I'll buy it anyway," Lin Feng said. But Wang Qin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Although I'm the boss, I can't break the rules, otherwise, people will talk. If this house is sold without a penny, where would the company's employees get their money? Wang Qin was still a bit hesitant. After all, this was an order from above. Could Huang Wei be more important than Director Lin? Wang Qin suddenly realized. Alright then. She then led the four of them back to the sales hall to the VIP lounge to sign the contract. After signing the contract, Wang Qin's smile was completely uncontainable. She had been in the industry for a while and had previously envied others who made tens of thousands in commissions from selling villas. But today, she, Wang Qin, sold a building. After signing the contract, Lin Feng and the others walked out of the sales hall. Director Lin, take care. Wang Shuyi and the other salespeople without clients shouted in unison from behind. Then Wang Shuyi's eyes widened. Wait, did Director Lin come in a cherry? That car seemed to cost less than 100,000, right? I really don't understand the world of the rich. Wang Shuyi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This time, it was Lin Feng driving the car. I said if you write your name, you have to write my name and your dad's name. Aren't you just going to change it to your name and Xu Weiwei's name later? Lin's mother said. Lin Feng, who was driving, wore a faint smile on his face. It's fine, Mom. Just think about it, your son bought you a building worth tens of millions. How impressive is that? People will praise you, saying, your son is really successful and very filial. Ah, I love hearing that. Lin's mother immediately beamed with joy. Soon, Lin Feng drove the car to the entrance of a 4S dealership. Dad, didn't you always say you wanted to buy a Range Rover? Today, your son is buying you one. After getting out of the car, Lin Feng said to his father. Lin's father's mindset had already changed. So what if it was a few million? His son's balance was in the tens of billions. What was wrong with buying his dad a car worth a few million? Ha ha ha, good. I feel like I'd become a rich second generation. Lin's father laughed. The group walked into the 4S dealership, which was spacious and bright, with brand new cars neatly arranged. A tall, beautiful female salesperson immediately greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. How can I assist you today? The female salesperson smiled, her voice sweet. Lin Feng said, show us the Range Rover. The female salesperson quickly replied, sure, this way please. We have various configurations and colors of the Range Rover available. She led them to a black Range Rover. This model is the latest version, equipped with an advanced power system, luxurious interior, comfortable seats, and excellent off-road performance and driving experience. Its price ranges from 1.5 million to 3 million, depending on the configuration. Lin's father stepped forward to touch the car, his eyes filled with affection. Lin's mother said from the side, Old Lin, is this the car you like? It does look pretty good. Lin's father nodded with a smile. Yeah, I never thought Lin Bing, would one day be able to drive a Range Rover. Ever since that incident in 2018, Lin's father knew his life would be like this. 20 years wasted, and he could only find a job at an electronics factory to barely support the family with Lin's mother. Dad, take a look at what color you like. As for the configuration, let's go for the top one. Lin Feng said. The female salesperson couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing this. She couldn't help but take another careful look at Lin Feng. He's really handsome, just a bit young, and he has a girlfriend. The female salesperson thought to herself, then glanced at Jiang Shuiwei, who was holding Lin Feng's arm. Is that an Hermes bag that starts at over 100,000? The female salesperson's eyes were quickly drawn to the bag Jiang Shuiwei was holding in her other hand. As a woman, she naturally understood luxury goods, especially since she was a salesperson. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a Range Rover autobiography long wheelbase in our store. If you're interested, we can take a look. Seeing their purchasing power, the female salesperson recommended it. Oh, then show us, Lin Feng said, a bit intrigued. The group then followed the female salesperson to the autobiography long wheelbase. This model has a 4T engine. The female salesperson introduced it enthusiastically. Lin Feng could tell from his father's gaze that he really liked this car. Then let's go with this one. Dad, what color do you want? Let's go with this black one, it looks powerful. Lin's father's eyes never left the car. Alright, we'll take this one. What's the price for the top configuration? The female salesperson took a deep breath and then smiled at Lin Feng. Sir, this top configuration long wheelbase model requires an additional charge, around 3.88 million, and the total cost will be about 4.13 million. We can offer you a discount of 30,000. You can get this Range Rover autobiography long wheelbase for 4.1 million. Sure, I'll pay by card. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. The female salesperson was momentarily taken aback. Okay.
She felt as if a huge cake had just fallen on her.
Who understands family matters? Is it common to buy a car without haggling these days? Please have a seat here for a moment, I'll go get the POS machine.
The female salesperson arranged for them to sit in the waiting area and then hurried off with a beaming expression to fetch the POS machine and contract.
Lynn, you're so happy to be getting the POS machine, did you close a deal?
A few surrounding salespeople said enviously.
Oh, it's nothing much. Just sold a Range Rover Autobiography long wheelbase.
The female salesperson proudly held the POS machine in one hand and the contract in the other.
What? It's the long wheelbase version? That must be over 4 million after taxes. I'm so envious.
The commission must be several tens of thousands.
I'm so envious.
This immediately drew gasps and envious glances, and several salespeople curiously looked at Lin Feng and the others.
Oh, just a little splash. I won't say more, I have to get busy. I'll treat you all to hot pot tonight. Lin is so generous. Sorry to keep you waiting. The female salesperson came running back with the POS machine and contract.
Lin Feng took out his platinum card and handed it to her.
The female salesperson was slightly startled. It was actually a platinum card?
This is already considered a top-tier bank card, with only black cards and Centurion cards above it. However, being able to casually buy a car worth over 4 million without haggling, having a platinum card seems normal.
Swipe the card, enter the password, sign. 3 steps completed in one go. Beep beep beep.
Listening to the sound of the POS machine printing the receipt, payment successful.
Excitement immediately appeared on the female salesperson's face. Commission secured.
With just this sale this month, her performance would be outstanding in the store.
After signing the contract, this Range Rover Autobiography long wheelbase officially belonged to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin's father and mother looked at Jiang Shuowei and said, Shuowei, how about we pick one for you too?
Jiang Shuowei quickly waved her hand and said, Uncle, Auntie, no need.
Lin Feng has already gifted me a Ferrari, that's enough for my usual outings.
Hearing this, the female salesperson's eyes flashed with envy as she said, You are so lucky to have such a caring boyfriend. Just a moment ago, she was overjoyed about the commission, but now her mood soured.
A Ferrari. Even the cheapest one costs several $100,000, right? And judging by this young man's financial capability, it likely isn't the cheapest Ferrari. The female salesperson could only look on with envy.
As everyone was talking, Lin Feng suddenly heard a familiar voice. These cars all look pretty good. He turned to look and was surprised to see his middle school classmate Li Liang's parents.
Li Liang was a very good friend of his in middle school.
In 2018, when something happened to Li Liang's family, he begged his parents to lend Lin Feng's family 50,000. However, Lin Feng's family refused. His uncle had already brought over several tens of thousands to cover the mortgage and other expenses for those months. Although they didn't take that money, Lin Feng's family was still very grateful to them. As a result, the two families grew closer and often went out for meals together. Li Liang attended the same high school as Lin Feng, but his grades weren't great, and he didn't get into a good university, so he went straight into the military.
Due to 3 months of basic training, they hadn't been in touch during this time. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang,
Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise. Li Xingyang turned around upon hearing the voice, his face also showing a look of surprise. Ah, Lin Feng, what a coincidence to run into you here. Li Xingyang said with a smile, then looked a bit puzzled.
Are you all buying a car?
Based on his understanding of Lin Feng's family, they shouldn't have the money to buy a car, especially not at a Jaguar Land Rover dealership. Yes, old Li, my son has made it big, earned a bit of money, and now he's all excited, dragging us to buy both a house and a car. Lin's father said with a smile, his face full of pride. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan exchanged surprised glances at Lin Feng. They liked this kid. Not only did he have good grades, but he was also handsome. Unfortunately, their own son, who played so well with Lin Feng, still had such poor grades.
But hadn't Lin Feng just graduated from high school and started college? How much money could he have made to buy both a car and a house? It must be at least a few million, right? The female sales representatives from both sides noticed and stepped aside to give the two families enough space to chat. Is this Xiao Chen's girlfriend? She's really beautiful, Li Xingyang and Wang Yan said, looking at Jiang Shuowei, who was holding Lin Feng's arm. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Jiang Shuowei, and I'm Lin Feng's girlfriend. Jiang Shuowei blushed slightly upon hearing the compliment and then spoke up. Good, good, good. Xiao Chen, you're really impressive, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. If that Li Liang can find a girlfriend, I'd be satisfied.
Li Xingyang and Wang Yan replied, then laughed.
Who knows, maybe you'll bring home a beautiful female soldier. Lin's mother also chimed in with a laugh. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know how Li Liang is doing now? Lin Feng asked. Li Liang won't be able to use his phone for at least 3 months in the army. Wang Yan and I are a bit worried about whether he can handle it, Li Xingyang said. The army is pretty good. Didn't Li Liang always like guns and fighter jets?
It's just what he wanted, Lin's father said with a smile, then changed the subject.
Are you all here to buy a car too?
Yes, the car at home has been used for so many years, so we thought about getting a Range Rover Starlight.
By the way, what car did you buy? Li Xingyang asked curiously. Xiao Chen bought me a Range Rover Velar long wheelbase, Lin's father said proudly. Wow! That must cost at least 3 to 4 million, right?
Li Xingyang and Wang Yan's eyes widened as they looked at Lin Feng.
Xiao Chen, what did you do to earn so much money?
I made a bit of money playing with virtual currencies before, and then I started a company to have some fun. Nothing much, Lin Feng said vaguely. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan didn't press further, but they were both shocked and somewhat pleased. They were happy for Lin Feng and also for their own son. With the relationship between Li Liang and Lin Feng, they wouldn't have to worry about Li Liang finding a job after he was discharged. Lin Feng looked at Uncle Li and Aunt Wang and suddenly said, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I'll buy you a car too. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan quickly waved their hands.
No, we can't take your money, you should keep it for yourself, Li Xingyang said. It's fine, old Li, just accept it. You've taken care of our family a lot in the past, and Lin Feng is like your half-son, this is his intention, just accept it. Lin's father also urged. He was very grateful to this family, just that 50,000 yuan, although they didn't accept it, he remembered the kindness in his heart, not to mention that they often bought clothes for Li Liang and also for Lin Feng, including shoes. Sometimes he wondered if Lin Feng was his son, otherwise, why would he be so good to this kid? But he quickly dismissed that thought. He had watched Lin Feng grow up since birth, and there was absolutely no possibility of any under-the-table dealings. Lin Feng said seriously, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I remember all the kindness you've shown us. I, Lin Feng, am definitely not the kind of person who forgets a favor. This is my heartfelt intention, and you must accept it. Li Liang's parents still refused, saying, that was all in the past.
Lin Feng felt a bit helpless and decided to lay it all out. I am now the owner of Rongtou Real Estate Company.
I've made money and have the ability to repay your kindness from back then. Moreover, this is also my sincere intention. Li Liang's parents widened their eyes in disbelief. How is that possible?
Rongtou Real Estate is a company worth hundreds of billions.
Lin Feng smiled and said, it's true. Is this true? You know Xiao Chen wouldn't lie, right? Li's father also said with a smile.
No, I just find it a bit unbelievable.
That Mr. Lin is the sole owner of Rongtou Real Estate now,
Li Xingyang said in shock. Lin Feng was a bit surprised.
Uncle Li, how do you know? I found out about this by chance, but I didn't expect it to be you, Li Xingyang explained. Wah! What? The entire Rongtou Real Estate is yours alone? Li's father and mother were dumbfounded, even stuttering as they spoke. You didn't know?
Li Xingyang asked in confusion.
Then everyone's gaze turned to Lin Feng. Even Jiang Shuowei, who was next to Lin Feng, felt a bit nervous.
Lin Feng just smiled awkwardly. In the end, with Lin Feng's insistence, he chose a Land Rover Defender worth around 800,000 for Li Liang's parents. The female salesperson nearby was shocked to learn that this car was a gift from Lin Feng. She had never seen such a generous customer in her time working there. While handling the purchase paperwork, Li Liang's parents still seemed a bit uneasy. Lin Feng comforted them, saying, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, just accept it with peace of mind. After the paperwork was completed, Lin Feng's family bid farewell to Li Liang's parents. Then Lin's father drove the Land Rover, carrying everyone back home. As for that cherry, it was directly given to the 4S store to be sold as a second-hand car. Li Xingyang watched the Land Rover gradually disappear and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chen is quite remarkable. At such a young age, he's worth billions. But where did he get so much money? This is a bit beyond my understanding, Wang Yan couldn't help but ask. What does that have to do with you? Don't pry. We just need to know he's a good brother of Li Liang, and that makes him like half a son to you and me. Li Xingyang glared at Wang Yan. I know, I'm just curious. Curious about what? Curiosity killed the cat. Because they were going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at their grandparents' house that night, the four of them went to the mall to buy a lot of things before heading home. Once they got home, the little plush toy ran to the door, meowing at Jiang Shuowei non-stop. After changing her shoes, Jiang Shuowei immediately picked up the little plush toy. Oh dear, my poor baby, Jiang Shuowei said lovingly, stroking the little plush toy's head. The little plush toy buried its head in Jiang Shuowei's chest, feeling wronged. This little guy is really adorable, Lin's mother said with a smile. Aunt, why don't you hold it? Jiang Shuowei offered the little plush toy to Lin's mother.
Lin's mother didn't decline and took it in her arms.
The little plush toy was not shy at all and lay obediently in Lin's mother's embrace. Lin's father and mother originally wanted to cook, but Lin Feng took over.
Mom and Dad, I've come back with great difficulty, so today I'll cook.
Lin Feng said with a smile. Yes, uncle and aunt, lunch can be handled by me and Aiken, Zhang Shuawei added. Alright, then lunch will be up to you too, Lin's mother said with a genuine smile, her gaze towards Zhang Shuawei growing more satisfied.
Then she and Lin's father began discussing their plans for returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Wait, let me cut it, okay?
You're making me nervous just watching you.
That's white sugar. You're using white sugar to marinate the meat?
Look, this garlic sprout is still covered in dirt, you need to wash it more carefully.
Humph.
Zhang Shuawei stood to the side, puffed up with anger. Lin Feng felt a bit helpless. He had wanted to say he could handle it alone, having already witnessed Zhang Shuawei's prowess last time, but it wasn't appropriate to say anything in front of Lin's parents.
Shuawei, why don't you go play for a bit?
I'll call you when I'm done, it's really hot in here. Lin Feng could only comfort her.
Zhang Shuawei had to leave the kitchen. Hey, auntie.
Zhang Shuawei looked at Lin's mother, who was sitting at the dining table, her face slightly flushed. She had offered to help but ended up being sent out.
Shuawei, come eat some grapes, they're quite sweet.
Lin's mother had naturally overheard the conversation in the kitchen and smiled as she beckoned Zhang Shuawei over.
Zhang Shuawei obediently sat down. Lin's mother took Zhang Shuawei's hand and said kindly, Shuawei, don't take it to heart, that boy Chen is just too serious. I know, auntie, I'm not unhappy. Zhang Shuawei quickly explained. The two chatted casually while eating grapes. Lin's mother began to ask about Zhang Shuawei and Lin Feng's daily interactions.
Zhang Shuawei blushed as she shared some sweet little moments, making Lin's mother laugh continuously.
In the kitchen, Lin Feng was busy and working up a sweat.
Washing vegetables, chopping, stir-frying, his movements were skilled. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. In the living room, Lin's father was focused on the vehicle manual.
Oh, this smells so good,
Lin's mother said with a smile.
Zhang Shuawei nodded. Chen's cooking has always been great.
The last time he came to my house, the food he made was delicious, my mom kept praising him.
Oh, Chen has been to your house and met your parents? Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin's father, sitting on the sofa, looked up.
Yes, my dad had an incident at the hospital before, and Lin Feng came to help, so they met then.
Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. What do your parents think of Chen? Lin's mother asked expectantly.
My parents and my younger brother all like Chen very much, they're quite satisfied.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Since it's like this, we should arrange for our families to meet formally sometime.
Although you're not of age yet, we can at least set a wedding date,
Lin's mother said, very pleased.
Ha!
Zhang Shuawei felt a bit flustered by Lin's mother's words, her face turning bright red.
Mom, what are you talking about? I just started my freshman year, how can I be thinking about marriage?
Lin Feng came out with the dishes and heard what Lin's mother said, feeling a bit helpless.
I didn't say you should get married right away, you're not even of age yet. I meant we could at least set a wedding date. Lin's mother shot him a glare.
She was very satisfied with Zhang Shuawei, much better than the previous Xiaojia.
I don't mind, it mainly depends on Shuawei's opinion.
Lin Feng could only say. He was just worried about making Zhang Shuawei feel awkward, but since the topic had come up, he might as well be straightforward.
I have no objections,
Zhang Shuawei said, her face still flushed.
Great, Auntie will be waiting for your good news, Lin's mother said, smiling happily. Let's eat first,
Lin Feng quickly said, then pulled Zhang Shuawei into the kitchen to serve the dishes.
Is it really decided?
Lin Feng looked into Zhang Shuawei's eyes and said softly.
Zhang Shuawei nodded vigorously.
Anyway, I've decided on you for life, it doesn't matter if it's early or late.
Alright, I'll arrange it when the time comes.
Lin Feng gently brushed Zhang Shuawei's loose hair aside.
He felt it was somewhat dreamy.
I didn't expect that after less than a month of knowing each other, both sets of parents would be meeting.
Isn't that a bit too fast?
The four of them sat around the dining table, admiring the spread of delicious dishes and praising them. Lin's father took a bite of food and nodded in satisfaction. Son, your skills have improved.
Lin Feng smiled. As long as my cooking hasn't declined. Shuawei, try this piece of braised pork. Lin's mother, smiling, kept serving dishes to Zhang Shuawei. Thank you, Auntie.
After the meal, Zhang Shuawei took the initiative to help clear the dishes, and Lin Feng helped as well.
Lin's mother couldn't stop them, saying, You two rest, I'll handle it. Auntie, you and Uncle sit for a while, this little task is on us, Zhang Shuawei said. After tidying up the kitchen, the four of them sat on the sofa chatting. By the way, Shuawei, did you tell your parents you won't be going back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin's mother asked.
I told my parents in advance, they know, Jiang Shuawei replied. Then come back with us tonight so that the relatives at home can meet you, Lin's mother said, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand.
Jiang Shuawei shyly nodded. Okay, auntie.
Lin Feng glanced at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon.
Dad, shall we go to Baihui? I'll go make arrangements. Lin's father immediately understood Lin Feng's intention.
We won't go, you two can go. Lin's mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting, so she spoke up.
Lin Feng nodded and then went downstairs with Lin's father towards Baihui Supermarket.
Upon arriving at Baihui Supermarket, due to the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were fewer people in the supermarket, either they had gone back to their hometown to visit relatives or were traveling. Call your manager over here, Lin Feng said to the cashier at the checkout. The cashier looked Lin Feng and his father up and down.
May I ask what you need our manager for? This supermarket is mine. What do you think I need your manager for?
Lin Feng said with a faint smile. The cashier immediately became a bit nervous. Last night, the work group had notified everyone about the change of ownership, and everyone was guessing whether the new owner would come to inspect today. They didn't expect to run into him.
However, the new owner is so young?
Just say Lin Feng is here, Lin Feng added. The cashier nodded and hurriedly picked up the phone to contact the manager. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. He looked at Lin Feng and his father.
Hello, I am the manager here. May I ask which of you is Lin Feng, the owner?
The manager said respectfully. I am, and this is my father, Lin Feng replied calmly.
Hello, my name is Lin Bing. Lin's father appeared a bit nervous. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin.
You can call me Xiao Zhao, Manager Zhao said with a big smile, slightly bowing. Lin Feng nodded. Show us around and let us understand the supermarket's operations. Manager Zhao quickly led the way, introducing the sales situation in each area and the employees' work status as they walked. Lin's father was very focused, occasionally interjecting a few words, while Lin Feng listened absent-mindedly. In fact, Lin Feng had no interest at all, he was just accompanying his father. After touring around, Lin Feng and his father arrived at the office. From now on, my father will be the owner of this supermarket, you can coordinate related matters with him, Lin Feng said. Manager Zhao nodded repeatedly, understood, understood. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, a scruffy man with vacant eyes was wandering around and then bumped into a woman with a little girl.
Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? The man shouted loudly.
Although the woman knew it wasn't her fault, as a woman with a child, she could only swallow her anger.
I'm sorry. Women can only apologize. Mom, it was clearly him who bumped into us, why do we have to apologize?
The little girl looked up at her mother with her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with confusion. The woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth, but it was too late.
So what if I bumped into your mom?
Your mom still has to apologize to me.
Just like my son, even if he was driven to jump off a building by the school teacher, what can I do about it?
The man suddenly glared with bloodshot eyes, shouting at the little girl. The little girl, frightened, hid behind her mother. The woman had never seen such a scene. Looking at the man who seemed a bit deranged, she felt a pang of panic in her heart. I'm really sorry, the child doesn't understand. We'll leave right now, the woman said as she prepared to pull the little girl away from the man. But the man suddenly reached out, grabbing the woman's shoulder, and with his other hand, slapped her across the face.
With a loud smack,
the woman's face turned red at a visible speed. The woman dared not retaliate, only holding the little girl tightly in her arms.
Wow, Mom!
The child's cries drew the attention of those around them.
People quickly intervened. Don't fight, let's talk it out.
But the man seemed to snap, one hand gripping the woman while the other pulled out a small knife from his pocket, waving it at the crowd.
Don't come any closer,
the man shouted with red eyes.
The crowd was startled and dared not approach.
A few quick-witted individuals immediately called the police, while many others took out their phones to start recording. Anyway, my son is already gone, I have no motivation to live, you all can accompany my son in death, the man shouted, then lunged at the woman with the knife. With one hand holding the woman and the child in her arms, the woman saw she couldn't dodge and bent down, protecting the child tightly. Lin Feng and a few others were still in the office when they heard an employee say someone was causing trouble, so they rushed out to check, only to witness this scene. Lin Feng's face changed dramatically upon seeing this, and he quickly rushed forward.
Hey, Xiao Qin! Lin's father anxiously tried to stop Lin Feng but couldn't.
Seeing Lin Feng charge ahead, Lin's father steeled himself and followed. In just a few seconds, the man had already stabbed the woman 2 or 3 times. Blood flowed from the woman's body.
Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. Call an ambulance. Someone help. Don't just stand there.
Lin Feng had already reached the front, delivering a flying kick that struck the man's wrist, causing the knife to drop instantly. The man, enraged by the sudden attack, turned and lunged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sidestepped, seizing the man's arm and executing a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground.
Lin's father also rushed over, and together with Lin Feng, they pinned the man down.
Seeing the man subdued, the crowd gathered around.
"Quick, hold him down!" Lin Feng shouted.
The crowd surged forward, firmly restraining the man.
"Hurry, call an ambulance!"
Lin Feng said loudly.
Someone quickly dialed for emergency help.
The woman lay pale and weak on the ground, while the little girl cried loudly in her mother's arms.
"Mom! Woo woo! Mom, don't die! Don't leave Shaoli! I don't want Mom to die!"
The woman glanced at the little girl, relieved to see she was unharmed.
"Shaoli, Mom is fine," the woman said weakly.
At this moment, Lin Feng freed himself and, along with a few others, came to the woman's side to check her injuries.
"Hang in there, the ambulance is on the way."
Lin Feng comforted her.
Thank you, the woman said weakly.
She then looked at the little girl.
"Shaoli, use Mommy's phone to call Daddy."
The little girl quickly took the phone out of the woman's pocket. With trembling hands, she dialed her father's number and said with a choked voice, "Daddy, Mommy is hurt, at the supermarket, please hurry."
"Little friend, can you pass the phone to your brother?"
Lin Feng said gently. The little girl, knowing that Lin Feng had saved her mother and trusting him completely, handed the phone to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng took the call, he heard a man's anxious voice on the other end. "Sir, this lady was stabbed several times by a man with a knife at the Baihui supermarket downstairs in the XX community. The situation is very serious, and an ambulance has already been called. It's at the district hospital, please come quickly." Soon, the sound of the ambulance siren grew closer, and medical personnel rushed to the scene, lifting the injured woman onto a stretcher and taking her to the hospital.
The little girl also got into the ambulance.
As they were leaving, her tear-filled big eyes glanced back at Lin Feng.
The police arrived shortly after, investigating and recording the scene, and took the subdued man away in handcuffs.
Lin Feng and his father had already slipped away by the time the police car arrived.
"How can that man be so bad?"
He apologized, yet he still wouldn't let it go.
Lin Feng's father said angrily on the way home.
Lin Feng sighed inwardly. They always say to remember the principle of retreating for happiness, but when encountering such people, it really is impossible to avoid.
After a moment of silence, Lin Feng's father spoke again. "Xiao Chun, you did the right thing today.
If you hadn't rushed in, that woman and child would have been in danger. But in the future, if you encounter such situations again, I hope you can think it through.
If something happens to you, what should your mom and I do?"
Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I didn't think that much at the time, it was just instinct. But don't worry, Dad, if I encounter such situations again, I will definitely act within my limits," Lin Feng assured him. As they spoke, they had already returned home. Lin Feng recounted what had happened at the supermarket to his mother and Jiang Shuiwei.
Both of them hurried over to check if Lin Feng was hurt.
"I'm really fine," Lin Feng said with a helpless smile.
"But you just left like that?"
"After all, this happened in our supermarket, we should at least show some concern." Lin Feng's mother then spoke up.
Lin Feng was taken aback and exchanged a glance with his father. "Then let's go to the hospital now. Xiao Chen, you come with me."
Lin Feng's father decisively made the decision.
"Okay."
Lin Feng nodded. Jiang Shuiwei also wanted to go along, but was stopped by Lin Feng's mother. It was enough for the involved parties to go, having too many people would be strange. They estimated that the woman was still in surgery, so they waited another 2 hours, leaving around 5:30 in the afternoon.
Since the hospital wasn't far, they arrived quickly.
The smell of disinfectant filled the hospital, making one feel inexplicably tense. Lin Feng and his father went to the service desk to inquire about the room where the injured woman and child were taken after the ambulance arrived. The nurse was somewhat cautious.
"Who are you to her? If you can provide a name, I can tell you."
Lin Feng and his father exchanged glances.
"How would we know?"
"It's like this, that lady was stabbed, and I saved her. We're just here to see how she's doing," Lin Feng explained. The nurse still seemed skeptical. After making a phone call, she finally told Lin Feng and his father where the room was located. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised.
"Not in the operating room, but in a patient room? Okay, thank you."
Lin Feng thanked them and then headed with his father towards the room number the nurse had mentioned. After following the signs to find the ward, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. It was actually a VIP room.
"Who is it?"
Lin Feng replied, "Hello, we are the owners of the supermarket, here to see the injured."
The door opened, and a man looked at them with a weary expression, a hint of anger in his eyes. "You are the owners of the supermarket? How did you find your way here?" The man seemed puzzled. Hadn't the doctor said that the saviors of his wife and child were coming?
This incident happened in our supermarket, so we feel responsible and wanted to check in, Lin Feng explained.
Why would such a thing happen in your supermarket?
It's your fault that my wife is in this state.
The man's emotions flared, and his voice unconsciously rose. A passing doctor frowned.
This is a hospital. Please don't disturb the other patients.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The man quickly apologized and then turned back to Lin Feng and his father.
I'm really sorry, none of us wanted this to happen. We're here to see if there's anything we can do to help.
Lin Feng's father tried to keep his tone gentle.
We don't need your help. I don't want to see you. Just wait for the court summons.
The man said impatiently, then turned to open the door to return to the ward. Xiaoli was eavesdropping at the door, and as it opened, she saw Lin Feng, her big eyes filled with surprise.
Big brother. Daddy. This big brother is the one who defeated the bad guys,
Xiaoli said to the man beside her.
The man was taken aback, looking at Lin Feng, and asked, Did you call me on the phone?
Lin Feng smiled and nodded. A look of guilt crossed the man's face as he repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I was just so worried about my wife and child.
It's okay, we understand how you feel, Lin Feng's father quickly said.
We just want to check on her condition. If there's anything we can help with, please let us know, Lin Feng added. The woman inside the room had also heard the commotion and weakly said, They saved both of us, let them in. The man helped the woman sit up, and Lin Feng and his father walked into the ward. The woman looked at them, her eyes filled with gratitude.
Thank you, if it weren't for you, my child and I might.
There's no need to be so polite, this is what we should do, Lin Feng quickly replied. The woman then said to the man, Honey, you can't blame them, they are also victims.
If it weren't for them, we might not have survived. The man nodded. I understand, I was too impulsive just now.
He then looked at Lin Feng and his father and said, We can't repay your great kindness. I can't even imagine how I would live if I lost my wife and daughter. As he spoke, his eyes turned red.
He then took out his phone. 2 benefactors, let me transfer some money to you as a token of my gratitude.
Lin Feng and his father repeatedly declined.
We can't accept your money.
After all, this incident happened in our supermarket, and we should bear some responsibility.
We'll cover the medical expenses and lost wages.
The woman and the man firmly refused.
This isn't your fault, you've already saved us. We can't let you incur more expenses.
Seeing their resolute attitude, Lin Feng could only give in.
Alright then, if there's anything we can help with, feel free to contact us. They exchanged contact information at the couple's strong insistence.
Thank you so much, if it weren't for you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
The woman expressed her gratitude once more. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't say that.
Anyone who saw that situation would have stepped in to help, Lin's father said from the side.
Yeah, you two just focus on recovering and don't think too much.
The woman nodded slightly, a hint of fear showing on her face as she glanced at the little girl by the bed. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. I was really scared at the time, but thankfully I had you all. The man tightly held the woman's hand, his eyes filled with concern.
Don't be afraid, it's all in the past now.
The little girl stood by, her big eyes watching them, filled with curiosity. Lin Feng squatted down and gently said to the little girl, Little friend, you're very brave.
Were you scared today?
The little girl shook her head. With my brother here, I'm not afraid. Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart and patted the little girl's head.
So good. Don't worry, my dear. I will definitely not let the person who hurt you get away with it.
The man spoke with an air of authority, even without raising his voice. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened.
This man is not simple. They chatted for a while longer. The man was named Chu Yang, the owner of Tianlin Cultural Entertainment, though Lin Feng had never heard of it. However, Lin Feng admired him. He was just over 30 and already a company owner. The woman was named Xiao Shuer, a full-time homemaker, and the little girl was named Chu Li.
Lin Feng, little brother, when you graduate, come to my company.
I will definitely arrange a good job for you,
Chu Yang said with a smile.
Thanks, brother Chu, but that's not necessary.
I have my own company. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled to decline.
Wow, impressive, brother Lin. You started a company right after entering university? Tell me what kind of company it is. Xu Yang was a bit curious. What are you doing?
Xiao Shuer said with a hint of annoyance.
It's nothing, Sister Shui.
I just started a real estate company, Lin Feng said with a faint smile.
Real estate company? Xu Yang stuttered a bit. It couldn't be one of those shell companies registered for just a few million or a brokerage, right? Otherwise, the assets would at least start in the hundreds of millions.
Even Xiao Shuer, who was resting in bed, was stunned.
Lin's father felt a surge of pride seeing their astonishment. Brother Lin, can you share the name? Xu Yang was extremely curious at this moment.
There's nothing to hide, it's called Ronto Jiti, Lin Feng said casually.
Ronto Jiti?
Brother Lin, you really are young and promising. Xu Yang, for some reason, felt relieved.
So it was just bragging. You scared me. A company like Ronto Jiti, worth hundreds of billions, how could the owner still be in university?
After chatting for a while longer, Lin Feng noticed it was about time. He still had to go to his grandparents' house in the evening, so he prepared to take his leave. You two rest well, we won't disturb you any longer. Contact us anytime if you need anything, Lin Feng said.
Let me see you off, Xu Yang said. No need, just take care of Sister Shui. Well, okay, we'll visit you another day. Goodbye, big brother.
Little Li waved at Lin Feng. Goodbye, Little Li. Lin Feng patted Little Li's head and then walked out of the room with Lin's father.
After returning home, Lin's mother was a bit anxious. Hurry up and set off. It's already 6 o'clock, and we still have to rush back for dinner,
Lin's mother urged. After packing up, Mom and Dad, Shuiwei and I can share a car.
We'll go straight back to school then. That works.
Then Jiang Shuiwei hugged her little doll and went downstairs with Lin Feng to wait in the Lamborghini Poison for Lin's father and mother. When Lin's father and mother got out of the car, their eyes were immediately drawn to the cool Lamborghini Poison that Lin Feng and Jiang Shuiwei were in, and they couldn't help but be impressed.
Lin's father parked the car next to the Poison. Son, what kind of car is this? It's so cool, Lin's mother exclaimed.
Lin Feng smiled slightly.
Mom, this is a Lamborghini Veneno. How much does it cost?
Lin's father couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with surprise as he kept glancing at the car.
About 100 million,
Lin Feng said casually.
As soon as the price was mentioned, Lin's parents were instantly stunned. They exchanged glances, seeing the same disbelief in each other's eyes.
It took them a long while to regain their composure, and Lin's father widened his eyes.
A small goal? This car could buy more than 20 of my Land Rover.
Lin's mother shook her head repeatedly, her expression a mix of surprise and a hint of reproach.
Son, you really are willing to spend. 100 million is no small amount.
Lin Feng smiled and explained, Mom and Dad, this is a car I've always wanted.
I've liked it since I was a child, and now that I have the means, I naturally want to buy it and drive it.
If dreams from my teens and 20s are only realized in my 30s or 40s, then it loses its meaning.
Lin's father nodded, although he was still a bit surprised. There was more understanding and support for his son in his eyes. It's good that you've grown up and have your own ideas and pursuits. As long as it's something you truly like, Dad supports you. Lin's mother added, yes, as long as you're happy.
But with such an expensive car, you have to be careful when driving. Soon, the two cars set off. All the way, Lin's father drove the Land Rover in front, while Lin Feng followed closely in the Lamborghini Veneno. The autumn scenery rushed past the car window, and after more than an hour, they finally arrived at their grandparents' house. As soon as the car stopped at the door, the deep and powerful roar of the engine attracted the attention of the neighbors around. They all turned their gazes toward them. When they saw Lin's father, mother, Lin Feng, and an unfamiliar girl, they immediately began to discuss among themselves.
Wow, the Yu family must have struck it rich.
That car is so beautiful, it must be very expensive.
Of course.
One Land Rover and one supercar, you can't get them for less than a few million.
Tisk tsk. They are really wealthy.
Uncle and Zhou Ling also heard the sound of the car and came out to greet them. Upon seeing the two luxury cars parked outside, they were both stunned.
Dad, do you know how much these two cars cost?
Zhou Ling asked curiously, her eyes shining as she stared at the Lamborghini Veneno.
I'm not sure, but at least several million, Zhou Chaoyang said in a daze.
Uncle,
Lin Feng greeted.
Hey,
Xiao Chun, aren't you going to introduce her?
Zhou Chaoyang immediately recognized the girl standing next to Lin Feng as the one from the photo shared in the group.
Hello, Uncle. I'm Lin Feng's girlfriend. My name is Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei said sweetly. Oh, good. Come in and rest. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside in the countryside, Zhou Chaoyang said with a smile. Okay, Uncle. Jiang Shuiwei nodded in response. Then Zhou Chaoyang walked over to Lin's father and mother.
He then looked at Zhou Ling.
You must be Xiao Ling, right? I've heard your brother mention you. Jiang Shuiwei smiled. Sister, you're so beautiful. I hope I can be as pretty as you in the future, Zhou Ling exclaimed. Oh, Xiao Ling, you have such a sweet mouth. Jiang Shuiwei's face instantly lit up with joy.
Then Zhou Ling looked at Lin Feng.
Bro, what kind of car is that? It's so cool. I won't tell you. I have something to settle with you.
Lin Feng deliberately put on a stern face as he looked at Zhou Ling. Just thinking about what people in the live stream said about him having feelings for Emoga made him feel a wave of frustration. Now he finally had the chance to deal with the culprit. At that moment, Zhou Chaoyang couldn't help but ask, "Sister, is what Aunt said that day true? Is Xiao Chen really one of the bosses of that Ronto GD?" Lin's mother nodded proudly. "Of course. Your nephew is impressive, right? Impressive, impressive. That must mean he's worth at least $1 billion? $1 billion? You're underestimating your nephew. Just this car alone is worth $100 million. Lin's mother pointed at the car with a smug expression. "What? This car is $100 million? Zhou Chaoyang stared at the car, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He swallowed hard. Then Xiao Chen must own a lot of shares in Ronto GD, right? The entire Ronto GD belongs to Xiao Chen. Lin's mother's pride grew even stronger. "What? Then Xiao Chen must be worth over $100 billion? Zhou Chaoyang exclaimed. Lin's mother smiled and nodded. "Your uncle is going to enjoy some of that fortune too." The group entered the house, where Lin Feng's grandparents and aunt were cooking. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." "Hello, Aunt," Jiang Shuawei greeted sweetly. Since Lin's mother had given them a heads up, they weren't too surprised and warmly welcomed Jiang Shuawei. While the food was being prepared, Lin Feng walked up behind Zhou Ling, who was playing with a small puppet alongside Jiang Shuawei. Zhou Ling immediately felt a chill behind her and turned around to see Lin Feng, making a face of disdain. "What do you want, bro?" Lin Feng pulled out a stick he had found and wore an angry expression. "Did you change my Douyin username?" Zhou Ling screamed in fright and quickly hid behind Jiang Shuawei. The small puppet, seeing the stick in Lin Feng's hand, also got scared and buried its head in Jiang Shuawei's arms. Jiang Shuawei looked at the two little ones, feeling both amused and helpless. "I didn't change it." Zhou Ling immediately denied it. Still not telling the truth, Lin Feng pretended to swing the stick at Zhou Ling, who immediately shouted, "Sister, save me." "Oh, come on, Ah Chen, let's talk this out. Why resort to violence?" Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. "I was going to buy you a gift, but since you're being so dishonest, that gift is confiscated," Lin Feng said, seeing that Zhou Ling had Jiang Shuawei as a shield. "A gift? What gift?" Zhou Ling perked up at the mention of a gift. "I don't give gifts to dishonest people. I was wrong." "Oh, good brother." Zhou Ling immediately ran to Lin Feng, pulling on his hand and acting cute. "I really can't do anything with you," Lin Feng said, feeling both amused and exasperated. He then took a small box from the pile of gifts and handed it to her. "Here, the latest fruit phone, but you still need to study hard. If you improve, I'll bring you more gifts next time." "Wow, thank you, brother." Zhou Ling was overjoyed to receive the new phone. She had been using her parents' outdated phone and had dreamed of having one of her own. The latest fruit phone? That must cost a lot, right? "Xiao Chun, you're being too extravagant." Aunt just happened to come out and overheard this. Since she had been busy in the kitchen, she didn't know what kind of car Lin Feng and the others were driving. "It's fine. Xiao Chen has money now. It's only right to buy his sister some expensive things," Lin's father said with a smile. "Money?" Aunt was a bit surprised and was about to say something when she was called back by Lin's mother and the others in the kitchen. Before long, all the dishes were served, and a round table that could seat 10 was filled to the brim. Even Zhou Dongxue came down from upstairs. Zhou Dongxue was feeling very upset at that moment. She had quarreled with her family about this issue before. The illness she had required a lot of money and might not even be cured, so she was reluctant to mention it, not wanting to burden her family. However, after meeting Lin Feng that day, her mindset changed. Since her cousin was so wealthy, she could borrow a little from him. After all, who would want to die if they could live? As a result, when I returned yesterday, I had another argument with my family. Zhou Chaoyang asked her what illness she had, and she said she would talk about it when the time was right. Then Zhou Chaoyang exploded. At the dinner table, Lin Feng's aunt finally couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, you said Xiao Chen has money now. Is it true that what we discussed in the group that day?" Lin Fu's face was full of pride as he said, "Is there any doubt? Our Xiao Chen is doing well now." Lin Feng smiled and scratched his head, saying, "It's all just good luck." Grandpa and Grandma were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths, exclaiming, "This child has been smart since he was little. We didn't expect him to be so capable now." At the dinner table, Zhou Dongxue remained silent, occasionally pushing her food around. Lin Feng noticed and asked with concern, "Eldest sister, I heard you had some issues in your health checkup. What's going on?" Zhou Dongxue looked up, a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but remained silent. Uncle sighed and said, "This child is just stubborn, she won't say anything." Grandma anxiously said, "Dongxue, don't make us worry. If there's anything, we can figure it out together." Everyone took turns persuading Zhou Dongxue. Jiang Shuowei gently said, Sister Dongxue, everyone cares about you, don't bear it all alone. Finally, Zhou Dongxue couldn't hold back her tears and said, I was diagnosed with leukemia. I'm afraid the treatment will cost a lot, and I'm also afraid it won't work, so I didn't dare to tell you. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Lin Feng's hands involuntarily clenched. He never expected Zhou Dongxue to have leukemia. If they couldn't find a bone marrow match, she would just have to wait to die. Eldest sister, don't be too pessimistic. I have a hospital under my name. We can definitely treat your illness. Lin Feng quickly comforted her. Aunt wiped her tears and said, Yes, Dongxue, we are a family. We can face this together. There's no obstacle we can't overcome. Grandpa, Grandma, and Lin Fu and Lin Mu also offered their comfort. Zhou Chaoyan's face was filled with regret, secretly hating himself for arguing with his daughter. Jiang Shuowei gently held Zhou Dongxue's hand and said, Sister Dongxue, as long as we can find a suitable bone marrow match, leukemia can be treated. If you cooperate with the treatment, you will be fine. Zhou Ling's eyes were filled with tears. Sister, you must get treated. Money can be earned again, but I can't lose you, sister. Woo woo. As Zhou Ling spoke, she began to cry. Hearing her sister Zhou Ling's tearful words, Zhou Dongxue couldn't stop her own tears from flowing. She tightly hugged Zhou Ling and choked out, Sister, I promise you, I will cooperate with the treatment. I won't abandon you. In that moment, everyone at the dinner table was moved by the deep bond between the sisters, and tears of emotion flowed. Lin Feng's eyes also turned red. He sniffed and said, Eldest sister, don't worry. Our family will work together to overcome this illness. Uncle Zhou Chaoyan was already in tears, wiping his eyes as he said, It's all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Daughter, I'm sorry. Aunt also cried, saying, Dongxue, it's my fault for not taking good care of you. We will face this together from now on. Grandpa and Grandma were in tears, with Grandma holding Zhou Dongxue's hand, trembling as she said, Child, don't be afraid, we are all here. Lin Fu and Lin Mu were also wiping their tears, with Lin Mu saying, Dongxue, just focus on your treatment, don't think about anything else. Zhou Dongxue nodded with tear-filled eyes. Eldest sister, I will arrange for the hospital to be ready right away. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will arrange for you to be admitted. Don't worry, I will cover all the expenses. Lin Feng looked at Zhou Dongxue, feeling a bit heartbroken as he said, Xiao Chen, this money can be considered a loan from your uncle. When? Zhou Chaoyang's words were interrupted by Lin Feng before he could finish. Uncle, my sister is my blood relative, and since I have the ability, I should be the one to pay this money, Lin Feng said decisively. He knew the situation of his uncle and aunt's family, which was only slightly better than his own. The cost of treating leukemia was substantial enough to drag them down. Xiao Chen, this can't be. Zhou Dongxue said, somewhat agitated. It's fine, big sister. At worst, you can come work for me at my company after you graduate to pay off the debt. Yes, Dongxue, don't refuse. Lin's father and mother also urged. Zhou Dongxue finally stopped insisting, choking back her emotions as she said, Xiao Chen, thank you, and everyone, I will definitely cooperate well with the treatment. The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. System task completed. Reward, 100% shares of Ginkgo Hospital for the host. His uncle, aunt, and grandparents expressed their gratitude in a flurry. As night fell, due to limited space, Jiang Shuowei and Zhou Dongxue squeezed together to sleep, while Lin Feng slept with his father. Only then did Lin Feng have the chance to check his phone, where a stream of messages in green bubbles wished him a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. From Xiaofei, Xiaowei, Chen Xiao, and others, including Lu Shu, Lu Hai, Huang Wei, Fang Anping, and many more. Lin Feng replied one by one. After putting down his phone, he closed his eyes and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, after Lin Feng got up, everyone had just finished breakfast when several people he didn't want to see appeared in the yard, along with some other relatives. It was Yuan Lu and his family. Upon learning that Lin Feng's family had returned, they rushed over. Yuan Lu lowered his head, not daring to meet Lin Feng's gaze. His uncle and aunt wore smiles, trying to curry favor with Lin Feng. His uncle spoke first, Xiao Chen, it was your uncle who was ignorant and didn't know you were the boss of the company, which is why he clashed with you, but it was for your own good. He was just worried you might offend someone important, so he spoke a bit harshly. I'll have your uncle come over to apologize. Then his uncle shot a glare at Yuan Lu behind him, signaling him to hurry up and apologize. Reluctantly, Yuan Lu stepped forward. Xiao Chen, I spoke too harshly before, please forgive your uncle? Alright, I forgive you, Lin Feng replied somewhat impatiently. Yuan Lu was suddenly surprised and looked up at Lin Feng. A nouveau riche is still a nouveau riche, even after becoming the boss of Rongtou Jidi. Yuan Lu sneered inwardly. Xiao Chen, since you've forgiven your uncle, let him return to work at the company, okay?
Just for the sake of your uncle and aunt, our demands aren't high. Just let your uncle go back to a management position. His aunt chimed in. Yes, yes. Just promote me to the leadership position of the department I was in before. Yuan Lu said with a smug smile. He thought Lin Feng had agreed to forgive him because there were too many relatives here, so he took the opportunity to make this request. Lin Feng sneered. When did I say I would let you return to work at the company? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yuan Lu's family immediately changed their expressions. His aunt jumped up, pointing at Lin Feng and scolding, You ungrateful Lin Feng. Your parents worked at our company for 20 years, we have some obligation to you, and now you can't even give your uncle a job opportunity? Lin Feng blared back, how can you still bring that up? The company shut down without any compensation, leaving my parents in such a difficult situation. Do you feel even a shred of guilt? His uncle shouted back, that was due to poor management of the company, can you blame us? Besides, having them find new jobs is also unavoidable. At this moment, Lin's mother was in tears, her voice trembling as she said, We have worked with you for 20 years, and while we may not have any achievements, we have certainly endured hardships. Yet you can't even say a word of apology, and now you still blame us like this. Upon hearing this, Uncle's family showed no remorse, instead, they became even more arrogant. Yuan Lu said viciously, Humph, you are just a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Now that Lin Feng has become successful, you don't recognize us relatives anymore. Uncle echoed, that's right. If I had known you were such people, I shouldn't have let you into the company in the first place. This completely infuriated Uncle Zhou Chaoyang, who stepped forward and shouted, Do you have any conscience left? My sister and brother-in-law have followed you for 20 years, and how have you treated them? How can you say such things? Do you deserve to be our uncle and aunt? Grandfather and grandmother were also shaking with anger. Yuan Ming, if you recognize me as your sister, you better get lost right now. Why should I get lost? Lin Feng's one word has ruined my son's years of hard work, isn't he pitiful? You don't care about this kinship, so why should I, Yuan Ming? I want everyone to know that their family are all ungrateful wolves. Yuan Ming shouted angrily. For a moment, the yard was filled with the sounds of arguing. Other relatives were either trying to mediate or whispering among themselves, criticizing Yuan Lu's family for their excesses. Zhang Xuewei quickly pulled Lin Feng, signaling him to calm down. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, Uncle and aunt, I had originally forgiven my uncle for his previous offense out of kinship, but your demands are simply too excessive. I cannot allow someone who disrespects me and does not follow company rules to return to the company, let alone arrange a management position for him. Uncle and aunt, seeing Lin Feng's firm attitude, became even more agitated. Lin Feng, if you don't agree today, we won't be relatives anymore. Lin Feng sneered, such relatives are better off not being relatives. You can leave now, and don't come looking for us again. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Yuan Lu's family left the yard cursing. The other relatives also felt awkward and dispersed. The yard finally quieted down, and Lin Feng comforted his sad mother, Mom, don't be upset by their words, we just need to live our own lives well. Lin's father also said, Yes, dear, don't think too much. Xiao Qin is doing well now, we don't have to look at their faces. Zhou Dongxue added, Aunt, don't be sad, your health is more important. Lin's mother wiped her tears and nodded, I know, it's just that thinking of the past still makes me feel bad. This storm soon passed. After lunch, Lin Feng suggested buying a house for uncle, aunt, and grandfather and grandmother, and Lin's parents immediately expressed their support. Zhou Chaoyang and aunt's family repeatedly refused. After much persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. Then Lin's father drove his car, taking Lin's mother, Lin Feng, and uncle and aunt towards the county town. Zhang Xuewei stayed at home to help Zhou Ling with her homework. The two sisters had slept together last night and were now as close as sisters. Along the way, Lin's father's imposing Land Rover attracted a lot of attention. Wow! This Land Rover Range Rover is so powerful. How is it different from the ones I saw before? Of course. Can anything compare to this? This is already the most expensive model of Land Rover. It costs over 4 million. What? 4 million for a Land Rover Range Rover? Are you crazy? I could add a bit more and buy a Cullinan instead, right? Add a bit more? You really know how to talk. People by the roadside were also discussing it. Soon, they arrived at a sales office for a property in the county town. After parking the car, the five of them walked into the sales hall together. As everyone walked into the sales office, a well-groomed, graceful female salesperson approached them with a professional smile. Welcome. May I ask what type of unit you are looking for? Please introduce the available unit types first, Lin Feng said. The female salesperson immediately began to introduce enthusiastically. We have a variety of unit types to choose from, ranging from cozy 2-bedroom apartments to spacious 4-bedroom ones.
The community is well equipped with facilities, including a garden, gym, and children's play area, and there are quality schools and shopping malls nearby, making life very convenient. Zhou Chaoyang said somewhat shyly, "Miss, just introduce us to a smaller one, nothing too expensive." Lin Feng smiled and interrupted his uncle, "Uncle, we're not looking for something small. If we're going to live here, it should be comfortable and spacious."
The female salesperson understood and led them to the model room display area.
This 3-bedroom unit is about 120 square meters, with a reasonable layout and ample natural light. The living room is spacious and bright, and the bedrooms are warm and comfortable. The master bedroom has a private bathroom and walk-in closet, and the second bedroom is also quite spacious.
Plus, this unit has good ventilation with north-south orientation. The female salesperson introduced skillfully.
The current promotional price for this house is 6,500 per square meter, totaling about 800,000. Additionally, purchasing now comes with some extra discounts, and you can also draw for home appliances, plus we will gift you 2 years of property management fees.
Lin Feng felt it was still a bit small, considering there were 6 people in the family. It would be best for his older sister and Xiaoling to have their own room. What about a 4-bedroom?
Let's take a look at a 4-bedroom, Lin Feng said after thinking for a moment.
Isn't this 3-bedroom quite good, Xiaochen?
Zhou Chaoyang said.
Oh, uncle, don't worry about that. Xiaoling is in high school. It's better for her to have her own room. A 4-bedroom would be just right.
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Chaoyang, just leave it to Xiaochen. Lin's mother interjected. Zhou Chaoyang immediately fell silent. The female salesperson couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng again. How does this handsome guy have money? He doesn't look very old. How rich must he be to buy a house for his uncle's family? Alright, everyone, please follow me. The female salesperson said as she led them to a 4-bedroom model room.
This 4-bedroom unit is about 150 square meters, spacious and with a reasonable layout.
The living room is large, well lit, and all 4 bedrooms are very comfortable, the female salesperson introduced. Lin Feng looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Uncle, aunt, what do you think of this one? His aunt hesitated a bit. Xiaochun, this house looks nice, but isn't the price a bit high?
The female salesperson quickly replied, the current price for this house is 6,500 per square meter, totaling about 990,000.
Zhou Chaoyang said, Xiaochun, this is too expensive, let's look at something else.
Lin Feng smiled and said, Uncle, this house is suitable in every way, this is the one. The female salesperson was overjoyed and quickly said, Great, I will handle the relevant procedures for you right away. While processing the paperwork, the female salesperson secretly observed Lin Feng, trying to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Lin Feng only responded coldly.
After the paperwork was completed, the female salesperson finally couldn't hold back, handing him a business card and sweetly saying, Handsome, can we connect on WeChat?
If you have any real estate questions in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Lin Feng politely but coldly declined, No, thank you. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the female salesperson's face. After buying the house, Lin's mother quietly said to Lin Feng, This girl is quite pretty, but she's not as good looking as our Shuawei.
Everyone laughed at this.
After purchasing the house, the group hurriedly made their way to the car dealership.
As soon as they entered the store, the imposing Land Rover caught the attention of all the sales staff. A well-dressed male salesperson quickly approached, Welcome, everyone. How can I assist you?
Lin Feng pointed at Zhou Chaoyang. Help me pick a car for my uncle. The salesperson's face was filled with smiles. Sure. This way, please. We have various styles and price ranges to choose from.
Once inside the dealership, the salesperson asked, If I may ask, what is your budget? What type of vehicle are you looking for?
Just something cheaper, an SUV, Zhou Chaoyang said.
Get a better SUV, money isn't an issue. What's important is comfort and safety.
Lin Feng added from the side.
It's just a means of transportation, something cheaper will do. Zhou Chaoyang's tone became somewhat resolute at this point.
Lin Feng could only say again, Then let's pick one in the 300,000 to 400,000 range. Upon hearing this, the salesperson's smile became even more enthusiastic. A commission from a 300,000 to 400,000 SUV was quite substantial.
Alright, sir. How about this car? In the end, they settled on a BYD Tang EV.
Zhou Chaoyang liked it for its new energy features and spacious 6 to 7 seat capacity, which would be convenient for family outings. Lin Feng nodded and then looked at the salesperson.
What's the final price for this car?
The salesperson quickly calculated and said, Sir, after discounts, the final price is 235,000.
Lin Feng nodded, Alright, we'll take it.
The salesperson was taken aback, his mouth agape, not expecting such a quick decision. After completing the purchase paperwork, Lin Feng thought for a moment and then transferred 1 million to Zhou Chaoyang's card from his phone.
Zhou Chaoyang's phone beeped with a text notification. He pulled out his phone, and his eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "Huh? This? Xiaocheng, why did you transfer me another million? This is too much. You've already spent over 1 million on me. I absolutely cannot accept this." His aunt also anxiously said, "Xiaocheng, how can you do this? It's too much."
Lin Feng patiently explained, "Uncle, aunt, it's nothing. Big sister needs money for her treatment, the house needs renovations, and there's Zhou Ling's schooling, along with various family expenses.
This amount is nothing.
Besides, I have the ability to help our family live a good life. It's what I should do. Besides, it only totals a little over 2 million.
Zhou Chaoyang still shook his head. But what? Just accept what Xiaocheng gives you. Why all the fuss? Lin Feng's mother glared, and Zhou Chaoyang immediately fell silent.
The temporary license plate was still being processed, so the 5 of them went to the market to buy groceries.
After buying the groceries and returning, the temporary license plate was ready, and Zhou Chaoyang eagerly took the driver's seat.
When they returned home, Zhou Ling ran out with Jiang Shuowei, excitedly circling the BYD Tang.
"Our family finally has a car."
Lin Feng smiled and then looked at Jiang Shuowei, only to find her face devoid of joy, even showing a hint of anger. Lin Feng felt puzzled and walked over to her, whispering, "Shuowei, what's wrong?
You don't seem very happy." Jiang Shuowei glanced at the jubilant Zhou Ling and lowered her voice. "Xiaocheng, I just asked Zhou Ling some things, and you'll definitely be angry when you hear." Lin Feng's heart tightened. What happened?
Jiang Shuowei said angrily, "Zhou Ling has been bullied at school."
Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising a few notches. "What?"
Jiang Shuowei quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Lower your voice, don't scare the child." Lin Feng suppressed his anger, his voice trembling. "Tell me everything in detail." Over the years, he had heard a lot about campus bullying, and he had seen many students on Douyin end their young lives early due to the unbearable long-term bullying. Jiang Shuowei took a deep breath and said, "Last night when I was sleeping, I heard Zhou Ling talking in her sleep, saying things like 'don't hit me.' I was wrong. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming she was just having a nightmare. But when I casually asked Zhou Ling about it just now, I learned about her experiences at school." Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Go on." It turned out that Zhou Ling, because of her outstanding looks, had caught the attention of a senior boy when she enrolled. The boy pursued Zhou Ling, but she directly rejected him. This incident soon reached the ears of a senior girl who liked that boy. The girl then gathered a group of girls and cornered Zhou Ling in a secluded place, slapping her and pulling her hair, banging her head against the wall. Zhou Ling wanted to fight back, but all she received in return was a more severe beating. After they finished, the group threatened Zhou Ling, warning her not to tell the teachers or her parents. If she did, they would beat her every day. Naturally, Zhou Ling, unwilling to suffer in silence, reported it to the teacher afterward. However, the teacher did not help her confront the group of girls but instead said, "You should reflect on why they only hit you and not others." Zhou Ling felt utterly disheartened and walked out of the office. As a result, the group of girls somehow found out that Zhou Ling had told the teacher. A few of them seized the opportunity when Zhou Ling was on her way back to the dorm after evening study and forcibly dragged her to a secluded spot. The outcome, of course, goes without saying. After returning home, Zhou Ling never told her family about this incident. She didn't want to add to their troubles, especially knowing that Zhou Dongxue might be ill, leaving her family already overwhelmed. Lin Feng's eyes seemed to blaze with fire as he looked at Zhou Ling, filled with pain and anger. At that moment, Zhou Ling was still immersed in the joy of her new car, unaware of Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei's expressions. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Feng walked up to Zhou Ling, squatted down, and gently asked, "Xiao Ling, is what your sister said true?" Zhou Ling's smile instantly froze, a flicker of fear and panic crossing her eyes as she lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, heartbroken, hugged Zhou Ling. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Ling, tell your brother what happened." Zhou Ling burst into tears. "Brother, I'm scared to say, they will hit me." At that moment, Zhou Chaoyang, his aunt, and Lin's parents also came over upon hearing the commotion. "What happened?" Lin Feng's expression was dark. "Let Zhou Ling speak," he said. Then Lin Feng gently comforted her. "Xiao Ling, with your brother here, no one dares to bully you again. You can speak freely." Through her sobs, Zhou Ling recounted the events, which were similar to what Jiang Shuowei had said. After hearing it, Zhou Chaoyang and his aunt trembled with anger. Zhou Chaoyang shouted, "These lawless people, and the school teachers don't even care." His aunt held Zhou Ling tightly, tears streaming down her face. "My poor child, you've suffered such great injustice." Lin's parents were also filled with rage, with Lin's mother saying, "What is wrong with this school? How can they treat children like this?" Zhou Ling, holding her mother, cried out in grievance, her body shaking uncontrollably.
Jiang Shuo's eyes were also red, and she couldn't help but wipe her tears as she watched the scene. Lin Feng's expression was terrifyingly dark as he stood up. This matter cannot just be left like this. I will go to the school and demand an explanation. Afterward, Lin Feng got the phone number of Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher and called it. Is this Teacher Tan, the homeroom teacher of class 12 at Hongda High School? Yes, may I ask who you are? I am Zhou Ling's brother. My name is Lin Feng. I suppose I don't need to elaborate on why I'm looking for you, Teacher Tan? Lin Feng's tone was filled with fury. On the other end, Tan Ju, who had been playing mahjong, immediately stood up upon hearing this, her heart sinking. She had thought Zhou Ling wouldn't tell her family, but it turned out she did. So, she covered the phone and told her mahjong friends before walking out of the mahjong hall. Lin Feng, hearing no response on the line, felt his anger nearing a breaking point and hung up the phone. Tan Ju, seeing Lin Feng had hung up, was stunned and quickly called him back. Lin Feng sneered coldly and hung up again. He then called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, my sister is being bullied at Hongda Middle School. I'll send you the details shortly. You need to contact the local police station to file a report immediately. Lin Feng's tone was resolute. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of it right away, Lu Hai replied. Lin Feng hung up, his face dark and terrifying. He looked at Zhou Ling, who was still crying, and his anger intensified. Meanwhile, Tan Ju, seeing Lin Feng continuously hang up on her, grew increasingly anxious. She knew that this matter would likely not end well. Lu Hai acted quickly, leveraging Lin Feng's influence. He soon contacted the local police station and explained the situation in detail. The police station took it very seriously and immediately formed a special investigation team. The principal of Hongda Middle School, upon learning this news, was filled with dread. He never expected such an incident could occur in a school he managed, especially with the victim being the sister of a major shareholder of Penguin Company. At that moment, the principal received news that the investigation team and the major shareholder from Penguin Company were about to come to the school, so he immediately called a meeting, summoning school leaders back from their vacations, especially Tan Ju, who was left in shock when she received the principal's call. Tan Ju, do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? Why didn't you do anything when that student was bullied? Do you know how powerful that girl's background is? The principal's furious roar made Tan Ju tremble inside. Principal, that girl comes from a very ordinary family. I've investigated. Besides, the bully is the niece of Vice Principal Gao Chang. This matter was also suppressed by the higher-ups. You can't blame me alone. Tan Ju explained, her voice shaking, feeling bitter inside. Gao Chang? Humph. You need to stop your vacation immediately and come to the school meeting room, the principal said before hanging up the phone. Tan Ju, not daring to delay, immediately set off for the school. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others, after receiving a call from the police station, were also preparing to head to Hongda Middle School. Lin Feng looked at the group of angry people wanting to follow and felt somewhat helpless. There's no need for so many people to go, just let uncle come along. Besides, grandpa and grandma are getting old. If they all leave at once, this matter can't be hidden anymore. If they find out, what if their old age makes them sick from anger? Lin Feng's concerns were not unfounded. There were only 2 granddaughters. The eldest just learned she had leukemia, and now the youngest was being bullied at school. In the end, only Lin Feng and Zhou Chaoyang took Zhou Ling in their BYD car to rush to the school. On the way, Lu Hai called again. Lin Feng initially thought it was news from the police station, but it turned out to be about the supermarket stabbing incident. Mr. Lin, the man you asked me to look into who stabbed a woman in the supermarket has been identified. I found out that this man's child is named Qian Fugui, who also attends Hongda Middle School, and the couple works in Linjiang District. As a result, after their son was bullied at Hongda Middle School, he drank pesticide and died at home. They knew about it and went to the school to make a scene, but the school denied the bullying incident, offering no explanation or compensation. They went to the Education Bureau and the government to file a complaint, but without evidence and seemingly some force obstructing them, the matter was suppressed. The behavior that day might have been a form of social revenge. After Lin Feng heard Lu Hai's words, his fists clenched tightly. He couldn't bear to think that if Jiang Shuowei hadn't heard Zhou Ling talking in her sleep last night, and if they had all remained unaware, would Zhou Ling have been the next person to commit suicide? Alright, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back seat, appearing anxious and uneasy, his gaze filled with compassion. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly asked, Xiao Ling, do you know this person, Qian Fugui? Zhou Ling in the back seat was taken aback, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Brother, I've heard of this person. I heard he committed suicide last year, but... Zhou Ling hesitated. But what? Don't worry, tell your brother. With me around, no one dares to bully you.
Lin Feng said gently.
Zhou Ling took a deep breath.
I heard that Qin Fugue was the one who bullied that girl who bullied me, along with several senior students. After it was useless to seek help from teachers, he drank pesticide at home and committed suicide.
This is outrageous.
Zhou Chaoyang, who was driving, also cursed angrily. Lin Feng comforted Zhou Ling a few more times before taking out his phone to call Lu Hai.
Hongda High School conference room. Vice Principal Gao, care to explain?
The principal looked at Gao Chang, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, with a face full of anger, his voice laced with fury.
Explain? What should I explain? This matter has nothing to do with me. Gao Chang feigned confusion, raising his head to look at the principal.
He was also very anxious after learning about this incident, which had already reached the police station. The victim was the sister of a major shareholder of Penguin Company. This matter could definitely not be suppressed. Fortunately, his conversation with Tan Ju was verbal and not recorded on the phone, and Tan Ju had no evidence to prove he had instigated it. It was just a pity for his poor niece. After this incident, even with the minor protection laws, it would be nearly impossible for her to stay at Hongda High School. The principal then looked at Tan Ju, who was sitting at the end.
Tan Ju stood up excitedly, pointing at Gao Chang.
Gao Chang,
you instructed me to suppress this matter. Don't turn your back on me now.
Gao Chang showed a hint of disdain on his face, then looked at Tan Ju with righteous indignation.
Teacher Tan, I never said such a thing.
If I did, please provide evidence.
If not, then don't blame me for suing you for defamation. Tan Ju's finger trembled as she pointed at Gao Chang in anger.
Where was she supposed to get evidence? She had gone to Gao Chang's office to say it herself, and even after saying it, Tan Ju took a deep breath, forcing a smile on her face.
I'm sorry, Gao Chang, I might have remembered it wrong. I apologize.
Tan Ju's eyes held a hint of pleading, hoping Gao Chang would protect her.
Gao Chang completely ignored her gaze. Teacher Tan, in the future, you need to speak with evidence.
Considering the seriousness of this matter, you might have been flustered, so I won't pursue it further.
After saying this, Gao Chang looked at the principal. Principal, this matter has nothing to do with me.
The principal rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on.
If the culprit wasn't found, he might lose his position as principal. The principal scanned the room. The police and that student Zhou Ling's parents will be back at the school soon.
Everyone should have a clear idea of what to say and what not to say. At that moment, a panting security guard burst in.
Principal, leaders, the police have arrived. Everyone in the conference room was taken aback. They arrived so quickly. No wonder they are the major shareholder of the Penguin Company. The police department is taking this so seriously. Let's go. Hurry out to welcome them.
The principal quickly said, then walked out of the conference room, followed by a group of school leaders. At that moment, at the school gate, Lin Feng and others had already met with the investigation team.
Hello, Mr. Lin.
I am from the Feixian Police Department, responsible for accompanying you and the school to handle this campus bullying incident. The leading officer extended his hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also reached out to shake hands.
Thank you for your help. Of course, Mr. Lin.
We take campus bullying very seriously, and the country has been paying close attention to it recently.
Lin Feng nodded.
At this time, the school leaders from Hongda Middle School also came out. The principal looked them over and then focused his gaze on Lin Feng. The principal quickly approached, his face full of apology, and said, Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry that such an incident occurred. It is a failure on our school's part. Lin Feng did not respond but looked up at the large characters of Hongda Middle School above.
Hongda, what a nice name.
Lin Feng sneered, then turned to the principal.
Have the parents of that girl arrived?
They are on their way, Mr.
Lin. Would you like to go to the conference room to talk first?
The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled apologetically. Upon arriving at the conference room, everyone took their seats.
Is that MS? Tan Ju, Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher? Let me see her.
Lin Feng scanned the conference room, which had only 3 women. At this moment, Tan Ju, sitting at the end, could only stand up trembling.
I am Tan Ju.
I sincerely apologize, Mr.
Lin. I didn't know it would be this serious. I thought it was just a normal conflict between children. I didn't expect it to. You're lying. When I went to your office, I showed you the injuries. You said they bullied me because I must have had a problem and told me to look for the reason within myself. Zhou Ling suddenly shouted.
Lin Feng felt gratified and then looked at Tan Ju.
MS. Tan, did Zhou Ling lie? There should be surveillance in your office, right? Why not check the footage? If this girl is lying, I will definitely deal with her.
Lin Feng said coldly, looking at the now flustered Tan Ju with anger.
Tan Ju's face turned pale instantly. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything.
At this moment, the principal quickly stepped in to mediate.
Mr. Lin, please don't be anxious. We will handle Ms. Tan's issues seriously.
Lin Feng snorted coldly. I want to see how your school deals with teachers who lack professional ethics.
The principal gritted his teeth. I will have Ms.
Tan suspended for reflection and will report her misconduct to the higher authorities for her dismissal from her teaching position. As for those bullies, we will expel those who should be expelled and discipline those who should be disciplined.
We will definitely give Zhou Ling an explanation. And an explanation to you, Mr. Lin. Tanju was terrified upon hearing this.
She had been a teacher for nearly 10 years. What else could she do if she stopped being a teacher?
No, Mr. Lin, someone instructed me to do this.
Tanju explained in a panic, then pointed at Gao Chang.
It was him. He is Huang Qingqing's uncle. He is the vice principal of the school. He told me to cover this up. Mr. Lin, I was forced. Please forgive me.
Lin Feng followed the direction of Tanju's finger and looked at Gao Chang.
His eyes narrowed.
I knew a homeroom teacher wouldn't do such a thing for no reason.
Lin Feng murmured. So it was you bastard. Zhou Chaoyang could no longer sit still.
He had just checked Zhou Ling's body and noticed many bruises that her clothes had previously concealed.
At that moment, Zhou Chaoyang's anger erupted.
With red eyes, he stood up, ready to hit Gao Chang. The surrounding police officers and Lin Feng hurriedly held him back.
Sir, please don't get agitated. We will definitely uphold justice for you. Dad, don't be impulsive. My brother is here.
Zhou Ling quietly said, pulling on Zhou Chaoyang's arm.
Zhou Chaoyang's eyes instantly turned red. He gently patted Zhou Ling's head. All right, Dad won't be impulsive. Only then did he sit back down.
Gao Chang was also extremely nervous. If this situation wasn't handled well, he could be in trouble too.
Tanju, now that it has come to this, do you still want to slander me? What does this have to do with me? Gao Chang, you are just a petty person. Burning bridges after crossing them, huh? Do you really think I have no evidence? Yes, I don't have the evidence you asked me to keep this matter quiet, but I have evidence of you coming on to me.
Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk coldly.
Heh, are we starting a dog-eat-dog situation? What a good show. The expressions of the police officers also became serious.
After all, Zhou Ling's injuries did not meet the criminal law standards. At most, it would just leave a record for the perpetrator.
However, if this matter escalated, it would be much more serious.
The vice principal's misconduct and inappropriate relationship with subordinates, while also allowing his relatives to bully other students, was already quite severe. After all, the vice principal of Hongda Middle School held a deputy section chief level position. Tanju then took out her phone to find evidence, and Gao Chang's face changed drastically as he rushed over to snatch it from her.
Don't move! Several police officers immediately stepped forward to block Gao Chang.
They then confiscated Tanju's phone. You all will need to come back to the police station with us later, the leading officer said sternly. He was not just any police officer. After the county learned about this matter, they specifically sent him to handle it to prevent Lin Feng from escalating the situation, and his position was at the section chief level. Gao Chang's face turned ashen. He never expected that Tanju had secretly recorded something during that incident. With the involvement of a major shareholder from Penguin Company, his deputy section chief position was definitely at risk. Gao Chang was, after all, a deputy section chief, and without sufficient evidence, he couldn't be arrested casually. The school leaders and principal were all stunned. What a huge scandal had just broken out.
Hongda Middle School was sure to become famous now.
Gao Chang and Tanju sat back down, and just then, the office door opened.
A well-dressed couple entered with a girl.
When the girl first walked in, she wore a disdainful expression, but it changed instantly upon seeing the police officers in uniform. Then she spotted Zhou Ling sitting between Lin Feng and Zhou Chaoyang. Zhou Ling noticed the girl looking at her. She initially wanted to avoid her gaze, but thinking of her brother and father being present, she defiantly met her eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. As soon as the couple entered, they first glanced at Gao Chang, who sat in a daze, not even looking at them, which left them puzzled. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the girl who had bullied Zhou Ling.
She had a delinquent image, acting all nonchalant.
I sincerely apologize, Mr.
Lin.
This matter was indeed caused by my child.
How about this? We are willing to compensate.
The girl's father spoke with an apologetic expression. Although he had heard Gao Chang mention that the other party was a major shareholder of Penguin Company, he couldn't think of any other solution besides compensation. If it weren't for Lin Feng's high status, he wouldn't even want to deal with this matter. After all, it was just a change of school. With the minor protection law in place, they couldn't possibly go to jail. Lin Feng didn't respond to him but turned to the police.
Excuse me, what kind of punishment will be imposed for this kind of campus bullying behavior that threatens and assaults my sister?
Lin Feng's voice was laced with suppressed anger. The police officer glanced at Zhou Ling and then spoke seriously. In this situation, if the other party is over 16 years old, they will face detention of up to 5 days and a fine of between 200 and 500 yuan. If the circumstances are more serious, they could face detention of more than 5 days but less than 10 days, along with a fine of less than 500 yuan. For those who gang up to beat others, they will face detention of more than 10 days but less than 15 days, along with a fine of more than 500 yuan but less than 1,000 yuan.
Lin Feng frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Only a maximum of 15 days of detention? But the couple and the girl, upon hearing the punishment, were completely panicked. They hadn't understood the situation thoroughly before coming and didn't expect there would be detention, which would leave a criminal record. Mr. Lin, my daughter is still young. She can't have a criminal record. If she gets one, her life will be ruined. Please, for the sake of my daughter being young, can we settle this privately? We will accept any amount of compensation, the woman said anxiously.
The girl clutched her mother's arm tightly, her eyes filled with fear, her body trembling slightly.
And what about my daughter? Is it right for her to be bullied? I tell you, this matter cannot be settled privately. Just wait for your woman to go to jail. Zhou Qian's eyes widened in anger, his voice hoarse from rage. Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he coldly said, compensation? Do you think I lack money? Fine, I'll give you a chance, 100 million. Can you come up with that?
The woman was instantly speechless.
100 million? They couldn't even scrape that together. You're just trying to extort.
The woman's words were cut off by the man.
Mr.
Lin, I know you don't lack money, but my daughter is still young. Having a criminal record will have a huge impact on her future. My daughter truly knows she was wrong, and we sincerely hope to receive forgiveness from Zhou Ling and you and your family. After the man finished speaking, he stood up with his daughter and bowed deeply in apology.
What a beautiful thought. If apologies were useful, why would we need the police?
Lin Feng said disdainfully, his eyes filled with coldness. Seeing that Lin Feng was still unwilling to let it go despite their humble posture, the man helplessly sat back down and looked at Gao Chang. At that moment, Gao Chang's mind was racing, trying to find a way to save his own position. He had no time to deal with such trivial matters.
What was 15 days of detention? What was the big deal? In that case, we accept the punishment. Whatever the police station decides, we will comply. We accept.
The man was somewhat resigned. With Lin Feng's background, it would definitely be the maximum penalty. 15 days was a certainty.
This can't be. My daughter can't go to jail. The woman's voice changed pitch in her anxiety. Dad.
The girl also cried out in fear, her voice filled with terror and helplessness.
What can you do? It's just 15 days of detention.
The man shouted in frustration, then looked at the girl. Chengchang, it's okay, at most it's just 15 days. When you get out, we'll change schools, and I'll give you 4,000 yuan a month. You can spend it however you want. When Huang Chengchang heard she would get 4,000 a month, her crying immediately stopped, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Lin Feng watched this scene, a cold smile creeping into his heart.
They really are a family. No wonder this girl is so bad. Absolutely no sense of right and wrong. Lin Feng's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a picture that appeared to be Qian Fugui's suicide note.
Soon after, Lin Feng's phone rang. Director Lin, we found Qian Fugui's mother and obtained a letter from her. It lists many names of the students who bullied him, and among the ringleaders is a girl named Huang Chengchang. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief upon hearing this.
Lu Hai, well done. I'll treat you to a chicken leg. Have someone deliver the letter to Hunda High School immediately. I already sent someone with the letter to you as soon as I got it. I'll notify them right away.
Lu Hai's tone brightened with Lin Feng's praise. After hanging up, Lin Feng looked at the man, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
15 days of detention?
I fear it might be more than that, Lin Feng said lightly, his voice low but sending a shiver through everyone present. The family was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces.
Mr. Lin, I know you have power and influence, but trying to use that to increase my daughter's punishment seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Can a person really be above the law?
The man spoke with a righteous air, as if he stood on a moral high ground. Several police officers were also puzzled by Lin Feng's words, their expressions showing confusion.
Mr.
Lin, in this situation, the maximum detention is only 10 days, the leading officer explained helplessly, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Zhou Ling tightened her grip on Lin Feng's arm. She knew what he was about to say.
I understand, but what if this girl has done other things? Wouldn't you agree? Huang Changchang?
Lin Feng smiled lightly at the girl, his eyes icy. Huang Changcheng immediately panicked, her gaze darting away, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She quickly shook her head in denial, her voice trembling. Gao Chang, who had been indifferent while sitting, suddenly looked up, staring intently at Lin Feng, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead.
No way.
In an instant, Huang Qingqing's family, including Gao Chang, became flustered, their faces turning pale.
Meanwhile, the school leaders and the police officers were left bewildered.
Seeing the family's intense reaction, Lin Feng knew something significant was at play. He turned his gaze to the principal and Gao Chang.
Principals, I believe you are familiar with the name Qian Fugui? Lin Feng began. The principal's eyes widened, while Gao Chang and Huang Qingqing's family felt their hearts sink.
They were all too familiar with the name Qian Fugui.
This student had committed suicide due to bullying by Huang Changchang and others. If it weren't for one of the individuals having some background to suppress the matter, their daughter might have been in prison by now. Now that this major shareholder from Penguin Company knew about it, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. But even if it couldn't be hidden, they had to try. This was a matter of criminal responsibility. Their daughter had turned 16 6 months ago. I know about Qian Fugui. It seems he committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home last semester. His parents said it was due to bullying, which led to his suicide, and they often came to the school to cause a scene. The principal's mind was already racing with answers. When that couple had come to protest, they mentioned several students' names, including Huang Changchang. The expressions of the police officers had begun to grow serious. They were aware of the situation, but it had ultimately been swept under the rug. In this situation, Lin Feng brought up the matter. Could it be that? The man instantly broke into a cold sweat, glanced at several police officers, and looked at Lin Feng with an almost pleading tone, saying, Mr. Lin, can we talk outside?
Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged.
Why go outside to talk? It's just 15 days of detention. What are you afraid of? The man's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he said, Mr. Lin, I beg you, please don't say this here. I'm begging you.
Lin Feng snorted coldly.
Now you know to be afraid? You must know what kind of character your daughter has, right? Since you don't take care of it yourself, I'll find someone to help you manage it, okay? Don't worry, she won't go hungry.
The woman also cried and pleaded, Mr.
Lin, as long as you show mercy, we are willing to do anything.
At this moment, Huang Changchang was already so scared that she slumped on the chair, crying uncontrollably.
Mr. Lin, if you know of any other hidden truths, please elaborate.
The police officer spoke up at this time. You must have heard of the incident with Qian Fugui to some extent. He did indeed commit suicide, but it was due to long-term bullying, intimidation, insults, and beatings by a group of students led by Huang Changcheng, who even forced Qian Fugui to drink urine and repeatedly threatened him to transfer money. And Qian Fugui could not endure such long-term bullying and ultimately committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home. It can be said that Qian Fugui's suicide is directly related to the group of students led by Huang Changcheng. Lin Feng's tone was filled with anger. If he had discovered that Zhou Ling was also being bullied at school a little later, perhaps his sister would have faced such inhumane treatment too? Ding! Hell is empty, and the demons are on earth. Congratulations, host, for triggering the system task. Task content: send Huang Changcheng and other main participants in the bullying to prison.
Task reward: establish the Xingqian Charity Foundation. An injection of 2 billion RMB has already been made into it.
Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Lin Feng's expression became somewhat strange. This was the first time the system issued a task with a prefix. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore? Zhou Ling, upon hearing this, looked at Huang Changcheng with eyes full of fear, as if looking at a demon. She never expected that the senior had suffered such bullying.
Where's the evidence? What evidence do you have to prove my daughter did these things? I tell you, even if you are a shareholder of Penguin Company, I will sue you for defamation. I will make your actions public online. Let everyone see what kind of person a shareholder of Penguin Company is. The man finally couldn't help but shout. Penguin Company is using its power to oppress us common folks who have no background and no money. The woman also began to cry and feign pity. The police, seeing this, quickly looked at Lin Feng and asked, Mr. Lin, do you have evidence for what you just said? These statements carry legal responsibility.
Of course I have evidence, just wait a moment. My people will bring the evidence over shortly.
Lin Feng's face was calm.
Gao Chang was already in despair. He had participated in this matter, and if it was investigated, he would definitely be implicated.
At this moment, he looked at Huang Changcheng with a face as if he had eaten something foul. This unfortunate thing.
The principal and several school leaders had extremely ugly expressions. If this matter were to be fully exposed, the school's reputation would suffer greatly.
If exposed, the next enrollment would be significantly affected.
The conference room was filled with a heavy atmosphere, everyone waiting for the evidence Lin Feng mentioned. The family was now sitting on pins and needles, the woman sobbing continuously, muttering to herself.
What should we do?
Cheng won't be in trouble, she won't be in trouble. The man had a gloomy face, his eyes bloodshot, sometimes glaring fiercely at Lin Feng, and at other times anxiously looking towards the door. Huang Cheng sat slumped on the stool, her gaze vacant, as if her soul had already left her body.
Time passed second by second, each moment feeling like a torment for the family.
The man kept rubbing his hands together, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The woman began to mutter incessantly, "It's all your fault. You never cared for our daughter, and now we've landed in such a huge mess." Finally, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a person holding a document bag walked in, scanning the room before approaching Lin Feng and respectfully handing over the document bag.
"Director Lin, this is what you asked for."
Lin Feng took the document bag, coldly looking at the family as he said, "This is the suicide note written by Qian Fugue himself. It records all the people who bullied him and the process of the bullying. The contents are simply appalling." Upon hearing this, the man went wild, trying to rush forward to snatch the evidence, but was quickly restrained by the police.
"Tampering with evidence is a criminal act. You better behave,"
the officers shouted. The man quieted down, but his eyes were still filled with resentment and anger. The family began to argue again, the woman trembling as she said, "This note might not be true.
What if Qian Fugue wanted to frame others before he committed suicide?"
Lin Feng looked at them disdainfully.
"Whether it's slander or not, the police will find out."
After the police examined the note, their expressions gradually turned angry, looking at Huang Cheng and the others with disgust.
What family doesn't have a child? Who could bear it if this happened to their own child? "I didn't do it. It's fake. This is all a frame-up by Zhou Ling and her family,"
Huang Cheng suddenly shouted, then tried to rush out of the office. The couple quickly pulled their daughter back, comforting her repeatedly. The leading officer, after reviewing the evidence, stepped aside to make a phone call. After hanging up, he approached the couple. "I'm sorry, but Huang Cheng needs to come with me for questioning."
"No, my daughter isn't even 18 yet. You can't take her to the police station,"
the woman cried, holding Huang Cheng tightly. In the end, Huang Cheng was still taken away by the police, along with Tan Ju. The couple hurriedly followed, casting a fierce glare at Lin Feng before leaving.
Lin Feng immediately felt a surge of anger. "Oh, you dare glare at me?"
He took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Hai, asking him to investigate what Huang Cheng's family did for a living, to see if he could bring them down. After sending the message, Lin Feng prepared to leave. He just needed to wait for the police's handling results, with him overseeing it, who would dare to play tricks.
"Uncle, Xiaoling, shall we head back too?"
Zhou Chaoyang nodded, and the three prepared to leave. At that moment, a group of school leaders approached. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead.
"Mr.
Lin, there are indeed significant issues at Hongda Middle School regarding this matter.
Vice Principal Gao and Teacher Tan Ju will be suspended pending further decisions. We will definitely compensate Zhou Ling.
On behalf of Hongda Middle School, I sincerely apologize to Zhou Ling." Lin Feng waved his hand, looking at the apologetic principal with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Even if the principal truly didn't know about these two bullying incidents and the teacher's inaction, it could only be said that he was utterly incompetent.
"We don't need your compensation.
I, Lin Feng, am not short of that little money."
With that, he grabbed Zhou Ling and prepared to step out of the office. "Wait, Mr. Lin, can we handle this matter discreetly?
If these two incidents come to light, it will severely impact Hongda Middle School's reputation, making future admissions much more difficult," the principal hurriedly said. Lin Feng glanced at him indifferently and then directly led Zhou Ling out of the office. The principal watched the retreating figures of Lin Feng and the others, and the anger in his heart finally erupted.
"Good. Very good.
I didn't expect our leadership team at Hongda High School to produce such a remarkable figure.
So impressive. You've really brought honor to our Hongda High School."
The principal's gaze was cold as he stared at Gao Chang. Gao Chang's face was grim, and he said nothing.
"Vice Principal Gao, you should suspend yourself and wait for the investigation from above.
Also, anyone else involved in this matter should come to see me before 5 o'clock this afternoon.
If you continue to hide it, humph."
At this moment, Lin Feng and the others were already driving home.
"Brother, thank you." Zhou Ling, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up.
Lin Feng looked at Zhou Ling, who was wiping her tears, through the rearview mirror, feeling a pang of heartache.
"What are you thanking me for? I'm your brother.
Lin Feng said gently.
Xiaoling, how about we change schools? We shouldn't stay in a school with such a bad student atmosphere and corrupt teaching ethics.
Zhou Chaoyang, in the driver's seat, said in a deep voice. Xiao Ling was somewhat tempted but also very hesitant. But Dad, Honda High School is still a key high school, and the teaching staff is quite strong. I also want to take the 985,211 exams like my brother and sister.
Zhou Chaoyang fell silent at this. Indeed, Honda High School's teaching staff is considered quite good even among key high schools, and transferring to an ordinary high school would definitely affect Xiaoling's studies. However, transferring to another key high school would be very difficult.
It's okay, leave this matter to me, Lin Feng said. He knew Xiaoling's grades, transferring to other key high schools would definitely not be a problem, just a matter of spending a bit more money and making some connections. For him, it was just a matter of words.
Zhou Chaoyang did not refuse.
Alright, but it seems this is the only key high school here.
If it's in the city, it might be a bit troublesome for Xiaoling to go home. No problem, my new house is near Danshan High School, which is a good school.
She won't even need to board, she can just live at my place, Lin Feng said with a smile.
Live at your house? How can that be? That would be too much trouble. Zhou Chaoyang quickly refused.
It's fine. My mom isn't working now, so she has time to take care of Xiaoling.
Besides, if my mom finds out, she would be so happy. She really likes this girl Zhou-Ling.
After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Zhou-Ling.
Xiaoling, what do you think?
At this moment, Zhou-Ling was also a bit happy. She knew Danshan High School had one of the best teaching staffs in Shu Province, and being away from Hongda High School was naturally appealing to her. However, Zhou-Ling still did not immediately answer Lin Feng but looked at Zhou Chaoyang through the rearview mirror.
Zhou Chaoyang immediately understood Zhou-Ling's meaning.
Let's go back and discuss it with your older brother and sister. Lin Feng smiled and nodded.
The car had just stopped when Lin Feng's mother and others hurried out upon hearing the commotion. How did it go, Xiao Chen?
Auntie hugged Zhou-Ling and then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng then briefly recounted the events.
How on earth are such students raised by their parents? This school has such corrupt teaching ethics. Transferring schools is quite good for Xiaoling. Let's handle the transfer as Xiao Chen suggested. It will be good to have something to do,
Lin Feng's mother said.
Lin Feng's father also agreed. I think this arrangement is quite good.
Auntie was still a bit hesitant.
No need to hesitate. This matter is settled.
Lin Feng's mother decisively made the decision.
At that moment, Lin Feng's grandparents also came out. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Just discussing Xiaoling's transfer. Ha! Why would she transfer schools when everything is fine? After some back and forth, they finally managed to gloss over it.
After Jiang Shuawei exchanged a few words with Lin Feng, she took Zhou Ling and Zhou Dongxue to play. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, just as he was about to send a message to Lu Hai to have him contact the principal of Danshan Middle School. A phone call came in.
Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng?
An elderly voice came from the other end of the line.
Yes, this is he. Hello, Mr.
Lin. I am Zhang Yid, the principal of Yinqing Hospital. You acquired all the shares of Yinqing Hospital yesterday.
When will you have time to come and inspect the work?
Tomorrow, I will come tomorrow. By the way, I will bring my sister with me. She has leukemia, so please prepare in advance.
Understood, Mr.
Lin. After hanging up, Lin Feng sent a message to Lu Hai, along with Zhou Ling's report card showing her score of 628 in the high school entrance exam.
Soon, the next day arrived, which was also the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. After having breakfast, Lin Feng and the others prepared to head back.
Lu Hai had already contacted the principal of Danshan Middle School yesterday, and knowing that it was the sister of a major shareholder of Penguin Company with a score of 628, the principal quickly agreed. He said that once the procedures were completed, she could enroll immediately. Zhou Dongxue was going to Yinqing Hospital with them, so she left with Lin Feng and the others.
Dongxue, you must listen to the doctor and actively cooperate with the treatment.
Aunt kept comforting and advising her. Originally, Aunt wanted to go along, but since leukemia treatment does not require hospitalization except for pre-surgery preparations, she stayed at home.
Don't worry, Mom, I know.
Zhou Dongxue felt a warmth in her heart. Uncle and Aunt, after you finish the transfer procedures, please send Zhou Ling over. I've already contacted Danshan Middle School, and she can enroll anytime, Lin Feng said with a smile.
All right, thank you, Xiao Cheng. Uncle and Aunt sincerely thanked Lin Feng.
This Mid-Autumn Festival trip back was not just for fun, they had been running around for their family's matters and spent quite a bit of money.
It's nothing, we're all family.
There's no need to be so polite. To accompany Zhou Dongxue, Jiang Shuawei got into Lin's father's Land Rover with Zhou Dongxue, and the two cars headed towards Yinqing Hospital.
Meanwhile, what the group didn't know was that major short video platforms were in an uproar over a video. Is this man seeking revenge on society? It's terrifying.
This mother is so great. Women are gentle, but as mothers, they are strong.
Salute to the great mother. Did you notice what the assailant said?
It seems he lost his own son.
Does losing one's child mean others should lose theirs too?
That young man is so handsome.
Quick, help me find him. How is that mother doing now?
I hope she's safe.
The online discussions were rampant, some condemning the assailant, others lamenting maternal love. Lin Feng was also hailed as a hero by many.
The video spread quickly, and even the assailant's background was dug up by netizens.
Breaking news!
The assailant's son was a student at Diheng Middle School, who committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home in June.
And it was due to school bullying.
Yes, I know who this man is. He is the father of my classmate Qian Fugue. I saw him at a parent-teacher meeting. Qian Fugue committed suicide because of school bullying. He even told the teacher, but the teacher did nothing. I heard Qian Fugue's family caused a scene at the school, trying to seek justice for their son, but it was all suppressed.
Following this news, a group of people began commenting. Wow! Is it that terrifying? Isn't Diheng Middle School a key high school? Is the school atmosphere that bad? Can the poster reveal who the bully is? The bully must have some powerful backing. How could such a thing be suppressed?
Hey! What era are we in now? How can such things still happen? Students nowadays are still too fragile. I suggest strengthening mental health education.
Nonsense! Do you know how terrifying school bullying is? As far as I know, someone in our school developed depression because of bullying and can't even go to school now. This news quickly spread like wildfire.
All the netizens began commenting under the official accounts of the Feixian Public Security Bureau and the Feixian Education Bureau, demanding immediate verification of the truth, while others mocked the officials for their inaction. The public phones of the Feixian Public Security Bureau and Education Bureau were overwhelmed with calls. The leaders of Feixian were suddenly in a state of panic. Could it be that a shareholder from that penguin company deliberately leaked this to put pressure on us? It shouldn't be. It was revealed by netizens that Qian Fugue's father stabbed someone.
Hurry up and investigate. The whole internet is focused on us now. If we can't provide a reasonable outcome, how can we face the public?
Inside the Feixian Public Security Bureau, after a meeting was held, the entire county began to take action. Some went out to visit, while others conducted interrogations. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others were completely unaware of what was happening online. After driving for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of Ginkgo Hospital. As soon as the car stopped, Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Jiang Shuawei all got out. Lin's father looked at the magnificent hospital building in front of him, his eyes filled with shock, his mouth agape for a long time before he finally came to his senses and said, "Xiao Chun, such a big hospital is actually yours?
What's the big deal? A company worth hundreds of billions like Rongto Real Estate is also my son's, right? Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world," Lin's mother said disdainfully. Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but chuckle.
After getting out of the car, Lin Feng called Zhang Yud.
"Director Zhang, I'm at the hospital entrance." "Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll come out to greet you right away."
In a short while, Zhang Yud came briskly with a group of hospital leaders.
Why did the director and the vice director come down together? Is someone important coming? Haven't you heard?
The hospital's owner has changed.
It seems today is the day the new owner arrives. Ha? A new owner? The hospital's policies won't change, will they? No. Why change the owner? I think it's fine as it is. Don't overthink it. Why would the new owner change things for no reason?
The passing doctors and nurses began to discuss quietly. When Lin Feng and the others entered the hospital, Mr.
Lin, welcome to your guidance, Zhang Yid said with a beaming smile, and the leaders behind him nodded in agreement.
Lin Feng nodded back.
Director Zhang, this is my sister Zhou Dongxue, she has leukemia. Please arrange for a comprehensive examination for her as soon as possible. Zhang Yud quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin, rest assured, we will do our utmost." The crowd surrounded Lin Feng and the others as they walked into the hospital. The nurses were already wide-eyed in shock, exchanging glances, and only after they walked far away did they burst into discussion. "I told you I definitely didn't sleep well last night, right? I actually saw the director calling a person who looks under 20 Mr. Lin. Unbelievable. I was still in college at 20, right? That person is already the boss of our boss? Hey, if the doctors are saying this, what are we nurses supposed to feel?" At that moment, a director walked over and scolded, "Aren't you all supposed to be working? The new boss is here, and instead of performing well, you're just standing around chatting? The doctors and nurses laughed awkwardly and quickly dispersed. Soon, it spread throughout the hospital that the new boss looked like a college student. Arriving at the specialized examination department, the medical staff was already prepared. Jo Dongshua's face was somewhat pale, her eyes revealing tension and unease. She then took Jiang Shuawei for a series of examinations, while Lin Feng and the others accompanied them throughout. Thank you for your hard work, Shuawei. I originally planned to take you back to have fun during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but now I have to trouble you to run around with us, Lin Feng said apologetically. Jiang Shuawei shook her head. Don't say that. Your family is my family, isn't this what I should do? A wave of emotion surged in Lin Feng's heart, and in front of Lin's parents, he couldn't make any other intimate gestures, so he could only hold Jiang Shuawei's delicate little hand tightly. The process of checking for leukemia involved many steps. Around noon, the director had originally suggested treating Lin Feng and the others to a meal, but it was declined. What if Jo Dongshue finished her checkup and found no one there, only to be left alone to eat? It wasn't until around 1 in the afternoon that the examinations were finally completed. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yud. When can we expect the results? Zhang Yud quickly replied, Mr. Lin, the earliest will be tomorrow morning. I will arrange for someone to analyze it as soon as possible. Lin Feng nodded, all right, notify me as soon as the results are out. At that moment, a doctor stepped forward, his expression serious, and said, Mr. Lin, since leukemia is a malignant tumor disease, it can disrupt normal blood production during the illness, leading to anemia. Therefore, in daily life, it's important to eat more blood-enriching foods, such as red dates and donkey hide gelatin. We will have to wait for tomorrow's results to determine if immediate hospitalization is necessary. During this time, the patient should pay attention to rest and maintain a positive mood. Lin Feng nodded. All right, thank you. Please take good care of my sister's situation. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. At this time, Zhang Yud and several key hospital leaders gathered around. Zhang Yud, with a beaming smile, said, Mr. Lin, it's mealtime now. Why don't we have a meal together? We can also report our work to you. Lin Feng directly refused. Director Zhang, today is not convenient. I need to accompany my family, let's meet another day. It was also not appropriate with Lin's parents present. Although Zhang Yud and the others felt a bit disappointed, they couldn't press the issue and could only say, then Mr. Lin, you carry on. If you need anything, just let us know. After leaving the hospital, Lin Feng felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, it was a message from the dormitory group. Xiaowei, brothers, when are you arriving for the school's Mid-Autumn Festival party today? Xiaofei, I just got off the plane, I should be at school in an hour or two. Chen Xiao, I'm almost there too. Xiaowei, I've already arrived at the dormitory. By the way, have you seen that video online of the mother being stabbed recently? Xiaofei, I saw it. I always thought the guy who ran over and subdued the attacker looked like the boss. Chen Xiao, yes, I noticed that too. Xiaowei, I told you. I thought I was overthinking it, but now that I see that guy, he must be the boss. So cool. Chen Xiao, at Lin Feng, boss, come out and say something. Is that really you? Someone recorded a video and posted it online? Lin Feng opened the Douyin short video app with some confusion, and sure enough, the first recommended video was it. Moreover, it had over 1 million likes. Checking the comments, they were all praising Lin Feng for his bravery and exceptional skills. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and then replied in the dormitory group. Lin Feng, I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be recognized. Yes, that was me. Xiaofei, boss, you are my idol. Lin Feng was also puzzled. When did they have a Mid-Autumn Festival party? He then asked Jiang Shuawei, who looked at him in surprise. Tonight the school is organizing a Mid-Autumn Festival party, and they're taking attendance. You actually didn't know? Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. He usually didn't even look at the messages in the group. Jiang Shuawei then said, and I signed up for a performance. Oh. Lin Feng was a bit curious and asked, what performance did you sign up for? Jiang Shuawei playfully blinked, guess. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, I can't guess, just tell me. Only then did Jiang Shuawei say, I signed up to sing. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up, that must be great. I also signed you up, we're going to duet. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How come you're telling me this now? It's such an important thing, and I have no time to prepare. I'm going to embarrass myself tonight. Oh, I meant to tell you when I was going to take you out for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but I forgot after a while. Lin Feng's parents and Zhou Dongshue naturally heard this. Xiao Chun, since Shuawei has signed you up, you should perform well. Let your classmates record a video for me to see.
Lin's mother said with a smile.
I want to see too, Jo Dongshue added.
Lin Feng felt a bit helpless.
Well, fine. What song are you singing? You should know it.
I saw it in your phone's favorites. Lin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He then glanced at the time. It was already 1:30. Mom and Dad, Shuoei and I have to go to the Mid-Autumn Festival party at 6:30, so we probably can't go home with you.
Lin Feng's face showed a hint of apology. It's fine. You and Shuoei can go back to school now. Your dad and I will take Dongshue home for dinner.
Lin's mother said with a smile.
Lin's father nodded. Alright, you two go prepare well for the party. How about we go to the Dihao Hotel? It's close to our school anyway.
Lin Feng suggested after thinking for a moment.
Jiang Shuoei quickly agreed. I think that's a good idea. Dihao's food is quite good. Dihao Hotel?
I know that place, it's quite upscale. I heard only important people can eat in the private dining rooms there, Jo Dongshue said with some anticipation. One of her roommates had once boasted for a whole year about a meal at Dihao because her boyfriend's friend treated them in a private room. Lin Feng smiled and nodded.
Dihao is also owned by me. What? Dihao is yours too? Jo Dongshue looked shocked.
She felt like she had been shocked so many times in the past few days that she was almost numb.
Xiaochun, how many companies are you still hiding from us? Jo Dongshue couldn't help but ask.
Lin Feng chuckled.
Actually, not many. You all know about most of them. Then let's set off? Since it's a hotel owned by Xiaochun, we have to go eat there. Lin's mother also looked forward to it.
Lin Feng nodded, then took out his phone and sent a message to Dong Feng.
Dong Feng, are you at the hotel? I'm bringing my parents over for dinner soon. Get the Tianzi no, one private room ready, and just prepare a few signature dishes. I'm here, Director Lin. I'll take care of it right away. Dong Feng replied almost instantly.
The group then got into the car and headed to Dihao Hotel. Since Inqing Hospital and Dihao Hotel were only over 30 kilometers apart, Lin Feng and the others arrived at Dihao Hotel after driving for more than 40 minutes. When the staff at the entrance saw Lin Feng's eye-catching luxury car, they took out their walkie-talkies and said a few words, and soon Dong Feng came down to greet them at the door.
Let me tell you, Director Lin and his parents are coming soon, so make sure to pull out all the stops. If anyone messes up, the bonus is gone. Director Dong reminded. Alright, Director Dong.
At this moment, after Lin Feng and the others parked the car, they walked towards the lobby of the Dihao Hotel. The guests at the Dihao Hotel, seeing this scene, also stepped aside to watch the excitement. Upon seeing Lin Feng and the others, Director Dong hurried over to greet them.
A group of waitstaff bowed and shouted, Welcome, Director Lin. Lin Feng's father and mother, as well as Jo Dongshue, were taken aback by this display, their mouths agape in surprise.
Jiang Shuoei appeared more composed, having seen her fair share of grand occasions with Lin Feng.
Lin Feng's father widened his eyes. Xiao Chen, this is too grand.
After realizing what was happening, Lin Feng's mother wore a proud expression. Director Dong approached with a beaming smile, slightly bowing as he said, Director Lin, welcome you and your family to the Dihao Hotel.
The Tianzi no.
One private room is ready, please follow me. Lin Feng nodded slightly and then introduced his parents and Jo Dongshue. Mom, Dad, this is Director Dong, the general manager of the Dihao Hotel. If you come here to eat in the future, just look for him.
Lin Feng's parents quickly greeted him politely.
Director Dong naturally did not dare to be negligent and promptly responded.
Then, under Director Dong's lead, everyone arrived at the Tianzi no. One private room.
Upon entering the room, the luxurious decor and spaciousness immediately caught their eyes. The huge crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow, and the exquisite murals and high-end furniture all showcased opulence.
Lin Feng's parents and Jo Dongshue sat down somewhat awkwardly.
Mom, Dad, Jia, relax a bit, this is my territory, why are you so stiff? Lin Feng said with a smile.
Yes, what do I have to fear in my son's territory? Lin Feng's mother laughed heartily.
Before long, exquisite dishes were served one after another. There were tender and juicy Australian lobsters, fragrant braised abalone with pork, and beautifully presented French foie gras. Each dish was like a work of art, making one drool. Lin Feng's parents looked at these dishes, all of which they had never eaten before. Then Lin Feng's mother noticed a menu on the table and curiously picked it up to browse. The prices on it nearly made her exclaim. An Australian lobster cost over 10,000 yuan, and the braised abalone with pork was also several thousand yuan per serving. Lin Feng's mother widened her eyes, incredulously staring at the prices. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, Mom, don't be surprised. These are the hotel's signature dishes. The prices are indeed a bit high, but the taste is absolutely top-notch.
Just enjoy your meal.
Lin Feng's father chimed in, yes, son has the means now, so let's enjoy ourselves. While eating, Lin Feng said to Zhou Dongxue, cousin, you might need to be hospitalized later, have you asked your counselor for leave in advance? Zhou Dongxue smiled and replied, don't worry, I've already asked for a few days off. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's good. Just cooperate with the treatment in the hospital, and don't worry about anything else. Zhou Dongxue felt warmth in her heart. After the meal, Lin Feng took out his phone and transferred 10 million yuan to his mother. Lin Feng's mother looked at the transfer information on her phone in surprise and said, Xiao Chun, why are you transferring me so much money again? Lin Feng smiled and said, Mom, this is for buying furniture for the villa. You can buy something more expensive, don't worry about the money. Also, buy some good supplements for cousin, get the best ones. Upon hearing this, Zhou Doxue's eyes turned red. She quickly said, you don't have to spend so much. I have my own money. Dongxue, what are you saying? You've come to our house, do you expect to pay for yourself? Lin Feng's mother said unhappily. Seeing that Lin Feng's mother was a bit displeased, Zhou Dongxue could only swallow her words and no longer argue. After eating for a while, Lin Feng looked at the time and said, Mom and Dad, Shuwei and I have to go to the school's mid-autumn festival party at 6:30, so we need to leave now. As soon as I have results, I will contact you right away. I have no classes tomorrow, so I will come to Yinqing Hospital to accompany my cousin for her treatment. Lin's father and mother nodded and said, alright, you two go ahead. Be careful on the road. Zhang Shuwei also politely said goodbye to Lin's parents and Zhou Dongxue. Shuwei, when you have time, come over to play with Lin Feng. Uncle and aunt really like you. You are always welcome to come and play. Lin's mother said with a smile. That's right, if this kid Lin Feng makes you unhappy, just tell uncle, and I'll help you deal with him. Lin's father added. Zhang Shuwei was very happy to hear Lin's parents' words. Okay, thank you, uncle and aunt. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuwei walked out of the private room, and Dong Feng respectfully saw them to the hotel entrance. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuwei got into the Lamborghini Poison and headed towards Suzhou University. Driving the Lamborghini Poison, Lin Feng and Zhang Shuwei entered the school amidst the envious gazes of many students. Students on both sides of the campus road stopped to watch, their eyes filled with amazement and envy as they followed the cool sports car. Hey, the school beauty and her rich boyfriend. I've already said envy too many times. After parking the car, Lin Feng turned to Zhang Shuwei and asked, where should we go now? Zhang Shuwei looked at her phone and said, first, we need to find the teacher to sign in and then rehearse. So, Zhang Shuwei led Lin Feng towards the rehearsal location. Along the way, many classmates cast curious glances at them. Upon reaching the rehearsal place, Zhang Shuwei saw the teacher and greeted her with a smile. Hello, Teacher Lin. The teacher, seeing Zhang Shuwei, asked, Shuwei, why are you so late? Zhang Shuwei felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Teacher, I got held up by something. The teacher then looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but think, this boy is really handsome. She then asked, Shuwei, is this your boyfriend? Zhang Shuwei blushed, held Lin Feng's hand, and said, Teacher, this is my boyfriend. The other boys who were rehearsing nearby seemed to hear a collective sound of heartbreak. Some boys couldn't help but mutter quietly, hey, is this the goddess's boyfriend? He really is handsome. Others said sourly, humph, he's just a bit good-looking. Lin Feng remained calm, smiling and greeting the teacher. The teacher said, alright, you two hurry up and sign in to prepare for rehearsal. After Zhang Shuwei signed in with Lin Feng, they began to rehearse. At first, Lin Feng was a bit unaccustomed and couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Zhang Shuwei patiently guided him, constantly encouraging him. Lin Feng, pay attention to the pitch here. Don't be nervous, relax, and follow my rhythm. After several practice sessions, Lin Feng gradually found his rhythm, and his cooperation with Zhang Shuwei became more and more harmonious. After rehearsing for a while, during a break, several girls gathered around. Zhang Shuwei, your boyfriend is so handsome, you two really match. Yeah, Zhang Shuwei, you are so lucky. Zhang Shuwei beamed with a smile, and Lin Feng smiled and greeted everyone beside her. After the break, they continued rehearsing. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuwei were fully immersed, their singing echoing in the rehearsal room. Before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened. Alright, that's it for today's rehearsal. Everyone go back and rest well, and perform well tonight. Soon it was 5:30, and the dormitory group chat became lively again, filled with messages at Lin Feng. Xiaowei, boss, why haven't you come back yet? The Mid-Autumn Festival party is starting in an hour. Chen Xiao, boss, the three of us are still waiting for you to have dinner together. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, Lin Feng, you guys go eat by yourselves. I'm going with your sister-in-law, and I still have to perform later. We have 4 programs to prepare for.
Xiao Fei?
Boss, you're quite the hidden talent.
Chen Xiao, what programs? Do you really need to perform yourself?
Xiao Wei, go for it, boss. Lin Feng, singing with your sister-in-law.
Immediately, a series of wow erupted.
Lin Feng smiled and didn't reply further, taking Jiang Shuawei's hand and heading straight to the cafeteria. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei walked side by side, the setting sun casting long shadows of them.
A gentle breeze stirred Jiang Shuawei's hair.
Just then, a familiar figure appeared before them.
Lin Feng, can we talk?
Lin Tianyou's hair was messy, as if it hadn't been tended to in a long time, resembling a tangle of weeds. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, and his voice was hoarse like an old bellows struggling to draw air. Lin Feng's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold expression.
Young Master Lin? Why aren't you busy being the rich heir of Haojia technology? What do you want with me?
The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a sarcastic smile.
Lin Feng, I know your strength now.
I sincerely apologize and beg for your forgiveness. Lin Tianyou hung his head, completely devoid of his previous arrogance, humbly pleading. Jiang Shuawei held Lin Feng's hand, looking at Lin Tianyou, who was now so humble he seemed to be at the dust, and found it hard to connect him with the arrogant person he used to be. She turned her head to look at Lin Feng's stern profile, her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, her boyfriend was impressive. Lin Feng scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. I told you before, it's too late to apologize now.
Weren't you quite arrogant before? When you had people gang up on my brother, did you think about today? If you had stood your ground, I would have respected you as a man. It's only been a few days, and you've already caved? Just go home and wait for bankruptcy.
After saying that, Lin Feng pulled Jiang Shuawei along and walked past Lin Tianyou without hesitation. Lin Tianyou lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. In recent days, he had sought help from countless young masters he used to call brothers at banquets. But those people, after agreeing, would call him back within hours to tell him to get lost, questioning whether he had offended someone he shouldn't have and warning him not to drag them into this mess. Lin Shangdong was even more overwhelmed, watching the company's stock price plummet daily, with other shareholders hastily selling their shares and fleeing. The atmosphere within the company was tense, as everyone knew Lin Shangdong had offended someone formidable, and the company was on the brink of collapse. Even his mother, who had always doted on him, looked at him with reproach when she learned that they might not be able to afford luxury bags worth hundreds of thousands in the future and could even be in debt. Lin Tianyou suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Feng's back, his eyes filled with madness.
Lin Feng,
since you're so ruthless, don't blame me for being impolite.
Ah Chen, I finally vented some anger.
Jiang Shuawei smiled exceptionally happily, like a blooming flower. Previously, at the Jinsho restaurant, Lin Tianyou's nauseating gaze, his filthy words, and his extreme arrogance had made Jiang Shuawei detest him to the core. Now, seeing this scum bowing his head and admitting his mistakes, even if it wasn't directed at her, still made her feel incredibly pleased.
Is your man impressive or what?
Lin Feng smiled.
So impressive. But Ah Chen, what exactly did you do?
Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng curiously, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. It's not a big deal, just made Penguin Company cut some of its cooperation with Haojia Technology. Lin Feng said lightly. But Xiao Fei should have also gotten help from the Qin family, so Haojia Technology should be close to going bankrupt now.
Jiang Shuawei looked shocked. Haojia Technology was quite a sizable company. How can it be that just a few days in, they are already facing closure? After Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei finished their meal, they returned to the rehearsal venue and changed into the outfits prepared for them by the school. When the two emerged from the changing room, they instantly stunned everyone. Wow! No wonder he made it onto the campus heartthrob list as a freshman. That black suit looks so handsome. Aha! Jiang Shuawei's looks are absolutely stunning. Seeing them together makes me feel so inferior. They're such a perfect match. I ship them. Woo woo! When will I ever get a boyfriend like that? The female teacher in charge of the sign-in hurried over. It's almost time, everyone can go. The teacher was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei. What divine looks! It would be a shame if they didn't enter the entertainment industry. She quickly regained her composure. Everyone can now enter the performance area and start preparing. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. During the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, receive genuine appreciation from 80% of the audience for your singing with Jiang Shuawei, to be counted by the system. Task reward. Achieve master-level piano performance skills and a Centurion Black Card. Note, the master-level piano performance skills can be released in advance to help the host complete this task more easily. The Centurion Black Card is currently the top-tier card internationally,
officially known as the American Express Centurion card, recognized globally as the king of cards. To possess such a card, one's total assets must be at least 9 figures, with an initiation fee reaching tens of thousands of RMB, and an annual fee of several tens of thousands. In China, its benefits may not be particularly significant, offering only basic privileges, but abroad, it's a different story. It can even turn planes around or refuel in the desert. It can meet any of your needs. The Centurion Black Card has no credit limit, anything with a price tag can be charged to it. Thus, holders of the Centurion Black Card are typically high-ranking officials, billionaires, and social elites. System, you really are a great system, thinking so much for me. Lin Feng was very pleased with the system's actions. It is an honor for the system to satisfy the host. The system's voice echoed again. Then please release the rewards to me in advance. Okay, host. The system has successfully released the master-level piano performance skills in advance. Rewards will be revoked if the task fails. Immediately, Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation in his head, as if he was gaining knowledge. A wealth of information he had previously been unaware of flooded into his mind, and his fingers seemed to elongate slightly. At that moment, Lin Feng's piano performance level had reached a master level. To put it bluntly, his piano skills were undoubtedly among the very best in the world. Lin Feng then looked at Teacher Lin. Teacher, I'd like to add a little effect to the program. Teacher Lin looked puzzled. What kind of effect? I'll play the piano as accompaniment, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. You can play the piano? That's great. No problem. But I need to confirm your piano skills first. Teacher Lin exclaimed with surprise. If Lin Feng could play the piano, their performance would be even more outstanding. Zhang Shuowei was also quite surprised. She had no idea Lin Feng had this skill. Lin Feng nodded and walked over to the piano in the corner, sitting down. Zhang Shuowei, Teacher Lin, and a group of students all focused their attention on him. He can play the piano too? He's not just trying to show off a little bit he learned, is he? Cut it out. You can't possibly not know how rich they are, right? Do you think other people's minds are as immature as yours? Jealousy can distort a person's appearance. With looks, wealth, and talent, what a divine boyfriend this is. Zhang Shuowei listened to the praises around her, her gaze towards Lin Feng filled with affection. Lin Feng cleared his mind, his hands gently resting on the piano keys, and began to play a piece called Moonlight Border. The notes flowed out like water, initially soft and soothing, as if moonlight were spilling onto a tranquil lake, creating ripples of light. Lin Feng's fingers danced nimbly across the keys, each note perfectly interpreted. The music seemed to carry a kind of magic, drawing everyone present into its depths. As the melody progressed, the emotions deepened gradually. The surrounding students, who had been whispering, fell silent, their faces showing expressions of rapture, their eyes sparkling with surprise and shock. Teacher Lin was so astonished that her mouth hung open. She had only asked Lin Feng to perform on a whim, never expecting to hear such an exquisite performance. She was now completely immersed in Lin Feng's playing. When the piece ended, there was a moment of silence, as if everyone was still lost in that wonderful melody. Then, a wave of applause erupted like a tide, and people began to discuss animatedly. That was amazing. This is definitely the most moving piano piece I've ever heard. Yeah, I feel like my soul has been touched. With this level, you must be at a professional standard. Zhang Shuowei stepped forward, linking her arm with Lin Feng's, visibly excited. Aiken, you were incredible. Although I don't know much about piano, you played absolutely, incredibly well. Teacher Lin also exclaimed excitedly, Lin Feng, you are amazing. With this level of performance, you must have at least passed grade 9 in piano, right? Lin Feng merely smiled slightly and did not answer. As if joking, if I told you I was at a master level, wouldn't you all be scared to death? Just then, Teacher Lin's phone rang. She answered the call. Teacher Lin, why haven't your group of performers arrived yet? The gala is about to start, and several programs have you in the front. Teacher Lin finally realized. Okay, I'll be right there. By the way, prepare a piano to be brought up for the 4th program. 4th program? Let me see. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuowei shouldn't? Yes. After hanging up, Teacher Lin hurriedly arranged for the students to head to the competition venue. Lin Feng and Zhang Shuowei followed at the back of the line, while the students excitedly discussed the piano piece they had just heard. Several students around were eagerly questioning Lin Feng. Lin, what level are you in piano? You played so well. I feel like you and the school beauty's performance will definitely take first place. Yeah, even I, who don't understand piano, can feel the emotions in the music. Lin, do you have a younger brother or an older brother? Lin Feng casually answered a few questions, while Zhang Shuowei tightly linked her arm with his, consciously blocking others from getting too close to him. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the performance venue, the gala had already begun, and it was currently the second act of a crosstalk performance.
Give me $100 for breakfast.
Sorry, sir, we only sell half portions. Soon, it was Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei's turn to perform.
Several staff members struggled to lift a piano onto the stage. Wow! Whose performance is this? They've brought out a piano. It seems to be that pair of school hunk and school beauty. Looking forward to it. Next, let's welcome Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei to perform, shouldn't?
Everyone, please give them a round of applause, the beautiful host on stage said excitedly. Immediately, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei walked onto the stage hand in hand.
Wait a minute, isn't this a gala? How did it turn into a large-scale dog food scene? Woo-woo, my goddess. I haven't even been to bed with her yet. A wave of applause and chatter erupted from the audience. Xiaofei, Chen Xia, and Wei San were thrilled and shouted when they saw Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei appear. Go, boss. Go, sister-in-law. The three brothers knew Lin Feng was performing and had squeezed to the front. When they shouted, Lin Feng noticed them. After their eyes met, Lin Feng felt an urge to laugh for some reason and held back his laughter for a long time. Taking a deep breath at the piano, he began to play. The prelude of this song was long and beautiful, and with Lin Feng's master-level singing, he quickly captured the hearts of most people. The audience was instantly drawn in by the wonderful melody, exclaiming in amazement, "This prelude is so beautiful. Lin Feng plays so well. Wow, his piano skills are simply extraordinary." Xiaofei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had also learned piano and knew how difficult it was to reach such a level of performance. "Boss, this is too impressive. I've been learning piano for so long and can't even match a tenth of his skill." Chen Xia and Wei San were equally shocked, unable to close their mouths. Is this still the boss we know? So awesome. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 69%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 74%. Pretending we are still together, I really can't perform. Still not used to you not being here. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received heartfelt thanks from 89% of people. System task completed. Ding! Master-level piano performance skill is now permanent. Ding! The Centurion Black Gold card has been placed in the host's clothing pocket. The balance in the host's Platinum card has been transferred to the Black Gold card. At this moment, Lin Feng had no time to pay attention to the system's notifications in his mind. Still not used to you not being here, this identity change is too fast, the girls in the audience screamed as soon as Lin Feng opened his mouth. Lin Feng's voice is so beautiful. Ah, I want to drown in his singing. Truly impressive. No wonder he's the man chosen by the school beauty. Even the boys couldn't help but praise Lin Feng. There was no way around it. When the gap is small, there might still be jealousy and a sense of competition, but when the gap is large enough, all that remains is admiration. No narration is needed in the picture, but everyone can see it. Jiang Shuowei's red lips parted, and her crisp, sweet voice flowed out like a yellow oriole leaving the valley, or like a clear spring flowing through the mountains. The audience was instantly captivated by her singing, and the students, who had been excited by Lin Feng's wonderful performance, erupted into enthusiastic cheers and screams. Jiang Shuowei sings so beautifully. The school beauty is not only beautiful, but her singing is beautiful too. These two are simply a divine combination. Some boys were so excited they stood up, clapping vigorously, unable to take their eyes off Jiang Shuowei. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala had turned into a concert thanks to Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei. Let go of each other's hands and embrace more futures. After the song ended, the entire gala fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into intense applause. Great! So beautiful! I declare the first place has been born. The students below were excitedly discussing, and the judges were very satisfied, giving high scores. With a perfect score of 50, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei scored a full 50. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei exchanged smiles. They then held hands, bowed, and walked off the stage. Alright, let's thank classmates Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei for their wonderful performance. Next up is, as Lin Feng and Jiang Shuowei stepped off the stage, Tang Wanner suddenly appeared from somewhere and rushed over to hug Jiang Shuowei. Woo! Shuowei, you are amazing. Seeing you shine so brightly on stage, I am really so happy for you. Tang Wanner's voice even choked a little. She was genuinely happy for her best friend, who had met such an outstanding man like Lin Feng and could radiate her own brilliance on stage. Jiang Shuowei's eyes also turned a bit red, but she couldn't find the words, just continuously patting Tang Wanner's back. Lin Feng was a bit puzzled, wondering why they suddenly started crying. At that moment, Xiaofei and the others excitedly walked over. When Xiaofei saw Tang Wanner, his expression was obviously a bit awkward, but he still approached. Boss, your piano playing is incredible. You and your sister-in-law are definitely champions tonight.
Xiao Fei had also learned piano as a child, but after half a year of lessons, he ended up crying to his dad, apologizing for not being able to learn.
At this moment, upon hearing Xiao Fei's voice behind her, Tang Wanner quickly released Jiang Shuawei and wiped her tears.
You little brat, stop popping champagne.
Isn't it going to be awkward later?
Lin Feng chuckled.
50 points. How could 50 points not be the champion? Unless there's foul play. Shen Xiao chimed in.
The group then found a seat to sit down. Xiao Fei originally wanted to sit next to Tang Wanner, but she intentionally avoided him, so he had to give up. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and then sighed slightly. Lin Feng patted his pocket and, sure enough, found a card inside, so he curiously took it out and examined it closely. Xiao Fei, sitting next to Lin Feng, also noticed the card in Lin Feng's hand.
I really envy you, boss.
You have a Centurion Black card.
Xiao Fei exclaimed.
The Centurion Black card is by invitation only. No matter how rich you are, you have to wait for an invitation. Moreover, the threshold for being invited is very high.
Although his family is wealthy, that wealth belongs to the family business, not to him personally, so he couldn't apply for the Centurion Black card.
Lin Feng smiled faintly.
What's the big deal? It's just a card.
Xiao Fei looked at Lin Feng, who was so calm, wishing he could slap him twice.
So pretentious. Centurion Black card? What is that? Is it impressive? Xia Wei asked curiously.
The others, including Chen Xiao and Jiang Shuawei, also shifted their attention from the stage. The Centurion Black card is the highest level of card issued by American Express. Only billionaires can have such a card. Xiao Fei then briefly explained. After hearing Xiao Fei's introduction, everyone widened their eyes, staring at the black card in Lin Feng's hand.
That's too exaggerated, right? It's just a bank card, isn't it? Wow. Shen Xiao couldn't help but exclaim.
The world of the rich is indeed beyond our imagination. Tang Wanner also spoke up, her face full of shock.
What a blowhard. A Centurion Black card?
It must be one of those 9 yuan shipping deals from Pinduoduo. At that moment, someone sitting behind Lin Feng and the others finally couldn't help but mock.
As soon as this was said, everyone around Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I've been listening for a while. Is that kind of card something a student can have? I'm dying of laughter. A card that only billionaires could possibly own is here?
It must be one of those 9 yuan shipping deals.
What a braggart.
I am Qin Shi Huang, I am not dead. As long as you give me 50, I can lead 100,000 troops to rebuild the dynasty.
Then I will make you a king. Isn't that Lin Feng?
I remember he drives 2 cars, one worth 7 or 8 million, and the other a poison worth nearly 100 million, right? It's not surprising to get the Centurion Black Gold card.
What? Is that Lin Feng up ahead? Oh no. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom.
At this moment, Lin Feng turned back to glance at the few students in the back who had spoken disrespectfully.
When those students realized it was really Lin Feng, their faces turned pale. How dare you?
Chen Xiao was about to curse, but the students immediately backed down.
We're really sorry, Brother Lin. We spoke without thinking.
After saying that, as if afraid Lin Feng would remember their faces, they quickly ran away without a trace.
These kids sure can run fast.
Chen Xiao said indignantly.
Forget it, it's nothing.
Lin Feng smiled faintly and then put the Centurion Black Gold card back in his pocket. The evening party continued for over an hour, and then it was time for the award ceremony.
Teachers, students. Next, we will enter the final segment of our Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, the award presentation. Are you all curious about the final program rankings? Scan the QR code on the big screen to vote for your favorite program.
After the voting results came out, the host stood in the center of the stage, wearing a mysterious smile and deliberately prolonging his voice.
Students, this voting was truly intense and extraordinary.
The students in the audience were all tense and full of anticipation, their eyes fixed on the host. Xiao Fei and the others were gripping their phones tightly, even more nervous than Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei.
Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but find it amusing.
The host, however, remained calm.
Who could it be? Do you students want to take a guess?
The audience erupted in a commotion.
Students began to stir, and someone couldn't help but shout, "Stop teasing us, just announce the results."
The host then smiled and said loudly, "The first place in this Mid-Autumn Festival Gala goes to Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei."
As soon as this was announced, the audience erupted into deafening applause and cheers. Wow, it really is them. Awesome, they truly deserve it.
Xiao Fei jumped up in excitement, cheering loudly. I knew the boss and sister-in-law would win. Shen Xiao, Xiao Wei, and Tang Wanner were also flushed with excitement, clapping vigorously.
The host continued, "Next,
Let's invite Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei to the stage to receive their awards. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei held hands and walked back onto the stage. To their surprise, the one presenting the award was actually the president of Suzhou University. The audience instantly buzzed with excitement, students whispering to each other, a mix of astonishment and thrill. No way! The president personally presenting an award at a Mid-Autumn Festival gala? That's a bit exaggerated. I heard Lin Feng seems to have some connections, could it be? Yes. I also heard that Lin Feng is a major shareholder in Penguin Company. How is that possible? You believe such fake news? Major shareholder in Penguin Company? Why not just fly to the moon? The president wore a kind smile, warmly handing Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei a certificate and a plaque stating 1,500 yuan. Lin Feng, can I talk to you about something later? The president smiled and spoke in a voice only the three of them could hear. He had inquired and knew Jiang Shuawei was Lin Feng's girlfriend, so there was no need to hide. Lin Feng thought for a moment. It must have been when he took leave last time that the president learned about his identity. Sure, President. The president nodded with a smile. After the award presentation, the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala concluded successfully. Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei needed to return their performance costumes, so after saying goodbye to Xiaofei and Tang Wanner, they went to find Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin saw them from a distance and immediately broke into a radiant smile, continuously praising them. Your performance today was perfect. I oversee so many cultural performances at Suzhou University, and yours was absolutely the most outstanding I've ever seen. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Feng quickly expressed their gratitude. The surrounding participants cast envious and admiring glances. Just as they were about to leave, the principal approached. Teacher Lin, wait a moment, I have something to discuss. Teacher Lin and the students were somewhat surprised. What could the principal want with them? They recalled how the principal had just awarded Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei. Could it be that the principal was looking for them? Sure enough. Teacher Lin, I need to speak with students Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei about something. You can take the others ahead, the principal said with a smile. Although Teacher Lin was filled with curiosity, he nodded and led the students away. Only the principal, Jiang Shuawei, and Lin Feng remained. The principal looked kindly at Lin Feng and said, Student Lin Feng, I've heard a lot about you. Lin Feng nodded slightly and politely replied, Principal, you flatter me. At such a young age, you're already a major shareholder in Penguin Company, your future is limitless. I estimate that in a few years, student Lin Feng will be on the Forbes list alongside Steve Jobs. The principal naturally had no idea about Lin Feng's specific shares in Penguin Company, nor did he know that Lin Feng owned several other enterprises, including Ronto Real Estate. You're too kind, Principal. Lin Feng avoided the topic. Jiang Shuawei quietly stayed by Lin Feng's side. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to quiet down, with only a gentle breeze stirring their clothes. Lin Feng quietly awaited the principal's next words, also guessing the principal's intentions. The principal paused, seemingly weighing his words, then spoke again. Student Lin Feng, the reason I sought you out today is that I have something important to discuss. Principal, please go ahead, Lin Feng said, feeling a bit intrigued. What could a principal want with him? It was probably just about money. But it didn't matter, as long as it piqued his interest, he was willing to invest. Even if he lost money, it would be considered a contribution to the school. Well, although he had only been enrolled for less than a month. The principal thought for a moment. It's like this, Student Lin, our school is planning to open a biology laboratory, but the school's funds are quite tight, so we need investment. Lin Feng immediately understood. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Invest in the Suzhou University Biology Laboratory, with an investment of no less than 50 million. The task will be completed once the laboratory is built. Task reward, 1 billion RMB. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback by the system's prompt in his mind. The system generally wouldn't let him make a losing deal, which meant that investing in this laboratory should be beneficial for him. Rest assured, Student Lin, we will divide the shares according to the investment ratio. We will definitely not let you spend money for nothing. The principal, seeing Lin Feng in a daze, quickly added. Jiang Shuawei, on the side, hadn't expected the principal to approach Lin Feng for investment. However, she didn't understand such matters, she only knew her man was truly impressive. Lin Feng considered it carefully, since the system had issued such a task, he would maximize his benefits. Principal, how about we go to the office to discuss? I can have the laboratory's head introduce everything to you. Or if Student Lin is not interested, you could help recommend other shareholders from Penguin Company. The principal had already thought of this after learning that Lin Feng was a major shareholder in Penguin Company. Principal, since I am a part of the school and have the ability to do this, I will definitely not refuse, Lin Feng said earnestly and seriously.
Great! Our Suzhou University students are indeed extraordinary.
The principal was pleasantly surprised, not expecting Chen Fan to be so straightforward. With a little more persuasion, they might secure even more investment.
Principal, may I ask how much this laboratory is expected to cost? The principal thought for a moment. It will probably require around 4 to 500 million. Then how much would I need to hold 51% of the shares? 51% of the shares, let me calculate. What? You want to hold 51%?
The principal's eyes were filled with shock.
Yes.
Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Jiang Shuawei, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance over, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. Although she knew Lin Feng was wealthy, it still felt somewhat unreal that he was ready to spend several small targets just like that.
That's not possible. The laboratory must be controlled by Suzhou University, that's a must.
The principal shook his head without hesitation.
Then, may I ask how much can I control at most? Lin Feng, not angry, continued to ask.
You can control up to 40% at most, the principal replied.
Alright, then I'll take 40%.
Lin Feng nodded slightly.
Is that settled?
The principal asked a few more times, uncertain. Yes, the specific matters can be discussed with my personal secretary. Just send me a message when it's time to sign the contract, Lin Feng said, taking out the green bubble QR code.
Principal, you don't mind adding a green bubble, do you? Not at all.
The principal quickly took out his phone and added him as a friend.
What a joke.
As a major shareholder of Penguin Company, having his green bubble means that if there's ever a need for investment or funding, they can talk directly online, which would be much more convenient.
After adding each other, Lin Feng recommended Lu Hai to the principal. Principal, is there anything else? Nothing else. Thank you, Lin, for your strong support of Suzhou University.
I won't disturb you young people from dating. Let's chat again next time.
The principal was pleasantly surprised that things went so smoothly. After the principal left, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Feng with some concern. Aiken, do you really trust the school this much? If they can't develop anything valuable, wouldn't those several small targets go to waste? It's fine, investing is inherently risky, and it's only a few hundred million. If it fails, I'll just consider it a donation to my alma mater.
Lin Feng affectionately rubbed Jiang Shuawei's petite, high nose.
Alright then.
Jiang Shuawei immediately pulled Lin Feng towards the rehearsal room. After arriving at the rehearsal room, Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei changed into their costumes and left directly.
At that moment online, Lin Feng was once again trending. Wow! This guy plays so well. He's playing right into my heart. I want to sleep with him. Hey, don't be flirty. Add me, and let's chat privately.
I'm just a piano enthusiast, and I dare say this student's piano skills are definitely at a professional level.
What level is professional? Level 10? Nonsense. Level 10 is nothing.
That's just for amateurs. Above level 10, there are professional, elite, outstanding, and finally, master levels.
Wow! Another strange piece of trivia added.
I feel like it's definitely more than professional. He might even reach outstanding level.
Stop talking nonsense. To reach outstanding level, even a genius who starts practicing from a young age would need to be at least 26 or 27, right? This student from Suzhou University looks at most 22 or 23. How could he be outstanding? +1. Plus 10,086. Hey, have you noticed that this guy looks a bit like the one who saved that mother and daughter from the man in uniform? Don't say. You're right. It really is him. No way.
After sending Jiang Shuawei back to her dorm, Lin Feng received a call from his mother on the way back.
Xiao Chun, you honestly tell me, have you completely cut ties with that Zhao Jie?
Lin's mother's voice was very serious, and she was suppressing her anger. Lin Feng was a bit confused by this sudden question from his mother. I broke up a long time ago, Mom.
Didn't I tell you during the summer vacation? But why are you suddenly asking about this?
Lin Feng said, puzzled.
Humph.
Zhao Jie just came to our house and delivered a big box of mooncakes, leaving me completely bewildered.
She even said that she and you have gotten back together. Lin's mother said angrily. How is that possible, Mom? How could I possibly get back together with her? I've told you everything about that. Do you think your son is that kind of person?
Lin Feng replied, speechless. He really didn't expect that Zhao Jie would be so shameless. It had been so long since he ran into her at the Dihao Hotel, and he thought she wouldn't pull any tricks. He didn't expect her to come at him with something so big.
Then how does she know that you and Shuawei are dating now? And that you are the owner of the Dihao Hotel? Ha? What exactly did she say to you?
She said you and Shuawei are together just to make her jealous, but now you two have reconciled. She hopes I can persuade you not to delay Shuawei, and she even said you treated her to a meal at the Dihao Hotel, urging you to marry her and give me a grandson. Ugh. Lin's mother became more and more furious as she spoke. Let me tell you, Lin Feng, no matter if what Zhao Jie said is true or not, you cannot have that woman. If you do, don't call me mom. And I like Shuawei, if you wrong her, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold, and he paused in his steps. Xiao Chen, I also think Shuawei is a good girl. I met that Zhao Jie today, and honestly, she's not worth it. Your sister has a good eye for people. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Zhou Dongxue also said on the phone. Lin Feng, let me tell you, if you dare to let Shuawei down, just wait and see if I don't break your legs. Lin's father's voice came through as well. Don't worry, I will never have anything to do with Zhao Jie again, nor will I let Shuawei down. As for Zhao Jie, Lin Feng then recounted everything that had happened when he ran into Zhao Jie at the Dihao Hotel to his parents. Zhao Jie really is a model of someone who only cares about money. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while before Lin's mother slowly spoke. Is there really such a shameless woman? My goodness. Zhou Dongxue was also very shocked. This completely refreshed her worldview. How can a person be so shameless? Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Who let him be blind enough to fall for such a person in the first place? Alright, this matter is considered settled, but you need to be careful with Shuawei. This Xiao Jie is so shameless that she might find Shuawei one day and say something. I understand, Mom, I will be careful. By the way, you guys should throw away those mooncakes quickly, keeping them at home brings bad luck. Do I even need to tell you? As soon as she left, we threw them in the trash downstairs. They've probably already been taken home by the old lady who collects cardboard in bottles. That's good. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Feng finally hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lin Feng immediately received a friend request. Chen, it's Zhao Jie. I know you must miss me, I'm here to find you. Let's start over, okay? I already met with uncle and aunt today, and your sister too, they are very satisfied with me. Lin Feng read this friend request message with a frown the whole time. He suppressed his nausea and accepted the friend request. Chen, I knew you still love me. Boo-hoo! I knew we couldn't live without each other. As soon as Lin Feng accepted the friend request, Zhao Jie's message popped up immediately. You'd better stop. It's over between us. Why do you still want to find my parents and twist the truth in front of them? Are you that shameless? Lin Feng tried to suppress his anger and refrain from cursing. Chen, are you still blaming me? I really know I was wrong. I had my reasons at the time. My dad got sick and needed a large sum of money. That guy named Li Ming was pursuing me and was willing to give me a lot of money as long as I dated him. I had no choice but to. Zhao Jie even sent a long voice message. Lin Feng initially didn't want to listen until he saw the incomprehensible text that appeared from the voice. After listening, he realized Zhao Jie was speaking in the Suzhou dialect. What illness does your dad have? There was silence on the other end for several minutes. By the time Lin Feng returned to his dorm, Zhao Jie's message finally came through. My dad has a tumor and needs a lot of money for surgery. I searched for a long time, Zhao Jie. I don't want to waste time with you. I warn you, if you dare to harass my parents or anyone around me again, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as Lin Feng sent this message, there was no reply from Zhao Jie. At that moment, in a vocational school girls' dormitory. Ah, damn Lin Feng. If it weren't for your money, I wouldn't bother being a sycophant here. Zhao Jie slammed the bed a few times and cursed softly. Zhao Jie, what are you going crazy about? Can't you be a little quieter? The girl on the lower bunk immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. What's it to you? Zhao Jie was already angry, and she shot back immediately. Soon, the dormitory was filled with a debate. After Lin Feng sent that message, he directly blocked and deleted Zhao Jie. Zhao Jie, I hope you know your place. If there's a next time, don't blame me. Lin Feng murmured. Boss, who are you chatting with? You look so upset. Did you argue with your sister-in-law? The others in the dorm noticed Lin Feng putting down his phone and asked with concern. Lin Feng shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Xiao Fei, was Tang Xuejie there just now? Didn't you chat about anything? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's face immediately wrinkled. I wanted to. When you and Jiang Xiaohua just went on stage, Sister Wanner hadn't left yet, so I chatted with her a bit, but she was very perfunctory in her replies. Later, you sent us a message saying you wouldn't wait for us, and Sister Wanner probably saw your sister-in-law's message, then she immediately turned and left. Xiao Fei complained. Lin Feng moved a stool and sat by Xiao Fei's bed. Let me tell you, Sister Wanner is a bit insecure. Her childhood wasn't good. You have so much money, plus. The next morning, Lin Feng opened his phone and saw a reply from the dean. Director Lin,
the test results are out. Do you need to see them now?
Lin Feng thought for a moment.
No need, I'll come over this morning. I won't understand it if you send it to me now. He then sent a good morning message to Jiang Shuawei and got up to wash up. After washing up, he saw Jiang Shuawei had replied. Good morning, Aiken. I want to go to Yinqing Hospital with you this morning.
Lin Feng was a bit puzzled.
I checked your class schedule. Don't you have a class this morning? Not going. I asked Warner to help me cover it. Today is so important. I want to accompany Sister Dongxue.
Lin Feng smiled at this message.
Alright.
Lin Feng changed his clothes, put on his Patek Philippe watch, and then went downstairs to drive his sports car to pick her up at Jiang Shuawei's dormitory. At that moment, a BMW 5 Series was parked downstairs, and passing students cast envious glances. The owner of the BMW stood beside his car, feeling a bit proud, as driving a BMW 5 Series during college truly surpassed many of his peers.
However, when a Porsche Panamera drove up, the pride on his face vanished in an instant. After the owner of the Panamera got out and stood by the car, he exuded a unique aura.
The owner of the BMW 5 Series, seeing this, hurriedly pulled out a Lotus cigarette from his pocket and approached with a beaming smile.
Boss, would you like a smoke?
His words were filled with flattery. Being able to drive a car worth millions at such a young age could be very beneficial if he could make a connection. The Panamera owner accepted the Lotus cigarette, and the BMW owner smartly lit it for him.
Then, the BMW owner sighed. Such a $1 million luxury car is hard to come by even at Suzhou University, right?
The Panamera owner, however, looked down on him, exhaling a puff of smoke.
Do you know that when the new students started school, I saw a Ferrari SF90 worth 7 or 8 million?
And I also heard that a Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million appeared on campus, supposedly belonging to the campus beauty Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend. The BMW owner was instantly shocked, dumbfounded by the figure of 100 million, unable to speak.
That was 100 million.
Just as the two were discussing, a deafening roar came from afar, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They saw Lin Feng driving his Lamborghini Veneno slowly approaching, the cool body and domineering lines making it look like it had come straight out of a movie. Surrounding students gasped in awe, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy.
Lin, the campus heartthrob, is here to take his little wife out for fun. So envious.
The BMW owner and the Panamera owner stared blankly at the $100 million luxury car, their shock beyond words. They hadn't expected that just a second ago they were discussing, and the next second this car appeared right in front of them. Lin Feng parked the car, opened the door, and stepped out. His tall figure and confident demeanor made the surrounding girls unable to help but gaze at him.
At that moment, Jiang Shuawei happened to walk out of the dormitory.
Dressed in a white dress, her long hair flowing, she looked like a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a joyful smile spread across her face, and she quickly ran to his side. The BMW owner awkwardly smiled and said to the Panamera owner, "It seems we are still too insignificant in front of the real big shots."
The Panamera owner nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect to see the legendary Lamborghini Veneno here."
Lin Feng and Jiang Shuawei ignored their discussions and got into the car, driving off directly. They first arrived at the bottom of the Ginkgo hospital, and after Lin Feng parked the car, he called his mother.
"Mom, how long until you arrive?" "Chen, we'll be there in a few minutes."
After hanging up, Lin Feng sent a message to the hospital director, Zhang Yud.
Zhang Yud replied immediately. "Okay, Director Lin, I'll be there right away."
Before long, Zhang Yud rushed over with several department heads, his face full of smiles and his tone very respectful.
"Director Lin, sorry to keep you waiting."
The several department heads also accompanied him with smiling faces. Just then, Lin Feng's parents and Zhou Dongxue arrived. Zhou Dongxue looked nervous, her lips slightly trembling, her voice filled with fear and unease.
"What's the result going to be?"
Her eyes were full of anxiety and anticipation, her hands tightly clasped together, palms sweaty. Lin Feng's mother quickly held Zhou Dongshue's hand, softly comforting her.
"Dongxue, don't worry too much, no matter what, we'll face it together."
Lin Feng's mother's voice was very gentle. Lin Feng's father, however, had a serious expression, his brows furrowed. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's first hear what the doctor has to say. We need to trust the hospital." Everyone then proceeded to the hospital's conference room. Zhang Yud handed the examination results to Lin Feng and said cautiously, "Director Lin, after our comprehensive and detailed examination, Ms.
Zhou is currently diagnosed with early-stage leukemia."
Zhou Dongxue felt a slight relief upon hearing the words early stage, but she was still very tense. Her heart was racing, and her face remained pale. A director then explained, "However, even though it is early stage, we cannot let our guard down.
We recommend starting chemotherapy, along with medication." The chemotherapy cycle is initially set for once a week, lasting for 3 months.
For medication, we will choose targeted drugs with relatively mild side effects to inhibit the growth of cancer cells. Lin Feng furrowed his brows.
How effective is this treatment plan? What is the cure rate? He fixed his gaze on the director. Another director replied, Director Lin, this treatment plan usually has good results in early-stage leukemia. If the patient responds well to the treatment, the cure rate can reach 70 to 80%. But the specific situation will depend on Ms. Zhou's physical condition and her response during the treatment. Lin's mother expressed her concern, will chemotherapy be very painful? Can Dong Xue endure it?
Zhang Yid quickly said, Madam, there may be some discomfort during chemotherapy, such as hair loss, nausea, and vomiting, but we will take appropriate measures to alleviate these side effects. At the same time, we will closely monitor Ms. Zhou's psychological state and provide necessary support and counseling. He then mentioned many other things that needed attention. In any case, the medication must be the best, everything must be the best.
We must ensure my sister gets better.
Zhang Yid nodded vigorously, Director Lin, rest assured, we will definitely follow your orders.
After leaving the conference room, the dean sent someone to get the medication. Lin's father comforted her, Dong Xue, don't be afraid, our family will be with you.
Yes, as long as we stick to the treatment, she will definitely get better, Lin's mother also reassured her.
Lin Feng was still somewhat worried.
Although it was early-stage leukemia was inherently difficult to treat, and a slight misstep could easily lead to deterioration. Zhang Shuawei noticed Lin Feng's furrowed brow and gently held his hand, saying, Aiken, don't worry too much, believe that Sister Dong Xue will gradually get better.
Lin Feng nodded slightly. After staying at the hospital for a while, Lin's parents took Zhou Dongxue home. They had initially thought of inviting Lin Feng and the others to have lunch together, but Lin Feng had classes in the afternoon, so he declined. Just as Lin Feng and Zhang Shuawei were about to leave, the dean chased after them. Director Lin, there are still matters at the hospital that I need to discuss with you.
What is it?
It's like this, Director Lin, our cardiothoracic surgery department lacks younger and more skilled doctors. After all, every department needs to inject fresh blood, so I was thinking about whether we could recruit some people from other hospitals. However, recruiting requires money, and since you are here, I thought I would just tell you directly.
Lin Feng nodded.
No problem, just let the finance department know how much is needed. You are the dean, so you can make the decision on this.
Zhang Yid was overjoyed. He had come to test Lin Feng. After all, a new boss had taken over. If Lin Feng did not delegate authority, he would definitely need to report on everything in the future. But now it seemed the outcome was quite good.
Okay, I will definitely do as you instructed.
Just then, the voice of the system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind again.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering a system task. Recruit Lin Yi from the First People's Hospital of Jintang County to the Cardiothoracic Surgery Department of Ginkgo Hospital.
Reward, 100% shares of Boei Medical.
Lin Feng immediately reacted.
Director Zhang, I know a doctor whose medical skills are quite good.
His name is Lin Yi, and he is the head of the First People's Hospital in Jintang County. You can send someone to negotiate with him.
As long as he is willing, no matter how much it costs, it can be done.
Zhang Yid was a bit stunned.
I just mentioned it casually, and you're actually taking it seriously? However, Zhang Yid showed no hesitation and immediately agreed. Alright, Director Lin, I will send someone to negotiate right away. Lin Feng nodded and then walked out of the hospital with Zhang Shuawei. After leaving the hospital, Lin Feng took out his phone and searched for Boei Medical. Oh, market value of 14.8 billion renminbi? Not bad, Lin Feng murmured.
Zhang Shuawei, curious, leaned over to take a look.
Ah Chen, why are you searching for a medical company?
Zhang Shuawei asked, puzzled to see Lin Feng searching for a medical company.
It's nothing, just looking around, Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. After returning to school and having lunch with Zhang Shuawei, Lin Feng went back to the dormitory.
Upon entering, he saw Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao engaged in an arm wrestling match.
Fourth, just give up. You can't beat me.
Chen Xiao's face turned red, veins bulging on his neck as he pushed down hard with his right hand.
Damn it.
In the end, Xiao Fei lost.
The two of them collapsed onto the table. Boss, you're back? Come over and arm wrestle with this brute Xiao Wei. I can't beat him at all. Chen Xiao exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Feng return. Yeah. Boss, aren't you skilled in martial arts? Quickly take him down.
Xiao Fei shouted as well.
Xiao Wei scratched his head. I'm not that strong, you know? I couldn't beat many people in arm wrestling back in my village. Alright. Still pretending, huh? Boss, teach him a lesson. Chen Xiao yelled.
Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he looked at Xiao Wei.
Third, want to give it a try?
Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei perked up, rolled up his sleeves, and rested his elbows on the table, saying, "Boss, let's give it a shot."
Lin Feng didn't waste time. He took off his watch, walked to the table, and extended his right hand to grip Xiao Wei's. "Ready, go!" Xiao Fei shouted from the side. As soon as the match started, Xiao Wei exerted all his strength, his arm muscles tensed instantly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. However, Lin Feng appeared relaxed, his expression easy, his arm firmly holding its ground. Chen Xiao anxiously shouted from the side, "Third, come on, don't lose right at the start." Xiao Wei gritted his teeth, his face turning red as he tried again, but Lin Feng's hand remained unmoved. Lin Feng chuckled, "Third, is that all the strength you have?"
Xiao Wei huffed in defiance and gathered his strength again, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, Lin Feng's arm was as unyielding as steel. At that moment, Lin Feng began to apply force, slowly pressing down, and Xiao Wei's hand was gradually forced down.
"Oh no, I can't take it," Xiao Wei shouted, but he still fought back with all his might. "Boss, you're too strong, I concede."
In the end, Xiao Wei couldn't hold on any longer, and his arm was pressed down onto the table. Chen Xiao and Xiao Fei burst into laughter.
"Third, you still can't do it." Chen Xiao laughed. Xiao Wei panted heavily. "Boss, your physical fitness is just too good, I admit defeat." Lin Feng patted Xiao Wei on the shoulder and said, "If you exercise more, you can do it too." Lin Feng then walked to the washstand to wash his face and lay down on the bed. He took out his phone and was about to scroll through some videos when he noticed he had over 99 messages on Douyin. Lin Feng clicked in to see that they were all from strangers. "Big shot, can I support you in your old age? Bro, you're from Tianfu City, right? Follow me back and I'll send you a photo. Brother, can you come and watch our live stream? I promise it will make you feel good."
Lin Feng was somewhat speechless. Just as he was about to close the page, he saw that Jamago had also sent him a message.
Because he had followed him earlier, Jamago sent several messages in a row. "Big shot, can we add a green bubble? Big shot, you've donated so much money, how about I give you a top-tier title? Big shot, are you there?"
Lin Feng thought for a moment.
"I was busy earlier and didn't check my phone. No need for the top-tier title, I'm just donating out of interest." He then went back to watching videos.
At that moment, Jamago was unaware that Lin Feng had finally replied to his messages, as he was standing on the stage of the Eternal Calamities Koi Cup tournament.
"Wow, why are all three of them attacking me?"
Jamago looked at his computer screen, where he had already turned into a soul grave. After reaching the final circle, he didn't dare to use his machete and could only run around with a long sword, fearing being recognized. If he was recognized, he would definitely be targeted because his skills were too strong. Unfortunately, he still didn't get first place in the end. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and could only helplessly put down his mouse and continue watching the ongoing battle. Without a doubt, Jack ended up in first place.
Jamago didn't mind, it was just a failure, losing didn't matter.
But at that moment, he noticed the displeasure of the audience both on-site and watching the live stream.
666. Isn't this supposed to be solo? When did the Koi Cup turn into a trio? This is really disgusting. 3 professionals teaming up to take down a streamer. Jack is really impressive.
1v directly summoned 2 dogs to help him.
What a shame.
The bullet comments in the live stream were going crazy. At that moment, Lin Feng happened to catch sight of it.
A flicker of anger crossed Lin Feng's eyes.
After all, Eternal Calamity was under their Longhu games. As the most popular computer game under Longhu games, it was unacceptable to see such an unfair scene on the tournament stage. Lin Feng continued to watch with a cold expression. Just when he saw the post-match interview asking Cray what he would do if he hadn't come into contact with Eternal Calamity, Lin Feng could no longer hold back.
Wasn't this a blatant threat?
The underlying message was that he'd better not have any objections, as he could only be where he was now thanks to their game.
Jamago could only respond with, "I don't know."
Lin Feng directly picked up his phone and called Fa Nonping from Longhu Games.
The call was quickly connected, and Fa Nonping's somewhat fawning voice came through. "Director Lin, why are you personally calling?" Lin Feng's tone was extremely cold. "Fa Nonping, do you know about the Koi Cup incident in Eternal Calamity?"
Fa Nonping's heart sank, sensing something was off in Lin Feng's tone, and hurriedly said, "Director Lin, I
don't know."
Lin Feng snorted coldly.
"You don't know? Fine. Let me tell you."
Lin Feng then recounted what he had just seen in the live stream and the questions asked during the post-match interview with Jamagu.
"Tell me, is this malicious teaming? And what was the question asked in the post-match interview? Was it a threat to that Jamagu?" Fa Nonping immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
Director Lin, I truly didn't know such a thing would happen.
It was my oversight, and I apologize.
Lin Feng continued, in a game, especially in a tournament, the most important thing is fairness and justice. This is the foundation of our game and the key to attracting players. Such unfair situations seriously affect our game's reputation and image.
Do you understand? Fa Nonping nodded repeatedly. Director Lin, I understand, I understand. I will definitely handle this matter properly.
Lin Feng was very serious.
Since the incident has already occurred, it's impossible to hold a rematch.
However, we must compensate Brother Zhima and publicly announce that the rankings for this Eternal Calamity Koi Cup are invalid. Additionally, you need to investigate thoroughly who is behind these underhanded actions.
Is it an issue with a particular player, or is someone instigating it? I want a detailed investigation report, understand?
Fa Nonping quickly replied, Chairman Lin, rest assured, I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately and provide you with a satisfactory response. As for the compensation, I will have someone communicate with Brother Zhima to ensure he is satisfied. This time it was our negligence, and I guarantee it won't happen again. Lin Feng's tone softened slightly.
Fa Nonping, I hope you keep your word.
It hasn't been easy for Longhu Games to reach this point. Don't ruin our reputation over some improper actions.
Fa Nonping hurriedly assured him, Chairman Lin, I understand. I will handle it well and restore our reputation.
Lin Feng pondered for a moment.
I will come to the company around 4 this afternoon.
After you investigate thoroughly, you can handle the punishment and issue a statement.
As for the involved executives, I will deal with them personally.
Fa Nonping was taken aback. He had thought Lin Feng wouldn't come, but now it seemed the chairman intended to root out those troublemakers. But that was good, it was the perfect opportunity to deal with them.
Understood, Chairman Lin. Fa Nonping quickly replied.
After hanging up the phone, Fa Nonping immediately called Hu Hansan, the head of the Lightning Division and also the vice president of Longhu Games.
Hu Hansan was responsible for the entire gaming sector.
Although Longhu Games sounded like a company that only made games, it actually involved many other areas, such as music, news, education, email services, and more. There were a total of 6 vice presidents, each responsible for a different field.
Hello? Vice President Fong, what can I do for you?
As soon as the call connected, Hu Hansen's voice came through.
Vice President Hu, do you know about the Eternal Calamity Koi Cup? I know, what's up? First, find out what happened and then call me back. This is a directive from Chairman Lin, so consider it carefully. Hu Hansan was taken aback. What could have happened to alarm Chairman Lin?
The game Eternal Calamity was quite profitable, and his studio was among the top performers, so he had been relatively lax in managing Studio 48.
Okay, Vice President Fong, I'll check it out right away.
After hanging up, Hu Hansan began to gather information about the entire incident. Such things were actually quite common in competitions, and the severity could vary. But unfortunately, it had caught Chairman Lin's attention, and now Studio 48 was in serious trouble.
Hu Hansan took a deep breath and called Fa Nonping back. Vice President Fong, I've gathered most of the information. Can you share how Chairman Lin plans to handle this? Hu Hansan asked cautiously. Chairman Lin will personally come to the company around 4 this afternoon. What do you think he will do? Hu Hansan immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. The fact that Chairman Lin was coming in person showed how much he cared. Got it. I will check it out right away. Make sure to get to the bottom of it.
After hanging up, Hu Hansan wasted no time and immediately called a meeting with all personnel related to the Eternal Calamity Koi Cup event.
The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and everyone looked serious.
Hu Hansan sat at the head of the table, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone present. This incident has stirred up quite a commotion online, so everyone needs to be on high alert.
Anyone who dares to conceal anything will face the consequences.
Hu Hansen's voice was low and stern. The crowd nodded in agreement, all understanding the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, Li Ming, the general manager of Studio 48, spoke slowly. It's not a big deal, just a little hiccup in a competition.
Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? The internet has no memory. In a while, this will all blow over. Upon hearing this, Hu Hansen's anger flared. Li Ming, what kind of attitude is that? This is a serious issue that undermines the fairness of the competition, affecting the company's reputation and the trust of the players. Li Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Our game is so popular and profitable, the company won't do anything to me over this minor issue.
Hu Hansen was furious. Li Ming, this is Chairman Lin, the biggest boss of the Longhu Group, demanding a thorough investigation.
You still don't take it seriously?
Upon hearing Chairman Lin, Li Ming's expression changed instantly, his arrogance vanished, replaced by panic. I didn't know it was Chairman Lin who wanted to investigate.
I was wrong, Li Ming began to panic. Hu Hansen snorted coldly, now you're scared. Hurry up and explain everything clearly.
Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and began recounting the events. It turned out that Jack was Li Ming's daughter's fiancé, who had always wanted to make a name for himself in the esports world. In previous professional competitions, because Jiamogu didn't play professionally, and Jack's skills were indeed strong, even cheating had gone unnoticed.
This time, with JMOGE's participation, to ensure Jack could secure first place, they had to take risks.
As Hu Hansen listened to Li Ming's account, his expression grew increasingly grim.
Li Ming, do you realize you're playing with fire?
For your own selfish desires, you're undermining the company's competition rules and damaging its image.
Hu Hansen shouted angrily. Li Ming lowered his head, not daring to speak.
Hu Hansen continued, this matter must be dealt with seriously, you need to be mentally prepared. Hu Hansen looked at Li Ming, filled with anger and helplessness. Li Ming, for your personal vanity and interests, you've done something that goes against professional ethics.
Do you think you deserve the company's trust? Hu Hansen questioned.
Li Ming was filled with regret, constantly apologizing. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
Please give me a chance.
Hu Hansen coldly replied, opportunities are not given by me, it depends on how Chairman Lin decides.
Meeting adjourned.
After Hu Hansen left the conference room and returned to his office, he called Fang Onping again.
Fang, I've investigated everything. Hu Hansen then recounted the events to Fang Onping.
Got it, you need to have the official account of Yongjie Games issue a statement immediately, announcing the cancellation of this Koi Cup, and that Jack and others are banned for 2 years. Also, compensation to Jiamogu, you can decide the specifics.
Understood.
At that moment, Lin Feng was in class, attending a mental health education session, which wasn't very important.
The teacher didn't even bother to manage the students who were playing on their phones in the back row.
Lin Feng was scrolling through Douyin when he saw that the official Yongjie account he followed had released a statement. We apologize to the loyal fans of Yongjie, this Koi Cup solo competition is void. It will be held again in 5 days. Due to malicious teaming by Jack, Spider, and others, they have been banned for 2 years, and their team has been fined 500,000 renminbi. Li Ming, the general manager of Studio 48, has been suspended pending punishment. The host of the post-match Q&A, Li Feifei, has been fired. At the same time, Yang Jie officially expresses deep apologies to Zhou Mogu and is willing to compensate him 150,000 renminbi. Lin Feng was taken aback by this news, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect Fang Onping and the others to handle it quite quickly. Lin Feng clicked into the comments section and saw that it had been less than a minute since the post was published, and it was already overwhelmed by various netizens.
Wow, is it really that powerful?
I was just saying we should pressure the officials together to investigate this matter, and I didn't expect the results to come out in just a few hours.
I owe a chapter, I'll make it up tomorrow.
It's indeed impressive, a change from the previous habit of dragging things out. Jack lost the match but kept his integrity, and now he's being punished. Jiamogu lost the match but kept his integrity, and now he's got 150,000. Spider lost the match and his integrity, and now he's also facing a suspension. It's hilarious. It's just that he brought it upon himself. It's a consensus that Jiamogu is better than Jack, and what he did was really foolish. At this moment, after the match ended, Jiamogu was on his way home and felt quite happy seeing Lin Feng's message.
Then thank you, big boss.
He also happened to see the statement released by the official Yongjie and was somewhat shocked. He thought the reason these three were targeting him together was to eliminate the strongest first, so besides feeling regret, he was also happy. At least his strength made all these professionals feel afraid. He didn't expect it to be related to Li Ming, the general manager of Studio 48. After a slight sigh, he received a phone call.
Hello, is this Jiamogu?
Yes, it is. We at Yongjie officially express our deep apologies for this incident, and we would like to compensate you with 150,000 renminbi, and invite you to participate in the solo competition of the Carp Cup in 5 days.
How does that sound?
Sure, no problem. I'll be there. Great, the money will be transferred to the bank card you provided earlier.
Have a nice day.
After hanging up, Jiamogu felt a bit delighted. Then he received a text notification. 150,000 renminbi has been transferred to your Dasha bank card ending in
current balance, 2,100,000 renminbi.
Jiamogu sat in his chair and thought for a moment, then decided to send a video, hoping to put the matter to rest, indicating that he had accepted the official apology from Yongjie.
Jiamogu is too strong.
Playing a match gives me the feeling of being besieged by the 6 top masters at the Bright Summit, but their siege was one-on-one.
Jiamogu is amazing. Jama Ge's fans surged by 200,000.
At this moment, Lin Feng was still scrolling through Douyin. It was either about him saving someone, or about Qian Fugui's suicide, and then the official apology from Yangjie.
Lin Feng's expression was somewhat strange. Why does it feel like all these things are somehow caused by me? What do you mean you caused it? Boss, the teacher is calling you. Chen Xiao shouted anxiously.
Lin Feng was taken aback, and when he looked up, he met the teacher's somewhat angry gaze.
This student, may I ask what your name is? Why aren't you answering me?
This was a female teacher, probably in her 30s or 40s. Lin Feng felt a bit apologetic. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't hear you just now.
I called you twice and you didn't hear me? With a student like you, I really don't know how you got into Shuzhou University. It seems you haven't been in class the last few times, right? On the first day of class, you want to give me a hard time? If you don't want to attend class, then get out of my classroom.
The female teacher was almost spitting on the faces of the students in front. At this moment, all the students' eyes were on Lin Feng, having heard long ago that his background was not ordinary, and they were curious about how he would handle this matter. Lin Feng's expression also darkened.
This matter was indeed his fault, but wasn't the teacher being a bit too much? Teacher, don't you think your words are a bit too harsh?
Xiao Fei said somewhat displeased.
And what's your name? I'm speaking harshly for your own good, aren't I? Don't underestimate mental health education. Have you seen the recent news online?
That person named Qian Fugui has a terrible mindset.
It's obvious he has mental health issues. In cases of school bullying like this, if you can't report the teacher, then report the principal. If the principal doesn't work, report the education bureau. And what happens? The parents only find out about it after he commits suicide. Who do you think the biggest problem lies with in this situation?
In my opinion, it's with Qian Fugui himself, bringing this upon himself and wasting social resources.
What's wrong with my emphasis? Isn't it to help you build your psychological resilience? Teachers don't want you to end up like that high school student, thinking about suicide over minor issues. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in noise. Teacher, that statement of yours is incorrect, right? As a psychology teacher, how could you not know the dangers of school bullying? Is this teacher someone who got in through connections? How can she say such things? I think the teacher has a point.
Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the female teacher on the podium. Because of Zhou Ling's incident, he now particularly detested school bullying, and this female teacher was saying such things right in front of him.
What if something like that happened to his sister? Wouldn't she be the one being criticized today? Chen Xiao and the others couldn't hold back any longer. Teacher, I've recorded everything you've said. I will report you to the school.
You're spreading incorrect values to students.
Upon hearing that someone was recording, the female teacher's face showed a hint of panic. Bang bang bang.
The female teacher slammed her hand on the podium.
Quiet. The teacher shouted, then continued, if you think what I said is problematic, you can report me.
Let's not even discuss whether I will be punished. Even if I am punished, I am still your teacher, and I will be the one grading you. The students in the classroom gradually quieted down upon hearing the teacher's words.
Indeed,
university teachers have significant power. They can decide whether you pass or fail. If they want to give you a low grade, they can do so without even looking at your final exam paper, as long as you aren't allowed to check your exam. Even if the credits for mental health education aren't high, no one wants to stir up trouble. The female teacher watched as the classroom quieted down, feeling a sense of triumph.
This tactic really never fails.
She then walked down from the podium to Chen Zhao's side. Student, delete the recording you just made in front of me, and I can overlook this matter. I guarantee you will pass the final. If you don't agree. The female teacher clearly feared that Chen Xiao was still recording, so she didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was understood. Chen Xiao felt a bit helpless. He didn't want to fail over such a trivial matter and end up wasting time on a retake.
So he took out his phone.
Seeing this, the female teacher couldn't help but show a smug smile.
Chen Xiao, put your phone away.
Lin Feng said lightly as he looked at Chen Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately put his phone away without a word. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were naturally puzzled. They didn't know that Lin Feng's sister had just experienced school bullying, nor did they realize that Lin Feng was feeling a bit angry at that moment.
What do you mean by that, student? It seems you want to retake this course next semester? The female teacher's expression stiffened as she looked at Lin Feng with a hint of anger.
Lin Feng stood up and met the teacher's gaze, his eyes holding a cold glint.
What do you want? Are you planning to hit the teacher?
The female teacher felt an inexplicable sense of panic as she looked at Lin Feng and scolded him.
Hit the teacher? How could I dare to hit a teacher? I just want to report that video to the school. I want to see if the school's higher-ups share your views.
Lin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. The female teacher noticed that Lin Feng was a thorny character and, unlike ordinary students who would cower at the mention of failing, she decided to take the initiative. I will report your behavior to the school. As for that video, feel free to report it. I'm waiting for your apologies. With that, the female teacher turned and walked out of the office. Wow, boss, you're so bold. You made the teacher leave. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Feng excitedly, while Xiao Fei remained indifferent. Boss, won't you get punished by the school for this? Xiao Wei asked with some concern. In his view, although Lin Feng was a major shareholder of Penguin Company, this was Suzhou University. The school's higher-ups held official positions, and as the saying goes, commoners shouldn't challenge officials. It's fine, I have my ways, Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. Everyone, let's study. No one is allowed to leave. Class monitor Zhao Fei stepped up. Humph. A few freshmen dare to threaten me with a video. Just wait until I deal with you. The female teacher stormed into the vice principal's office in Mingda building. Outside the office, she took a deep breath and adjusted her collar before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A male voice came from inside. The female teacher opened the door and walked in. Teacher Shun? What brings you here? Wu Gang was sitting at his desk handling documents, and upon seeing her, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. Principal Wu, you have to stand up for me. A few students from Class 1 of Software Engineering were playing games in class and even talked back to me, and they looked like they wanted to hit me. I really can't teach them anymore. A flash of anger crossed Wu Gang's eyes. He hated students who were unruly and talked back to teachers. However, he knew Shin Xian's character, so he asked, please tell me the whole story. Shin Xian's expression stiffened, and she quickly recited the excuse she had prepared on the way. One student hasn't attended class for a week, and today was his first time in my class, where he was playing on his phone. When I called him, he ignored me. So I said a few words to him, and then his classmates got upset and said my tone was harsh. I explained why my tone was harsh and even cited the case of that student who committed suicide online, saying we need to strengthen mental health education. As a result, those students got upset and even stood up as if they wanted to hit me. I've been teaching for so many years and have never encountered such students. I really can't teach their class anymore. I hope Principal Wu can assign another teacher. Shin Xian spoke with a face full of grievance, deliberately lowering her body a bit. Wu Gang felt a wave of disgust at Shin Xian's behavior, but if what she said was true, those students indeed needed to be dealt with. Suzhou University is a place for cultivating talent, and such bad habits must be corrected. Class 1 of Software Engineering, right? Let me check who the counselor is. Wu Gang opened his computer. Shin Xian's face brightened. Was he going to stand up for her? Principal, I know, it's Counselor Tang Jia. Shin Xian immediately replied. Wu Gang glanced at her and then dialed the number she provided. Hello? Is this Counselor Tang Jia? I'm Vice Principal Wu Gang. Yes, Teacher Shin doesn't know the name. Could you go to their classroom now? I'll be heading over too. Meanwhile, in the classroom, some were reading, some were playing on their phones, and Lin Feng was sharing what had just happened with Jiang Shuiwei. This teacher is so despicable. How can a psychology teacher say such things? It's infuriating. She's probably already reported me. Ha. Don't be afraid of her, we have reason. I know, Shuiwei. Soon, a sound of footsteps accompanied by voices grew closer outside the classroom. I'm really sorry, Teacher Shin. The students in Class 1 of Soft Engineering are usually quite obedient. Is there some misunderstanding? Tang Jia smiled, trying to soothe Shin Xian's emotions. What misunderstanding? We can confront them directly later. Wu Gang glanced at Tang Jia. Principal Wu, these kids just entered the campus. Can we handle this with a bit more leniency? It depends on their attitude. Wu Gang said, stepping into the classroom, with Shin Xian and Tang Jia following closely behind. As soon as the students saw the counselor and Shin Xian walking in behind a strange man, they knew he must be a leader. Those playing on their phones quickly put them away. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei exchanged nervous glances at Lin Feng, who remained as calm as ever. The teacher has brought a backer, Lin Feng said, putting his phone into his pocket after finishing his sentence. Finally, Shin Xian pointed at Chen Xiao and Lin Feng, then said to Wu Gang, Principal Wu, it's these two students. Tang Jia felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. How did it end up being this little ancestor? She had received a message from the principal saying there was a collaboration with Lin Feng, and any reasonable requests should be accommodated. She never expected that just one morning would lead to such a situation. Principal Wu, how about we first clarify the situation before calling them out? Tang Jia said hesitantly, stammering. Why make it so complicated? We're already in the classroom, we can just ask them.
Wu Gang looked at Tang Jia's demeanor and understood, so there was a bit of background here. But he, Wu Gang, was not afraid. If they made a mistake, they had to admit it. Exactly. Teacher Tang, protecting students who made mistakes is not what a teacher should do. Xin Qian chimed in. Tang Jia was also getting angry at this point. Fine, you won't listen to advice, huh? Then I'll go call these two students out. Wu Gang nodded and then walked out of the classroom with Xin Qian. Xin Qian felt a bit anxious. After all, what she said might indeed have some issues, but now the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Tang Jia walked over to Lin Feng. Lin, Vice Principal Wu wants to talk to you and Shen Xiao about something, Tang Jia said cautiously. Lin Feng smiled slightly, discreetly sizing up Tang Jia, emphasizing Vice Principal Wu. Is this to make me hurry to find the principal? Shen Xiao, let's go out for a bit, Lin Feng said with a faint smile. Shen Xiao nodded and then stood up, walking out of the classroom with Lin Feng and Tang Jia. Don't worry, I guarantee you're fine, Lin Feng patted Shen Xiao's shoulder. Old 4, do you think the boss and Old 3 will be okay? Xiao Wei whispered worriedly to Xiao Fei. Don't worry, the boss and the others won't get into any trouble. One wave. I, Ma Chao, am invincible. Even without a shooter, I can still carry the team. Xiao Fei looked at the big word victory on his phone before raising his head to look at the classroom door. Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the classroom. Principal Wu, I brought the two students. Wu Gang nodded and then looked at Lin Feng and Chen Xiao. You two should know why I called you, right? We know, Principal, Chen Xiao said somewhat nervously. Wu Gang nodded and then looked at Lin Feng. And you? Lin Feng met Wu Gang's gaze. I really don't know what you want from us, Principal Wu, Lin Feng replied calmly. A flicker of anger flashed in Wu Gang's eyes. Just now, he had some doubts, fearing that Xin Qian was hiding something. Now, seeing Lin Feng's attitude, he completely believed what Xin Qian had said. Principal Wu, just look at this student's attitude, disrespectful and not even afraid of you. Xin Qian couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing Lin Feng's words, and immediately added fuel to the fire. Principal Wu. Tang Jia wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Wu Gang. Teacher Tang, this student's attitude is indeed improper. He must be severely punished to make him realize his own mistakes. Wu Gang scolded loudly. He had been in a leadership position at Suzhou University for some years and had never encountered such a student. Which student would dare to act this way in front of the principal? Oh, Principal Wu wants me to recognize my mistakes, so may I ask what I did wrong? As soon as Lin Feng spoke, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Wu Gang frowned, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction. Humph, you play on your phone during class, disrespect the teacher, and argue back, aren't these mistakes? Wu Gang looked at Lin Feng with disgust. Students who disrespected their elders and lacked upbringing were the most detestable. How can you say that? It's clearly Teacher Shen who was spreading incorrect views in class. Shen Xiao couldn't help but speak up but was interrupted by Wu Gang again. Although Teacher Shen's views may be biased, they are meant to strengthen your minds, and the intention is good. Is this your reason for disrespecting your elders? Wu Gang scolded loudly. Lin Feng and Shen Xiao were both shocked by Wu Gang's words. Xin Qian was even more pleased. This is going well. I thought it was just a few teachers with distorted views, but it turns out even the principal is like this. It seems the teachers' ethics at Suzhou University aren't that great. Lin Feng's expression also turned cold. Could there be a misunderstanding? Lin Feng, please don't get agitated. Let's have a calm discussion. Tang Jia immediately pleaded, speaking repeatedly. What misunderstanding? This student is Lin Feng, right? Good. If you maintain this attitude, then you don't need to come to school anymore. Our Suzhou University cannot accommodate someone like you. Wu Gang was thoroughly enraged by Lin Feng's remarks. Although he felt the name Lin Feng sounded somewhat familiar, he couldn't afford to think too much about it at that moment. Humph. Principal Wu, I said some students have very improper attitudes, right? Students like this should be expelled. Keeping them only tarnishes the reputation of Suzhou University. Xin Qian continued, looking at Lin Feng with pride. Dare to threaten me? I only need a few words to get you expelled. On what grounds do you say that? Is it so easy for a university president to expel someone? Chen Xiao was also getting anxious. Lin Feng tugged at Chen Xiao and then looked at Tang Jia. Teacher Tang, this is what your vice principal Wu said. I seriously doubt the character of the higher-ups at your school. If that's the case, I might as well not cling to staying at Suzhou University. Goodbye. Lin Feng said coldly. He then turned and pulled Chen Xiao back to the classroom. Humph. Tang Jia, tell me, what use is there in keeping such a student? Wu Gang said with a dark face, looking at Tang Jia with anger. Principal Wu, do you really not know who Lin Feng is? Tang Jia couldn't help but ask.
Wu Gang was taken aback, then carefully thought about it in his mind. If Tang Jia was reminding him in this situation, it meant that the student's background was quite extraordinary.
Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng?
Wu Gang muttered, then suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in shock.
Are you saying he is that Lin Feng? Wu Gang asked Tang Jia anxiously. Tang Jia nodded with a bitter smile. Xin Xian, on the side, looked completely confused. What about Lin Feng? Could it be that such a small child has a higher status than Vice Principal Wu?
At this moment, Wu Gang was extremely frustrated. He remembered that last night the principal had specifically told him about the major shareholder of the Penguin Company investing hundreds of millions of RMB to collaborate with Suzhou University to build a laboratory. If he messed this up, it would have a huge impact on him. At that moment, Tang Jia had already picked up the phone to call the principal.
Boss, how's it going?
As soon as Xiao Wei saw Lin Feng and Chen Xiao return, he hurriedly asked,
How outrageous!
That principal didn't even ask us about the situation and just believed Xin Xian's one-sided story, then said the boss's attitude was bad and wanted to expel him.
Chen Xiao said with an angry expression. What? Xiao Wei exclaimed, and even the usually calm Xiao Fei frowned.
The other students in the classroom naturally heard Chen Xiao's words. Although they had just heard Principal Wu's scolding, the classroom door was soundproof, so they could only hear bits and pieces.
What? That principal is so unreasonable? Wow! That teacher Shen can't be a relative of Principal Wu or involved in some improper dealings, right? How can such statements be accepted by the principal of a 985 university? The classmates in the class began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Tang Jia had just walked into the office looking for Lin Feng. Hearing these discussions, she immediately sensed something was off. According to Xin Xian, her words were somewhat inaccurate, but not too serious. However, judging by the reactions of so many classmates, what Xin Xian had said was definitely not as light as she claimed. Tang Jia didn't have time to think more and quickly stepped out to look for Wu Gang and Xin Xian. Why are you out again? Teacher Tang, please help me keep Lin Feng calm. Wu Gang asked anxiously. Please wait a moment, Principal Wu.
After saying that, she turned to Xin Xian. Teacher Shen, you previously said that your words were not quite right, but not too serious.
Can you repeat what you said?
Wu Gang was taken aback, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. If it was Lin Feng's fault, then his actions could be understood. But if Lin Feng was right, then...
I didn't hide anything. Xin Xian still refused to tell the truth.
Tang Jia felt helpless and could only go stabilize Lin Feng first.
Teacher Tang, I'll go with you. Wu Gang quickly followed Tang Jia into the classroom. Xin Xian hesitated for a moment and then followed them in.
Principal, this matter is not as Teacher Shen said. Lin Feng did nothing wrong. A student stood up and said loudly. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to see it was Xiao Fei. Other students had long felt it was unfair, and now that someone took the lead, they immediately echoed. Yes, clearly Teacher Shen's words were too much.
Lin Feng is being wronged. Teacher Shen has been unreasonable in class.
Seeing this situation, the principal and Tang Jia were even more certain that Xin Xian must have concealed something. Xin Xian was also frightened by this momentum, her face turned pale, and her body trembled slightly. She didn't expect the classmates to speak up for Lin Feng so unitedly. She had originally thought these students would fear the authority of the teachers and the principal and wouldn't dare to speak out easily.
But Tang Jia and Principal Wu didn't have time to ask more. The urgent matter was to stabilize Lin Feng.
Tang Jia then persuaded Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. The principal will come over to handle this matter soon, and he will definitely give you a fair resolution.
Tang Jia's tone was very sincere.
At this moment, Principal Wu also lost his previous authority, sweating profusely and smiling. Lin Feng, it was my oversight. I didn't clarify the situation.
Please don't be anxious.
Principal Wu lowered his stance significantly. If he couldn't stabilize Lin Feng and the funding was withdrawn, he would have to bear the blame.
As for Xin Xian, an ordinary little teacher can't bear it.
Lin Feng merely scoffed and ignored Principal Wu, glancing at Tang Jia instead. I'm sorry, counselor, but I've already been expelled from the school. Lin Feng then looked at his classmates, feeling a slight touch in his heart. He didn't expect them to risk speaking up for him. This made Lin Feng's previously poor impression of them, due to class leader Xiao Fei's incident, improve considerably.
Thank you all for speaking up for me, I really appreciate it.
I'll treat everyone to a meal when I get the chance. Lin Feng's tone was very calm, and after speaking, he walked out of the classroom.
What the hell? The boss just left like that? He can't really be dropping out, can he? Chen Xiao whispered. No way. I haven't even hugged the boss's thigh enough yet. Stop worrying, the boss can't be expelled. Just wait, there will be a good show later.
Xiao Fei was quite calm. He had already quietly asked Lin Feng about his plans and could only say that Lin Feng's methods were truly impressive. After this incident, that Principal Wu would definitely be skinned alive, and as for Shen Qian, it was certain she would be expelled. At this moment, Tang Jia and Principal Wu, who remained in the classroom, were also flustered, hesitating whether to chase after Lin Feng. Shen Qian's face was pale, her eyes in a panic. I might have misunderstood Lin Feng's intentions.
I won't pursue this matter any further.
I have something to attend to, so I must leave now.
After saying this, Shen Qian tried to leave.
Wu Gang had long since hated Shen Qian, shouting loudly, "You can't leave.
We must get to the bottom of this today."
If Shen Qian had told the truth, none of this would have happened. Shen Qian paused, having no choice but to stay. Tang Jia thought for a moment and felt it would be better to understand the whole situation before going to find Lin Feng. She then walked over to Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and Xiao Fei.
Can you tell me what happened?
Chen Xiao didn't elaborate much, taking out his phone to find a video to hand to Tang Jia.
Counselor, this video shows the entire incident. If Shen Qian doesn't handle this seriously, we can't let it go.
Tang Jia and Principal Wu quickly opened the video to watch, while Shen Qian beside them was nearly unsteady on her feet. The video clearly recorded the classroom scene at that time. Shen Qian was speaking indiscriminately at the podium, and later, she threatened the students with failing grades both overtly and covertly. Shen Qian was very confused at this moment.
Wasn't it just a freshman? Why was even Principal Wu so anxious after learning his identity?
After watching the video, Tang Jia and Wu Gang's faces were very grim, especially Wu Gang, who looked at Shen Qian as if he wanted to devour her.
Teacher Shen, there are so many students here, explain yourself. Is this kind of statement harmless? Tell me. Wu Gang reprimanded. The classmates in the room, including Xiao Wei and others, looked at Shen Qian with disgust.
Shen Qian stammered for a long time without being able to speak. Her eyes darted around, and her hands kept twisting the hem of her clothes. At that moment, another person walked in through the door. It was the principal. The other students in the class were startled. They didn't expect to have alarmed the principal.
Where is Lin Feng?
The principal scanned the room but did not see Lin Feng, immediately asking in a worried tone.
Tang Jia looked helpless.
Principal, Lin Feng has already left the classroom.
Didn't I tell you to make sure Lin Feng stays?
Lin Feng's attitude is very firm. I couldn't stop him, Tang Jia said with a bitter smile. The principal's brows furrowed even tighter as he turned to look at Wu Gang and Shen Qian, his expression terrifyingly dark.
What on earth is going on?
The principal's voice was deep and authoritative, and the atmosphere in the classroom instantly became even more tense. Wu Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and roughly explained the situation to the principal. He spoke very softly, even afraid to look the principal in the eye. If this matter really blew up, it would be difficult for him to keep his position as vice principal, let alone climb higher. He then showed the video to the principal.
After listening, the principal glared at Shen Qian. Teacher Shen, can such remarks really appear in the classroom? Can this incorrect value system be passed on to the students? And is this how you use a teacher's authority? You will be suspended pending investigation. The principal's voice was stern and angry.
Shen Qian lowered her head, not daring to meet the principal's gaze, and said softly, Principal, I just spoke without thinking at the moment. I thought. What did you think? Did you think you could mislead students at will and spread incorrect values? The principal interrupted her, raising his voice a few notches. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense to the extreme. I'm sorry, Principal. I have realized my mistake and hope to be forgiven by the school. At this moment, there was even a hint of tears in Shen Qian's voice. She was truly panicking. Her husband had just divorced her, and because of her infidelity, the court had awarded custody of their child to him. If she lost her job over this matter, she would have nothing left.